Chapter 361 I know the smell of barnacles. Whitington also reached out to touch it. It seems that wound disinfection cannot completely cure severe infection. Since the water you gave is useful, use it to wipe his body repeatedly, maybe it can lower the temperature. Siapuro felt a headache, put out a bucket of water, and let Whitington deal with it. She looked at Whitington from the side, asking, "Is it because of an operational error that the wound was not completely disinfected?" Whitington said no. They have been infected for too long. The virus has penetrated deep into their bodies. Ding! Now dispatching an urgent task. Purify the ocean. Please go and execute it as soon as possible. In order to better complete the task, the system will send down the light system ability to assist the host in completing the task. Siapuro eyebrows moved slightly, asked the system, "Is the light system ability used for purification?" "Yes." Host. "Then are there any dark system abilities in this plane?" "No. There are no light and dark system abilities in this plane. They are sent to the host to help the host complete the task better. So, if I go directly into the water, can I still breathe?" M80. The host is invincible. 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 Siapuro moved her steps, crouched beside Whitington. "How is it? Has the temperature dropped?" Beads of sweat poured out from Whitington's forehead. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, without raising her head. "No. I thought that using this water instead of liquor might be able to lower the temperature and eliminate some toxins in the body at the same time. It seems that I thought too simply." Siapuro took out a small pack of intact tissues from the space and handed them to Whitington. "Let me try, you take a rest first." Whitington took the tissue and handed her the wet towel in her hand, thinking that she was going to try to wipe the wounded. Siapuro rejected the towel and found the wound on the injured person's arm. She stretched out her hand and placed it on the wound. Her supernatural power was activated, and a light mixed with lavender overflowed from her fingertips. The light was soft and pure, and it seemed to hide endless and unspeakable power. The light poured down, sprinkled on the wound of the injured person, and spread along the wound to his limbs and bones. Wherever the light reaches, the black bacteria on the wound are quickly expelled, until they disappear. The high fever on the injured person's body quickly fades. His breathing gradually becomes stable, and his chest rises and falls with obvious strength. The light gradually dims. Siapuro breathes a sigh of relief, and withdraws his hand. Whitington stands up in surprise. Is this a healing power?" "No. This is a light power. There is nothing to hide about this. And Siapuro does not intend to hide it. The light power can only eliminate the bacterial toxins in his body. I don't have a healing power, and his wounds cannot be healed yet." Siapuro lowered her eyes, then raised her head. "Are there any other patients with fever?" Rongshang raised his hand. Next to him was a person who was in a coma and had a fever, and was covered with wounds. Siapuro walked over immediately, and first observed and determined the common point between the two injured people. That is, they both had large areas of bite marks from mutant creatures on their bodies. They were lucky. So they were lucky. She didn't know how many people Rongshang had in his base. She only knew that there were only the few people she'd brought here. There were less than 300 survivors. They were lucky in misfortune. Closing her eyes, Siapuro mixed the light energy into the mixed spiritual spring water in her body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they saw with their own eyes that local rainfall appeared above the injured. The water droplets were fine, slid down in the air like silver needles with vitality, and fell on the injured. Siapuro stared at his wound, not knowing whether this mixture could integrate the light energy into it. The wound color gradually changed. It was slower than the first time she used the light power on the wounded. But it worked. Siapuro stood up with a smile on her face, and called to Base Commander Rongshang, who was watching in a daze. "Base Commander Rong, please gather the wounded to the open space. I will come back later to purify their wounds with my power." Rongshang just nodded, and Siapuro did not stop. The wind power gathered under her body, and she lightly jumped into the air, along with the sound of water overhead. The sound of wind rushed straight to the sky. It was unknown when the tsunami would pass. Siapuro kept her eyes open the whole time, and witnessed the fish swimming around her. There was also a mutant great white shark, about 5, 6, 7, 8 meters long. The two eyes hung on its head like a ghost lantern in a Chinese horror movie, with a sinister aura and sharp teeth that could tear a person to pieces. But it kept circling around Siapuro, as if it had discovered her. When she looked into the white shark's eyes, her breathing almost stopped. Her mind went blank, and the force fear of the deep sea made her breathless. What made her feel the most physically uncomfortable was probably the large marine creatures covered with barnacles, which were densely packed like lumps. And she trembled unnaturally. Siepuro accelerated her ability, and only wanted to speed it up. She never wanted to look that ugly thing in the eye again. When she saw the great white shark in the aquarium, she thought it was cute. The great white shark in front of her must have mutated. The more she looked at it, the more frightened she became. In addition, she was not used to the deep sea environment, so she did not want to stay here any longer. Using her wind power, she moved up about 10 meters. She felt as if someone was staring at her. The premonition became stronger and stronger. Siepuro raised her head suddenly. In front of her was a great white shark that was more than 10 meters long. It was 2 or 3 times larger than the one just now. She quietly dived a little deeper, silently making way for the overlord of the sea. After the great white shark had completely passed, she dared to flee quickly, until she surfaced, hovering in the air and looking down. She was only rising. Her position did not move at all. And those who did not know would think she was originally in the sea, because there was a vast ocean in front of her. The blue water swallowed up everything on the land. Some trees were tall enough, and their branches could float above the water. The rest of human civilization was completely swallowed up by the tsunami. Siepuro couldn't help but feel a chill, and just thinking about it made people shudder. At the same time, another question came to her mind, and she asked the system directly. What do you think? If you eat so many barnacles, will they taste like crispy chicken-flavored melon seeds? Or will they taste like oysters? M80, you are so greedy. Why don't you go get some to eat later? You eat without saying a word. You greedy girl. I just said it casually. Siepuro was unhappy. You have to wait until you have a physical body to eat. We are the best in the world. If there is anything good, you have to eat it first. M80 has never eaten human food, and is fooled. That's fine. It can eat anything, as long as it won't get sick. Chapter 362 Its Shark Arm. Crossing a thick layer of seawater, Siepuro didn't know why the tsunami lasted so long without the water receding. For the first time, she felt that the blue water was so cold to the bone. She suddenly thought that her entire ascent process took so long. How high must the water be? Is this still a tsunami? Is this a flood? Yes, the host is powerless to fight against natural disasters. Please purify the ocean as soon as possible, to prevent fish from infecting humans and causing infection. Siepuro noticed when she was in the sea that the fish were different from the ones she usually saw. She couldn't tell exactly where they were different, except that there was an obvious mutation. Tell me what's different. M80 blinked, and the relevant information immediately came out. The ocean has its own food chain. Natural disasters broke the food chain. Mutated marine life came to land. Siepuro answered quickly. I understand this question. You will regard humans as the bottom of the food chain, right? M80 denied. It's not just food. Land creatures can't adapt to living underwater so quickly. The fish that originally lived underwater naturally became the overlords of the water. It means fish will eat people? Siepuro widened her eyes. Even if it was M80, who would never lie to her, she was a little bit unconvinced. Including those small fish? Those fish that are not even as big as my feet. Yes, all of them. Small fish will gather around people. A bunch of fish will surround one person. The fighting power is not weak. A few words, less than a minute, the surface of the water was constantly turbulent. Big waves hit small waves, and the sea water showed no sign of receding. Siepuro's mood gradually calmed down from the initial fear. But she was facing such a large sea. What should she do? M80 observed the seabed and found something, and urged. The host's actions just now caused the marine life to become restless. Please purify it as soon as possible. What actions? I didn't do anything? Siepuro was about to take action, but was confused by M80 words. The smaller great white shark just now has already discovered the host. When you looked at each other, Siepuro cursed. Are marine creatures so smart? The host underestimated marine creatures again. Their IQ is comparable to that of a 6-year-old child. Siepuro nodded. Yes. They are better than you. M80, swearing at you. Holding her breath and concentrating, Siepuro stopped chatting. But what should I do? Such a large sea, all water, can she really purify all the marine creatures by herself with her light-based supernatural power? Besides, this sea leads to many places. M80 also encountered this kind of emergency task for the first time. Host, Try to input the light energy directly into the water to the maximum extent? Okay. Siapuro stretched out her hand and sent the light energy to the sea under her feet. She thought it would be as silent as a drop of ink falling into the sea, but it was not the case. The moment the light energy entered the water, it had a great impact. The surrounding sea water began to surge, and the fish with red eyes in the sea water struggled violently. The sound of the waves became more and more violent, and the creatures in the water became more violent, as if they were going to jump out of the sea and swallow her up. Just when she was concentrating, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the seabed, opened its bloody mouth and attacked her. Siapura freed her hand, and approached the abyss that seemed to be able to swallow the world. She slapped the great white shark on the head. I give you a big nose. Scare you. She admitted that she didn't dare to be presumptuous in the sea, but now she is not in the sea. Should she teach it a lesson? Her strength is not painful to the great white shark, but this action is tantamount to provocation. How could the mutated great white shark that had gained intelligence after the apocalypse endure this? It opened its mouth again. This time it was not to attack Siapuru, but to send out a sound wave. M80 was in a hurry. Host, it shook people. No, it shook fish. I really don't know why the host and the great white shark are different species, why they can even conflict over this. Shake it. Sister, please have mercy, and give them one too. Siapuru didn't care. What if a group of them came? Before the M80 system sound fell, a group of big guys swam over quickly from a distance. How did Siapura figure it out? Just look at their shark arms exposed on the sea surface. M80 corrected, Host, that's not a shark arm, that's. I don't care what it is. Siapura grabbed the great white shark under her, and gave it another gentle blow. It was a pity that her other hand was still releasing the light power, otherwise she could have given two at a time and brought them back. The sharks were coming fiercely, and from the shark arm she could see from above, there were about 5 or 6 great white sharks that were bigger than her hand swimming over together. Animals have a strong sense of territory. If they are unfamiliar fish, they will never travel together. 5 or 6 sharks came together. It was obvious that they were summoned by the shark below her. Siapura was least afraid of trouble coming to her. It was boring to output superpowers alone. It would be nice to find some small sharks to go out for a walk. She smiled and said, You shook so many fish. Are you a noble among sharks? Or are these your parents? The mutant shark kept struggling. It didn't understand why the little human just stretched out a hand and pressed it on the head, and it couldn't move. It could only keep making sounds for help. Another sound wave responded to the little shark. Siapuru frowned in dissatisfaction. Why can't I understand what they are saying? That's the sound wave. Host, I can't translate it. Forget it, even if I understand it. It's just some dirty words. Siapura waved her hand and let the little shark go. Facing the sharks that were rushing towards her, she held down the largest one, and another one with a big nose. Let you scare me too. Great white shark. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Siapura gave a verbal lesson with one action. Fighting in a group is impolite. Don't bully the minority with the majority. Be more civilized like me, and be reasonable. Without waiting for the sharks to make any move, according to the system, she exerted her full strength to output her supernatural power to the maximum extent. After a long time, Siapura felt as if a century had passed. The great white shark in her hand was even bigger, more than 20 meters long, definitely the largest mutant creature she had ever seen. It was like a balloon in her hand, allowing her to flatten and knead it. The great white shark's tail kept twisting, trying to use its tail to slap the human who did evil to it into the water. Little did it know that its helpless and furious behavior was in contrast to Siapuro's easy control, which was seen by everyone in Hayu base below them. The people who were still talking about why the owner went upstairs stretched their necks and lay on the deck when they were tired. No one organized it. But it was unusually quiet, and its psychological activities were unusually rich. Yen Gu, I shouldn't have offended her just now. Right? Waiting online is quite urgent. Reuniting, fortunately, she has a good temper. Otherwise, I would have morally blackmailed her. If she didn't blackmail me, she would have been merciful. Rongshan, the boss is worthy of being the boss. He can take me to the sky with his martial arts, and give me a slap in the face with his literary skills. Everyone was thinking the same thing. They were all reviewing whether they had done anything disrespectful, and would apologize as soon as they had a chance. They thought about all sorts of things and concluded there was nothing wrong at all. The boss simply ignored them. Siapura was tired of playing, and was about to let the great white shark go. The great white shark thought it had found her weakness and hit her other hand that was emitting light power. The light energy shone into the great white shark's body. Even the great white shark could not bear such a large amount of energy output. At the reminder of M80, Siapura quickly moved her hand away. While she was stunned, a cold skin touched her hand. The great white shark lost its inexplicable gloomy horror, and now it looked handsome. Siapura raised her hand, moved it above it, and the great white shark moved with her hand. She turned her hand in a circle on the water surface, and the great white shark also turned 360 degrees in place with her hand. She approached the great white shark and put her hand in its mouth to see if it would bite her. It turned out not to be true. The great white shark was like a silly and innocent person after the blackening faded away. Its mouth became a smiling lip. "Can the light-type ability be used to tame animals?" she murmured. "Host, have you forgotten that you have an affinity aura? So it is normal for it to be close to you." The M80 system sound was muffled, and there seemed to be a bit of vinegar in the air. "I thought the light-type ability was so powerful." She put her hand on it again and again. The cool and slippery touch was a brand new experience. "I just gave it a big nose, and it was still close to me. It's so stable. I want to keep it." M80, host. Don't forget your mission. Yes. Siapura finally remembered her mission. She put her hand on each great white shark. Light power emerged. In less than 30 seconds, all the great white sharks on the scene shook their heads and tails to act coquettishly to her. "Host. Work. Come on. Come on." Siapura aimed at the largest one, which was also the one that she had hit the most, and sat down on it. "What is the host going to do?" "Go for a ride. I'm just sitting there doing nothing." She put her other hand in the water and continued to release light energy. But this time, she would be careful not to touch the great white shark. "Isn't this okay? Move around more. Maybe the light energy will spread faster?" Water transmission. "Doesn't it also take time to spread?" She moved and spread directly. It was just like moving the fountain. "Okay." Her idea was correct. Although M80 thought it was a bit outrageous, he did not stop her. With her legs clamped around the great white shark, one hand raised above her head, Siapura excitedly gave a loud order. "Let's go. Take me for a walk, and then come back here, thank you." She was so polite that few sharks would refuse. Right? Sure enough, the shark just loved her, and rushed out at her command. The sharks followed, forming a formation, surrounding her in the center, as if protecting her. Siapura was so happy that she forgot everything, and she kept screaming the whole time. The great white shark found that the human on its back could breathe in the water, and it became more unscrupulous, carrying the small but powerful human deeper into the water. The person above disappeared, and the three people lying on the deck who accidentally lay in a row followed the great white shark's movement trajectory and watched until the great white shark and the store owner disappeared from their sight. They retracted their gaze. Reuniting had rested enough, and got up to continue to take care of the patient. Yengu chatted with Rongshang. The two were not much different in age. Yengu was in his early 30s, and Rongshang was only 27 or 28, which made them the same age. In addition, Yengu had seen Siapura all-powerful means, and wanted to know more about her. According to his observation, Siapura only said a few more words to Rongshang. Yengu came over to get close to him. "Little brother. What's your name?" "My last name is Shang, and I'm a fisherman at the base next door. I go out to sea to fish every day. You may not have heard of me, but I often hear about you in the base." Rongshang had a humble and polite smile on his face, which was very decent, and would not make Yengu feel that he was trying to curry favor with him. Yengu waved his hand casually. "Don't talk to me. I'm only a few years older than you. But you manage such a large base, and the people here live very well under your management. It's not easy." Rongshang's generous praise won Yengu more favor. "Nothing, we grew up by the sea, we can't die when the end of the world comes. Right?" After a roundabout way, Yengu got straight to the point. "Where did you meet the owner?" "Me?" Rongshang paused, and the picture in his mind came to him being washed away by the water to an unknown place. He was very good at holding his breath, and after becoming a superpower, his body improved in all aspects, so he could hold his breath longer. In fact, he was not conscious when Siapura had taken measures for him, but when he was on the beach after the tide receded. The lack of oxygen in his brain made him unable to distinguish between reality and dream. He only knew that he wanted to live. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a girl in casual sportswear. So you are lucky? Yengu admired him. He didn't expect that people washed away by the flood could still survive. It's not luck. It's luck. If it was someone else, if it wasn't her, I would probably be infected and the virus would penetrate into my body. Rongshan smiled bitterly. The tsunami took away all his relatives. He didn't want to mention it. So he asked instead, "What about you? How did you survive?" At the beginning of the apocalypse, I was worried that if we didn't leave the seaside, there would be a high tide that would reach the base one day. As soon as the base stabilized, I took people to the hospital and some stores to bring out all the oxygen cylinders that could be used and put them in the warehouse. Yengu continued, at that time, I thought of it just in case, but I didn't expect it to be really useful. I would rather we never use it in our lifetime. Now the oxygen cylinders are all used up. If the store owner hadn't arrived in time, he would have no way to deal with the next tsunami, and there are so many strange mutant creatures in the sea. Yengu was grateful to Siapu Ro no matter what. And he was grateful to everyone here from the bottom of his heart. If the owner hadn't brought the cruise ship here, I would have really been helpless. Yengu's tone became more and more sad. Rongshan wanted to say something, but couldn't. He sighed and comforted him. It will be fine. Isn't the owner still here? What if she left? Chapter 363 Self-Service Under the Sea? Even if she wants to. Her boat is so small. How can she take away all of us? The biggest advantage of the coastal base is that there are no zombies attacking. If there is a zombie showing up, they will kill it with cold weapons. Even if there are zombies that accidentally come here, they are those thin and weak zombies. It is not difficult to deal with those weak chickens. Brother, seriously, how much do you know about the store owner? Yengu said directly. I'm serious. I really want to try my best to persuade the store owner to stay longer. If she drives the cruise ship away before the tide recedes, we will still die. Brother, I have known her for 10 minutes longer than you, really. Rongshan also wanted to know more about his savior, but he couldn't do it. Yengu knew that if she wanted to leave, with her ability, no matter what he did, he couldn't keep her. Forget it. Yengu sighed. Let's not think about keeping her. Let's think about how to repay the girl for saving our lives. This is a good idea. Rongshan came over and asked, how to repay? It's almost time for dinner. I don't know where the benefactor came from. I don't know if she can eat enough. Let's make some fish or something to treat her. Except for seafood, they are also in short supply of everything here. The only thing they can offer is seafood. Tell the canteen to prepare something exquisite. We will treat the owner well. Yengu called his men. Okay. Siapuru was at sea, having a crazy time in the water, and her light-based supernatural powers gradually entered the sea, spreading bit by bit with the seawater. After the trip, she gained a lot. The great white shark took her to the place where the corals grew, and there were large mutated red corals, as red as gemstones, which made her eyes go straight. She also found sea urchins next to the red corals, each of which was fat, and was half the size of her head. She also saw some Boston lobsters that could not be seen in this sea area. The lobsters were also mutated, and each weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. She put all the seafood she had seen before, but hadn't eaten, and wanted to eat after eating them into pink sacks, and threw them into the space. Later, she was overwhelmed by the choices. Everywhere the great white shark took her, there were many ingredients commonly seen on human tables. She was like a bandit, robbing the innocent people of the underwater world. She joked with M80. The most comfortable thing about the arrival of natural disasters is probably these underwater creatures. The mutant marine creatures are huge in size, and their ability to attack humans is unknown. Didn't see it, she grabbed them directly, and they couldn't struggle. Without human overfishing, the seabed was full of fish and shrimp. Siapuro had a bold idea, guessing that there were too many seafood in the water, the sea couldn't hold them and overflowed, causing a tsunami. 2 small hands were so powerless in the face of huge marine creatures. She directly used the fishing net, and took them away as she passed by the great white shark. It was so fast. The only net in the space was not big, it could only hold more than 50 kilograms at most at a time, which was convenient for her to use alone. A total of 7 or 8 nets were cast. When the nets were full, they were thrown into the space to be emptied, and then taken out to continue fishing in another place. Siapura might have a bit of a collecting habit, and she never got tired of it. Red snapper, pine crab, shrimp, king crab, etc. In total, more than 380 kilograms were harvested, most of which were fish and shrimp. Everything was ordered. Just looking at the ingredients, All kinds of delicious food came to mind. She was so happy that she wanted to take the entire submarine system into her pocket. After a trip with the mission, I gained a lot. However, even playing can make you tired. People have limited energy. System. How long will it take us to purify the ocean? Lying on the great white shark. She was tired. M80 reported. Current progress 78%. Her progress was already very fast. She output her superpowers to the maximum extent throughout the whole process. In addition, riding on the great white shark to play around. It can indeed spread faster. M80 knew that her host was probably exhausted, and advised, how about the host go back first? You can come back tomorrow. After testing, the purified seawater will not cause much harm to the human body. No. Siapura refused directly. Since I'm here, I just do it in one step. She didn't have to move during the whole process. The fully automatic great white shark took her to various unexpected places. With the invincible protective shield on her body, this was a brand new experience, and she gained a lot. When she was bored, Siapura began to think about how to process the things she had just caught into delicious food. Host. Don't forget, our mission this week is to sell barbecue. I remember. Siapura was unhappy that the recipes that were churning in her mind were interrupted. She had to search again for how to make seafood barbecue. After thinking for a long time, she felt that the best thing about seafood was to eat its own freshness. For example, the grilled shrimp skewers she had eaten in tourist attractions. Each shrimp was skewered on a bamboo stick and grilled on charcoal. The shrimps were simply processed to remove the shrimp thread, and then the heads were simply cleaned. Each cleaned shrimp was placed on the grill and grilled until it sizzled, and the shrimp oil was oozing out. The taste, it was so delicious. The more she thought about it, the more greedy she became. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became. Siapura couldn't help but drool at the image she imagined in her mind. She was so greedy that she couldn't bear it any longer. In such a torture, the great white shark carried her on its back and turned around on the seabed for a while. Finally, when she was about to fall asleep, she heard the prompt sound of the mission completion. The mission of purifying the ocean is completed. Siapura raised her head from the great white shark and looked around in confusion. Where's the reward? Nothing? Nothing else? What reward does the host want the most? Siapura fell into deep thought, and thought seriously. I was kidding you, you really picked it. Ha ha ha. M80 laughed loudly, and broke her fantasy. Get lost. Siapura continued to lie on the great white shark in a bad mood. M80 saw that the teasing was successful, and didn't dare to be too naughty. Host. I was wrong, the reward will be issued after you go back. She finally let go of her pouting mouth, patted the great white shark under her. Pippy shark, send me back. M80 was very curious about this sudden name. I know about mantis shrimp. Why is the great white shark called mantis shark? Because it is mantis. How could it be hit by her if it wasn't mantis? The great white sharks were moving at full speed, and she jumped off when they reached the destination. The great white shark seemed to know that it was time for them to part, and they lingered around her and were reluctant to let her go, and seemed to want to play with her. You took me to find so many delicious foods. I can't just leave like this. Siapura rubbed the soft flesh on the great white shark's heads, and didn't care whether they could understand what she said, and took out the universal cans in the space. A small gift. I don't know if you like it. I open it for you. As she spoke, she tore open the lid of the can, and threw the garbage into the space. When the lid of the can was opened, the only fragrance that Siapura could not get made the marine life boil. It was a can of meat, and the amount in a can was not much, and it was even less compared to the large size of the great white shark. Fortunately, the great white shark did not mind, and it blinked its eyes, and waited for her to feed it attentively. Siapura poured out the canned meat in her hand. The canned meat did not melt when it came into contact with water. It was still solid when it was poured out. The great white shark was very smart. The largest one, the one she had ridden for a day, opened its mouth wide. The others followed suit, and also opened their mouths and waited. Siapura laughed out loud, but she didn't dare to say it out loud for fear that the sharks would understand. She only complained to M80 quietly. They really don't look very smart. Ha ha ha. Complaints aside, Siapura took out another can of food without hurrying, and used her supernatural power to push 2 cans of food into the great white shark's mouth. After all, the amount of food in a can was too small. Not even as big as the meat flakes on the great white shark's teeth. Not even good enough to look at. She might be the only human the great white shark had ever met in his life. and humans couldn't afford to be known as stingy in the animal world. So she generously gave 2 cans to each shark. But the host is still stingy. For the great white sharks, this amount is not enough for them to eat 2 bites. It can be seen that they are very satisfied with the meal, dragging their huge bodies in front of them, shaking their heads and tails, like an animal performance without a teacher. Being accused of being stingy again, Siapura was very dissatisfied. Today, it really delayed the time for others to find food, and a lot of meat was gathered in the space. Pippy shark, open your mouth. A large ball of meat that was countless times larger than Siapura fell into the mouth of the great white shark. The great white shark caught the reward in one bite, and for the first time in his life, he ate pork beef and mutton. She was not partial at all. She fed each great white shark a large piece of meat. She was not willing to stop after feeding them. She also used her dirty hands to touch the head of each great white shark. Okay. You have worked hard today. See you again. The great white shark responded with a loving rub. She cherished this last time of caressing. Siapura thought about it, released a little spiritual spring water around the great white sharks, and slowly sank in front of them back to the Haiyu base. The people below were waiting for her to come down. Yengu sent someone to guard here. I don't know how much time has passed. Siapura thought that the injured should have been moved outdoors. So she simply condensed water energy in the air, using a large amount of water energy mixed with spiritual spring water, and adding light energy. She created an artificial rain above the Haiyu base. After being covered by the tsunami, it stopped raining above the Haiyu base. Now it started to rain before the blue sea above faded. Those who were notified by Yengu were not panicked. The lightly injured helped the seriously injured to open their wounds, so that they could be better exposed to the rain. The rain was not heavy, just a drizzle, but it was dense. When Siapura thought it was almost done, she waved her hand and took back her power. Her power could only make artificial rain in a small area. Fortunately, it covered the Haiyu base. She just wanted to try it, but she didn't expect it to be implemented. The host is great. The system praise group came online and praised their host. It's coming down. The owner is back. Where is it? Where is it? Stupid, look up. Isn't there water above your head? Shopkeeper. The discussion of the people in a certain area of the base stopped abruptly, because they really saw the girl falling from the sky with their own eyes. A ray of light hit the much clearer sea water, and she fell with the light. If it weren't for her sportswear, I'm afraid everyone would really think she was a fairy who fell into the mortal world to save people from suffering. This scene will be remembered by many people. Years later, the world will return to peace, and in this coastal area, their descendants will also hear from the older generation about the goddess's rainmaking and saving people today. Siapura landed on the cruise ship steadily. The moment she stepped on the deck, her stomach started to growl. It growled uncontrollably, and she had no way to stop it. This directly caused the people who came forward to greet her to be in a dilemma. If they came closer, it would seem impolite to hear them. If they didn't come closer, it would seem even more impolite. Yengu waited for her for a long time, without thinking about anything else, walked forward with a brisk step. Shopkeeper, you are back, you must be hungry. Right? I asked the kitchen to prepare the food and it's waiting for you. Siapura took 2 steps forward subconsciously, her eyes sparkling. What do people eat in coastal bases? I really want to know. Ahem. It's not impossible to go and take a look. By the way, the rain just now should have almost cured the people. Right? The rest will be left to you doctors. Yengu learned from her words that the rain was really her work, and nodded happily. Okay. Okay. The owner's work is extraordinary. Siapura waved her hand a little embarrassedly. No. No. Let's go. I'm hungry. Go and see for yourself. If what they cook is not very delicious, then she will cook it herself. She is craving for the taste of the big pot rice. She will miss it if she doesn't eat it for a long time. She is a little tired of eating her own cooking even if it is delicious. She still wants to try what others cook occasionally. Yengu led the way in front. She was surrounded by a lot of people and walked in the middle. This is often the case since she came to this world. She has long been accustomed to it. She has also been surrounded by many people before. But it was when she was setting up a stall at the beginning of the mission. It was just a small scene. Rongshan was invited by Yengu, and he and Siapura moved to the kitchen. When they arrived at the kitchen, it was not really a kitchen. The kitchen had long been washed away by the first flood. Now the kitchen was just a few large pots on an open space, with firewood burning underneath. Pu Ro smelled the smell of grilled seafood from a distance and took a closer look. Wow! Grilled oysters. Oh my god! It was the first time she saw such fat grilled oysters. Each one was the size of a palm and covered with garlic sauce. Base Captain Yin, you guys also grow garlic here? Yin Gu smiled embarrassedly. We eat seafood all year round, and these condiments are the most indispensable for removing the odor. Those were planted there before the end of the world. I asked people to manage it properly after our base was built 3 years ago. Pu Ro gave a thumbs up after listening to Yin Gu's explanation. I have been to many bases, and the bases in your coastal areas have the most comfortable life. Chapter 364 Resource Information Gap. It was also lucky we had the advantage of the terrain. Yin Gu smiled bitterly. Not completely. We were almost wiped out by the tsunami. That really caught them off guard. He didn't know whether to be thankful that he didn't retreat in advance or regret that he didn't make more adequate preparations in advance. In this regard, Pu Ro didn't know what to say. A man who looked like a chef on the side said embarrassedly, "Shopkeeper, do you want chopped green onions and chili peppers? Or maybe the owner wants to eat the original oysters without garlic. I want one original flavor without anything, and another with garlic, no chili, and some chopped green onions." She didn't want to eat chili today. The cook responded enthusiastically, "Okay, it will be ready in a few minutes, please wait." Rong Shan followed behind and ordered some according to his taste. Yin Gu brought Pu Ro to the only large table that had just been set up. "Owner, please take a seat." Pu Ro sat down, hungry and tired. If she was asked to cook now, she would definitely not want to do it. She just wanted to fill her stomach and go to sleep. It was not good to sit there and say nothing. She took the initiative to speak. "Does the base also grow peppers?" Yin Gu smiled. "We live by the sea, the humidity is heavy, many people grow some peppers at home. Eating spicy food can also remove the humidity." "Right." Before Pu Ro could say anything, Rong Shan came over and sat down next to them. The shop owner may not understand when he first arrived. Growing these ingredients here is not the base's business. Every household will grow a few plants on their balcony. It would be convenient to pick them when cooking. "Right." Yin Gu clapped his hands. "That's right." Pu Ro shared what she saw in other bases. "I have been to other bases. I don't know if it's the climate or something. I didn't see anyone growing vegetables." "What do they eat?" Yin Gu and Rong Shan said they couldn't understand. Pu Ro didn't rush to answer their questions, but asked back, "Is this what the people here eat? Can everyone eat enough?" "Most people can. But a small number are lazy and don't want to go to sea." Yin Gu said so. As the head of the base, he has done research on these aspects. Even if other bases are very diligent, there are very few resources, and ordinary people can't eat enough. Pu Ro said this very honestly, which was also what she saw and heard. But it was also the reality before she came. What she didn't say was that, after she arrived at a place, most people there were well fed. "Don't they hunt?" "I didn't see anyone running to the beach." Two voices sounded at the same time, and Pu Ro didn't know which one to go back to first. It was obviously the same world, but without a mobile phone. There was no communication tool to communicate with the outside world. The information gap was too big. She pursed her lips. Mutated creatures are not that easy to kill. It takes a group of people to work together to kill a larger mutant beast. They didn't run to the beach because someone died on the way. Or maybe most people don't have cars and don't dare to run that far. Who would want to leave the crowd and travel thousands of miles to the coastal areas alone? Most people think that they should return to their roots and always feel that they can't be too far away from home. Not to mention the many dangers along the way. Even if they die, they can't die in their hometown. The precious resources and the constraints of old ideas directly led to no one coming to the coastal areas. Even if the sea was full of fat fish, no one would catch them. Yin Gu sighed. If it was a resource problem, fuel was in short supply, and they really couldn't get that far. The cook at the base came over with 2 plates of grilled oysters. Here they are. Freshly grilled oysters. According to the instructions of Yin Gu, the base chief. The 2 plates that came up were for Pu Ro. After the plates were placed on the table, he went back to get more. 2 more batches of oysters came up for Yin Gu and Rong Shan. They were no strangers to oysters. "I'm sorry, owner. The weather was hot before, so we went to the beach every day to get fresh seafood. I only made some dried food to eat, but the tsunami destroyed the dried food, so I can only eat oysters." Now the base is surrounded by blue water under the protection of the cruise ship, just like living in the underwater world, and I can't go out to fish. People dare not get close to the critical point of the seawater, let alone touch it, for fear that a small action will cause the whole base to be flooded. The cruise ship will provide fresh air for replacement, so that they will not suffocate. Siapura was not used to using tableware from outside, and took out 3 pairs of chopsticks and a box of disposable gloves from the disposable tableware in the space. She handed the chopsticks and disposable gloves to them, and Siapura put on the gloves, and said calmly, "It's good to have oysters. No need to be so polite. The taste of the seaside is to eat fresh. And I don't know how these oysters are preserved." Siapura thought they were very fresh. After eating a few, Siapura was curious about the difference between the grilled oysters she made and those made by others. She wasn't too tired when someone was talking to her. Her mind was full of thoughts about making something delicious. She thought about her words and said, "The food the chef made was delicious. But I want to go back and make some to try." Before the two of them could think about whether it was not to her taste, Siapura continued, "Actually, I sell food at a stall. My cooking skills are not bad. If you are interested, you can bring the crystal core back to the ship with me to buy some to try." She said so, and she is the lifesaver of everyone present. Can they refuse? They thought that since the owner invited them so kindly, they should go. It is common to patronize the business in reality. However, Rongshang grasped the key point. "Owner, didn't you say there is not much food outside?" As soon as the words came out, Rongshang realized that something was wrong, and whispered, "No." The voice was so soft that it seemed to be spoken to himself. The owner is so capable, and a little food seems normal. Fortunately, Yan Gu was slow to speak. If Rongshang hadn't spoken first, he actually wanted to ask the same question. It was an impulse and subconscious question that didn't go through his brain. After a few seconds, the event passed through his brain and everything became reasonable. "Yan Gu, I go." "Rongshang, I go too." The survivors who came over to see their benefactor said, "Can we go too?" Siapura glanced at them, and all their little thoughts were captured in her eyes. But she didn't refute it. Instead, she was looking forward to their faces being slapped after they tasted her cooking. "Then let's go." She turned her back and went back the way she came. A group of people followed her in a mighty manner. Some of them didn't follow her because they didn't have the crystal core with them, and went home to get it. Chapter 365 Temporary Menu Making. Arriving on the cruise ship, Siapura arranged a seat for them on the deck. After all, there were too many of them. If they were moved indoors, they would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. Facing everyone, she said calmly, "The menu will be brought over in a while. Please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen to cook first. Shopkeeper, there are so many of us, and you are alone. Do you need help? We can help you." The chef who just made oysters for Siapura was very eager to help. "No, I can make it. Just wait a moment." The chef was not annoyed by the rejection. He sat down with a smile. "Okay, if you need help, please call me anytime. I can't say anything else, but I can help." The people in Haiyu base were the only survivors who had seen her strength and were saved by her. Their attitude towards her was much warmer than that of other bases. "Okay," Siapura responded, turned around and left, leaving a group of people chatting on the spot. "This is my first time on a cruise ship." "Who isn't? This cruise ship looks really impressive. I wonder how much money it cost to build it. It should have been built before the apocalypse. There is no such condition after the apocalypse." It seems that the owner's identity before the apocalypse was not simple. The chats of the residents in the coastal areas were all about fishing at sea, and they started a lively conversation around fishing. Siapura came to the kitchen. It was her first time to come to the kitchen of a cruise ship. A group of robots stood up and waited for her to come in. Their eyes glowed. They called her master as if they were activated. "Oh my god!" Siapura was startled. "Does the host like this kitchen?" M80 was very proud. Everything else on the cruise ship was a reward from the system, but this kitchen was prepared by it personally, combining the host's usual preferences and adding helpers to the host. "I like it." Siapura walked around the kitchen and spoke frankly. This is the kitchen of her dreams. A small kitchen of more than 100 square meters. And there are robot employees to help her. This is probably happiness. With robot employees, she can save a lot of trouble. But the most important thing at the moment is that there is no menu. The task given by the management this week is barbecue. So she will grill seafood. First, grill shrimp, grill oysters, and pull out the charcoal grilled squid that she made before to make up the number. The squids obtained here are not like those provided by the system. She only has mutant squids, which are also very fat. I don't know if the meat is delicious. Another charcoal grilled salt and pepper mantis shrimp. The menu is still too empty. Siapura looked inwardly. The mangoes in the space were hanging full, so many that they were about to overflow. The memory went back to many years ago, when she was still a college student. At that time, the graduation trip was to a coastal city. The most drunk thing for her and her roommates was not coconut juice, but mango smoothie. Mango smoothie has a kind of magic that fascinates locals and foreign tourists. It is eaten with barbecue. While eating, you can also talk to your friends about the things that have made you anxious recently. Since the idea has come up, she doesn't plan to change it. Write the words garlic grilled oysters on the menu. Siapura suddenly remembered that she had fished in the sea, but she didn't see any oysters. Knock. 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 Shopkeeper. We are sent by the base commander to deliver oysters to you. Would you like to come out and get them? Siapura slapped her thigh. This is the happiness of someone sending a pillow when you are dozing off. Here it comes. Yengu is really generous. A big box of oysters is 20. He said 10 boxes. This is the richest person she has ever seen. But she still turned back and crossed out the words grilled oysters on the menu. The things said by others, just supply them to their table. It would be unfair to sell them again. The simple menu came out. Siapura asked the robot to send it to the deck for everyone to order, and also asked the robot to teach them how to redeem points, so that she doesn't have to go out to deal with it. She found charcoal in the kitchen, found a grill, found a full set of grilling equipment, and the smoothie machine she needed. She started preparing the food without saying anything. First, peel the mango, remove the core, leave only the flesh, put the flesh in the smoothie machine, add sugar, mix the mango and ice cubes, and crush it to make a smoothie. Shrimp on bamboo skewers. The system provided ingredients, but she didn't want them, because she wanted to eat something freshly caught from the sea, or something she caught herself. Different from the shrimp provided by the system, she directly used the most common shrimps. It is said that such fresh shrimps only need to be grilled with a little oil and salt, and no extra seasoning is needed. The ingredients themselves have a sweet and fresh taste. Siapura really wanted to do this. Before the robot passed the menu to others, she asked M80 to add a simple grilled shrimp to the menu. By the way, I pay for all the ingredients. How do you set the price? It is still determined by the system evaluation. The host and the system are bound together. We prosper together and suffer together. I and the host are inseparable. M80 was very proud. Siapura raised her eyebrows slightly. So how do you want to set the price? The air was stagnant for 2 seconds, and a light screen popped up in front of her. Grilled shrimp skewers, specifications. 1 shrimp per skewer, 15 points per skewer. Charcoal grilled squid, specifications. 1 squid per skewer, 50 points per skewer. Mango iced tea, 30 points per cup. The host said that oysters were not for sale, so they were not on the menu, and naturally could not be counted as points. Siapura read the prices at a glance, and they were reasonable, and said nothing more. She directed the robot to light the big charcoal grill in front of her together. For barbecue, the most important thing is the seasoning of the barbecue. It must be delicious. She quietly went to the side, quietly took out the seasonings in the kitchen, and crushed them together. The chopped green onions and sesame seeds were also prepared, and it was not troublesome for her to beat the seasonings right away. After everything was prepared and placed in front of her, Siapura obviously found the feeling of cooking, and her body relaxed more. In fact, Yengu and Rongshang had just sat down, and they followed her after eating a few oysters. Everyone had been busy for a long time, and they were already hungry. Following her. Is that following her? Isn't that all about social etiquette? Most of the people present were hungry, and they came for the face of their lifesaver. They didn't dare to urge them, and they didn't dare to say anything, so they could only pretend that they were not hungry, and talk to their companions to attract their attention. They were all neighbors, and they didn't have cell phones, so they talked about all the trivial things in their families after dinner every day. The topics they found at this moment were either about the tsunami today, or about the mysterious shop owner. Chapter 366 Grilled Pepper and Salt Mantis Shrimp. Yengu invited Rongshang to sit at the same table with him. The two of them had no common topics. They were both awkward, picking their hands and feet. Not long after Siapura entered the kitchen, several dull-looking robots came out. The whole place seemed to have been muted. Most people living by the sea are older. People in their 30s, like Yan Gu, are considered young. Young men like Rong Shang are even rarer. Old men in their 40s and 50s don't know how to use robots. Before the end of the world, they only use smartphones to make calls and send WeChat messages and watch short videos. They don't know much about high technology. Seeing the robots appear, I just feel that the cruise ship is even more magnificent. The older generation, who have been busy for half their lives, watched with curiosity as the robots used their bottom wheels to slide to the diners, who were waiting to eat at the seats closest to them. Several robots were scattered around the crowd, taking orders for the guests. The cute children system voice sounded, "Please order." The panels on their displays turned into menus, which only had the names of a few dishes and points collected. Are these robots here to take our orders? A slightly fat man sitting at the innermost side pointed at the robot in surprise and asked. Another person's focus was different. He asked the little robot, "What are points?" The robot's display flashed and answered neatly. 1 crystal core is 100 points. It can buy a bottle of water, and 5 points can buy laundry detergent and shower gel? Yes, after the RV became a cruise ship, it never forgot its original intention and kept in mind to recommend the laundry detergent and shower gel and other products that the owner drew to fill the sea at any time. And this barbecue? It only costs these points for 1 skewer? No way. No way. Is the owner really doing charity? There was a lot of discussion, all saying it was cheap. There were either families or couples present. No matter what the combination was, their eyes lit up when they saw the prices of the goods sold on the cruise ship. A man in his 40s, medium build, slightly thin. He was wearing a washed-out blue shirt, covered with traces of time, and various oil stains that could not be washed off when he accidentally got on it during meals, and faintly blood stains that were accidentally splashed on his clothes when handling seafood. He excitedly pointed at the all-purpose stain-removing laundry detergent marked on the robot panel. "Can I buy this?" The robot flashed a few times, and the electronic voice said briskly, "Customers shown on the panel can place orders." The uncle took out a cloth bag from his pocket, which was full of crystal cores. After picking and choosing for a long time, he finally found a second-level crystal core the size of a fingernail in the corner of the cloth bag. He did not hesitate at all for this crystal core, and directly placed the crystal core on the exchange area of the robot. Wang Tianxing, male, level 4 fire psychic, this exchange points, 1,000 points. Under the patient teaching of the robot, Wang Tianxing learned how to use it to order meals and buy other food. After a while, there were many more goods in the empty space next to Wang Tianxing, and soon there was no more space. He saw that he had spent less than half of his points. He was happy with the purchase, and he couldn't stop smiling. You know, their base is not short of food, but what they lack most is daily necessities. If something falls on the ground, you can wash it and eat it. They made a seawater purifier. But if a glass or bowl falls on the ground, that's terrible. These are non-renewable resources. Wang Tianxing was so happy that he bought more than a dozen glass cups and fresh-keeping bowls. I don't know if he can take them back after buying so many. Not only did he enjoy the shopping, but the onlookers also enjoyed it. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, like him, was even more heroic. She pushed away the people who came to watch with all her strength. The ant squeezed to the front of the crowd, took out a second-level crystal core, and used it to manipulate the robot. Zhao Qianli, female, 5th-level water-based psychic. Redemption points for this time, 1,000 points. Soon, Zhao Qianli was also surrounded by a pile of things. Her husband came with her, and the couple piled the things aside with a smile. The screen was projected in front of Siepuru, who was putting the skewers on the rack and spreading them out while watching the screen. It seems that the psychics here are all very powerful. She only saw 2 of them, and they were both high-level psychics. It was hard for her not to notice them, and judging from their behavior, she was sure that they were ordinary people, not high-ranking officials of the base. Ordinary people in the base have such strength, and any villager outside cannot be underestimated. But it is also true that people here have enough food and drink, and even zombies are not a threat to this place. There are also mutant beasts in the sea to eat. Mutated marine creatures also have crystal cores, and there are quite a few of them. It would be really strange if their strength was low. It was useless to think too much. After figuring it out, Siepu Rose stopped worrying and lowered her head to continue working on the barbecue skewers that were about to be transformed into delicious food. M80 wanted to make trouble again, Host, I will show you the latest technology that was not originally on the RV. Do you want to see it? Siapuro was completely unprepared and had 100% trust in her system. Yes. The moment she gave power to M80, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow. In an instant, the three closed walls next to her instantly faded like a chameleon, gradually, and finally turned directly transparent. And she just appeared in front of the public, shining brightly, holding a skewer in her hand, wearing an apron, standing next to the charcoal grill. What is this? Ah? Is this the owner? Is this a portrait? She moved. It's not a portrait. Is it the real owner? The owner is cooking in front of us? With a click, the three-sided partition that was transformed into transparent material disappeared without a trace. And it was completely impossible to tell that it had ever existed. If we ignore the stunned expressions on both sides' faces, it seems as if everything was originally like this. As the wall disappeared, what came to our faces was the barbecue skewers on the grill, sizzling with oil and exuding fragrance. There were also several robots next to Siapuro, standing in a row, making barbecue inside. It was not until Siapuro moved that someone swallowed their saliva and asked in disbelief. Siapuro was about to curse the system in her heart, but she maintained a polite appearance on the surface, putting on a standard smile, not letting the diner see how panicked she was now. Well, I thought you were hungry, so I put the glass down, so I can get some fresh air. In one sentence, she said something that made no sense. But everyone's attention was not on her words at all, so no one cared about the loopholes in her words. What a nice smell. Is this grilled shrimp? Why is it different from what I grill at home? Some people couldn't help it. What seasoning did the owner add? It smells so good. Siapuro maintained a calm appearance, treated the food seriously, and focused on the grilled skewers in her hand. The white and tender hands were well maintained by the skincare products brought by the system. No matter how much work they did, they were still as fresh as when they came. The shrimps used for grilling were fresh at a glance. The people present dealt with seafood every day. It was obvious that they were fresher than the seafood they caught and brought back to the base. The ingredients were handled very cleanly. The grilled shrimps had a smoky flavor, and the natural sweetness of the shrimps was stimulated. The grilled shrimps in front of them looked very good. The shrimps were grilled until they changed color, red and white interlaced, and the visual enjoyment was no less than the fragrance. The food was prepared by the beautiful store owner. The scene was pleasing to the eyes, not to mention everyone present. After a busy day, they were already hungry and wanted to eat a great white shark. The shrimps that were put on the grill first were cooked. Finally, they were sprinkled with pepper and salt and grilled for 30 seconds before being served. Since the food was to be delivered in the order placed on the robot panel, Siapuro took this opportunity to open the system panel. After taking a look, she shouted, "Where is table number 39? The 30 skewers of grilled shrimp you ordered are ready." After she finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads, finding the numbers on their tables. The number 39 that was called was Wang Tianxing, who jumped up with a big laugh as if he had won the jackpot. "It's me. It's me. I take it." Siapuro skillfully counted out the 30 skewers of grilled shrimp from the grill and put them on the plate, and was very satisfied with the fact that they came to pick up the food themselves. Rongshang and Yan Gu looked at each other, and their faces showed different expressions. Especially Yan Gu. "I just feel that today's conversation will not be successful. The owner came to save them, but they still let her work alone. It's unreasonable. If she has to wait for the owner to finish, does she have to wait until everyone has ordered their food? If she relies on herself to cook for so many people, it will take a long time." Siapuro has the first batch of skewers in her hand. The degree and time of grilling the ingredients are different. To ensure the taste of the food, she could only grill the same ingredients at a time. The robot next to her had to wait for her to grill once before knowing how to make the food. After the operation was completed, the robot began to replicate her steps one by one. The shrimps were taken away by the diners, and the robot next to her moved, following her steps to prepare the ingredients and put them on the grill. After Wang Tianxing took the food and returned to the table, everyone around him gathered around and sniffed. The people around him were all smiling, and some of them were shameless and went up to ask for food. Wang Er held Lao Wang's hand affectionately and said in a friendly way, "Lao Wang, I have always regarded you as my best brother. Can I help you taste it first?" He was not honest. Wang Tianxing saw that his mouth was about to stick to his grilled shrimp, and he immediately pushed him away. Wang Tianxing asked back, "You regard me as a good brother, right?" Yes. Wang Er was about to lean on the grilled shrimp again. Is that so? Wang Tianxing dragged out a long tail tone and rolled his eyes. Then give me some of yours later. Good brother. I will definitely share with you later. Let me have a bite first. Wang Er saw that the delicious food had not yet reached his mouth, and he could not help but stretch out his hand to ask for it. But he was destined to be disappointed. Wang Tianxing had never thought of sharing it from the beginning. He had been hungry for a day, and everyone was a neighbor. Who among the families present didn't have some relationship with each other? If I gave away the first string, I would not be able to keep the rest. Go away. You said you regarded me as your best brother, and you should share it with me. I didn't say that. Wang Er also understood that Wang Tianxing was not going to divide the food. In fact, he also understood in his heart that no matter how good their relationship was, Wang Tianxing could not open the door to divide the food. No matter how clear his mind was, he could not resist the annoyance of having food in front of him, but not being able to eat it. Wang Er tilted his head and breathed out through his 2 nostrils. Humph. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. If you don't divide it from me now, I won't divide it. Siapuru saw the farce and chuckled. This man is greedy even when begging for food. He is smart. He also knows to use the fact that Wang Tianxing didn't share his food with him to explain it to everyone. Wang Tianxing doesn't distinguish between barbecue, and Wang Er doesn't distinguish between barbecue. She lowered her head to observe the color change of the barbecue skewers in her hand, and her ears perked up. There was another commotion over there, but seeing that they couldn't get any benefits, they stopped surrounding Wang Tianxing. The fact proves that the crowd will not decrease, but will only move. Soon, a group of curious people gathered in front of Siapuru. On the long grill, the robot was grilling shrimps, and she was grilling salt and pepper shrimps. They had seen how to cook shrimps, and now they wanted to see how to grill shrimps. A group of uncles and aunts gathered around her to discuss. Can these grilled shrimps have flavor? Let's sprinkle salt and pepper on the shrimp shells. Won't the meat inside be tasteless when we eat it later? The aunt in a gray floral top smiled innocently and shared her experience on the spot. I've made grilled mantis shrimp before, but I wasn't that professional. I didn't even put the skewers on them. I just grilled the mantis shrimp, and it tasted good without me adding anything. How can it taste good? The people around were completely shocked by her words. They grew up by the sea and have tried all kinds of ways to eat it. It's because they have tried grilled mantis shrimp with seasonings that they are shocked by the mantis shrimp without seasonings. The woman in the gray floral top. It has the sweet and fresh taste of shrimp, and a little salty. That's enough. People who have never eaten charcoal grilled mantis shrimp almost believed the aunt's words that they had eaten it, but it turned out that they had only eaten it, and it was not delicious. Kaz. The mantis shrimps are as long as a palm and have scary shrimp spines. If you get pricked when peeling, it will hurt for a long time. At this moment, Siapuru is trimming the spines on the shrimps, carefully trimming them one by one. Generally, when you eat out, the boss will not care so much about you. If you are caught, be careful, they will not be so careful to trim the shrimp spines for you. She was willing to spend this time and effort simply because she thought, as long as she was careful once, the robot would also remove the spines in the future, and everyone would be able to eat more conveniently. How many pairs of eyes were staring at her, taking in everything she did? The uncles and aunts were secretly amazed in their hearts. The shop owner was capable, and did not take them for granted like the rich people who came to the village to purchase seafood before. On the contrary, he carefully cut off the shrimp bones for them. Such carefulness was not even done by their own family. Sizzle. The oil dripped on the charcoal fire and billowed thick smoke, and the seasoning was sprinkled immediately afterwards. The fragrance drifted everywhere along with the smoke. Chapter 367 Pineapple Snow Beef Cubes. Yen Gu swallowed his saliva uncontrollably, and his nose could not breathe enough. His stomach, which was already growling, seemed to be beating like a drum at this moment. Siapuru was not feeling well either. It smelled so good, she wished there were more varieties for her to choose from. She hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time, and she couldn't help smelling the charcoal grilled flavor. She was just like the diners present. She was greedy just by looking at the skewers in her hand. An idea flashed in her mind, and she wished she could slap her thigh. Why don't I make some grilled beef skewers? Why not some lamb skewers? She actually forgot the 2 kings of the barbecue world. What a sin, I added right away. Seeing that she finally remembered. M80 said, I thought you didn't like these anymore. She used to be so crazy about grilled beef that she would get up in the middle of the night to make it even if she was lazy. This time she didn't make beef skewers, but lamb skewers. It made its CPU smoke. And she couldn't figure out why beef skewers fell out of favor. It's fine if you forget it, as long as nothing has taken over your body. No, with it, no one can take over the host. Siapuro didn't know that her system was all she was thinking about, and her consciousness had already entered the space and asked Kai Kai to prepare the food. Kai Kai was as efficient as ever, and soon she took out a large bowl of skewered beef from the space. The beef was not ordinary beef, but marble beef cubes, and the beef cubes with a little butter were juicy when eaten. She chose M4 beef and cut it into marble beef cubes, so that the fat layer would not be too thick, and the meat would be tender, and the marbled fat, that is, the butter, was distributed on the meat slices. Controlling the heat can dry the outside and make the inside tender. The mantis shrimps were almost done. Siapuro picked them up and handed them to the robot next to her to deliver to the customer. She focused on the new ingredients. She was serious about the beef skewers. And the ingredients were so good this time. If it weren't for the strong support of the system, she wouldn't know where to find such good things. Siapuro was ingenious. She put on gloves and added a small piece of pineapple to the beef cubes. The serial number is only a blink of an eye. But the process of waiting is so impatient. I wish I could lend a hand to help the owner to string all the fragrant meat. The marbled beef cubes are simply marinated. And then, they can be grilled on the grill. She also put the oysters on the grill near her, so that she can keep an eye on the heat. Everyone stared at them. After seeing too much seafood, they are tired of eating it. The fat beef and fat sheep in front of them are all delicious in everyone's eyes. Quiet, the crowd was terribly quiet. So quiet that you could only hear the sizzling sound of the grilled skewers, and the sound of fat dripping on the charcoal fire. With a gurgle, saliva slid down the throat, making a slight swallowing sound, and the world was left with only the sound of swallowing saliva. After a long time, someone asked, "Shopkeeper, are you going to sell all these skewers?" Siapuro was surprised why they asked this. "Of course I am selling them." "Could it be? Don't you want to eat?" "How? How? Is it possible?" How could the owner doubt them? Everyone expressed their opinions. "I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat too. We are waiting for you to grill them, but it's a pity that they grill too slowly, and my stomach is really suffering." An uncle with a beer belly pointed at his belly and said, "Why do you ask that?" Siapuro raised her head and looked at the expressions on the diners' faces. She was sure that their expressions were the same as hers. Clearly they were greedy. Because these beef skewers and lamb skewers are not on the menu. Siapuro then remembered that she had not added the 2 skewers she suddenly thought of to the menu. After asking M80 to add them, she looked at the diners in front of her with a friendly face. "Dear uncles and aunts, these things are for sale. If you want to eat, you have to find the robot to place an order. We only recognize the orders from the back end. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage too many." Unexpectedly, she did not hear any complaints or doubts. Most of the people found the robot's location and rushed over to compete for the first place. A group of young men in their 40s and 50s, young girls are at the age of striving, no matter what time it is. Isn't it all about eating? Finally, it's not just seafood to eat. Don't block me. Let me go first. You guys, can you stand aside first? If I step on your feet, be careful that you get paronychia and scream in pain, which will affect everyone's appetite. Siapuro was speechless for a while, turning to the diners in front of her, who had not yet run away. "Why don't you go?" "The guy in black. I'm only in my 30s, how can I squeeze past them who are full of energy?" The guy in his 20s in pink asked the girl in white, "Why don't you go?" The girl in white said calmly, "My parents are here, they went separately, one of them should be able to get it." The guy in black touched his nose. "Actually, my mom, who is in her 50s, and in her prime, also went." "Fuck, you think so? Then I will go." The pink dress guy didn't run away because he saw that there were still people who hadn't gone. He thought that this was a unique sense of relaxation for young people. Relaxation. They have people fighting for them. I am alone. If I don't go, I am afraid that others will eat, and I will be left alone. Being alone is not scary. What is scary is that I don't have a string in my hand. The pink dress guy joined the fight between the uncle and the aunt. Siapuro enjoyed it, and couldn't help but smile again. The skewers in her hand were cooked. But if she wanted them to taste better, she had to wait a little longer, so that more fat would be roasted out and it wouldn't be greasy. She was the boss. So she tried the taste. Wasn't it too much? Thinking of this, she picked up one of the skewers and put it to her lips under the gaze of the people in front of her. She remembered that it was still hot, so she turned it aside. After waiting for a while, She blew on it again. And when the food was not so hot, Siapura put it in her mouth. After taking a bite, she could taste the two ingredients on the skewers: beef and pineapple. The mouth is full of the charcoal grilled meat's caramelized aroma, followed by the sour and sweet pineapple, which neutralizes the greasy feeling of the fat, making the skewers taste more refreshing. You can taste that the quality of the meat is extraordinary. This is the cow she raises in the farm of the homestay. It is also raised by the staff with spiritual springs and very good grass. The butter exudes a milky aroma, and every bite is juicy. One bite, the triple taste, blends together in an unusually harmonious way. Chewing again, you can taste the crispy texture of the pineapple and the tenderness of the marbled beef. Pineapple is really a perfect match for grilled beef. Chapter 368: Cheese Slices Covered Beef Skewers. There wasn't much meat on a wooden skewer, only about 5 or 6 pieces of meat the size of a bottle cap. After eating a skewer, not to mention filling your stomach, you couldn't even fill your teeth. Siapura, who hadn't eaten enough, swallowed a skewer of beef cubes in a hasty manner and turned around, meeting several pairs of watery eyes full of curiosity. The girl in the white top was the most exaggerated, her whole body softened, almost stretching her neck to her, muttering to herself, "Please, please, owner, let me have one bite. I can't take it anymore. I just have one bite. One bite. I'm itchy all over. My heart is the most itchy. I promise to listen to you from now on. Please, one bite. Just one bite." Siapura, if the police come, what can she say to convince them that she didn't do anything bad? She shrank back and said, "If you keep doing this, your mother will come over and ask me what I put in this." The girl in white stood up straight when she heard it. She didn't dare to bet on what her mother was thinking. But the anti-drug gene engraved in the bones of Chinese people is inherited from their ancestors. Her mother would definitely kill her relatives for the sake of justice when she saw her horrible look. "Sister, I can't eat it. Just tell me what it tastes like." Hualin was so greedy that she couldn't bear it. The girl opened her big watery eyes and looked at her eagerly. Her age and her temperament made her even more lovable. Siapura didn't dare to look at her any more. Her eyes seemed to want to eat her, and she quickly looked away. But if she just described the taste verbally, it's not impossible. It tastes good. If you like pineapples, you will definitely like it, and if you don't like it, you won't like it. After all these words, Hualin felt like he heard something, but he didn't seem to hear the point. "Oh, I'm at a loss for words. Anyway, your parents will order it soon, and you know when you eat it." Siapura waved her sleeves, officially passing over the topic. After a few words, all the marbled beef cubes in her hand were roasted. The 40 skewers of marbled beef cubes for table 26 are ready. The marbled beef cubes are the most expensive, and they cost 50 points per skewer. You have to know that there are only a few pitiful pieces of meat on a skewer. If she were to set up a stall somewhere else, she wouldn't dare to sell such a good thing as the main product. It also depends on the abundance of this place, and the abundance of crystal cores. This time, if I can light up this base again, that would be great. The barbecue in her hand gave off a fragrance. It was the remaining few. Siapura's nose moved. It seemed that she had eaten the skewers just now too quickly. She didn't taste the flavor. And there were only a few skewers left. She couldn't let her precious customers think that she was selling them the leftovers. So, she had to finish the remaining skewers reluctantly. Her eyes were shining. And she put the beef skewers back on the charcoal fire to grill again. She immediately took out the cheese slices from the space and covered the beef cubes. The grilled beef cubes were already hot, and the cheese slices were directly covered on them. They melted after a little heating. The melted cheese was covered on the beef cubes. She turned the skewer in her hand over, so that the beef cubes could be covered with cheese on all sides. In her busy schedule, she also took out the lettuce from the space and placed the beef cubes covered with cheese on the lettuce leaves. The simple assembly makes it look more appetizing. Hualin's hands and feet trembled with excitement. "Shopkeeper, are you selling this lettuce?" she asked alone. Most of the people present, even those who were rushing to place orders with the robot, cast concerned eyes over here. "Aren't you self-sufficient here? Are you still short of lettuce?" Siapura looked stunned. "We don't know why here the vegetables we grow either don't survive, or don't grow big. We can only grow some peppers, ginger, onions, garlic, and we haven't seen vegetables for a long time." Hualin scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Hualin glanced at the cheese beef cube she had just put in the lettuce. In fact, She was also craving cheese. But if she had to choose only one, she would still choose vegetables. Eating kelp all day. Kelp. She would become kelp. Then sell it. Sia Pu did not hesitate and asked M80 to put the lettuce on the menu. By the way, put cheese slices, garlic cloves, chili powder, coriander and other combinations that might be needed for barbecue on the menu. Anyway, preparing the dishes and washing the dishes were Tsai-Tsai's job. So she just stayed by the oven and grilled 2 more skewers. The thunderous applause was deafening, and followed by cheers. The whole audience cheered, great. Their faces were full of excitement, and it was obvious that they were really happy. Okay, everyone, order the dishes. One by one. Sia Pura words made the people over there line up consciously. A middle-aged woman in simple, but clean clothes came out of the crowd, and gently pulled Hua Lin's arm from behind. Mom? What's wrong? Hua Lin turned around, and saw that it was her mother. She lowered her head, suspecting that she was here to call her back. Her mother hated her most when she got in the crowd. What are you doing? Your father, and I called you several times from the back, but you didn't respond. Hua Lin made up her mind. I'm watching the owner cook. What's wrong? She was about to stand in front and watch. She wouldn't leave no matter who called her. The skewers we ordered are all here. Why are you still standing here? You don't want to eat? Hua Lin's mother turned around and walked away. No! Hua Lin screamed and followed. I eat. Eat. You got it? What did you buy? Did you eat it? Is it delicious? Hua Lin walked away holding her mother's hand. Sia Pu stood there, looking at the back of the girl who just wanted to stick her eyes to him, and thought that this girl was quite interesting. Host has a crush on this girl. M80 voice sounded at the right time. Go to hell. What do you mean by fancying her? Sia Pura just thought that this little girl was very lively. And she liked her personality. If she could be brought over, and Chuan could be her assistant, it would be so interesting for the 3 of them to work together. And Chuan's personality was a bit dull. So she needed a lively little rabbit like Hua Lin to harass her. It would be great if we could get the Haiyu base. Sia Pura roared for the nth time. Hua Lin was brought back to the table, and found that there were cheese slices, lettuce, and marbled beef cubes on the table. Dad. Mom. How did you know I wanted to eat this? I thought you young people would like it. Hua Lin's dad pushed the plate in front of Hua Lin. Hua Lin immediately imitated Sia Pu and put several ingredients together. When she bit into the cheese slice softened by the temperature of the beef cubes, the cheese was like a waterfall, shouting go. In her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. Chapter 369 Red envelopes are not even opened. The salty aroma of cheese is mixed with a hint of milk, and the steaming meat skewers at this moment fill the gap in the food she missed in the past 3 years of the end of the world. It's amazing. Hua Lin made a sound of enjoyment. Mom and Dad, you guys eat too. Hua Lin opened her squinting eyes, and was shocked. Ah! Dad, Mom. You guys leave some for me. Her usually kind father was holding 2 skewers of meat in his hands, showing them off, and shaking his head as he ate. Her gentle mother, at this moment, was holding 3 skewers in one hand, and stuffing 3 skewers of beef cubes into her mouth at the same time. After finally biting off a piece, she smiled embarrassedly at her. Don't learn from me. I'm eating the wrong way. I can't bite it at all. Hua Lin, if you want me to believe you, at least you should put away your other hand that was quietly reaching for the skewers. Right? She didn't say it out loud. To save some face for her mother. The family ate in this way, and finished the barbecue on the table in a short time. They could only wait eagerly for the robot to deliver the food to people, and look over to see if there was any food for their table. Maybe they were too absorbed in eating. Hua Lin looked up, and found that many people around her were eating. She thought that it would take a long time for the owner and the robot to grill the food. But she only lowered her head, and looked up again. Almost every table had some skewers. Sia Pura finished the barbecue she wanted to make. And the oysters were also grilled. She took them back to Yan Gu and Rong Shang's table, and sat down. Have you been waiting for a long time? The oysters are grilled. They are made according to the flavors you just ordered. Try it? When he met her eyes, for some reason, Yan Gu felt that she was just an ordinary and approachable shop owner. It gave him the feeling that he was a big shot who would still choose to eat white-cut chicken at a local chicken restaurant even though he was worth hundreds of billions. Sia Pu put down the oysters on the plate, and looked at Yan Gu in confusion. Captain Yin, aren't you going to eat? Just now. He was still immersed in his own thoughts. Yen Gu was suddenly asked by her, like a student who was picked out for recitation in class, and he trembled. I eat some. Siapura sat down, pulled out a few bottles of Coke. Do you want some? Rongshan didn't think much about it, and took it. This is happy water. Don't ask if you want it. Just ask how much you want, and it's best to show him off. Before he opened it in a hurry. Siapura said softly, your cup, 10 points. Well, it's a little higher than last time. Drinking too much happy sparkling water is not healthy, so she raised the price a little, just hoping that people would drink it occasionally. Yen Gu hand trembled when he just touched the Coke. And Rongshan was also shocked. I thought it was a few points. Just 10 points? He didn't even open the red envelopes sent to the WeChat group. He thought so in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Yen Gu put the Coke in front of him. It's my duty. It's my duty. He opened the Coke and took a big sip. Siapura picked up the garlic-baked oysters in front of him without chili. The milky white oyster meat seemed as delicate as the best mutton fat jade. And the golden garlic was spread on the tender and plump oyster meat. Before getting close, a rich aroma hit my nose. The main aroma was garlic. After being roasted at high temperature, the spiciness of the garlic was well transformed into a mellow and rich aroma, which lingered around domineeringly. She didn't add chopped green onions. Otherwise it would look better with a little green onion. And it would also enhance the aroma. She used chopsticks to loosen the oyster meat skillfully, adjusted the position a few times, and easily put the oyster meat and all the garlic on it into her mouth. The most intuitive feeling is the moment when the oyster touches the tongue. A rich garlic aroma blooms on the tip of the tongue, with a slight burnt aroma and just the right seasoning. The tenderness of the oyster meat is also not to be outdone, and it is chewed and blended with the garlic paste in the mouth, and it instantly ignites the taste buds when it touches. The tenderness of the oyster meat dominates the taste, and the elastic and delicious oysters dance gently in the mouth, and the deliciousness of the oyster meat is more sweet against the background of the garlic paste. Except Siapura, the two of them reached out to the plate of meat skewers at the same time. I have eaten too much seafood. I am afraid of eating it. No matter how delicious it is. I can't stand eating it every day. Yen Gu didn't care about being polite anymore. He couldn't stand the smell of meat. This was a great meal. Every time I chewed, it was like a small gravy bomb exploded in my mouth. The butter juice rushed out impatiently, and the fragrance quickly filled the whole mouth. The gravy soaked every taste bud, and my throat swallowed unconsciously, making me unable to help but take one bite after another. By the way, what did we want to talk about just now? Siapura asked after eating some food on the table to fill her stomach. Yen Gu's hand froze when he was about to take something, pausing in the air. What did we want to say? Rongshan reminded him. Just say that you want the owner to stay, and leave after the water recedes. After saying that, Rongshan buried his head, and continued to eat. Looking up, he felt the gazes from both sides, and wondered, why are you all looking at me? Yen Gu, you said it directly. According to the normal procedure, you still have to be polite. Siapura looked at him with a smile, and admired the young man's attitude of speaking directly. I like to speak directly, it's so troublesome to beat around the bush. Then the owner. Yen Gu's hands on his trouser legs unconsciously twirled his clothes, and his expression was indescribably serious. Of course I have to go. Siapura also spoke directly. Yu Shiwen needs her. Each base needs her. Even if she can't unlock the base over there, she can try her luck by drawing more cards and teleporting more people. Obviously she forgot that. When she built and reinforced each base, she drew many cards on the way to Haiyu base. Now her account is not completely empty, but it is not enough for her to squander. Yen Gu was anxious, Rongshan was anxious, and the person sitting next to them who overheard her words was also anxious. Without waiting for their reaction, Siapura continued, if I can manage your base, and let you avoid the tsunami disaster, would you be willing? She still didn't know all the rules of the lightning base, and she could try to figure out the attitude of the people in the base. If she met someone like the head of the liming base again, she wouldn't have the time to waste time. The owner wants to take over our base? Yen Gu's weather-beaten eyes widened. The survivors who had moved just now were silent, and there was silence all around. Without looking back, you could imagine how many people were listening with their ears perked up, waiting for Yen Gu's answer. I mean if. Siapura was not in a hurry, and took a sip of the Coke on the table. Chapter 370 Negotiation. A good meal seems to be eclipsed by life. Among so many people present, she is probably the only one who can eat with peace of mind, and feel the goodness brought by the food. Yin Gu was silent for a long time, and did not respond for a long time. Xiaopu Ro was not in a hurry, and picked up the mutant giant squid on the table to eat. This squid was the smallest squid she chose, and she didn't know if it was a squid fry, which was several times smaller than the normal size of the mutant giant squid. She had to stick 3 skewers in the squid in her hand to barely hold it in place. Chewing it carefully, the tenderness of the squid danced on the tip of her tongue. It was even more chewy than the grilled squid she had made in the B&B before. And it was very springy. The two parties were not in a hurry. But the villagers watching on the side could not sit still. An old man who looked older than Yin Gu quietly walked behind Yin Gu, put his hand on his shoulder, and urged him to reply. Xiao Gu, say something. Once someone starts urging, more people will come together to put pressure on Yin Gu. Yes, say something quickly, the owner is still waiting. Not only the owner is waiting, so many people are waiting. Yin Gu seemed to have just come back to his senses. His eyes swept over the villagers, who had gathered around him at some point. Their eyes were full of eagerness. They wanted to agree on his behalf. After the focus was shifted, Xiaopu Ro was briefly ignored. In a corner that no one cared about, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She peeled a mantis shrimp, and ate it beside her like she was watching a show. Xiao Gu, please express your opinion. Everyone is waiting. The voices urging Yin Gu kept coming. As if no one would agree if he didn't agree. Yin Gu gritted his teeth and finally said, Shopkeeper, what do you need us to do? Countless pairs of eyes fell back on Xiaopu Ro. She calmly drank a sip of water to clear her mouth and suppress the garlic taste. If the base is handed over to me for management, I will ensure that you have food and meat to eat. And you can go out and see the world if you want. As long as you don't commit suicide on your own initiative. Your life will not be in danger within my management. Xiaopu summarized the benefits they could get from her. And that was all she could conclude. The pressure was once again placed on Yin Gu, the head of the base. He could clearly feel that the gazes that fell on him this time were more important. Now the villagers all regarded Xiaopu as their savior. And they had seen her ability with their own eyes. So they naturally would not question the truth of her words. Xiao Gu, say it. Speak quickly. Speak. What are you waiting for? They are all from the same village. There are even some older people in the crowd who have watched Yin Gu grow up. They will not be polite to the younger generation they have watched grow up, even if he is now the base commander. The urging voices are putting pressure on Yin Gu again. Yin Gu rubbed his temples. It seems that if I don't express my opinion, we can't eat this meal. Just say a few words, to reassure the shop owner, and we will be relieved. Right? Everyone. Please don't be busy, and sit down first. I will discuss with the shop owner. Yin Gu saw that someone was getting anxious again, and continued, I will give you a reply after we have discussed it, and don't worry, I won't let you down. Everyone finally felt relieved after hearing the words I won't let you down, which was a statement after all. They were all from the same base and village, and since Yin Gu said he wanted to talk again, he would definitely not let them suffer any loss. Everyone had to go over to show their face. He said a few nice words to Yin Gu, and nodded to Xiaopu Ro. Let the two leaders chat, and we will go to eat first. Xiaopu Ro said that she understood. After the villagers returned to their respective seats, Yin Gu took action. He adjusted his stool, and adjusted it to a position where he could look directly at Xiaopu Ro. Shopkeeper, can you tell me in detail? Xiaopu Ro smiled knowingly, took out her tablet, opened the chat history with Chuan, found the file she sent called Grape Homestay Promotional Video, and opened it, and clicked to play. The tablet was moved in front of Yin Gu, and she was enjoying the food one bite at a time. It was called a promotional video for the B&B. But it was actually the video that was shown to the 3 base leaders of the Dawn base last time. She thought it was good after they watched it, and asked M80 to send the material to Chuan. That night, the girl sent her the edited video with the promotional slogan. Rongshan came over to watch it together, and Yin Gu did not refuse. The two of them talked and laughed while pointing at the screen and discussing. Sure enough, after watching a promotional video, Yin Gu was moved, and Rongshan was moved. Xiaopu could tell from their expressions that they were won over by a promotional video. Yin Gu seemed reluctant to leave, and seemed to be savoring the content of the video. Looking at the hand that handed over the tablet, Xiaopu was secretly happy, and took back the tablet to adjust another mixed video. It was also sent by Chuan after editing. But the content this time was different. The content was to show the current situation of the bases she took over after being managed. Yin Gu immediately asked him the question he was most concerned about. Can the children really go to school? Siapura didn't expect that he cared about this, unlike others who cared about the living environment and quality. Of course, if the situation allows in the future. I also want to open an amusement park, so that the children can also have a place to play. Yen-gu immediately made a decision. I will trouble the owner in the future. What do we need to join you? Siapura gave Yen-gu the same choice she gave when lighting up the 3 bases. In addition, she spoke some of her inner thoughts. To be honest, I would rather you give me full management of the base. I can guarantee that I will develop this place. And I will also treat your local residents well. If you want to profit from others, you have to bring out something that can attract the other party. Siapura was about to express her thoughts, but was interrupted by Yen-gu. Shopkeeper, don't say anything, I choose to work for you. It seems to be a right to choose, but in fact, all their lives were saved by the shopkeeper. What if those things were given to the shopkeeper for construction? But, I have another unwelcome request. Yen-gu lowered his head, and spoke haltingly. I don't know if his request is too much, but, if you can do it, it would be the best. If you can't do it, we will listen to you. Siapura stopped eating. Tell me, shopkeeper. You can see that most of the villagers here are old, and there are not many young people. It would be great if you have a school, but I don't see a nursing home. Chapter 371 Negotiated. I shamelessly give you a small suggestion. If possible, can you build a nursing home? So that everyone can have a place to get together when they get old. What Yen-gu didn't say was that many elderly people's children went out to work. They didn't want to stay at the seaside and suffer. After entering the city, there was no news after the zombie outbreak. He thought, since the school can be built, it's not too abrupt to ask for a nursing home. If it works, it's the best. If not, he will find another way. Siapura didn't mind meeting such a small suggestion. And she had always neglected the issue of elderly care. It's not difficult to build a nursing home. But I need time to plan it. After all, she didn't even know what a nursing home needed. If she could hire a designer, provide her with drawings, and she would only be responsible for construction. Yen-gu was relieved to get the answer he wanted. Just ask the owner for anything he needs. Or I can help him share his worries. Sooner or later, I will have to work for her. Yen-gu immediately accepted her orders. Siapura's eyes relaxed. She stopped looking at him, and moved her eyes to the leftover food on the table. Let's eat first. I want to rest after dinner. We can talk about anything later. In fact, Yen-gu wanted to push it a little further, and directly take out the crystal cord to ask her for protection. Seeing that she was not interested, and was really tired, he agreed with her. Then let's eat first. The owner's cooking skills are really good. He sighed sincerely, because he was speaking the truth. Others did not think he was flattering. During the meal, Siapura ate obediently the whole time. When Rongshang and Yen-gu were talking, she would squeak from time to show that she was listening. After the meal, both the host and the guests were very happy. Yen-gu held his round belly and said, we will go back first, so as not to disturb the owner's rest. Siapura said, I won't disturb you. My place is well soundproofed. If you villagers don't have food, you can come here to eat. There are robots cooking. Just bring crystal cores. It seemed that she had just lowered her head to eat. But in fact, she had been thinking about what the key to lighting up the base was. Finally, she concluded that it was better to do more than to do nothing. Attracting customers was the first step for her to do more. Okay. Then we won't be polite. I will go back and turn on the radio to let all the villagers come on board to eat. Siapura nodded and waved goodbye to them. Finally, she laid down on her little bed. She was exhausted from the day-to-day life. She collapsed on the bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep without even taking a shower. Man is iron, sleep is steel. Siapura was thinking 1 second before she fell asleep. If man doesn't need to sleep, how much more time can he have? The heavy rain and the sudden drop in temperature outside did not affect the Haiyu base. The only benefit of being surrounded by tsunamis is this. The tsunami above the head roared wave by wave. The purified ocean showed no signs of fading, on the contrary. It became more and more intense due to the influence of the typhoon. Is this scene only seen in coastal areas? Not really. The long-term rainfall has affected the survivor bases on land. The large amount of precipitation cannot be discharged through ordinary floor drains and sewers. Moreover, after the end of the world, the sewers are not maintained. They are filled with all kinds of garbage that cannot be decomposed, and the water that can be discharged from the drains is pitifully small. A large number of bases were flooded, including the major branch bases of the central base. Even if high-tech drainage and reinforcement were purchased, the residents on the first floor had to run upstairs. After a tough night, the central base, which had purchased a large number of floor drains, had to move up 3 floors. All houses below the 3rd floor were uninhabited, and residents were forced to move upstairs. Each floor was forced to open its doors to receive and shelter residents downstairs. No one wanted strangers to live in their homes. But under the pressure of the base, they had to take people in. The residents who took in people felt uncomfortable. And the people who were taken in felt uncomfortable too. Who would want to live under someone else's roof? Not only the residents are uncomfortable, but also the base. People can't go out. Conflicts increase. And management is very difficult. The wind whistled over a dilapidated building. This self-built house in the countryside is home to a family of 5. No. Now it can only be said that there are 3 people. The girl who was brutally killed and thrown into the bushes was covered with wounds. Blood spread all over her body, and her hair was twisted into a ball. The blood stuck to her hair and solidified for an unknown period of time. The rain beat on the girl, gradually washing out her beautiful face, which was a face of only 17 or 18 years old and childish. The wind blew the branches beside and hit the girl. The girl, who had been silent for a long time, moved her fingers, and the branches continued to hit her tirelessly. The girl's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and her expression instantly changed to a furious one. Her eyes were not like those of ordinary people. The blood-red color spread when she opened her eyes. Soon, her beautiful round eyes were filled with blood red. The big wounds and small scars on her body gradually turned dark brown. Looking at the girl's face again, she had lost her childishness, leaving only hatred and murderous intent. The place where Gardinia body was dumped was not far from her home. She stood up and looked at her home, which was so close. Her mind could no longer do her favorite and precise mathematical exercises. She only had one thought left, which was killing. She wanted to kill everyone. Kill all those who abandoned her. All those who bullied her must die. Thinking of this, she walked towards the self-built house in the countryside with heavy steps. She wanted to make those beasts pay the price. The rain was getting heavier, but Gardinia was unaware of it, and walked towards her home with stiff steps. With every step, her stiff body became smoother with the help of the rain. Gardinia paused near her home, and let out a long roar to the sky. She didn't know what she was doing, but she did it because she thought it would help her. After waiting for a while, zombies from all directions gathered towards Gardinia location. With such a big noise outside, the people in the self-built house obviously heard it. Gardinia younger brother stopped teaching his mother a lesson, and asked his father in panic, "Dad, did you hear it? There are zombies howling." The middle-aged man was sleeping, and he also heard the howling. He had heard it many times since the end of the world, and he was used to it. He turned over, closed his eyes, and continued to doze off. Let them howl. Why do you care what the zombies howl? Gardinia younger brother was not very old, about 14 or 15 years old, and he was whipping his mother with his father belt. If you look closely, you will find that his mother body is covered with shocking marks of whipping. The only intact part of her body is her belly, which is bulging. She is about 3 months pregnant. Chapter 372 Gardinia. She was so painful that she was shaking and sobbing. She didn't beg, because she knew that even if she begged, no one in this family could help her. Everyone said that the end of the world was difficult, but she felt that it was not just the end of the world that was difficult. Tears slid down from top to bottom. For countless moments, she thought it would be better to just let it go. Poor her daughter who was so sensible and relied on each other, died at the hands of these beasts. She regretted it so much. If she hadn't given birth to Gardinia, she hated her weakness, hated that she brought Gardinia into this world but couldn't protect her. Gardinia mother closed her eyes in regret. She was numb from the pain, and she lay on the ground in despair. Who? The unique howling of zombies came from downstairs. The howling sounded like the roar of a wild beast hunting. But it was even crazier than a wild beast. Each howl was mixed with the decaying smell of death. Their howling sounded even more creepy in the wind and rain, with a creepy penetrating power that made the people upstairs feel cold. Cheesy father was awakened even though he lay down and fell asleep. He was already scared. And when he saw his son beating his wife to death, he was furious. Didn't you see your mother is pregnant? You little bastard, if you beat her up, you're going to give me a son? Slap. Slap. Guangzong's face was slapped several times. 14 or 15 years old is the age of impulsiveness. Guangzong didn't give in to his father, and hit him back. Guangzong's father also got angry, and didn't care what woke him up. He hit him first, and then talked about it. The two wrestled with each other, and the two people who were in a state of excitement didn't notice at all. The door on the first floor was quietly opened. Gardinia walked at the end. Except for a pair of eyes that were red enough to drip blood, there was nothing about her that looked like a zombie. She came to the 4th floor, which was the highest floor of this self-built house. "All right, stop fighting." The middle-aged man stopped first, and threw his child aside. "I seemed to hear some noise just now. It was a zombie." Guangzong stood up unwillingly. He wanted to fight, but heard his father say that. The two of them fell silent for a while, and pricked up their ears to listen to the noise below, which seemed to be the sound of someone walking on the ground. Because the first floor had been flooded, although not much, the water was above the knees. If someone stepped in the water, there would be resistance under the water. That would be the sound of water. But what they heard was the sound of solid footsteps. If it wasn't someone from their family walking, who could it be? The father and son faced each other, and both showed timidity. There were only 5 people in their family, and they had been here since the end of the world. Due to the small flow of people, there were few zombies. Even if there were zombies passing by, they would just leave. Survivors would not pass by them. Now Gardinia was killed by them. And the only woman in the family was beaten to death by Guangzong. She was lying on the ground in front of them. There was no way she was moving. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The two men were obviously panicking. They hurriedly tried to lift the woman on the ground to block the door of the room, hoping that the zombies would be full and leave quickly. Guangzong found a place to hide first. Seeing the footsteps getting closer, the middle-aged man had to throw the woman in his hand and quickly find a place to hide. The door slammed open, and the father and son stopped what they were doing and looked back at the door. The person who came in had not changed his clothes, and they could tell at a glance that it was Gardinia, who was killed and thrown out by them. You. The middle-aged man pointed at Gardinia with a trembling hand. He clearly remembered that he had killed her, and he didn't want to waste food on her. So he hit her head with the hoe at home. His hand had smashed her head so hard that it was sunken, and she was unrecognizable. How could this person in front of him still be alive? Gardinia lowered her head, without saying a word, walked step by step towards the two men who pushed her into the abyss. As Gardinia walked in, several mutant zombies above level 4 came in. At first glance, you could still see their original appearance. "Stinky girl, what are you doing back here? What do you want to do with your mistresses?" When Guangzong saw that it was his sister, he stopped shaking all over. Before the end of the world, he was only 10 years old, just an ordinary elementary school student, and his family was old feudal, where had anyone taught him about life and death? He only knew that his grandmother usually scolded his mother in this way, and he also followed suit to scold his sister. Anyway, his grandmother said that this family belonged to him, and he could do whatever he wanted. The two of them did not hide together. When Guangzong jumped out and was about to kick Gardinia, the middle-aged man had no time to stop him. With just a simple sound, Guangzong had already jumped down from the curtain, and his whole body was exposed in front of Gardinia. The middle-aged man considered the pros and cons, and finally decided to remain silent. As long as he has this green mountain, why should he be afraid that no one will give him a son in the future? No matter how much he cherishes his son, he can never joke with his own life. "Little bitch, let your men find food for me." Guangzong stepped forward and ordered without any hesitation, as if he was a master. "Since you are back, if you want this family to accommodate you, you must be useful," Grandma said. "Useless women are a waste of food, and they should die." Guangzong remembered what his grandma said to him before she died. She said she was old and useless. Now I can still leave a bite of food for him if I die, and then I jumped off the building. Thinking of this, Guangzong said proudly, "In our family, even Grandma felt useless and had to die. You don't think you are more important than Grandma, do you?" Their biological father was hiding under the bed, through the gap under the bed. Only the calves of the two could be seen. He looked at Gardinia in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew his daughter must not be a human being, and he didn't dare to think how his daughter would treat him if she found him. When Guangzong saw that Shizi didn't reply, he raised his hand and was about to hit her in the face as usual, when the hand that had oppressed Shizi for a lifetime was about to fall on her face. Suddenly, Shizi opened her mouth and let out a low roar. When Guangzong met her eyes, He found that his sister's eyes were more fierce than he had ever seen before, as if she wanted to tear him apart, and he retreated in fear. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that his sister, who had been insulted by him, was no longer a human being. He tried to escape from this place, however. Gardinia would not give him a chance at all. She raised her head and bit his hand. You? Guangzong screamed. His whole arm was torn off and bitten by Gardinia. The fresh smell of blood attracted several zombies behind her, and they could not wait to pounce on Guangzong. Several zombies pressed Guangzong to the ground and ate him. A teenage boy could not stop when facing so many high-level zombies. Chapter 373 Light up the Haiyu base. Guangzong didn't even have time to mutate into a zombie. He was eaten by zombies in a few minutes. The middle-aged man hid under the bed and shivered. He covered his mouth desperately and didn't dare to make a sound. The zombies were not satisfied with eating Guangzong. They also wanted to eat the woman who fainted on the ground. Gardinia let out a low roar again and drove away several level 4 zombies. The dark clouds blocked the light, and the whole room was dim. Gardinia's figure became more and more weird and terrifying in the dimness. The whole room was filled with a tense atmosphere. The world was terribly quiet. The man hiding under the bed could only hear his heartbeat. Just as the man was tense, a pair of women's shoes that were so worn out that the toes were exposed stopped in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. He wanted to shrink against the wall again, but he didn't dare to move. Feeling something approaching, his hands trembled. Through the gaps between his fingers he saw a pair of eyes that were red enough to drip blood staring at him blankly, as if saying, "I found you." Before the man could react, there was a bang behind him, and a pair of hands came through the bed and rushed towards him. The middle-aged man's neck was strangled, and he had difficulty breathing, and his face quickly turned red. Then, the man's head and body were lifted up at the same time, breaking through the bed. His body slowly left the ground and was hit hard on the floor. Blood splattered, staining the entire ground red. Gardinia put him on the ground and gently dug out his eyeballs bit by bit. Every time she dug out a little, every time she moved her hand, her father would beg for mercy. Gardinia ignored her, her bright red eyes full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Aren't his eyes precious? Just because he wanted to see her, she had to only show them to him. She had to dig out these noble eyes, and she wanted to pay back all the harm they had inflicted on her before. When she took out an eye, it was completely dissected out. Gardinia said nothing, threw the eyeball to the ground, and crushed it with the pair of shoes she had worn repeatedly for countless years. She didn't move her other eye, leaving it for him. She called the zombies, and they devoured him bit by bit in front of him. After killing the 2 living people in the building, Gardinia called the zombies to go with her. Before leaving, she glanced at the woman on the ground. The woman's belly was still intact. She knew that there was the 5th child conceived by their family after the order collapsed. Gardinia stopped and looked at the woman in silence. It had been a long time since Xie Pu-ro woke up. As soon as she woke up, she walked out of the room and looked up at the top of her head. The tsunami still hadn't subsided. She wasn't sure if it was a natural disaster or too much rainfall has it merged them all together. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for it to not fade away after so long. But she didn't think much about it. The end of the world is unpredictable, and conventional thinking certainly can't give the correct answer, so it's better not to think about it. There was a noisy sound outside. It should be the diners coming, and they were eating outside. She returned to the cabin, washed herself up, and tidied herself up. When she came out again, it was still bustling outside. She stood on the highest floor of the cruise ship and looked down. The robots were moving back and forth to deliver food, and they were very busy. There were many people eating barbecue at the table. The unique charcoal-grilled smell of barbecue came up from below, making her hungry again. She suddenly thought that if she couldn't light up the base today, she might as well load all the people in the base onto the ship and take them back. It wouldn't be a breach of promise to return to the B&B to give them a place to live. But she always felt that it was a pity to give up such a good location of this base. The broadcast from the base broke the tranquility on the deck. People on the deck stopped what they were doing reflexively and listened to the broadcast. The broadcast said in dialect, "Those who haven't eaten yet, hurry up. If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking." It said a long paragraph in a gibberish. She couldn't understand what was said, and could only barely understand the first few sentences. She returned to her room and opened her own independent cloakroom. Wow, the clothes on the cruise ship are different from the clothes in her wardrobe at the hostel. She had the most clothes since she came to this world. So many that she could wear a different one for half a year without repeating. She was tired of all the clothes and skirts after just one look. She had no choice but to tell her stupid system, "Don't prepare so many clothes for me. I'm not a Barbie doll. I can't wear all the clothes you give me." She usually only wore sportswear. Little skirts? It seemed that she had no chance to wear them except when she was relaxing at home. But her stupid system prepared all kinds of exquisite clothes and skirts for her. Even the sportswear was particularly fit. And the fabric was very comfortable. "The clothes you prepared fit me so well. Are they high-end?" Bingwa. Correct. M80 was full of arrogance. In the previous worlds, she was too lazy to do the tasks, and it didn't get any points. Now that the conditions are met, it wants to give the host the best. You cannot wear it, but you can't live without it. As a top-selling system, it can't let the host suffer. No wonder it's so comfortable. She casually took off a light-looking aqua blue sportswear and put it on herself. "Don't prepare a skirt. These sportswear are enough for me." M80 pouted in dissatisfaction. "I want both." Okay, I want both, I want them." After changing her clothes, she had no intention of arguing with the system. It was all for her own good. She would be happy to see beautiful clothes in her closet. She had just walked down 1 or 2 steps, and suddenly, a reminder sounded in her head. Haiyu base was lit successfully. There was another reminder at the end. "Since the current crisis has not yet passed, please arrange for the evacuation of the base personnel as soon as possible." Xiaopu Rose stopped, stunned. She just slept and it lit up. Damn! What is the rule for lighting up? Does it have to be lit up when I don't know? She really didn't understand. M80 didn't respond. Xiaopu Rose didn't go downstairs, and went back to her room to start building the subway. As long as the base is lit up, the subway can be built, and it can be used after the construction is completed, and the subway can be perfectly transferred. She only chose an empty space to build the subway alone, and she didn't touch anything else, so there was no need to inform the base first. 10 minutes later, a subway entrance appeared at the 4 corners of the base at the same time, but since no one would pay attention to the corners now, no one knew about it. After doing all this, Xiaopu went downstairs with satisfaction. When she went downstairs, she saw many villagers eating barbecue and chatting on the deck. Rongshan felt her gaze, and ran to her side like a dog. Chapter 374. Let's prepare to move. Her smile was warm and kind, and she was full of smiles. "Shopkeeper, if you have any instructions, I will run errands for you." Someone rushed to run errands for her, and she was happy to have some free time. "Please help me find Base Chief Yen." Rongshan quickly agreed, and said, "I will ask the base chief to come over right away." Xiaopu Rose sat down and waited for a while, during which many people stared at her. She had long been relieved, thinking it was a problem of her halo, and she never cared about the eyes of the outside world. Not long after, Yen Gu and Rongshan came running over in a hurry. When they arrived, beads of sweat hung on their faces, which showed that they had been running all the way. Without being polite to them, Xiaopu led them to the cabin meeting room, which was the room where Yen Gu talked about things when he came to buy medicine. Rongshan looked embarrassed. "I stand outside. It's not convenient for me to go in when you guys are talking." Xiaopu glanced at him, and she was a very sensible young man. "It's not a big deal. You can come in together. It's really not a big deal. It's just about relocation. It doesn't matter if there's anyone listening. We know about it soon anyway." She walked in on her own, and the two followed her closely. After both sides sat down, Yen Gu was the first to lose control. Xiaopu Rose was even more anxious than him, prepared to organize people to relocate. "This base can't be lived in anymore. We need to move out as soon as possible." Yen Gu panicked. "Why?" The visible panic made his face turn red quickly. What could be more heartbreaking than leaving your hometown, and the land you have lived in for so long? At this moment, he was in a state of panic. "You can see that the tide won't recede in a short time. I've woken up from a nap, and the water outside doesn't show any sign of receding." Xiaopu spoke kindly, telling him clearly why she couldn't stay here forever. "There are still many people who need me, and my friends are still waiting for me. I can't waste too much time here. So your best option is to move." Yen Gu looked like he couldn't digest what she said, and was stunned on the spot. But there are still many things in the base, and many useful things, the owner." Yen Gu raised his head, and looked at her pleadingly. "Are we going to give up the base?" Xiaopu Rose sighed. "If you can't bear to leave, you can move everything away, and leave the crystal core, so you don't have to worry about having no food to eat." "Move away? How do we move? Move to the cruise ship?" Even if it can accommodate so many people, we can't take all the things away. Right? Xie Pu thought about it. If they really don't want to move, it's very convenient. The people here are quite powerful anyway, and Jinghe is convenient and powerful. If they spend Jinghe to find someone to help them move their luggage at the B&B, it doesn't seem impossible. Besides, there are space ability users. There will always be someone willing to do it. No. I don't think I have told him how to move. Yen Gu was already thinking about what to take with him. He was very anxious, and was still thinking about how to persuade his fellow villagers to move together. Ahem. We are just moving for a short time. When the wind and waves calm down, you can come back. If you have enough crystal cores, I will help you build a base. I built a subway at our base. It only takes a few minutes to go back and forth. You don't have to be too sad. And persuade the elders and fellow villagers not to be too anxious. You can still come back. Xie Pu muttered in her heart. Such a good place. With such good resources. She is reluctant to give up. There is a subway? Yen Gu was stunned for a moment. Big sister. Are you telling the truth? Rongshan, who pretended to be a nobody, was also stunned. But they all believed it. Because they had seen the VCR. It took only a few seconds for the two to believe it. Then I will go and organize the villagers to move now. Yen Gu rubbed his hands excitedly, and was about to stand up. Wait. Xie Pu stopped him. You have to pay rent to live there. I will charge crystal cores for building a house here, and I will also charge monthly rent after the house is built. She had to make it clear, to avoid disputes. If uncle and aunt don't like this, I can't do anything. This is the rule. She frowned, indicating that this matter was very serious, so serious that there was no room for negotiation. If you live at a B&B or in the area I manage, you must live according to the agreement. Of course, the agreement is not difficult to follow. As long as everyone abides by the laws before the end of the world, there will be no big problem. Her idea has always been to hope that everyone can respect each other. Even if not, at least being a stranger will not offend. If someone cannot even accept these requirements, he is not suitable to be managed by her. Nor is he suitable to live with everyone. Living together will cause a lot of trouble. And she will not serve him. Yen Gu, don't worry. Owner. I will talk to them. Xie Pu nodded. And Yen Gu stood up and walked out. Only Rongshan was left. She began to worry about how to accommodate them. The sea water washed away your house. You don't have any crystal cores. Right? Rongshan was really penniless. He couldn't survive. Who would think about crystal cores and other personal belongings before dying? Xie Pu sighed. How about this? You will manage the people brought out from your base. I can give you 3,000 yuan in aid in the name of the B&B. After you settle down at my place, you can think about doing something to pay off my debt. The aid needs to be repaid within 3 months. If you can't pay it back, it will disappear. It's all voluntary. If you don't need the aid, you don't have to. You can go back and tell them, and then decide whether to evacuate or something. The aid was obtained after she discussed it with the system and reported it to the main system. Since she came to save the world, she can't just save the rich. The people at the bottom of the society need more help. So they applied for the Precious Assistance Fund. Many people are just poor, not lazy. As long as they are given a chance, they will have the desire to survive. And those lazy people, if they cannot pay back the points to her within 3 months, will be punished by the system. I believe that since they can survive in the end of the world, no one should be lazy to accept the punishment. In fact, 3,000 points are too easy for residents like Rongshan who live by the sea. It's just a matter of fighting 2 second-level mutant marine creatures. But it can solve their urgent needs. After figuring out the trick, Rongshan bowed to her on behalf of the residents. She rescued to express her gratitude. Thank you, owner. I will tell them when I go back. Xie Pu didn't say anything, and just said softly as a response. Chapter 375 Crystal Core Waterfall. The two came and left quickly, almost at the same time, and they came out before they could even sit down. Hua Lin saw the head of the base come out so quickly, and smiled and asked him what the owner said. Yen Gu watched Hua Lin grow up, and they lived close to each other, and he didn't treat her as an outsider. No, to be precise, he didn't treat everyone in this base as an outsider. Even if it was another base, they would often come and go. There was no competition, and they always got along well. He still had things to do. And he casually responded to Hua Lin, "We will move soon. Go back and ask your parents to start packing." Really? Hua Lin was surprised. Can your Uncle Yin lie to you? It's not too much for Yen Gu to call himself uncle. After saying that, Yen Gu walked towards the crowded place. When he came to find the owner just now, many people were watching him. Now that he came out, all eyes were focused here. There was a lot of chatter below, and everyone asked him why the owner asked him to come in. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. Yen Gu stood firm, speaking in a low voice. Everyone, if you are full, pack up and go home. If you are not full, don't eat. Go home and pack up your things. We are moving. As soon as these words came out, as expected, the crowd was boiling. What? Leave? What do you mean? Xiao Gu, you have to explain to us clearly. Why are you moving suddenly? You can see it too. There is water everywhere. The owner is trying to drive us away. That is forcing us to death. What did the owner say? Xiao Gu, sit down and tell us slowly, explain clearly. The old man over 50 years old tried to call Yen Gu over tremblingly. How can we leave? We have lived here for half our lives. Not to mention that we can't leave, we can't say whether it is safe to go out. Xiao Gu, you can't lie to us old men. We all live here well besides. The owner is still here, right? Why should we move out? Under the protection of the cruise ship. They could not see whether it was still raining outside. Nor did they know what the temperature was outside. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone drowned out Yen Gu's voice in the crowd. Even if he wanted to say something, no one would listen to his explanation. Finally, he could no longer bear it. So he could only yell, stop arguing. Facts have proved that when the situation is out of control, yelling is still effective. The crowd's discussion finally became much quieter. And some people calmed down and looked at the situation clearly. Everyone, be quiet. Listen to what the base commander has to say. The crowd finally quieted down. Yen Gu took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. We are just moving away to avoid the disaster. We will come back after the disaster is over. The owner said that we have a subway here, and it only takes a few minutes to go back and forth. Don't worry about not being able to come back in the future. Hurry up and pack up and get ready to go. Yen Gu said as he opened his panel and taught everyone to open their own panels to check the location of the subway entrance in the way the owner taught him. Really? That's what I said. Don't worry. Are you still worried about Xiao Gu work? That's right. How can Xiao Gu let our fellow villagers suffer? No matter what was said, Yen Gu took it all. Okay, everyone should go back and pack up. The base will also broadcast in a while. Remember to take everything you need. Don't take anything unnecessary. The owner lives over there and sells it. Yen Gu did not forget to remind him. Okay, got it. Then we will go back and pack up first. Wait. Yen Gu called the villagers, glanced at the tables and chairs that had not been put away, and said sternly, we have received such a great favor from others. Let's pack up our things before leaving. Everyone spontaneously put the tables and chairs in order before leaving. On the way back, everyone seemed to have agreed to walk together very slowly. They would pay attention to every plant and tree here, even if the place that was hit by the tsunami was broken, and the things that should not be broken were broken. It was still their harbor. Although everyone said they were moving away, they still missed the place where they were born, raised, and grew old. Yen Gu was also a native of this place. How could he not know what the villagers were thinking? Escaping was the most important thing. Every blade of grass and every tree was insignificant in front of life. Everyone got off the cruise ship. Hua Lin, who had walked behind and witnessed Yen Gu's announcement to everyone, stood up. I didn't expect that what Uncle Gu said was actually true. We really have to move. Hua Lin had no other thoughts. Perhaps because she was younger, she was not as emotional about leaving her hometown as others. Instead, she was happy that she could go out and see the outside world. She jumped home and prepared to move. The base broadcast the news of the evacuation of all people. Yen Gu returned to Siap Puro again. She put down the tablet that had just been used to build several buildings in the BNB, and placed her hands on the table. Yen Gu brought a few young people with him this time. He closed the door of the room, nodded to her, and began to let the several space ability users who followed him pour out the crystal cores stored in the space. All the crystal cores from the public funds of our base are here. Give them all to the owner. I will trouble the owner in the future. Yen Gu said sincerely, looking at the crystal cores without any reluctance. Crystal cores are just worthless currency to the people here. Since everything is in short supply here, most of them are bartering, crystal cores are rarely used except to improve people's strength. Wah la la. It was the sound of the crystal core falling to the ground. The scene in front of her was the most spectacular that Siepuru had never seen before. Crystal cores piled up into a small mountain. The lowest level was level 2, and there were a few level 4 and 5 crystal cores, which were particularly shining mixed in. Or maybe she had seen too little of the world. Siepuru quickly picked up a cup of 1982 Coke on the table and drank it to slow down. The two space ability users stopped at the same time. The ground could no longer hold them. Yengu stepped forward. Shopkeeper, could you collect them first? There is no room here. Siepuru. Pick up the crystal cores on the ground. The remaining 3 people went into battle together. A few rustling sounds. Another pleasant sound of crystal cores falling. I have to say, the people in the coastal base are really generous. Luckily she came this time, otherwise she probably wouldn't have seen so many crystal cores until the end of the apocalypse. M80 was also very excited, using a specially changed voice, to her softly. Host, I want Siepuru curled the corners of her lips, very satisfied with its flattery, but she said, do you want a hammer? Woo, host promised to give me a physical one if conditions permit. Chapter 376 The account exceeds 200,000. You haven't got the conditions yet. Siepuru looked calmly at the crystal cores that were poured out and flowed like a waterfall in front of her without blushing. You haven't got the conditions yet? I definitely do it next time. Okay? What can I do with these points? Besides, if you take someone's points, don't you have to do things for them? The houses in their base are still waiting for her to build them. Then, the host cheated the system. M80 felt wronged. Siepuru had already made up her mind. That is, she would not give it to it no matter how much it made trouble. She had urgent need for these crystal cores. If she used them all to replace the entity, whether it would be enough was another matter. She couldn't treat so many lives as a joke. Right? M80 also knew her host's temperament. It must be very unpleasant for her to watch so many lives disappear in front of her. Therefore, it also knew that it would not be able to replace the entity this time. As for replacing her entity, Siepuru had other plans. After a long time, she drank all the Coke in front of her that she used to suppress her inner feelings, and the crystal core waterfall finally ended. The largest crystal core is level 5. Level 5 is rare, only 1 or 2. Level 4 crystal cores are not many, about 100. Level 3 and level 2 crystal cores are the most numerous. System, how many points can a level 3 crystal core be exchanged for? It seems that no one has ever taken out a level 2 crystal core or above to exchange for points before. How many points can a level 3 crystal core be exchanged for? She really doesn't seem to care. For the convenience of viewing, M80 directly projects the exchange rate on the screen. Level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. Level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 1,000 points. Level 3 crystal core can be exchanged for 10,000 points equals 1 great coin. Level 4 crystal core can be exchanged for 100,000 points equals 10 great coins. Level 5 crystal core can be exchanged for 1,000,000 points equals 100 great coins. 1 great coin equals 1 10-draw streak. Wait. Siepuru immediately stopped. Are you sure? Why do I feel something is wrong? Is there no rule for exchanging crystal cores for points? M80. Yes, we determine its value based on the energy in the crystal core, and all levels correspond to their equivalent points. It said so, Siepuru. A non-professional. Didn't understand, and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Yengu carefully glanced at the shop owner, who was in a daze in front of him, thinking that he was worthy of being the shop owner, and he had seen the world. So such a small crystal core really couldn't catch the shop owner's eye? Yengu was somewhat shocked. The crystal cores here were all that their base had in the past 3 years. At this moment, he only questioned himself, why he was not working hard enough. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper? She had been in a daze for too long, so Yengu had to call her. Ah? Siepuru came back to her senses, and stopped chatting with M80. Although she didn't want to admit it, but Yengu said, all the crystal cores are here. Siepuru nodded calmly, and put the crystal core in her pocket. Wait until the water recedes, and I build a house before you move back. Thank you, owner. Sorry for bothering you. Yengu was very humble. Siepuru frowned uncomfortably. She was a little uncomfortable with the base commander lowering her position. After all, she couldn't say anything since they had just started working together. By the way, Siepuru paraphrased her thoughts a little more, if you need help, you can go to the BNB and ask for help. spend some crystal cores, and there should be residents willing to help. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer, she stressed. Yen Gu originally thought that she meant evacuate today. He didn't expect her to be so anxious. Okay, I will send someone to urge. Try to complete the evacuation within 5 hours. For this result, Xie Pu was very satisfied. By the way, I set the subway for both bases to be free today, which will also facilitate your transportation back and forth. It's free only this time. If you need to go back and forth in the future, you will have to pay for the crystal core yourself. Moving, how can it be easy? Even a superpower needs to go back and forth several times to finish moving. She is not a capitalist, nor does she want to make a fortune by taking advantage of others' lives, so she can still give him this little authority. By the way, Xie Pu raised her eyes slightly. You go to the BNB first, I let my assistant meet you. Then I'd like to thank the owner on behalf of everyone. Yen Gu made a fist gesture. You're welcome. Xie Pu watched Yen Gu and the space superpower leave together, and retracted her gaze. They are all adults. And Yen Gu, as a base commander, must have the minimum leadership ability. She doesn't need to intervene in the relocation. However, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Chuin. The homestay is connected to Haiyu Base. The head of Haiyu Base will take the subway there in a while. Please help arrange the accommodation. Chuin replied immediately, received. After receiving the reply, Xie Pu put down her phone with peace of mind. She can't leave now. She has to wait until everyone here has moved out before she can leave. It just so happened that she didn't get enough sleep, yawned, and returned to her room groggily. She ignored everything outside, fell on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't even appreciate her favorite crystal core properly. She was really exhausted. The 4 little furry kids she let out to play before going to bed didn't mess up the house, and covered her with a quilt with her light claws. She slept for several hours again, and when she woke up, she had regained some strength. Is it because of too much consumption of superpowers? But it didn't happen when she was repairing the glaciers in the Arctic. She didn't understand. Soon she turned her attention back to the crystal core that she had been thinking about before going to bed, and even dreamed about when she was asleep. She chose to exchange all the crystal cores in Haiyu Base for great coins, and her small treasury was instantly filled. She stared at the numbers that kept jumping and changing on the panel. After a minute, the numbers froze. Account balance, 137,604 great coins. This was the first time that her deposit balance exceeded hundreds of thousands of great coins. Although hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a large number, it must be the brains of many zombies and mutant beasts. If you add the great coins you spent on card drawing before coming to the coastal area, it can be even more. But she doesn't regret it. After all, making money is for spending. You can only gain if you give up. How can you earn a lot of points if you don't spend them? Of course, you have to be careful. You can't spend all the crystal cores of Haiyu Base elsewhere. She has to think about how to develop the seaside. According to the trend of storing so many crystal cores in 3 years, as long as she develops this place, there will be more endless crystal cores. Just looking at the blue outside the window, she seems to have the motivation to work. Knock, knock, knock. Is someone knocking on her door? Xie Pu walked over and opened the door. It was Yen Gu. Shopkeeper, I'm here to tell you, after confirming that all the staff of Haiyu Base have been safely evacuated, what should we do next? Chapter 377. I will redeem you when I have money. Go back to the BNB first, tell Chuan, make sure no one stays at the base, otherwise the base will be washed away as soon as I leave. Xie Pu said, if it is washed away, it will be washed away. I will rebuild it when the time comes. Yen Gu did not want her to make any promises, because the villagers of Haiyu Base were like monkeys entering the mountains after arriving at the BNB, howling non-stop. They went to the streets to go shopping crazily as soon as they put down their moving things. They looked like clowns who were reluctant to move away before. Okay, I go first then. Yen Gu strode towards the nearest subway entrance. His steps hurried. He was going to die of suffocation after the apocalypse. And finally, he could see new things, and even go shopping. The villagers were excited, and he was also excited. After he left, Xie Pu entered the control room and opened the map panel. She would not go back to the BNB. If she started from here, the third base where Yu Shiwen was located was in her northwest direction, and she could get there by taking a detour, which was not far. She also wanted to see if she could try to light up the third base this time. Even if she didn't manage the third base, Selling food at the third base, the daily income would be very nice. Just thinking about it made her happy. After getting enough sleep, she didn't sit idle waiting for Yen-gu information. She rolled up her sleeves and planned to go to the kitchen to make something to sell later. The 4 pets couldn't go to the kitchen, but there was no one there at the moment, so they could be put on the deck to play. System, keep an eye on them, and teleport them back in time if there's any danger. Siet-pu-ro hummed a little tune while walking on the cruise ship. The situation was urgent before. She did not have time to take a closer look at the cruise ship. From the outside, the hull is white, printed with the iconic grape pattern. The decoration of the cruise ship is European style, which can only be described as exquisite at a glance, so exquisite that even the railings are shining gold. There are many places to play on the first floor. The people from Haiyu Base only ate on the deck when they came, because time did not allow it, and there are still many places that have not been visited. Every room here has never been touched, and it is still brand new. She said to herself, everything about the cruise ship is good, but it lacks a certain feeling. M80 was indeed aroused by curiosity. What feeling? Music. M80 didn't understand. What is the feeling of music? It is something that can bring people a sense of atmosphere, a sense of picture, a sense of happiness. Many times, when listening to different music, a person's own environment and mood will change with the music. M80 said frankly, I didn't understand. Think about the TV shows you watched. Is the villain attracted by a broken music box? That's because the music brings the villain back to a specific, beautiful, happy scene, so music has a great influence on people. M80 was silent. After a while, the cruise ship lit up. It really lit up. The hull, no, not only the hull, but also the decorations inside were shining. Then, a gentle pure music sounded. Affected by the music, the light on the cruise ship danced with the rhythm of the music. Siet-pu-ro, who had a full view of the scene, couldn't help but utter one word, cool. Love you, system, I will definitely redeem you when I have money. M80 responded proudly, I have to say, the cruise ship is really good. She doesn't need to draw cards to decorate it. She doesn't need to spend points to buy gold. It is directly full level, and she can bring people, if someone wants. They can live on the cruise ship directly. Wait, stay. Yes. Since it was a natural disaster, why didn't she just bring the healing psychic from the BNB? Whether she could save people was secondary. The most important thing was that the healing psychic was not as easy to kill zombies and earn crystal cores as the attack psychic. If you want to protect yourself, you can only hide under the wings of others. Many people don't dare to leave their backs to others, especially the healing psychic. When she was not resting at the stall, she could see the healing psychic working hard to do the planting tasks and earn points. But she was still wondering why healing psychics were so frugal and hardworking. It turned out that it was because the way they made money was too risky. She raised her hand and knocked her head. She was like a pig-brained person. She hadn't thought of such a simple thing. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of it. People would think more when they were free. Has she ever been free? She asked for help, and she asked for help. Siet-pu-ro took out her phone and posted a temporary recruitment notice to the BNB residents group. Urgent recruitment of temporary workers. Requirements, healing psychics. Daily wage, 2,000 points. Job content, saving people. Simply send out a recruitment message. It's a pity that it can't be sent to other bases, otherwise it would probably attract more people. For a simple job with healing ability, a day's salary is almost the monthly rent of a single room. Everyone saw this recruitment information, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. What Siet-pu-ro didn't understand was that the people in Haiyu Base were really generous, and they would start with several first-level crystal cores just to find someone to move something. You have to know that in the end times, hard labor is the least valuable, and you need superpowers to do anything. With such a temporary part-time job, the lower-class residents of the entire base were excited. Even some children wanted to compete to show their faces and see if they could be hired. She dropped such a bombshell, which caused many people who hid their healing superpower identities to jump out and declare their superpower identities. Great BNB does not register superpowers, only personal panels, which protects everyone's privacy to a great extent. They also confirmed that it was safe enough, so they were not worried about being captured and kept in captivity by the base, which was a recognition for the BNB. Me, I do it. Don't compete with me. I be the first to raise my hand. A group member noticed that there was no limit on the number of people in her recruitment, so he boldly asked, Owner, can we have a share for everyone who sees it? Ro had not intended to limit the number of people. Because of the healing ability, the more the better. Anyone who wants to come can sign up, and the salary will be paid when you return to the B&B, and the food and accommodation will be provided during the trip. She typed this line on the screen and sent it out. She remembered something terrible, deleted and revised it, and finally corrected it to 100 points for daily meal allowance during the trip. The food on the cruise ship was quite expensive. She had to prepare some more food in advance to bring with her. She gained another experience of lighting up the base. It seems that it was lit up after a large-scale collective sale of food. She has another clue to try. She sent the text out, and the healing abilities hidden in the group seemed to be celebrating the new year, and they all replied, "Received." Chapter 378 Recruiting Healing Psychics. Here I come. I will be the most loyal lackey of the store owner. Ro smiled at her phone, and typed the last paragraph. Registered Healing Psychics. Please gather in my yard and wait for me. Chen will come to give you a simple interview. Temporary employees are also employees. If they don't meet the standards, she would never dare to use them, for fear of being used to climb up the ladder. When this kind of thing happens, she feels sick. Chen quickly replied, "Received." It seemed that Chen could reply to her every time in seconds. She even suspected that Chen lived in her phone. But Chen was too busy. It was her fault that she hadn't recruited the right employees yet. For some reason, she thought of Hua Lin, the little foodie in Haiyu base. She gave people the impression of a very simple and greedy little cat. When she thought of the way her eyes lit up when she saw the barbecue, she looked a bit like Ao when he was greedy, so cute, and very easy to deceive. Want to kidnap. Exiting the group chat page, she flipped through the unread messages, and found that Chu Ling, who had already added her as a friend, had sent her a message. "Chu Ling, can I?" Ro replied, "Of course." Among so many people, she was the only one who had the most contact with Chu Ling healing ability. After thinking about it, she sent her a message. "You will be responsible for leading the team to manage the healing ability people. Is that okay?" She also sent another message. "Increase your salary by 300 points. How can you increase the amount of work without increasing the price?" Chu Ling replied quickly, "Okay." In fact, whether there are points or not, Chu Ling team has no shortage of points. She is not a spendthrift. Naturally, she has no shortage of points. It's too boring to stay in the B&B, so I just find something to do. After a while, Ro was about to put down her phone when it buzzed again. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chen. The head of Haiyu base has arrived at the B&B. It was a simple paragraph of words. After reading it, she let the 4 little beasts return to the space, and sat back in the control room, and instantly moved back to the largest open space in the B&B to park the cruise ship. In order to save time, she teleported back to her residence. The yard was deserted. Not to mention people. Even passers-by were gone. It was normal that no one came shortly after her message was sent. She flashed again, and came to the canteen of the lunchbox store. Various lunch boxes were quickly produced, and she quickly moved them to her own space to keep them warm. She had only been to the first base of the central base once. It was indeed a national base. And there were so many people there. With the experience from last time, she was not in a hurry to go back, and was waiting for the healing psychics to gather. She did not waste the waiting time. She took out the tablet, and began to think about how to build a development base for Haiyu base. What she wanted was to turn Haiyu base into a place that could drive the population of each base to develop the economy. This was difficult, but as an outsider in this world, she would have to leave sooner or later after completing the mission, and she did not know what the system acceptance criteria were for the mission to be qualified. After staying here for so long, I have really developed a sense of belonging to this base. She has to complete all the deployments before she leaves. It is impossible that the world will stop moving without her. Right? She is a person who must do things well, and cannot just focus on the present. After half an hour, she has almost finished packing, and a huge amount of lunch boxes have accumulated in her space. She puts away the tablet, and flashes back to the yard again. This time there are many people in the yard, about 20 or so healing ability users, including men, women, young and old. The system panel displayed the information of temporary employees present. The youngest girl was only 13 or 14 years old. She didn't seem to like talking much. Chen hesitated. "Boss, you didn't write the age requirement." But she came. "It's okay." Ro waved her hand. Age is not important in the end times, but strength and usefulness. Such a young child has to work. Is she now reflecting on what she has done wrong? Is it because there are too many robots? which makes the lower class population have no work to do. But for this, she has no way to do it now. Maybe before she leaves this world. The main system will issue a task to replace humans with robots. At least it is really impossible now. The little girl looks cold, wearing a loose black coat, and lowering her head with the hood of the hoodie on her head. Siapuro came to the little girl, and just said halfway, "You are young. I can do it." The little girl voice sounded strong and stubborn, just like her clothes, like an independent and strong sapling in the heavy rain. Siapuro was startled. "I didn't say you can't, I mean you are young, you better stay with Sister Chu Ling and don't get lost." Chu Ling, whose name was called, walked out of the crowd, took the little girl hand with one hand. "Leave it to me." The little girl felt uncomfortable in the face of such kindness, gently put Chu Ling's hand down, and her expression could not be seen clearly on her face hidden under the wide brim of the hat. "I'm not a child, I don't need to hold hands." Okay, but you have to stay with her, understand?" Siapuro said to her softly. The little girl way you didn't want to hold everyone back, so she answered and took Chu Ling's hand. "I will follow her well." Siapuro nodded with satisfaction and introduced Chu Ling to Chu In. To avoid embarrassment for the two, she took the initiative to say, "Your names are a bit similar." "Ha ha, but only the names are similar." Chu Ling took over the conversation, as lively as a little hamster as always. But she looked a little more mature than when they first met, and looked like an older sister standing next to Wei Yu. After saying a few words, she asked everyone to move to the cruise ship. Before leaving, she asked Chuin, "Do you want to go out together?" Chuin also wanted to go when she saw the bright and beautiful cruise ship. But she was not a healing psychic, so it would cause trouble for the boss if she went with him. Right? Thinking it would be better not to cause trouble for the boss, Chuin shook his head. "Forget it. I won't go." Siapuro muttered, "I was thinking, if you go, it will save me a lot of trouble. Can I help the boss?" Chuin's eyes lit up. "Then I go. I go." As he said, he boarded the cruise ship happily. Siapuro was confused. "You don't care about your two sisters at home?" Chuin was carefree. "I bought them a mobile phone, I just send them a message later, they have points in their accounts, it's okay. Children in the end of the world, I don't know how to survive without people." Without thinking further, she was the last one to board the cruise ship. After boarding the cruise ship, Siapuro took this opportunity to announce an emergency meeting. "Our mission is to treat the survivors, but I ask you not to leave the cruise ship. Of course, it has nothing to do with you how much profit you make from it." Chapter 379. Is it something that the 3000 dare to think about? If there are those who cannot accept this condition, you can get off the ship and go back to the BNB now. The scene was as quiet as a chicken. No one objected. Siapuro asked Chuin to arrange accommodation for the healing psychics on the cruise ship for the next few days. Great Cruise officially set sail. Siapuro first teleported them to Haiyu Base, which would be closer from Haiyu Base. Chuin added a few more words, and everyone cooperated and expressed their understanding and compliance. "Okay, everyone go back and rest, there will be work to do when we arrive." Siapuro emphasized again, "Remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the cruise ship, you will take your own consequences." She was responded to by a chorus of responses, but I don't know if they can really be so obedient. After that, everyone dispersed and moved freely, walking around the cruise ship. Siapuro had no objection to this. Instead, she felt that they knew the location of the cruise ship in advance, which would also make it easier for them to report their location and arrive quickly when they were in need of rescue. Every healing psychic who came had a cell phone, even the youngest Wei Yu had one. System, protect my temporary employees. If her employees were bullied in her territory, she would be so embarrassed. Face is secondary, the point is that she can't let the people who follow her get into danger. When she came to this plane, she didn't think about being a capitalist who exploits people, but as always, she treated everyone with the attitude of a good boss, who is responsible for her employees. M80 is the person who knows her best, and responded, "I know." In fact, even if she doesn't say it, it also knows what to do. This is the tacit understanding they have had for so long. The phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out, and saw that Chuin had pulled them into a group chat. The group was very active. Maybe everyone was traveling together. They actually formed a team in the group. They said they were forming a team. But in fact, they just had someone to talk to wherever they went. Maybe this was the nature of social animals. For them, it had been a long time since they had been to such a romantic place. On the cruise ship, there were delicious food, music, and decorative lights that danced with the music. Before the end of the world. How could they, who only earn 3,000 yuan a month, dare to imagine such an atmosphere? Moreover, when working for the owner is famous for not making things difficult for employees. Not only is the salary high, but the work is low, as long as the task is completed. I have never heard of any employees saying that they need to work overtime. However, some employees felt guilty for doing so little work with so much money because the owner was so kind. So they voluntarily worked overtime. These things that spread among the residents did not reach the ears of Siepuru, a busy person. After leaving the crowd, she came to the back of the cruise ship and found a quiet and excellent viewing spot. The cruise ship had traveled for quite a distance. Looking down, the water on the ground was only up to the thighs of a normal person, not very deep. Luckily, the cruise ship was amphibious otherwise. With this little water, if you wanted to walk in this environment, you would definitely be laughed at by passers-by. How long do you expect to arrive at the third central base? Estimated arrival time, 7 hours later. Siepuru frowned. Why is it still so long? It's already very fast. This is the fastest speed of the amphibious cruise ship. Took out the phone, wanted to call Yu Shiwen, looked at the time, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Good upbringing told her that it was best not to make a phone call during normal sleeping hours. Besides, Yu Shiwen was busy, so a phone call would probably disturb the other person who just finished his work and wanted to rest. After thinking it over, Siepuru typed a line of universal text on her phone and sent it over. Are you there? Yu Shiwen received the message, and after a minute, she sent back a video. She clicked on the video, and it was in a small corridor. The corridor was extremely crowded, and there were many people standing upstairs. Yu Shiwen, I'm here. Siepuru didn't understand the content of the video, asked, what are you doing? Are you waiting in line to get eggs? Yu Shiwen replied with an emoticon of a black bun and a cat face. Yes, 1 bag for each. Are you coming to get eggs too? She was about to meet her friends. Siepuru was a little excited, with a smile on her face. Okay, see you in 7 hours. Yu Shiwen stroked her phone. A smile flashed in her eyes, thought of the occasion she was in, suppressed her smile, tried to keep a straight face, and turned sideways to avoid looking at the group of people. Really? She sent the message, as if she had waited for a long time, looking forward to her coming, but she felt that her small car could not drive through such deep water. Yu Shiwen shook her head, get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind, and put her eyes back on the screen. The phone vibrated. As expected, she had a message. She raised her hand to see it. Yes, you must have not eaten since you were busy. Wait for me to bring you something delicious. Siepuru did not hide it from her. She was still thinking about asking Yu Shiwen to have someone open the gate of the base and let her in. I hope the gate of the third central base can be bigger. Otherwise, how can she get in such a big cruise ship? In fact, she was overthinking. No matter how big the gate is, it can't be big enough for such a big cruise ship to drive in directly. Yu Shiwen suppressed her excitement and quickly typed a line of words on the screen with her fingertips. Are you really coming? Really? Really? Wait for the delicious food. I will definitely give you a big surprise. Siepuru raised her face proudly, imagining Yu Shiwen's appearance when she saw her making a dazzling appearance on the cruise ship. What's the surprise? Can't I know it in advance? Yu Shiwen finally couldn't hold it back, and chuckled. You know, in a while, have a good rest, and I come to see you. Yu Shiwen, okay, I wait for you at the gate of the base in 7 hours. Siepuru put away her phone, and didn't have any thoughts of seeing the scenery at the moment. She got up and walked to the kitchen. I promised to make delicious food for Yu Shiwen. How could it be just barbecue? Now that I have some free time, it's time to cook the seafood I brought from the sea. She and Yu Shiwen will be here at the best viewing platform, and have a good meal. She hurried to the kitchen, and many delicious dishes crossed her mind along the way. Seafood is famous for its delicious taste, but it is easy to be hungry. Yu Shiwen work consumes a lot of physical energy, and she doesn't want to make those that don't fill her up. Finally, she decided to make some high-calorie cheese-baked scallops and a crab roe noodles. Even she hasn't eaten seafood for a long time, and Yu Shiwen should be the same. Right? Maybe it's been a long time since I last saw Yu Shiwen. I'll be able to see her soon when I'm doing a mission. I feel a little happy inside. When M80 saw the silly look on the host's face after making a friend, he reminded her, Host, do you remember there are still mandatory missions? You have to set up a stall at the base 3 days a week. Siepuru paused while spreading cheese on the scallops. If I set up a stall at a different base, it won't count. Can't it be accumulated? Chapter 380 Crab Roe Noodles. Cannot be added unless in special circumstances. She curled her lips. What special circumstances? Aren't natural disasters considered special circumstances? For example, if the base is destroyed during the mission, this special situation can temporarily change the base stall progress value and include it in the stall mission. Okay. Siepu Rose stopped arguing. There is an unknown story behind every outrageous rule. She just obeyed it silently. She picked out 3 lucky female hairy crabs from the pink sack that was still jumping restlessly in the space and released them. It's not that she's stingy. It's just that the hairy crabs are really big, each weighing more than 10 kilograms. The mutated hairy crabs seem to be born on people's taste buds. This species of crabs are rich and yellow in meat. After the mutation, their size has increased dramatically. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a gift from God to the end of the world. It is said that other people use small 1-yuan crabs to make crab roe noodles. I wonder if using big crabs will affect the taste. But there is no way. She didn't see any small crabs at all. They were all big. But there were no small ones. First, steam the crabs. Pry open the crab shells. And she seemed to be opening a treasure chest. The golden crab roe inside was like gold collected by pirates. Dazzling. She only took a look. And the small task of peeling crab meat would naturally be handed over to the hard-working and capable robots. She was responsible for finding a comfortable position and supervising Kai Kai to peel crabs. In addition to crab roe, the crab leg meat should not be left out. The crab leg meat of a big crab is not comparable to that of a small crab. The meat inside is bigger than a ham sausage. If you hold it in your hand and dip it in the sauce, you will not make a sound after eating it. Kai Kai only peeled 1 crab and then filled the plate she brought out. She found 2 larger basins and started again. The shell of the hairy crab is very hard, accounting for most of the weight, and the meat yield is not as high as that of the common hairy crabs. It turns out that the mutant hairy crabs have a heavier shell. Siepura felt sorry for it and sighed for a long time. A hairy crab weighing more than 10 kilograms only produces 7 or 8 kilograms of meat, which is not much. Just barely enough to look at. The crab shells are not wasted. Take out some of them to fry the crab oil. Fry slowly over low heat until the shells become crispy. Take out the shells and fry them in scallion oil. Next, fry the crab roe with lard, stir fry a few times. Season with soy sauce and oyster sauce. Pour a layer of starch water before serving to make the crab roe sauce thick and then serve. Some of the crab shells are not used and can be saved. Simply stir fry the scallions and ginger, add water, and simmer for half an hour, and you will have a delicious crab soup. Imagine drinking a mouthful of delicious crab soup and pairing it with delicious crab roe noodles, so comfortable that you can forget all your worries for 3 minutes. While the crab soup was cooking, she kneaded and rolled the dough herself, and made the thin noodles needed for the crab roe noodles. Ding! It was the sound of the oven timer going off. The baked scallops with cheese were also ready, and the mozzarella cheese covering the surface of the scallops was baked golden and slightly burnt. She really liked cheese, as if no matter what the ingredients were, as long as they were sprinkled with a layer of cheese, they would become delicious. She didn't eat any of these. She put them aside first, and waited to see Yu Shiwen later to taste the delicious food together. Yu Shiwen has a wide vocabulary. She always finds different ways to praise her cooking. Every time, she praises something different. Eating with her is the most comfortable. It took only an hour for everything to be ready. She washed her hands and left the kitchen. The temporary staff were arranged to stay not far from her room on the cruise ship, which made it easy to distinguish a place. On the way back, she met Chu In and Chu Ling in the corridor. They were accompanied by the quiet little sister Wei Yu. The two of them had smiles on their faces. From a distance, they were seen talking and laughing all the way, as if they had met too late. The 3 of them walked up to her and greeted her. Siepuru boldly said, "You two got together so quickly?" "What?" Chu Ling corrected her. "We are not bad people. Where did you go to play? You look so happy." Siepuru saw Chu Ling carrying a lot of things in her hands, and wondered if she was shopping on the cruise ship. Chu Ling pouted. "Yes. It's the small store over there. I want to buy some snacks and store them in my residence as food. If I get busy, I can just eat a few and lie down to sleep. It's convenient and quick," Chu Ling said seriously. Siepuru smiled softly. "Then you have never thought that you might not even be able to go back to your room when you are busy?" "Ah, Chu Ling was stunned. She really didn't think of this. Chu En patted Chu Ling's shoulder. It's okay. I'm not a healing ability user. If you are busy, I can help you eat. Go to hell. Ha ha ha. Wei Yu lowered her head. I don't understand why the two older sisters are so positive, younger than her. Xie Pu Rou just hopes someone can lead Chu En to play, but unfortunately Chu Ling ability is healing. She has more places where she can shine. Otherwise, I really want to kidnap her to be her assistant. Chu En and Chu Ling stopped playing. Chu En asked casually, Boss, are you here to see me? What do you want me to do? Yes, but it's not urgent. Xie Pu Rou said slowly and calmly. I want to recruit a few employees who can design the base layout, about 7 or 8. She made an 8 gesture. It is said that more people can help with discussions. We need 8 assistants, and they can discuss the design plan together, which should be feasible. Not only can they design the base layout, but also the house. Interior design is actually possible. Yes, sir. Chu En made an okay gesture, and responded mischievously. Okay, you guys should take a break. You be busy when we get there soon. I'm not trying to scare you. Xie Pu Rou had been to too many bases where many people were injured by natural disasters. She had experience, and couldn't help but remind them. Chu En and Chu Ling said in unison, I know. Wei Yu was a head shorter than them, and walked between the three of them like a concave shape. Fearing that she would not fit in, she also responded in a low voice. I know, I know. Chu Ling explained, we were just about to go back to rest. I'm going to go back and lie down for a while too. Xie Pu Rou rubbed her waist. Not tired. Even energetic because she slept for too long. Even if she couldn't sleep, she had to rest for a while, so as not to just sleep after arriving at the base. She turned and left. And when she returned to her room, she remembered to let the robot continue production and prepare lunch boxes. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Anyway, the space is warm and fresh. I'm not afraid of not being able to sell it, but I'm afraid of not being able to sell enough. The cruise ship sailed smoothly on the road with the wind, and the trees on the roadside that were not submerged kept making sounds of being broken. A big tree flew from nowhere, and flew towards the cruise ship. The light flashed, and the tree instantly turned into a wisp of sawdust when it touched the light, and was blown away by the strong wind. Chapter 381 The Highest Etiquette Reception. She said she would not sleep, but Xie Pu Rou fell asleep as soon as she got on the bed, as if she was trapped to death in her previous life. She did not sleep for very long, and when she woke up, she estimated that it would take another half an hour to reach the third central base. She went out to wander around the cruise ship, and the deck was very empty. Not even a single person. She came to the restaurant following the smell, and pushed open the door, and she was stunned. Why are you all here? Could it be? Are you guys having a temporary team building and not calling me? Chu Ling stood up and waved her to sit next to her. Chu En, I was the one who woke everyone up and noticed the time. It's almost time. It's hard to work when you're hungry. You're really thoughtful. Xie Pu Rou sighed, wondering why she wasn't as thoughtful as others. Boss, do you want something to eat? I get it for you. Chu En enthusiasm as a little follower was revealed. No need to get it. I just eat what I cook. After saying that, she took out the baked scallops with cheese that she had baked before going to bed, and put into the space to keep warm. Suddenly, she thought of a key question. If the robot copies my dish, will the system provide the same ingredients as I have? M80 gave the answer. No. There are no mutated seafood in the system ingredients. The system will only provide food of the same species that has not mutated. Xie Pu Rou seemed to have found its bug. They had spent so many worlds together, wasted so much time, and it was the first time she encountered a situation where she had something that the system did not have. Generally speaking, what she has is given by the system, as if she would have nothing if she left the system. She thought of a question she had never asked before. I'm thinking if you were not bound to me, and bound to another diligent host, you would have completed the task and sold it every time. Right? M80 almost answered. No, it would only be you. The host. Xie Pu Rou had never expected this answer, and was stunned. Why? M80 did not answer. The host has very good and rare qualities. It is its first host, and also the best host. Although she was a little lazy at the beginning, she still had a sense of the overall situation. She did not procrastinate when encountering things. The most rare thing is that they have been together for so long, and she still remembers her original intention. Many people will only infinitely magnify the evil in human nature when they reach the end of the world. But its host does not. On the contrary, she works hard to save people and complete tasks. Other systems in their system group also have diligent hosts bound to them. Their will is not very firm. Generally, after experiencing many worlds, they either become arrogant or arrogant. Its host is still the best. Its host is still the same as when it was first bound, and it is always beautiful. It is easy to say that you should never forget your original intention, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to do it. The state of mind of many poor people in times of hardship is difficult to maintain after they have the conditions. Why don't you talk? Are you complaining about me? Siapuro was dissatisfied with it, ignoring her. M80 blinked. No. I am silently reciting the daily 3 combination. The host is always right. Little dog leg. Siapuro was amused and laughed out loud. She was eating, and when she looked up, she found that many pairs of eyes were staring at her. It seemed that what she had was the delicacy, and what they had in their bowls was just tasteless steamed corn bread. The way they wanted to watch but didn't dare to watch openly was very similar to how she looked when she was still a social animal, watching her boss eat delicious food. She was an experienced person, and could understand that feeling. She took out a few dozen cheese-baked scallops from the space, and each person could get 2 to satisfy their cravings. Siapuro, let's share the food. Really? I'm dying of cravings. Great. Long live the boss. The meal ended with laughter and joy. Siapuro herself only ate a little to fill her stomach, not completely full. M80 reminder, host, we are about to reach the 3rd central base. Okay. Siapuro stood up silently, told him, and walked straight to the front of the cruise ship. The cruise ship sailed for a while, and from a distance, she saw a figure standing in the heavy rain in front of her. The man was wearing a black shirt and black pants, which fit her body perfectly. Perhaps because she was too familiar with him. She recognized Yu Shiwen's figure at a glance. Yu Shiwen was originally thinking with her head down, and when she looked up again, she saw a huge cruise ship heading towards her. It was raining, and the dark clouds blocked the sunlight, so there was not much light at this time. At first glance, she could see the cruise ship flashing with light, and then she looked at the huge and familiar logo on the hull, and Yu Shiwen's lips curled up slightly. The cruise ship controlled its speed before reaching the base. Siapuro was worrying about how to get in, when she heard the system prompt sound of M80. She couldn't help but feel happy, but unfortunately, it was not the prompt sound of lighting up the base. The permission to enter the base from the 3rd central base has been detected. The host can enter the panel to move the cruise ship directly to a random open space. Siapuro was happy for only a second. Yu Shiwen was leaning over here, and her legs were running quickly towards the cruise ship where she was. She was anxious, and jumped onto the cruise ship, stretched out her vines to grab Yu Shiwen's waist, and pulled her up. Before she could ask questions, she quickly opened the panel, and clicked to transfer to the interior of the 3rd central base. Everyone, including Siapuro, felt a black screen before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived inside the base. Siapuro stood on the cruise ship and looked down. Your drainage here is okay. There was so much water outside just now, and I could feel the water level dropping when I came in. Your stuff is useful. Following the direction of Yu Shiwen's finger, Siapuro saw small whirlpools everywhere on the ground. She thought it was caused by the drainage of water from the floor drain. Looking back, Siapuro saw 2 big dark circles on Yu Shiwen's thin face. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Yu Shiwen nodded. Why didn't you sleep? Yu Shiwen yawned when she mentioned sleeping. I was on duty last night. I came to the gate to wait for you after my duty. Her tone was messy with yawns. Siapuro suggested, how about you get a room to sleep first? There are rooms on the cabin. Thinking back to when the vines pulled her over just now, Yu Shiwen's waist was squeezed. Are you usually so tired? No wonder you've lost weight. It was no longer the fat they had gained when they stayed in the B&B and ate and drank a lot during the extremely hot weather. Yu Shiwen shook her head and refused. Wait a while, let me take you to see the leader of the 3rd base first. Siapuro looked at her steadily. Do I have to see the leader as soon as I arrive? Yes, they said. They just want to see you, and they will fully cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. Yu Shiwen resisted the urge to sleep, patted her shoulder and explained. The 1st central base has already issued an order to receive you with the highest etiquette. It won't be a big deal. Chapter 382, Different Levels. Siapuro followed her, pursed her lips. It's not necessary. I feel uncomfortable. If many eyes were staring at her at the same time, they would be as if they were cameras installed on her. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Yu Shiwen smiled. Don't worry, I know your temper. Everything has been arranged. You just need to show your face to them. They won't stare at you. Then let's go. Siapura believed her, and knew that they would meet sooner or later. It would be fine if they just met for a while. Why are you leaving? Yu Shiwen stopped where she was, not moving. Are you going to meet the leader? Siapura was puzzled. Just ask them to come and see you. Why do you have to go there in person? Siapura opened her mouth and stared at her blankly. These are national leaders. Are they coming to meet me in person? Don't you know how sensational your current identity is? Yu Shiwen looked at her silly and cute look and laughed. Ah? Siapura had been a worker for too long and could not get rid of it. For the time being, she could not transform her identity into the sensational one. Yu Shiwen said. The first time you cooperated with the first central base, the central base had already noticed you. Then you asked Joku to take back the things you gave them, and they valued you even more. Yu Shiwen gently took her to recall the little things she had done casually and didn't care about. The fruit you gave me was very useful. When we were trying to capture zombies that had mixed into the crowd, several psychics were scratched by the zombies. Fortunately, we had the fruit you gave us. Yu Shiwen arrived late, and she heard about this from others. She felt that the situation was extremely dangerous just by listening. At this point, Siapura remembered that she had also prepared a portion for Yu Shiwen, and took out a pendant from the space, which contained red fruit and some mixed spiritual spring water. She stood on tiptoe, slowly approached Yu Shiwen, opened her arms, and personally hung it around her neck. Of course Yu Shiwen knew what it was. The first central base had obtained such a valuable thing, and each sub-base had some, and she had seen it too. It's to save your life. You always have to go on missions. Right? It's just right to wear it to protect you. After Siapura hung it around her neck, she patted the pendant. It's a bit heavy, but you have to wear it. Yu Shiwen lowered his eyes and looked at her, and his long eyelashes completely blocked the emotions in his eyes. The relationship between the two was too unfamiliar to say thank you. Yu Shiwen just said softly, okay. The sound of stepping on water came from under the cruise ship. The two leaned on the side and looked down. Siapura asked them to come up directly by touching the cruise ship. Yu Shiwen took the initiative to take the responsibility of introducing each other. This is Chief Huang, who is in charge of our third base. This is the owner of Great B&B, Siapura. A pair of big hands stretched out in front of Siapura. She shook hands politely. Hello. Hello. The leader of the third base was about 50 years old, wearing a dark gray uniform, and his neatly combed hair was mixed with a few strands of silver. He had a smile on his face. I often heard the legendary deeds of the store owner, but I didn't expect that the store owner is so young. No. Siapura straightened her back, with a decent smile. Let's go in and talk about it first. I also brought some healing psychics with me, thinking that natural disasters and man-made disasters should need healing psychics. Don't you know if the base needs one? If so, we can talk. Healing psychic? Chief Huang was amazed at her ability. Thinking that he needed help right at that time, he couldn't help but get a little anxious. It would be great if there was a healing psychic. Heard that the shop owner didn't like being stared at. Chief Huang planned to meet him once and leave, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Siapura resisted the urge to ask, and took the 5 people accompanying Chief Huang to a place to sit down. The robot came over and gave each of them a glass of water. Siapura couldn't help but ask immediately, why is it so good to have healing abilities? What happened in the base? The location of the cruise ship is very good. It is located between the residences of the upper and middle residents of the base. Yes, after the end of the world, the base divided the residents into different levels. Even the National Survivor Base cannot avoid this phenomenon. The building materials nearby are relatively good, and there is no collapse or other phenomena. The houses where the middle and lower class residents live are the disaster-stricken areas. Because of the high floors, Siapura can't see them at the moment. Yu Shiwen talked about the damage to the base during the typhoon and rainstorm. Chief Huang didn't stop her from talking, so she told him everything she knew. Siapura understood after listening. It was probably the same as Haiyu base, which suffered the impact of the natural disaster. She sighed. Even the central base is like this. It's really scary. Soon, she remembered something and asked, are the props for house reinforcement useless? Why is it still so serious? Yu Shiwen said, it is useful. Most houses can be preserved. Only a few houses are already old. The reinforcement cannot withstand such a strong typhoon. With your B&B, the casualties have been reduced a lot. This seems to comfort her. Are there many injured people? Only the lower-level residents have casualties? No middle and upper-level residents? How is it possible? Yu Shiwen smiled and shook her head. It's just that the proportion of injured people in the lower-level residents is higher. Seeing that they had understood almost everything, Leader Huang did not want to wait any longer, after all. Waiting one more minute would mean the loss of a fresh life. Shopkeeper, I know the rules of the shop. Our base will provide the crystal cores according to the amount of crystal cores required for treatment. This is the attitude of their central base, and also the attitude of being responsible to the people. If it were not for the situation, the Central People's Country has always advocated equality for all, and the people who least want to see class distinctions are also the national leaders. In their eyes, there has always been no hierarchy among people. If they can save them, the country will not give up any survivor. Xie Pu pondered, and finally decided, each superpower will be charged 10 first-level crystal cores for treatment, but the injured must be transferred to the cruise ship. 10 first-level crystal cores can save a life. Is it expensive? It's simply a charity. Just as Chief Huang was about to agree, he heard the following sentence. It's not that he doesn't want to, but rashly moving the injured is actually a secondary injury to the injured. Besides, there are not enough ships in the base, so many injured people may not be able to be transferred. If they move like this, the wounds of the injured are at risk of water entering, and there is no telling how many bacteria there are in the water on the ground. Chief Huang couldn't make up his mind for a while. Chapter 383 Mysterious Fragment *3. Xie Pura thought it through before she spoke. I release the spiritual spring water. You can take it and use it for internal and external use on the injured before moving them over. She didn't need to describe the effects of the spiritual spring water in detail. The central base basically uses it. There are boats for sale in the store on the cruise ship. You can go and have a look if you need them. It's also convenient for moving the injured. Xie Pura finally explained, I have to be responsible for the healing psychics I brought with me. I can't let them leave the cruise ship. I hope Chief Huang understands. She said so. As a distinguished guest of the central base, and the only ally of the Xian nation in the end times, Chief Huang could not say anything else. Okay. Let's do as the owner says. Finally, Xie Pura made another passionate recommendation. If you need to pack a lot of boxed lunches, they are also sold on the cruise ship. Yu Shiwen looked at Xie Pura's profile with a smile. Little Grape always thinks so carefully. She can always think of what the base needs one step ahead. Leader Huang led 5 people to retreat. Before leaving, he specifically told her that she could do anything in the base. A hand as white as a scallion waved in front of Yu Shiwen. Xie Pura, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me? Are you sleepy? Yu Shiwen held her stomach and leaned on her shoulder with an exaggerated expression. I feel sleepy and hungry. Come on. You are so energetic all day long. But you still feel hungry one day? Xie Pura rolled her eyes. While saying this, she waved her hand to clean the table, and then took out the crab roe noodles that had been prepared long ago and were waiting to be eaten with Yu Shiwen. Crab oil, crab soup, crab roe, vinegar, noodles are placed on the table one by one. Yu Shiwen raised her eyebrows. What is this? Noodles with crab roe. Noodles with crab roe have not been mixed yet. Xie Pura seemed to be taking credit. I caught these crabs myself. You don't know how wonderful I am. She told Yu Shiwen about her trip to the coastal base, and what happened there, including the time she rode a great white shark to a self-service Hidaleo. The mouth on top was moving, and the hands on the bottom were not idle. Stir the cooked noodles first. Pour a layer of crab oil, a lot of crab roe, a little vinegar, and put the crab soup next to her. The crab roe noodles were assembled. Xie Pura also thoughtfully mixed the 2 bowls of noodles. The thin noodles were covered with crab roe, and each noodle was wrapped in the delicious crab roe soup. The golden and dazzling color, the orange-yellow crab roe, and the white noodles set off each other, like an exquisite work of art. Even the presentation is so beautiful. Yu Shiwen couldn't help but say, it's really beautiful. She picked up the chopsticks and mixed the noodles again before she started eating. The aroma of crab roe is very strong, and the crab meat is mixed with the fragrance of wheat flour. After taking a sip, her mouth was full of crab aroma, and Yu Shiwen's long-dormant taste buds were instantly awakened. The crab roe melted on the tip of the tongue, releasing a strong seafood flavor, and the graininess of the crab roe could be felt while chewing. The whole mouth was filled with delicious taste, as if you were at the seaside, and you could faintly hear the sound of waves hitting the beach. How is it? Is it delicious? Meeting Xie Pura's expectant eyes, Yu Shiwen swallowed a mouthful of noodles, raised his hands, and gave her a thumbs up. Tell the truth. Siapuru asked nervously. What? Yu Shiwen swallowed it with great difficulty, drank a mouthful of the crab soup that was so delicious that it made her eyebrows fall. And then finished her words. Tell the truth, did you graduate from New Oriental? Siapuru was speechless. I hope that next time I show up with a tractor, you won't ask me if I graduated from Lanxiang. Yu Shiwen took another big mouthful of noodles, chewing and saying, I don't know where you graduated from, but you must be from far away. Ah? Siapuru thought she had guessed it, and got goosebumps. It's delicious. Yu Shiwen ate with satisfaction, one mouthful after another, as if what she just said was just a casual remark. Thinking that she was overthinking, Siapuru continued to eat noodles. After finishing a bowl of noodles, footsteps were heard outside again, and people in base uniforms boarded the cruise ship one after another. He nodded to them as a greeting, and then went into the store to buy. Siapuru looked at Yu Shiwen's empty plate. You should go and rest when you are full. I have also met the people in the base. If there is anything else, we can talk about it after you wake up. Okay. Then I will go and rest first. Call me if you need anything? Yes. Yu Shiwen stood up, stretched his sore neck, and walked to the room. After the people came to buy the goods, there was the sound of the boat falling into the water from the cruise ship. All the healing psychics gathered on the deck, watching the base staff busying around, and always wondering if they needed help. Thinking that they didn't have the owner's permission, they didn't dare to act on their own. This resulted in the outsiders being busy, while the people inside waited obediently for the wounded to come and be healed by them. As time passed, the first batch of wounded finally arrived. And finally there was something for them to do. They each held a large bottle of spiritual spring water in their hands, and drank a sip when they were tired of using their psychic powers. Although it couldn't replenish their psychic powers, it would make them feel much better. The base was very considerate. Knowing that they had provided manpower, they carried a bunch of crystal cores over. After Siapuru agreed, they distributed the crystal cores one by one to the healing psychics, so that they could replenish their powers at any time. Siapuru did not allow the healing psychics to heal the person until he was fully recovered, but only to save his life, and then send him back to the BNB by bus. In the midst of the busy schedule, M80 upgrade reminder came again. Host, the current BNB can be upgraded to LV5, and the bus transmission time has been greatly improved. May I ask if it costs? Upgrade? Siapuru did not hesitate. Just now, she was still regretting that she could not find a way to light up the third base. Upgrading can not only solve the current urgent problem, but also help her complete the task. Congratulations to the host, successfully upgraded to LV5. Get a 50% bonus to the speed of the teleport bus. Get 3 mysterious fragments. Warm reminder, after collecting all the mysterious fragments, you can get a mysterious reward. You are still playing the mysterious reward game? Siapuru looked disgusted. No way. No way, you are not treating her as a little girl who is easy to coax. TSK, you are still mysterious. Finally, she couldn't resist her inner curiosity. What is it? Didn't the host disdain it? M80 didn't tell her. TSK. You don't want me to upgrade to LV10 to unlock all the fragments? M80 kept the highest level of the BNB a secret, later. Siapuru felt that there were too many people inside. A big cruise ship was now a bit crowded, and she couldn't help much, so she walked to the side and lay on the guardrail to look down. Chapter 384 Hungry Bighead Fish. How long is the future? When the host collects all the fragments. Siapuru was originally joking with the system, looking at the water, and soon realized something was wrong. No. She frowned, and her expression turned serious in an instant. System, can you see if something is wrong outside? M80 was at a loss. What's wrong? Look in the water over there. Is there something? The direction Siapuru pointed to was not within the cruise ship's operating range. If M80 does not have a special command from the master, it will not take the initiative to investigate the surrounding situation. In the dim light, it seems that there are several black shadows fleeing in the turbid water. M80 immediately detects and quickly locks on the target. Host. It is a fish. Siapuru frowned without a trace of relaxation. Is it a fish swimming below? Yes. But this fish is a little bit unruly. Why is it unruly? M80 expanded the range and explored again before giving a reply. These fish are of the same species, and they all have fangs. Fish? With fangs? Is this really a species on the blue planet? M80 did not respond. Siapuru could not sit still, and immediately ran to stop the base staff, who were about to return to the boat to pull the injured over. The two of them said respectfully, "Hello, owner." After meeting Siapiru, Chief Huang passed on her clothes and appearance, and asked everyone to cooperate with all her actions as much as possible. "I want to ask, when you were on the boat, did you feel the sound of something hitting the bottom of the boat?" The two looked at each other. "It's too noisy outside, our attention is on the wounded and the road. As for the sound of collision," the other person said, "I seem to hear the sound of dong 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 collision." There was actually a collision sound. Even if it has fangs, it shouldn't be a dong 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 collision sound. Which kind of stupid fish would use its teeth to collide? Unless their heads are also very hard. Shopkeeper? If everything is fine, we will go down first. Well, you guys go ahead and do your work. Siapiru made way for them. M80 voice sounded again. "Host, I just went to look for information." "How is it? What are those things in the water?" "Just mutated bighead fish." The mutated bighead fish evolved only the head and teeth. Siapiru was still waiting for M80 to continue. But she didn't wait for it to continue, and asked, "That's it?" "No more. The mutant creatures on Blue Star are not within the system record range." Siapiru looked up and suddenly found that originally only the lights were on inside the cruise ship, but now it was also bustling outside. Many households in the residential buildings had lights on. It was obvious that the electricity was generated by the solar energy she had sold before. But the sun had not appeared for several days, and the electricity was stored in the solar energy, and the residents were reluctant to use it. So what was the matter that made everyone so extravagant to turn on the electricity in their homes? Siapiru was in a daze, and someone would come up to talk to her and answer her questions. "The owner is wondering why everyone has lights on." Siapiru nodded. Some people found fish in the water, and some people were so hungry that they wanted to catch fish and cook them. It turned out that she was not the only one who found it, and someone in the base also found something under the water, but the news had just been transmitted. Seeing that she didn't reply, the man said to himself, "There are few days with boxed lunches, although 20 points are not much, many people are reluctant to give it up. Besides, if the fish is caught and processed and dried, it can be used as food reserves, so everyone wants to go fishing for fun." This statement not only explains why people go fishing when they can sell lunch boxes, but also reveals the current situation of the people at the bottom of the base. Siapiru understands that if there is a chance, people will want to stock up on survival supplies such as food. After all, if you have food in your hands, you will not be worried. If you want to say what can give people the most sense of security in the end times, besides absolute firepower suppression, it is probably sufficient food. She smiled and thanked the person who came over to help her solve her doubts, and stopped wasting other people's time. She returned to the cruise ship and looked down at the nearest residential building. Residents were trading with the base staff. She saw several residents put the crystal cores together and gave them to the staff, who gave them a lifeboat, probably because they found zombies mixed in the base last time. They immediately began to patrol the base now that they had the conditions. There were 5 men standing on the rescue boat. The water level was not very high. They didn't even wear life jackets. You could see that they were wearing tattered clothes, which could even be described as shabby. If she remembered correctly, the people living there should be middle-class residents. She didn't expect them to wear such shabby clothes. They didn't even have a raincoat, and they were soaked by the rain. Even without turning on the temperature sensor, she could still feel the cold brought by the typhoon and the rainstorm. She obviously had raincoats for sale, but they probably thought it was okay to get wet, and didn't want to waste money. It's normal to be reluctant to spend money in points. Siapiru watched them work so hard, and she was worried about what would happen if they caught a cold. Siapiru fixed her eyes on the small rescue boat, watching them take out the homemade fishing nets they had prepared, and then took out a box of things that she couldn't see clearly. They worked together on the boat, and after a while, they finally drove the rescue boat to a place with deeper water and more shadows underwater. One of them took the black bag in his hand, stretched it out, and poured it out. It was still too far away, so she couldn't see what was in the bag. She was curious, so she asked M80 to explore. M80's face was livid. "Host, believe me, you don't want to know." The things in the bag had fallen into the water and spread all around. Siapiru's smile froze on her face. Could it be? Isn't it Ollie gay? Although she didn't want to answer, but yes. What's the point of throwing that thing down? It's endangering public security? M80, it should be baiting. Baiting means throwing something attractive to fish into the water, to attract fish to eat. making it easier for fishermen to catch or fish. Siapuru couldn't accept it. Aren't these fish what they want to eat? Not only are they polluting the environment, how can they eat it themselves? Besides, can big-head carp eat this? At first, there were only a few fish, but after a while, Siapuru saw with her own eyes a group of black shadows gathering at the place where they made the nest. They are really hungry. When the fish had gathered almost completely, they cast a net and really caught 7 or 8 big fish. There were countless pairs of eyes on their boat upstairs. As the first group to eat crabs, they set a good example for others. Footsteps came from several nearby buildings, and the small corridor was filled with people scrambling to get out and catch fish. Chapter 385. Strike a heavy blow. Those fish were free to them. As long as they put in a little effort, they could eat dried fish every day for a long time. Free is a fatal attraction to any group. Besides, the local authorities did not say anything about this matter, nor did they stop it. Everyone felt that they had tacitly accepted the act of fishing. Everyone was scrambling to go downstairs. The first lifeboat that got the benefit had already caught a lot of fish. The lifeboat was not big, and the fish in the water were big. It was full after loading dozens of them. The 5 people had no choice but to walk towards the residential building where they came out, planning to wait until everyone else came out before they could find a way to put the fish in. Plop. Plop. The continuous sound of diving into the water was the sound of residents eager to go into the water to catch fish. Their equipment was not that professional. They had knives, forks, basins, buckets, and everything else in their hands. They walked into the water barefoot, which made Siapuru frown. There were all kinds of messy things in the water, and no one knew where the fish came from. If their legs were injured or scratched by something in the water, there was no tetanus shot available now. The people in the country are not stupid. What she can think of is naturally what the people above have thought of. A strict rule was made. If you don't protect yourself below your legs, you can't go into the water. The people in the water were also called up. They can only go into the water again after they have done a good job of protection. It can be seen that the base is also helpless. They can't cut off the life, but they are also worried that the water is not clean. They are in a dilemma. She can't see the situation underwater clearly. She can only faintly hear the cheers of people who found fish nearby. Everyone knows that the fish in the water belong to the public. They are theirs only when they get them and return home. Now the moral bottom line is constantly being pushed back by human nature, and there are only a limited number of fish in the water. Who knows when these fish that came from nowhere will disappear again? Everyone understands this truth, and the interest in fishing is unprecedentedly high. The motorboats of the bay's staff are sailing back and forth on the water, and they give warnings from time to time, fearing that these hungry residents will do something that endangers their safety. Siapuru lay on the cruise ship and watched for an unknown period of time, and saw that the fish in the water behind were indeed getting fewer and fewer. Some people came back with full loads after 2 or 3 trips. Some people came late and didn't catch any fish. These two groups started arguing. She decisively took out the recliner, adjusted it to a comfortable position, put fruits, drinks, snacks, small melon seeds on the small table that came with the recliner, and watched. Their choral lineup was also very interesting. Siapuru temporarily called this lineup 50-year-old flowery dressed young aunt vs 40-year-old old baby. Don't think I didn't see it because I came late. It's just that your family has moved back and forth several times. Don't you know to leave some for the people behind? The young auntie was also unforgiving. You also know that you were late. What did you do earlier? The younger baby was not in the right, but she was also shameless. Then I am late. Don't you know to leave some for the people behind? Move everything to your house. Then everyone can eat at your house. The young auntie stood there, with a mighty posture of a man blocking a pass and 10,000 men unable to pass. Why do you want to eat at my house? The one who swims in the water belongs to whoever is caught. Who are you to me? Old man, who should I tell you? I am your biological father whom you have never met. Bah! Shameless, if I had given birth to you a few years earlier, you would have the nerve to say you are my father. The auntie didn't indulge him. She waved her hands and coordinated her legs. When one leg moved forward, the other leg followed. You are Chao Xiong. Brother, don't infect me. You back off. You back off. There are many people who like to watch the fun. Siapuru is one of them. But she has to hide and watch, otherwise. If it gets out, where will her face as a shop owner be? No. You have to give it to me. You've already taken so much. The younger man pressed on, and the young lady stepped forward. Neither of them was willing to retreat. Siapuru's eyes widened, staring at them intently. The young lady began to reason. Why are you like this? You are being a hooligan. I am being a hooligan? I think you are the one who is being a hooligan. You put all the public resources into your own pocket. You are the one who is being a hooligan. The younger man stared with his eyes wide open, as if he was about to spit fire. You are unreasonable. The young lady was angry and annoyed, and stood with him as tall as the younger man. I am just being reasonable with you. The younger man felt that he was unreasonable, but more and more people were watching. Even if he knew that he had run into a tough guy, he couldn't save face for a while. The lady kept approaching, and it seemed that the two were about to fight. The two got closer and closer, and the young lady punched hard. Mwah. The whole place was silent. Siapuro was also shocked by the audience, who were watching the show from a distance. Open your eyes and look, this is a hooligan. The young aunt's hand was not polite, rubbing the old baby's face. Siapuro admired her. This is the legendary use your mouth instead of your hands. Look at how good the atmosphere between the two is now. The arrogant and domineering young man couldn't say a word, only a red face was left. The young aunt was very satisfied with the young man's reaction. I can't take care of everyone, but now you want me to take care of you. You can consider it. The blush of old age is better than all the love words. The aunt's sons went upstairs to put the fish upstairs, and then went downstairs to see the old mother, and an old man standing together. Their own mother was holding the old man in her arms, and the old man in her arms did not resist. Mom, we will leave for a while. You found us a little daddy? The sons' faces were full of excitement. What are you talking about? The young aunt left the sons, and went upstairs with the younger man in her arms. Siapuro never thought that a farce could be resolved so easily. She still doesn't believe her eyes. M80, do you need to replay it for me? Host? It's too explosive, I can't bear it, I'd better not do it. Siapuro held her chest, her face was still in shock. Why did you say this thing? M80 hesitated. Save the wonderful replay. The third base was lively, and it was a happy time, but the dawn base on the other side was not so harmonious. It was still those crocodiles, and they seemed to have set their sights on the dawn base. Aquatic creatures are not zombies, so they are not isolated by the protective shield. At this moment, the extremely hungry crocodile is frantically using its hard crocodile skin to attack the one-story house. The people inside felt the fear of being flooded the day before. Suddenly, I heard something hitting my window. I didn't take it seriously at first, but then the 6th, 7th, and 8th hits, and even the dumbest person could sense that something was wrong. Chapter 386 Redwater. The resident on the first floor boldly pulled open the curtains that he had used to comfort himself, and a huge mouth of the abyss, with a strong stench, opened in front of him. The person who opened the door was so scared that he almost died on the spot. The crocodile outside the window saw the light in the house, and someone, and hit it harder. The man watched the culprit who hit his glass hit the glass window again, and couldn't help it anymore, and screamed out in dolphin sound. The heart-wrenching screams are very attractive, plus there are crashing sounds. Originally everyone thought that a floating object hit the building, but now everyone ran out to look down after hearing the screams. Everyone stood at their windows and looked down, and saw a lot of driftwood floating in the water, and a few pairs of eyes hidden under the water faintly visible in the driftwood. They saw the light coming from a layer of open curtains, and then saw several crocodiles crashing up one after another. If a layer was knocked open by them, this building would be a dangerous building. If the water flooded up again, they didn't dare to think any further. The crocodiles seemed to have gained intelligence. They crashed into the other building, and then crashed into the other building. After a while, the sound of crashing came one after another in the Dawn base. No one in the Xingtian base knew what happened. Group members boldly guessed in the group, Dawn base is so lively. They set off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Who has the group of the Dawn base next door? Can you ask them what they do? Such a big noise. Don't tell me that a group of people are bored and are having fun there? Their base doesn't care about such a big noise. Maybe it's a team building activity? A brave young man directly at Ed, their base leader. Indy, at Xingtian base leader, look at other people's bases. Can you bear to let us not have what they have? Unfortunately, the Xingtian base leader didn't reply. Someone who has a good relationship with the neighbor can send a message to the neighbor and ask what's going on. Yes, remind them that fireworks are not allowed before the new year. Too few people next door have cell phones. Who told the base next door not to let the store owner manage it? Now it's good, everyone is stuck at home without cell phones to play with, and can't even send a message. The group is very active, and so is the Eclipse base group. They are all speculating about what Xingtian base is doing, and why there is such a big commotion. Only the people in Dawn base know that they have no way to express their suffering. The base chief who refuses to be managed, the big crocodile who is still breaking the window, and this damn rainy day are simply the most desperate things for them at the moment. Everyone seemed to have an unwritten rule. That is, if you can't go out, you play with your phone. Messages kept flashing on the screen. And one message was particularly eye-catching. It was a video. In the video, several large crocodiles were hitting the first floor of a house. The picture was very shaky. It can be seen that the person who took the video lived on a high floor and enlarged the picture. This was sent to me by my friend at the Dawn base. He said that their base is now full of the sound of crocodiles hitting the first floor. So they weren't setting off firecrackers. Or team building? Were they targeted by the crocodiles? If we talk about being anxious, the most anxious person is Dawn base chief. But there's no point in him being anxious. He doesn't have a cell phone, and can't contact the store owner. At this moment, he was squatting on the ground, looking at the residential building not far away being attacked by the crocodiles, feeling extremely regretful. Bang, bang. What happened? Dawn base chief was stunned, sat down on the ground, feeling the sound of the collision, which came from the bottom of the building where he lived. He was slapping himself wildly at this moment, resenting himself for coveting that little bit of power, or trying to take advantage of it. It would be useless to say 10,000 more words. He looked out the window, and could only place his hopes on the two neighbors of their base. Eclipse base and Xingtian base were as he wished. After sending this matter to the group chat, he asked someone to verify it, and then reported it to Chen. The two bases were located next to their base. If the crocodiles really attacked and ate all the people in the Dawn base, they would be the next. Xiepuro was sitting with her legs crossed, enjoying the delicious food, and teasing the silly system from time to time. She was having a very comfortable life. Until Chen couldn't make up his mind. He found her and asked her to make a decision about the Dawn base. Xiepuro thought it was something that made Chen rush to find her. Is it just this matter? Boss, aren't you anxious? Seeing the boss' calm look, Chen felt that he was like the emperor who is not anxious. But the eunuch is. No. What's the hurry? Xiepuro said calmly. I have reinforced their walls. Even if they are hit by horses for another year, they will not collapse. I open a mall upstairs to sell mobile phones for them. If they find it noisy, can't they manually choose to turn on the noise shield? It's no big deal. Chen relaxed, patted his chest and said, I thought you, the boss, didn't care about them. Do you want me to ignore them? Or do you want me to care about them? Xiepuro asked. Chen, neither. The boss has his own decision. Okay. Don't worry. Xiepuro patted Chen's hand, signaling her to relax. By the way, remember to tell the central base about this, and let them take precautions. Xiepuro looked at the people who were still fishing in the water, thinking that fortunately the fish in the water here were just ordinary fish. Okay, then I go to the front to get busy? Go ahead. After Chen left, Xiepuro slowly took out her tablet, just happened to have nothing to do, so she could study the mobile phone store. Everyone was trapped at home, and couldn't do anything. She simply changed the rule that restricted playing with mobile phones to an unlimited time. Selling electronic products at this time would definitely make a lot of money. Xiepuro happily prepared to open the store. Boom! A loud noise came from nowhere and resounded through the sky, shaking the doors and windows of the residential buildings. Xiepuro paused and looked around. But she didn't see where the noise came from, since she didn't light up the current base. M80 couldn't trace the source of the loud noise. 5 minutes later, cheers came from the residential building. There seemed to be more fish in the water? Dad. Mom. Bring down the basin and catch some more fish. Enough for our family to eat for 2 years. There were indeed more fish in the water. Xiepuro looked down and saw that the dense school of fish was even darker in the dim environment. I don't know if it has something to do with the number. There used to be a fish in the water every 8 steps. But now you can see a fish every 3 steps. The density is greater and wider. Ah! 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 There were screams from the crowd. As her sight fell on the source of the sound, the water was rolling and surging. About 200 meters away from where she was. As the crowd screamed, the water under them had turned red. Chapter 387 Piranhas. The crowd fled in panic, and it became a mess. Looking around, many places in the water were red. That was the color of blood. There were creatures attacking humans under the water. The scene was so chaotic that it was impossible to see the situation in the water. What's going on? Siapuro looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. It was just peaceful. Noisy. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Host, it's piranhas. If there was anything different in the middle, it was that inexplicable loud noise. Can you find out where the sound is coming from? The base has not been lit up yet. I can't find it. M80 said dejectedly. At this time, the water and the land were in chaos. Many fish jumped out of the water directly and bit people. People with superpowers used their superpowers one after another, attacking the fish that were biting them. There was a commotion, and the staff shouted at the top of their lungs, but they were powerless. The fish gathered. As long as there were enough fish, they could eat an adult in a few seconds. Once their lives are at stake, many people cannot hear the outside world at all, and only care about cleaning the fish on themselves. The people in the water suffered even more. After a while, several limbs that had not been eaten clean emerged on the water. The people who saw this scene in the residential buildings trembled in fear. There might be their family members, relatives, and lovers in the water. Another group of people who did not go downstairs at home were children whose parents were worried that they would be trampled and injured if they took them downstairs. The children cried in fear when they saw the blood-red color surging in the water through the glass. Siapura stood up, jumped to the side of the cruise ship in 3 or 2 steps, used her whip power, and rescued the people who were intact in the water first. As for those who had been bitten, the part under the water was already blood-red. She tried to pull those people up, but the lower body of all those who were pulled up had been bitten almost to pieces, and only half of the internal organs in the abdomen were left. No matter how good the B&B hospital was, it couldn't cure patients in such a condition. There was no time to think about it. Siapura's subconscious judgment was to strive for the greatest benefit. She could use vines to bring up people who were close to her. But what about those who were far away? The scene was too bloody, and it stimulated her brain to think rationally. She quickly moved to another direction, and fished out all the people she saw from the water, and threw them onto the cruise ship, letting the blood and dirt from the people who came up pollute the clean and shiny deck. There were still many people alive in the water, and out of humanitarianism, she would not put the people who were only half dead back into the water. The people in the water on this side were almost all fished out. She changed her direction and stood, planning to continue fishing. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind rushing past her, and the smell brought by the wind was so familiar. She looked at the person and exclaimed, "Shiwen?" Yes, the rabbit-like figure was Yu Shiwen, who was supposed to be resting and catching up on sleep. "Little Grape, I go somewhere else to have a look." The situation was critical. She only left this sentence. The lifeboat was thrown directly into the water. And she jumped? Siapura lay on the side of the cruise ship and watched. And she was relieved when she saw her fall into the lifeboat safely. Yu Shiwen had her responsibilities, and she also had her own things to do. She came back to her senses, and continued to fish in the water. One batch, another batch. She didn't know how many people were dragged onto the cruise ship. At the back, she couldn't see anyone within her sight, so she had to move the cruise ship. A beam of light flashed in the water in front of her. She looked over and saw that it was a well-trained soldier from the base, sitting on a lifeboat, using his special ability to save the survivors under the water. Fighting against aquatic creatures is not their strong point, as people who have lived on land for a long time. If it was before the end of the world, they would definitely have trained for amphibious warfare. After the end of the world, the base was worried about unknown creatures underwater. It was far away from lakes, rivers and seas, and there was really no water to waste. So they did not train. Therefore, their operation was not smooth, and they even did not cooperate well at the beginning. They did not even catch as many people as Siapura did at one time. The piranhas were restless and tried to attack the lifeboat, opening their mouths wide and biting towards the bottom. The lifeboat bounced back, throwing back the piranhas that were attacking it. The piranhas tried several more times, but it still didn't work. So they changed their target. Everyone tacitly avoided the cruise ship area and ran to a place where Siapura couldn't reach to rescue. The entire area of the third central base is as large as 10 Haiyu bases. She can directly rescue the entire Haiyu base, but her business scope cannot cover the entire third base. There are too many people in the water, and the fish eat quickly, as if they have been hungry for a long time, and they will take a bite of the bark when they see it. Siapura fished out a few people who had climbed up a tree to escape. They were in a bad situation. The tree was shaky from being bitten by the piranhas under the water, and was about to fall, But fortunately they were all rescued. All the people in the nearby water were fished out to the cruise ship. The piranhas under the water saw that there was no food, and they all swarmed to other places. Siapuru was quick-witted, and rose above the cruise ship, and controlled the area she could reach, and condensed the ice power. After a few seconds, the ice power froze all the water within the cruise ship's operating range. The rain from the sky fell on the ice with a crackling sound. I wonder if the falling water will thaw the ice. Can the light power purify the piranhas in the water? No. Host. This is the nature of piranhas. It's not that they mutated after the end of the world and want to eat people. The light power is useless to them. This is not a solution. Involuntarily, Siapuru looked in the direction where Yushiwen leapt. Host, over there. With M80 pointing the way, Siapuru quickly locked onto a direction. Yushiwen was sitting cross-legged on the lifeboat, with her eyes closed as if in meditation. And below her, there were large numbers of dead piranhas floating on the water. She did not choose to throw herself into the rescue, but chose to attack the piranhas under the water, buying more time for the rescuers. She had always known about Yushiwen's psychic ability, but had never cared about the level. After asking the system, I found out that the level 4 superpower I had when I first met him has now reached level 7 or 8. Higher than the people in the coastal areas? There are 2 trees in our BNB, which have the effect of absorbing crystal cores in small amounts 24 hours a day. It seems that the host has never paid attention to the superpower levels of the residents in the BNB. After the extreme heat passed, the levels of many people increased exponentially. Host. Her superpowers are consumed so quickly. Upon hearing this, Siapuru flew out immediately. Before leaving the business area, hang on the building with vines, and then swing yourself out. Chapter 388 Unity and Cooperation. After a few rounds, they soon reached Yushiwen. When she got closer, she saw that her lips were pale, and she was soaked, and she didn't know whether it was rain or sweat. Don't. Yushiwen stopped Siapuru from grabbing her waist and taking her away. She took out the crystal core from her pocket and replenished her consumed energy. Siapuru understood her idea. Wait for me. She handed Yushiwen a bottle of spiritual spring water and turned away. Seeing that the number of piranhas in the water is still increasing, no matter how many Yushiwen kills, it seems that there are endless piranhas in the water. There are a large number of piranhas, and human energy is limited. She has to find the source of the piranhas and block the source. The task of saving people will be left to others. And she, with such a powerful system as M80, can help her detect the underwater environment. She only needs to change her position to let the system scan. And most importantly, she will not be hurt. It is most appropriate for her to find the source. So she used the vines to swing around the base. And she would stop for a while at each place, so that M80 could detect it. She changed 5 or 6 places. This place was already very remote and sparsely populated. It was in a dark alley with 2 houses close together. If M80 hadn't asked her to come in and take a look, she would have missed this place. M80 said excitedly, "Found it. I found the source. The source is this sewer." It was still surprised. It's really strange. There are piranhas in the sewer? It didn't know. So Siapuru would not know the reason. Maybe the natural disaster has caused a butterfly effect and some weird things. Natural disasters are unpredictable. This kind of creature that only lives in movies appears in the sewer. Although it is outrageous, but with the beginning of the natural disaster, it can be considered a trace. Then I can just block the sewer? While speaking, Siapuru took out a powerful flashlight from the space and turned it on. The whole alley was bright. However, there were all kinds of things in the water, all kinds of garbage mixed with dirty water, and I could only see that there was a place where crickets were pupating violently. The source is from here. If it is blocked, it will not come out, but the sewers are connected in all directions, generally connected to many places. Siapuru was too lazy to care so much. She raised her hand to freeze this place first, then violently removed the ice, and threw a large mass of disgusting and messy ice into the space garbage disposal. The moment the ice was removed, the piranhas were about to rush out again. She saw the right time, and after the first piranha came out completely, she froze the sewer outlet again. Take a look at the piranha. Its appearance is somewhat familiar. Siapuru can't remember where, or in which book. She seems to have seen it. It has a big mouth, and sharp triangular teeth. As long as it targets its prey, the teeth will quickly tear it apart. A sincere sentence. It looks so ugly. The piranha on the ground seemed to understand, and it jumped and struggled even harder on the waterless ground. put the piranha into the space, Siapura returned her gaze to the sewer again. Putting her hand on the top of the passage, her eyes narrowed slightly, the supernatural power condensed and surged at her fingertips, the light in her hand gathered into a ball, and she dived into the sewer with her consciousness. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect that the underground was really wonderful. The inner wall of the pipe was covered with bulges of different sizes. Those were the eggs laid by piranhas. Some of the eggs were still wriggling, as if a small piranha would break out of the egg in the next moment. The number of eggs in the pipe was so large that it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. M80. The loud noise probably means they broke through something and came out to attack humans. But unfortunately they met a host. Siapura probed in again, and the exit was blocked by her. The piranhas were furious and rushed to hit the ice she condensed. Fortunately, she was there. If it was another ice-type psychic, he would have to keep reinforcing his psychic power, and would be exhausted by them sooner or later. White ice flowers bloomed quickly in the sewer, in the dark corners where the light could not shine. The ice flowers froze the entire sewer. Siapura consciousness followed the power, blocking all the roads, until she came to a place that was obviously wider. Her subconscious told her that this was the source of the piranhas entering the sewer. She couldn't see it with her eyes, so she relied on her senses to block the wood power nearby. She blocked it tightly, leaving no chance for the wide things to take advantage of it. The ice power needed to be filled. Even if it was her, she would melt one day if she didn't release the power continuously. The vines summoned by the wood power were different. In fact, there is a better way to fill this place. But this is not the area she lit up, so she can only use a few superpowers. The wide surface was successfully blocked. But the matter was not over yet. After blocking all the sewers, the piranhas inside had to be taken out little by little. So she broke the ice cubes little by little, and then moved them into the space. This operation required a lot of concentration, and a layer of fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. It took a long time to clean up all the sewers that could be felt. After regaining consciousness, Siapura quickly pulled herself out of the sewer. As she left, the sewage on both sides, without the ice power to block it, rushed in and filled the empty space before she left. She followed the vines back to the yacht, and happened to meet Yushiwen, who had just returned. The two looked at each other's equally pale lips, and saw the sweat on each other's forehead, which was not much better than their own. They looked at each other and laughed. Yushiwen, ha ha ha. Little grape. This is the first time I see you so embarrassed. Siapura also laughed at her. Ha ha ha, you are all wet, and you are still laughing at me. She had been concentrating for a long time, while Yushiwen was constantly drenched by the rain, and both of them looked exhausted and looked bad. Siapura didn't know how long she had been gone, and after laughing, Yushiwen asked, have all the piranhas been dealt with? Yushiwen was so tired, bent over with his hands on his knees. The entire base has attacked, and all the fish have been killed. It's good that they have been dealt with. It feels good to be in a big base. You don't have to rely on yourself for everything. It's easier to work together. Back to their own business scope, Siapura directly wrapped the vines around Yushiwen's thin waist. Take her back to the door of the room, take a shower and have a good sleep after you're done. We all need to rest now. If there's anything, wait until you wake up. Okay? Okay. Yushiwen agreed repeatedly. I felt my whole body was hollowed out. It felt so good to be able to go back to the room without having to walk by myself. Good night. Good night. After saying good night to each other, they returned to their own rooms. No matter how tired they were, they took a shower under the water first, and then fell asleep. Chapter 389, Friends, Not Enemies. The two were really exhausted, and slept so soundly that they didn't know what year or month it was. After all, Siapura woke up first, and slightly opened the curtains, so she couldn't tell what time it was outside. She barely got up, and took out the boiled spiritual spring water from the space, and drank it in big gulps, and it took several big gulps to quench her thirst. She held her head, and said drowsily, System, how long have I slept? It's been a day and a half. Siapura shook her head, and shook off the sleepiness that was about to fall asleep. I can't sleep anymore. If I sleep anymore, I'd be starving. After getting out of bed and washing up, Siapura found the door of Yushiwen's room. It's time to get up. If you don't get up, you be starving? She knocked on the door, and waited for a while. Yushiwen came out of the room, and opened the door. If she hadn't looked confused and dazed, Siapura would have thought she had woken up a long time ago. Yu Shiwen was a little surprised. Little grape. You? How long have we slept? Siapura held up 2 fingers. If we don't go to eat, we starve to death. After saying that, he reached into the room and pulled her out, and went to look for food together. The two went downstairs, and the road was smooth. They saw that all the wounded rescued by Siapura on the deck were properly settled, and the deck had been cleaned. There were still some wounded people receiving treatment on the clean deck. Seeing her coming down and looking at him with gratitude, they were in awe. When Chief Huang, who was standing in the crowd, saw her coming down, he took off his hat, revealing a few tufts of white hair. M80 unusually clear voice immediately sounded. Congratulations to the host. Light up the 3rd central base. The actions of the people and Chief Huang, plus the prompt sound that sounded immediately. Let her capture the key information points. I want to light up the base. I have to make people recognize me. Right? Congratulations to the host. I have realized the key information points of lighting up the base. In short, the people are what they want. So her previous guess was also correct. To make contributions to the base, saving people, selling food, are actually the key points to win people's hearts. Siapura's eyes sparkled. The thing that had troubled her for so long finally got an answer. And with this answer, she could do more things. She was very upset inside, but on the surface, she was the same as usual. She raised her voice to Chief Huang on the deck. Chief Huang, can you move? Let's talk somewhere else. Okay. Chief Huang also wanted to see her, so she didn't go to the restaurant, and went directly to the meeting room. She ordered 2 meals for herself and Yu Shiwen, and went to the meeting room. They slept for so long, and were starving. They finished a bowl of noodles in 5 minutes. Chuan took advantage of this time to report what happened while she was sleeping. Boss, the seriously injured have been treated by the healing psychic, and they are back to the BNB by bus. Okay. Siapura continued. Thank you for following up for the next 2 days. We can rest when we get back. Chuan, not hard. With a few words, he filled his stomach before Chief Huang arrived. He was facing the national leader, and it was not good to eat too much and keep him waiting for a long time. Yu Shiwen took the initiative to say, how about you guys chat? I go outside to get some fresh air? With Chief Huang here, it was a matter of national importance. Yu Shiwen felt that he was not high enough, and he consciously found an excuse to withdraw. At this moment, they were on the territory of the central base. Siapura would choose to respect the leader's opinion, so she looked at Chief Huang. Chief Huang nodded to Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen received the order, and consciously withdrew. At this time, only Siapura, Chief Huang, and the few men in military uniforms he brought with him were left in the room. The table for business negotiations was very large. Siapura sat dignifiedly. They sat opposite her. Siapura hadn't thought of how to start yet, so she didn't say anything. Instead, one of the people on the opposite side of Chief Huang stood up, walked to the open space next to her, and released 5 sacks of crystal cores. She glanced over and saw that they were probably all first-level crystal cores. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Chief Huang. What is this? Chief Huang? Thank you for your help, owner. Chief Huang pondered for a moment, and continued. We understand that it was because you found the source of the piranhas in time and solved it in time that the base was able to adjust so quickly. The piranha incident caught them off guard. No one expected that this marine creature that only appeared in movies, and even in reality, there was no trace of it appearing in China, would appear in this natural disaster. After Siapura handed over the fruit that eliminated the zombie virus to the central base, she never thought of doing anything without telling the central base. She had no intention of hiding it, and it was normal for them to know her every move. Her hands tapped lightly on the table, tapping one by one. Siapura smiled and said, the base should have known that I had taken over several bases. Right? Leader Huang's expression flashed unnaturally for a moment. After all, they didn't know about it through her, so they secretly investigated her. Yes, I did. Siapura smiled but said nothing. Such a reaction made Leader Huang's heart alarm. Siapura didn't want to hear the explanation or waste time. No need to explain. I can understand that the country is investigating me for security purposes. But, she dragged out the last word, which made Chief Huang, who had just felt relieved, nervous again. In fact, Siapura was also uncomfortable in her heart, and she spoke slowly just to give herself more room to think. It was her first time to light up the official base of the people, and of course she couldn't just take it as she did with the private base. She would leave sooner or later after completing the task, And this world was actually a task for her. She came to help this world through the difficulties, not to dominate here. So she decided to volunteer to be a middleman working for the country. To be honest, I can also manage the third central base, and build houses and provide food for you like the Lun base. She observed the expression of Chief Huang. As expected of a longtime leader, he did not show his emotions. Unlike when he felt guilty about their investigation just now, when it came to matters concerning the country and the people, Chief Huang hid his emotions well. She did not get the information she wanted, so she simply gave up. We are very grateful to you, and the people are very grateful to you, but... Chief Huang misunderstood. Siapura really didn't want to listen to a bunch of words from the official. I can assist the third base, I only accept crystal cores and do things, and I will not participate in any of your decisions. As for whether you need it, you can discuss it again. Siapura emphasized word by word. Chief Huang, I will only be a friend to China, not an enemy. Both sides are smart people, and Siapura didn't plan to say anything more after saying this. Chapter 390 Cotton. No matter what the central base chooses, she will understand. After sending off Chief Huang, Siapura immediately opened her administrator panel. In the protective shield that blocks zombies, she spent great coins to open the protective shield of the third central base. The protective shield automatically deducts the fee from her account every 30 days. There are many people in this central base. No matter what they choose in the end, she will keep the protective shield open at her own expense. After all, this base was previously found to have zombies sneaking in, so it is safer to open it. Before Chief Huang left, Siapura borrowed Yu Shiwen. What everyone did not expect was that, on the day Siapura asked Chu In to hand over a mobile phone and a power bank to Chief Huang, a giant cruise ship comparable to a mobile city disappeared from the third base. Facing the wind, Yu Shiwen used a fruit knife to cut the cucumber in her hand into thin slices, and put them on the face of Siapura, who was relaxing on a recliner, and applying a facial mask. Hesitantly, he said, "Is this really appropriate?" Siapura opened her mouth, and swallowed the cucumber slices on her lips. "What's wrong with that? You're only in your 20s. Sister. Just imagine that your best friend, who suddenly became rich, bought a cruise ship, and took you out for a stroll. How nice it would be." She also put 2 slices of cucumber on her eyes. She couldn't open them. She couldn't see Yu Shiwen's worried expression, but she could imagine it. Yu Shiwen neatly cut another thin slice of cucumber, and put it on her lips. It was like a seal to make her shut up. "I'm still a little worried about the base." Siapura opened her mouth again, and ate the cucumber slice again. "The earth can still rotate without anyone, you might as well worry about where I take you instead of the base." "Yu Shiwen, where do you want to take me?" "To another base, to be a nanny in another base." "Where to?" "Shiokan. Do you remember? The 9th Central Base. Let's go over there, and take a look." Siapura didn't kidnap people because she had nothing to do. It was because the third base was now safe, and had been enlightened by her, so she wanted to see if she could take over the 9th base smoothly. She had set up a stall at the 9th base before, and she hoped that she could take over the flaming base as quickly as she did. She brought Yu Shiwen out because she felt that she was very tired, and she just wanted to bring her out to relax. It doesn't matter where you work. If you like to work, you can rest on the way. There will be work to do at the 9th base. Of course, she was not a person who didn't know manners. She sent a message to Chief Huang to say hello, indicating that she had already opened the protective shield at the third base at her own expense, and that she was going to the 9th base to take a look. Chief Huang was going to discuss her matter with the upper management, and would not interfere with her going or staying, and only said that he wished her all the best. Siapura pulled out the chat page with Chief Huang on her phone, and showed it to Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen changed her worried expression, and turned to disbelief. "Can we actually build houses in the central base? You are awesome." Hearing the compliments, Siapura took off the 2 cucumber slices on her eyes. Seeing the expression on Yu Shiwen's face, she also smiled. "Then you can go to the 9th base with me without worry." Yu Shiwen nodded twice. They laid down together, and applied a facial mask together. Siapura suddenly asked a soul-searching question. "Do you think this cucumber is really useful?" How could Yu Shiwen understand this? "I think it's better to drink 2 glasses of cucumber juice, so it's not a waste." Siapura comforted him. "It's okay, we can wash it, and feed it to animals later. This is not a waste of food. At most, it is recycled, processed, and reused." On the way to find Siapura, Chiche suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. He tried to stay awake, but his body fell down uncontrollably. Countless voices seemed to call him in another world. He couldn't break free, and sank into the darkness. The water gradually rose, and many high-level zombies appeared from nowhere. The most conspicuous zombie was an 8-foot-tall humanoid zombie that looked like a human. The humanoid zombie came to Chen, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "King." Without receiving a reply from Chen, a group of zombies carefully carried him to another location. There was a risk of flooding in their location, and Chen suddenly fell into a coma. They had to move their king to the lake. If someone paid attention at this time, they would notice that the humanoid zombie supporting Chen had grown a third hand. Back to the familiar lake, the bottom of the lake was filled with countless zombies. Feeling the clear breath, they all made way, allowing the three-handed zombie to sink to the deepest bottom of the lake with a clear breath. The cruise ship was on the way to the 9th base, which was very remote. On the cruise ship, it could be felt that the closer to the 9th base, the more the water level rose. Siapura's eyes darkened, perhaps because she had experienced the piranhas in the 3rd base. She knew the terrible extent of this disaster, and she would still feel worried and uneasy when encountering unusual situations again. What she could sense, Yushiwen had sensed long ago. Patted her hand to show comfort. Siapura took out the satellite phone given by the 1st base and dialed Shiokin number. Shiokin was surprised when he received the call. "Shopkeeper? Is your base okay?" Shiokin couldn't figure out what she meant by her incoherent words, so he had to tell the truth. "Nothing, what's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong. I'm glad." Siapura turned on the speakerphone. "Shiwen and I just went to your place from the 3rd base, and it's expected to arrive in 12 hours. We came by cruise ship, so you better be prepared." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Knowing that the 9th base was safe was the best news Siapura had received during this natural disaster, and it was also the most unexpected one for her. "Go and have a rest, you be there when you wake up," Siapura said to Yushiwen. She also wanted to catch up on her sleep, and she habitually looked at the time before waking up, and then habitually drew cards to see if there were any unexpected gains. The supplies she got this time were cotton, quilt, cotton pillow, down jacket, down pants. All cotton-related supplies. Siapura couldn't help but stroke her forehead with her hand. "This world is really... Isn't this targeting me?" She immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to the central base. She said she wasn't sure when the cold air might hit, and she didn't know anything else. She also mentioned that she could sell cotton clothes, cotton pants, and other emergency supplies, and marked that if the base allowed, she could open a store in the 3rd base to sell them. This wave of advertising hit the hearts of the leaders, who got up early for meetings. When doing business, the most important thing is, what you need is what I have. The two sides have a supply relationship. She has a lot of emergency supplies, and the most basic food. As expected, she received a reply that the central base hoped that she could meet and discuss in detail if it was convenient. Siapura put away her phone and smiled triumphantly. Chapter 391 10 Degrees? Before arriving at the 9th base, Siapura and Yushiwen liked to observe the changes in the outside world on the cruise ship when they had nothing to do. For Yushiwen, an absolutely safe trip allowed her to completely relax and observe the changes in the world carefully. This trip was rare for her, and it was also fun for Siapura. Siapura said jokingly, "If I have free time, I will take a rod to fish. I will kill and eat the fish as soon as I catch it. First kill and then fry. You have a lot of fresh ingredients. Wouldn't it be fresh if you just take them out and eat them? Why do you have to catch them before eating?" Yushiwen was puzzled. That's a different experience. In her space, there are even seafood directly moved into the space from the ocean. In terms of freshness, is there anything fresher than this? But she thinks that eating freshly caught food is an experience. This kind of experience from zero to something can satisfy the spiritual comfort better than segmented experience. "You have been watching. Have you noticed anything?" Siapura moved closer to Yushiwen, wanting to see if there was any difference between what she saw from her perspective and what she saw from her own perspective. "No." Yushiwen looked at her with a smile. "The cruise ship was moving so fast, how could I see anything?" "Then what were you doing just now?" "I was daydreaming, feeling like I was on vacation." Siapura looked at her sideways, and felt that Yushiwen had a faint sense of relaxation. "How about I go back to the B&B and build a fish pond? Then we can go fishing together? Will you not be busy then?" Yushiwen glanced at her from the corner of her eye. Siapura muttered, "If you are not busy, then I am not busy either. Then let's relax together." "Uh-huh. Then it's a deal, Let's go fishing together. After fishing, I can make you a lot of delicious food. Siapura's eyes burst with desire for a future vacation. I'm telling you, I caught a lot of fresh ingredients from the bottom of the sea. I really hope the end of the world can end soon. When the cruise ship arrived at the 9th base and stopped, the two were still talking, as if they had endless things to say. Siapura had thought about the development of the homestay, and she told Yushiwen bit by bit. The cruise ship stopped for a long time, and they didn't realize they had arrived. M80 reminded them helplessly, and Siapura took a look under the cruise ship. Yushiwen looked over with her, and turned around to see Chiokan, who was riding a simple homemade boat, waiting helplessly for them to find out when they were waiting. Hi! Siapura waved her hand, greeting Chiokan, who was looking up at them. Your ship is not as pretty as mine. She patted her ultra-luxury cruise ship. Yes, yours is a cruise ship. Can it compare to my little broken ship? Chiokan followed her words with a smile. But how can you get in with such a big guy like you? M80. Host can choose to be randomly teleported to the inside of the base as long as the base manager allows it. Siapura looked at Chiokan. Can the cruise ship go in? Chiokan was confused, but still answered yes. Get permission from the 9th Central Base manager to enter the base. Click on the panel. Siapura opened the panel neatly, and waved to Chiokan. See you inside the base. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiokan felt the water level under him move, and the huge monster in front of him disappeared with the boat and the people. While he was stunned, the satellite phone he brought with him rang, and he answered the call hastily. The crisp voice on the other end of the phone reported the location fluently. He couldn't remember what he said, and he responded unconsciously a few times. When he arrived at that position, he was sure that what he saw was true. Chiokan brought a group of personal guards to the cruise ship. Seeing Siapura, he asked, No. You are Yugong moving the mountain? Who is Yugong? Siapura resisted the urge to give Chiokan a slap on the head. The two were of similar age and had been in contact for some time. Siapura was not as reserved as she was with officials when she treated Chiokan. She was much more natural. It's more comfortable here near you. Chiokan walked forward and looked around the cruise ship. Siapura then noticed that she and Yushiwen were wearing comfortable clothes, while Chiokan was wearing a cotton coat. He frowned and asked in confusion, Is it very cold? Logically, the physique of a superpower is better to cope with the end of the world. But Chiokan was wearing such thick clothes. Is it so cold that even a superpower has to wear a cotton coat? Not bad. Chiokan touched his nose tip that had turned red from being frozen outside. Now he was gradually getting back to a comfortable state. It's probably only 10 degrees outside. Siapura asked, You have this level of superpower, and you have to wear thick clothes when it's 10 degrees outside? Chiokan, miss, I'm a superpower, not a zombie. 10 degrees is already very cold. But Shiwen is still wearing so thin clothes. I thought it wasn't very cold outside. Siapura's voice became weaker, and she became less confident as she spoke. Ahem. Yushiwen, who was called, cleared his throat. My situation is not that good. The 9th base looks much better than the 3rd base. Chiokan asked, You just came from the 3rd base. Right. What's the situation at the 3rd base? Yushiwen replied, There are many trees over there, and they are blown away by the wind, and the survivors need to be transferred, so the situation is not as good as the 9th base. It seems that the 9th base is still benefited by the lack of trees? Chiokan's tone was unnatural. That's not necessarily true. What if there's another sandstorm? Siapura had just finished speaking when she thought of something and wanted to slap herself twice. I'm such a bad mouth. Please don't be right. The two looked at her and knew that what she said was very likely true. After several waves of natural disasters that hit Blue Star, even if she boldly guessed that there might be acid rain in the future, they believed it. The three people gathered together didn't know yet that what they thought was right. Nature would teach all of them a lesson they would never forget. Since Chiokan boarded the ship, people from the 9th base also boarded the ship to buy things. Only staff members came. No ordinary people. The staff members were also responsible for delivering the things they bought to the houses where the people lived. The three of them sat down to drink water. Siapura asked, Is your base very harmonious? It's not bad. Residents also go into the water to catch fish. It would be nice if there was salt. Chiokan didn't know what he was thinking of, and smacked his lips. You have to be careful. We just came from the 3rd base. There are piranhas running out over there. Piranhas? Chiokin frowned. What happened next? Was it resolved? I'm here. Are you still worried about this little thing? Siapura's smug expression was caught by Yu Shiwen, and she secretly raised the corners of her lips when no one noticed. Chapter 392, Winning People's Hearts. It's a good thing that the 9th base didn't have a disaster, but Siapura was worried. What should she do to win the support of the people? What's wrong? Yu Shiwen noticed her mood change. Siapura didn't hide it, blurted out, what do you need to do to win people's hearts? Huh? Chiokan and Yu Shiwen thought they had misheard. The distress on her face didn't seem to be a joke. Chiokan seriously summed up his way to the top. The most important thing to win people's hearts is to know enough about the person you want to win. What do you mean? Siapura became interested. If you want to bribe someone, you have to give them benefits. The simplest and most effective way to avoid being at a disadvantage is to give them what they need right now. So you have to understand what they need. Chiokan pointed out the point where Siapura was stuck with his words. And suddenly he was unblocked. Siapura lay on the table and looked up at him. What do the people in your base need? Need to be well fed and clothed? Chiokan was asked this question, and he was a little unconfident. Okay. Then we have enough food and clothes. Siapura laughed, wiping away the depression just now. If she didn't have anything else, she just happened to have all these. One more thing, healing psychics can see a doctor. Anyone who wants to see a doctor can come over, 10 crystal cores per person. Siapura held up 10 fingers, smiling brightly. The salt you need is not for sale yet. If it is for sale, I will tell you as soon as possible. She slammed the table and got up, and did it right away. Yu Shiwen is a person who can't sit still, so she volunteered to help. Chiokan also arranged to mobilize manpower, while Siapura built a clothing store on the cruise ship. Probably because the cruise ship will be transformed into a small food truck later. Building a store on the cruise ship does not require points. The only drawback is that there is no template, and she needs to personally participate in each construction. The base in the heavy rain received instructions that more and more people were traveling between the cruise ships, and some residents also wanted to come out to help, or just want to get some fresh air. They begged the staff who came to investigate and register to help buy the needed supplies to let them out. But of course they were refused. If all the people came out and walked around, wouldn't the base be in chaos? The staff wearing red vests, and holding a small notebook to register the needed supplies for each household, did not leave after registering the needed supplies. Before Qian Jingji could speak out of doubt, the red vest asked, if anyone in your family needs to be cured by a superpower, you can go to the cruise ship. Only 10 crystal cores are collected per person. If you need, you can report it. We need it. We need it. Qian Jingji was worried about his old mother, who was still wandering outside when the typhoon came. She fell down during the evacuation, and didn't get better after lying down for several days. The little red vest took a pen and paper, and left in no hurry. Then I will register for you now. How many people? Brother. My mother is going. She is over 60 years old. Can I help her go together? It was windy and rough outside. It was absolutely impossible to leave the injured 60-year-old woman walking outside alone. You can send someone from your family to take the old lady and the crystal core. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't cause trouble for the base. The red vest wrote down the house number in a notebook and tore off a piece of paper to give to the people. Take this paper downstairs. There is a lifeboat downstairs to pick you up. Thank you. Thank you. Big brother. We will prepare it right away. Qian Jingji sent the red vest staff away and went back to the house to help his mother up. The old lady Qian got up with the help of her son, put on layer after layer of clothes, and finally wrapped herself in a raincoat. Where are you taking me? Old lady Qian fell and broke her leg. I don't know if she was frightened or what. She had a fever for several days, and let Qian Jingji do whatever he wanted. Let's go find a healing psychic to see a doctor. No, I won't go. The old lady coughed when she got excited. That will cost so many crystal cores. I won't go. Don't waste crystal cores on me. Mom, it's okay. Nothing is more important than your health. Qian Jingji consoled her. Just listen to me. We be back soon. I won't go. Mrs. Qian shook her head stubbornly. I be at home. Let me lie down for a while, and I be fine. How many days have you been lying at home? If you were going to get better, you would have gotten better a long time ago. You're still having a fever now. If you had listened to me and gone out to get some medicine, the fever might have gone away now. Qian Jingji felt sorry for his mother, and was angry that he was useless. Mom, our family doesn't need those crystal cores. If he was useful, his mother wouldn't have been so stingy with those crystal cores. Sometimes, I really hate the frugality of the older generation. They always think about saving small money, but the small money they save is not even enough to make up for the big money. No matter what you say, I won't go. Mrs. Chen was really stubborn. She was going to lie on the bed with her raincoat on. Qianzheng had no choice but to forcibly pick up the old lady and take his mother out. It was pouring rain outside. The old lady shouting was more terrible than the rain mixed with thunder. She made all kinds of trouble along the way. Finally, she came downstairs. The red vest glared at her, and Mrs. Chen finally calmed down. There were two strangers sitting in front of the two of them. There were only two red vest staff members responsible for controlling the forward movement and direction of the lifeboat. The other two asked curiously, "Are you also going to see a healing psychic?" "Yes." Qian Jingji took a breath, but his hand was still holding down old lady Qian. 10 crystal cores are not a lot, especially after the extreme heat has passed. The explosion rate of the second-level crystal core is higher. Old lady Qian wanted to save the crystal cores. It is unknown how long this natural disaster will last, and money is needed everywhere. "Mom, stop making trouble. If you are not feeling well, I don't want to save money and go home." This trick really worked for the old man, who always wanted to return to his hometown. Grandma Qian calmed down and stopped making noise. The 4 people who shared the boat finally arrived on the cruise ship. They were taken to the cruise ship by another group of red vests, and brought to the healing power person to wait in line for treatment. After Chu Ling treated the last patient, she looked up and saw Grandma Qian. She looked familiar at first glance. She looked a little like her good sister Qian Wushuang. Out of caution, Chu Ling treated the patient step by step. "Hello, please take a seat." "What's the problem?" "Hello, my mother was a few days ago." She described in detail how the old lady was injured and frightened. Every detail, for fear that if she missed any part, the healing psychic would misjudge her. Chu Ling lifted the old lady's hand. "I see, I helped the old lady check the bones first." In the middle of the treatment, she asked indirectly, "I feel that you look familiar." "Who?" "I'm sure I haven't had much contact with little girls." "Do you look familiar with my mother?" Qian Jingji asked puzzledly. Chapter 393 Searching for Relatives. Chu Ling shook her head, while continuing to check, while guiding. "Where are you from?" "There is nothing that cannot be said about the things before the end of the world." Qian Jingji tried his best to have a good relationship with the healing psychic. "We were from H City before the end of the world." "H City is so far away from here." Chu Ling pretended to be curious and asked, "How did you come to the 9th base?" Qian Jingji said embarrassedly, "It's my fault for this matter. I was thinking of taking my old lady out for some fun when I had some free time. When we traveled here, the zombies broke out. It was also bad luck. I couldn't get in touch with my previous relatives. My mother is still talking about settling down and coming home before she dies. Do you think the old lady is unreasonable?" "Actually, she is not. The old lady only has such a small request. She has never said anything even though she has suffered with him. If I hadn't been so impulsive, I wouldn't have said anything on the internet about going out to see the world. Trend, it's fine." But then he thought, if we didn't come, maybe we wouldn't survive the early days of the apocalypse. We are lucky, people. The most precious thing is to be content. After Qian Jingji finished speaking, he realized that he had been talking all along, and shut up awkwardly. "It's okay." Chu Ling used his supernatural power to check the bones of old lady Qian. There is a fracture in the calf bone, probably the fever caused by inflammation, and maybe she was frightened because of her old age. I will use my supernatural power to treat you, and you can go back and take some medicine. After all, healing psychics are not real doctors. They can only use their psychic powers to probe into the patient's body, to feel what is wrong with the patient. The treatment time is very short. Chu Ling took a look at the house number and the name of the resident on the note, and asked quickly, "Is your surname Qian?" "This surname is not common." "Yes. This surname is easy to write and remember. If you meet a girl with my surname, there is a girl named Qian Wushuang, who is about your age. You can tell her or tell me." Qian Jingji just said it casually. In the apocalypse, it is very common to ask strangers about their families. Qian Jingji just tried his luck and had no hope at all. After all, the 9th base where they were located was very far away from H City. It took a whole day to fly there. It was not easy to meet family members. He subconsciously thought that the base asked them to find a healing psychic for treatment. The healing psychic here was also sent by the base. He never thought that Chu Ling would come from somewhere else. "Qian Wushuang?" Chu Ling put her hands in her pockets, suppressed her excitement, and continued to probe. This name sounds familiar. There are not many people with the surname Chen, and it is not very common. Qian Jingji was excited when he heard her say that, and tried to recall the appearance of his niece a few years ago. She is a student, studying in H City. Qian Jingji found embarrassedly that he could not remember it. When his niece was young, they often went out to play together, but they rarely met when she grew up. They each had their own things to do, and they could only see each other during the holidays. Is she studying at H University in H City? I'm from that school. You're still a student in H City? But how did you get so far to the 9th base? Did the base capture you? Qian Jingji said in a low voice. He couldn't figure out the relationship, and was already wondering if the base was forcibly keeping healing psychics. But if that was the case, then his niece was very likely to have awakened her healing ability, and was brought together, so she knew the healing psychic in front of her. Qian Jingji was excited thinking about this. And even the confused old lady Qian became excited. Old lady Qian grabbed Chu Ling's hand. Girl, do you know my granddaughter? I'm from H City, and the base didn't force us. Chu Ling did not break away from old lady Qian's touch. If the person you know is named Qian Wushuang like the one I know, then it's possible. But there are so many people with the same name in the world that I can't guarantee it. Then, girl, can you leave me an address? We can go there after this natural disaster. At least there is hope. Qian Jingji originally wanted to leave a phone number, but then he realized that there were no mobile phones to contact the base at this time. Now the 9th base has installed solar power generation. Even if the old mobile phone can be turned on and used, there is no signal, and it is impossible to contact by phone. Chu Ling thought about it. She followed the owner on the cruise ship, and the owner did not hide the fact that the 3rd base was lit up from them. If the 3rd base can be lit up by the shop owner, then the 9th base may be possible. How about this, you leave me an address. If there is a chance, I will ask Qian Wushuang to come and take a look. It would be even better if you have a token for me to bring back to her. Chu Ling made a suggestion. How could Qian Jingji not agree? He agreed repeatedly. I don't have any tokens around me. We didn't have any good things in the internet era before. Even online shopping is so developed, let alone tokens. How about this? I write down our previous address. Can you please pass it to your friend? Qian Jingji said cautiously, looking at Chu Ling's face. This is exactly what Chu Ling wants. If there is something that can prove her identity, the detailed address before the end of the world is the best information to confirm her identity. Okay. Seeing Chu Ling agreed, Qian Jingji took out a dozen crystal cores that he brought with him when he went out. These are all we have in time to go out. Thank you for helping me pass it on. He handed the crystal core to Chu Ling, while being wary of Mrs. Qian being reluctant to part with it. He was relieved when he saw Mrs. Qian didn't make any extra moves. In fact, he was overthinking. Mrs. Qian's thoughts coincided with his. It was not easy to get news about their relatives. The school, name and city all matched. These few basic pieces of information gave them a lot of hope. How could you not feel good when asking someone to do something for you? Mrs. Qian was an experienced person. How could she not know the tricks? Chu Ling quickly refused. No. No. Qian Wushuang and I have a good relationship. It's not a big deal to help transfer it. In order to prevent Qian Jingji from taking the opportunity to get involved. Chu Ling did not completely believe him, and only said that the relationship was not bad. Worried that Qian Jingji would insist, Chu Ling added, there are regulations for us to help with treatment. We cannot collect more crystal cores. Otherwise it will break the rules. Qian Jingji did not insist after hearing this. But he and old lady Qian kept thanking Chu Ling. Siapura noticed that the interaction here was unusual, and walked over to look at Chu Ling with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Chu Ling said frankly. These two seem to be Qian Wushuang uncle and grandmother. Chapter 394. Why don't you make a video call? Siapura was slightly surprised. She knew that finding relatives in the end times has always been an obsession for some people. If they really found their relatives by accident, it would be a good thing. What are you doing? Her eyes swept over the note in Chu Ling's hand. I asked them to leave me an address, and I go back to ask Qian Wushuang. Chu Ling handed the note in his hand to Siapura. Siapura did not take it, but took out her mobile phone and waved it in front of Chu Ling. Doesn't she have a phone? Why don't you just give her a video call? Chu Ling's brain crashed for a moment, and her expression was awkward and stiff. Then she was careful here and there. Wouldn't she be a clown? Ahem, I just wanted to use my phone to call her. Chu Ling took out her phone, and two pink spots appeared on her cheeks. She found Qian Wushuang chat window and made a video call. As the phone rang, Qian Jingji and old lady Qian were both very nervous. During this period, they thought a lot and hoped a lot, and old lady Qian was so nervous that she was sweating all over. After 5 rings, the other party connected the video. Chu Ling was holding the phone. Seeing Qian Wushuang's face, Chu Ling excitedly shouted, "Wushuang." Qian Wushuang had nothing to do in the BNB, so she went to exercise. She had just taken a nap and answered the phone in a daze. As soon as Qian Wushuang spoke a syllable, Qian Jingji and old lady Qian were excited. They came over and held back, waiting for Chu Ling to finish the communication before it was their turn. Chu Ling asked implicitly, "The deputy captain is not next to you, right?" "No. I just took a nap." "What happened?" Qian Wushuang sat up on the other side of the video, knowing that Chu Ling would not call casually. Qian Jingji and old lady Qian were even more excited. Chu Ling knew from their reactions that they had heard the voices. She immediately reminded her good sister, "Sit down first. The owner and I came to the 9th Central Base. It seems that we met your family." Chu Ling took out the note and read it. "The man is Qian Jingji. And there is an old lady. I want to see if you recognize them. Give them the phone." Qian Wushuang's voice was confused with a hint of sobs. Chu Ling handed the phone to Qian Jingji, who pointed the camera at himself and old lady Qian. On the other side of the video, there was a girl in her 20s, with a pretty face, cold eyes, and only a simple white t-shirt. The familiar face looked a little different from when she was a child, and it was much more open than when they met a few years ago. But it was still recognizable. Wushuang. When Mrs. Qian saw the face of the person on the other side of the screen clearly, she burst into tears. "Grandma." The voice of Qian Wushuang was also heard from the other end of the phone. Xia Puru and Chu Ling looked at each other. Chu Ling and Qian Wushuang said they were going out for a walk. The two walked out together, leaving space for Qian Wushuang relatives, who had reunited after a long absence. "Shopkeeper, will I be wasting my time by doing this?" Chu Ling looked at Xia Puru's face uncertainly, and was a little worried that he would be considered lazy and absent from work. Xia Puru thought she was not an unreasonable boss, and teased Chu Ling, "Do you think I am cruel? Do I like to exploit my employees?" "No. No." Chu Ling waved her hands. Her eyes were watery, and her panic looked more lively. "Since you know I am not, are you still worried about what I will say about you? I was told by my boss when I was working during the summer vacation. Generally, bosses cannot tolerate any sand in their eyes," Chu Ling said with a smile. Xia Puru herself had worked before, and before the system was linked, she could understand the meaning of Chu Ling's words. She chuckled, "Don't worry. I'm not that old-fashioned. I don't exploit my employees. I'm also happy to see everyone find their families to reunite." Wait. She had another bold idea, and it was a good opportunity to discuss it with Chu Ling, the first batch of old tenants who had stayed in the BNB the longest. "If you can do business in the BNB in the future, would you like to open a store in the BNB and become a small boss?" "Really?" Chu Ling was confused. "I actually want to be like you. Make some delicious food to sell. But unfortunately, no regrets, ingredients will be available for sale soon." Xia Puru stopped talking immediately. When she returns after this week's work, supermarkets will be able to sell new and fresh dishes. When she has time, she can sort out the opening of the BNB, so that guests can operate freely like other bases. She occasionally looks at the BNB opinion board. Most people hope to add the free trading in the BNB. She originally planned to start the national business after opening the sale of fruits, vegetables and condiments. Robots cook, it's delicious, but it lacks the flavor of human life. "Okay, when you go back, you can think about what kind of store to open, and then I can be your customer." Xia Puru patted Chu Ling's shoulder comfortingly. "Okay." Chu Ling felt as if she had hope for her future life. The two did not stay outside for too long, and when they returned, they had finished their conversation. Qian Jingji handed the phone back to Chu Ling. "Thank you, you are Wushuang's friend. Right? Luckily I met you." Old Mrs. Qian was still wiping her tears. It was obvious that she had just cried. "You're welcome." Chu Ling took back her phone and rummaged in her pocket. Xia Puru spoke up, "If you two want, you can pack up and go back with us to the BNB, where Qian Wushuang lives," thinking that the cruise ship could also provide accommodation. Chu Ling stopped rummaging and tried to attract Xia Puru. "Yes, uncle, grandma, our BNB is very safe. She tried her best to recommend the B&B, racking her brains to say what she thought were the benefits. Pura kept listening to Chu Ling various compliments and flattery. She felt embarrassed. Well, we may have to change our route to the first central base, and we have to wait for us to go around before we can go back to the B&B. If you are in a hurry, you can also take the bus back. It's not expensive to send business cards. How could Qian Jingji be willing to give up such a good opportunity? From what the owner said, they can go on the cruise together. It sounds much more reliable than the bus they have never seen before. Shopkeeper, we want to go with the cruise ship. You can also stay on the cruise ship. Right? Pura was stunned. Yes, but I still recommend you if you are in a hurry. She still wanted to recommend the bus, because the two of them didn't look very wealthy. There was no need to go with them on the cruise ship and waste money. We are not in a hurry. I want to go with you. You are all good people. I feel more at ease with you. Qian Jingji smiled honestly, with a sincere face. Well then. The conversation has come to this point. If you refuse again, you will be a fool. Chapter 395 Light up the 9th base. Pura, but don't be so anxious. We will stay in the 9th base for a few more days. You can go back and pack your things first. We will find someone to notify you before we leave. Okay. Qian Jingji thanked them one by one, and helped the old lady Qian, who had just finished seeing the doctor, to leave the cruise ship and go home to pack her things. The lifeboat picked them up and sent them back and forth, and they could also go on such a luxurious cruise ship to treat the disease. This kind of treatment and experience, let alone 10 crystal cores, even if you had 100 crystal cores, you wouldn't have such good treatment in the past. The human and material resources of the base personnel are not for the service of civilians. It is good enough that most civilians are not exploited. Although there is no exploitation in the 9th base, everyone's suffering is shared equally, and no one is much better off. After going out, Mrs. Qian's illness was cured. She smiled more often. She was full of energy, and anyone could see it. Neighbors were not idle at home, sitting in the corridor watching the ships coming and going. Seeing the huge change in Mrs. Qian, it was inevitable to ask more questions. Old Lady Qian and Qian Jingji were good people, and they had good relationships with people. It was a good thing that they found their relatives, and they didn't hide it at all. Old Lady Qian smiled from ear to ear all the way. Whenever someone asked her what good news she had, she would tell them, I found my granddaughter, who happened to be a friend of a healing psychic. As they walked along, everyone in the building knew that Qian Jingji's family had found their lost relatives in the end times. And there was a wave of enthusiasm. The base stipulated that people could not go out. But the news was not blocked. The news spread like the aroma of the food Pura made, flying into the sky, and spreading from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Don't underestimate the speed and effect of information transmission. In just 2 days, Pura received a prompt from the system to light up the base. It seems that what Chioken said makes sense. If you want to win people's hearts, you have to give them something they need. Pura crossed her arms and looked thoughtful. M80 couldn't help but tell her the truth. Actually, finding relatives is the most touching thing for survivors. Food can sustain life. But for the 9th base, they have already grown food with seeds bought from the B&B. So they are not in great need. The 2 words looking for relatives are the real killer. It took 2 days to light up the 9th base because of the speed of the news. Everyone was locked up at home. So many people knew it late. Shopkeeper, are you leaving the 9th base? Chioken got the news that they were about to leave, and put down his work and ran over. Well, I plan to go to the first base to take a look, and talk about the 3rd base by the way. Is the 3rd base connected to the subway? Chioken got the information from the first base, which was not much. And he also imagined the subway because he knew about the Lun base. It depends on what the higher-ups mean. If they allow it, it's fine. Pura pointed her index finger to the sky. Chioken, I'm so envious. I really want to have it. Pura took in the expression on Chioken's face with a playful look. Are you envious? Chioken nodded. Who wouldn't be envious? Just like in the countryside where there is no public transportation. People envy big cities for having airports. There is nothing wrong with not admitting it. Don't be envious. Pura came to Chioken, and they faced each other. She thought for a moment, and said seriously, actually, I have an ability. What ability? Chioken's curiosity was aroused. If the base commander shouts 3 times, the owner of the grape shop is my king. I will be the soldier of the grape king when I come to this station. If you shout 3 times quickly and continuously, I can also build a subway for your base. Chiokin is not an innocent kindergarten kid. He looked at her with disdain and said coldly, I graduated from Hua University. Don't treat him like a child and trick him. Siapura was not angry either. She patiently persuaded him. Have you forgotten? My bus transmission business card can summon the bus by shouting 3 times. Are you sure you don't believe me? Chiokin's eyes showed hesitation. He was not stupid, but it was true. He had to believe it. Are you serious? It's a good idea. Siapura smiled at him with a sidelong glance. She herself didn't know how cunning she looked at this moment. Do you know why my progress is so slow? I have only built subways for a few bases now? Chiokin also asked, why? Because those base commanders don't believe me. Siapura looked calm, making people believe what she said. She continued to ask, do you know why I stayed in the 3rd base for so long? Chiokin hesitated and gave an answer that he didn't believe. Because he didn't believe me? Ah! Siapura praised, that's right. I believe you are a smart guy. You should believe me, and won't let me stay here for too long. Right? She stared at him straight, as if she wanted to use her eyes, the window of the soul, to remove all his defenses. Didn't you find a big hole in your base before? You suspect that it was done by zombies? They even told you this? Chiokin was shocked. This kind of thing is considered a top-secret internal matter in the base. They even told her this? Siapura looked away guiltily. In fact, it was Yu Shiwen who told her. Yeah. She was not justified, but she was confident. What's wrong? Chiokin didn't understand what the connection was. I can build a subway. And I can also prevent zombies from entering the base I manage. Siapura didn't lie. And her confidence returned immediately. Chiokin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said 3 times in one breath, the owner of the grape shop is my king. And I will be the soldier of the great king when I go to this station. I will be the soldier of the great king when I go to this station. I will be the soldier of the great king when I go to this station. Siapura's face was red, and she almost burst from trying to hold back her laughter. What kind of weird words are you talking about? Why do you have to chant weird spells for your high-tech? Chiokin asked her with his eyes open. She quickly turned her back to Chiokin, put her hands behind her back, pretended to be mysterious, and laughed silently with her back to him. After she had laughed enough, she replied to him, okay, now I can also manage your base. Remember to talk to the 1st base later. If everything goes well, we can discuss your base's affairs with the 3rd base's affairs at the same time. Ah? Chiokin thought about it, but he didn't really believe it. It's already reached the point of reporting to the 1st base. So it seems that this is almost certain. Are you telling the truth? Siapura turned around. Still don't believe me? How about this? I help you prove it. Chiokin asked, how do you prove it? Siapura gathered her superpowers under her feet, and a strong cyclone formed around her. That was the power of the wind superpowers. Chapter 396 set sail to leave the 9th base. She leaned slightly, and then leaped up. Chiokin was taken up with her, and his eyes widened at this moment, a rare loss of composure. You. In just a few seconds, Siapura returned the 2 to their original positions. The feeling of floating under his feet had not yet dissipated. Chiokin was very sure that he was not a wind-type psychic, and only a wind-type psychic could take off for no reason. You? Do you believe it now? Siapura raised her chin, snorted softly, and her feet sprang to life. Remember to report to the 1st base, and discuss the matter together to save me some trouble. Just run away after cheating someone. The person who cheated today is still a student from Hua University. Hee. She can brag for a year. Chiokin stayed where he was and doubted his life, and thought it through after calming down for a while. It must not be a spell. Otherwise she could have told him directly on the 1st day she came. And her problem at that time was to win people's hearts. So the key point of the matter was people's hearts. Chiokin, who had figured it out, was both happy and angry. He was definitely happy, but a little angry that he shouldn't have exposed his alma mater. Damn it! It's embarrassing, but his alma mater also lost face. Siapura ran away, but not completely. Chiokin received a call, and came to ask if she could give him a ride, so that he could go to the 1st base to attend the meeting. Siapura glanced at him. What kind of meeting does the base commander have to go to in person? Does this count as absenteeism? What do you mean by absenteeism? Didn't you say that, when the subway is accessible, I can just follow you back to the BNB and take the subway back? Quickly grasping the key point, Siapura's eyes lit up. Do you mean that they will agree to let me build the subway? Chiokin straightened his back. They are not stupid. This deal only requires crystal cores, and does not require manpower and material resources. It is simply too cost-effective. Well, if you are sure, go back and pack up. She looked at the time and decided, we will leave in 5 hours. Chiao-kan, I will go back now. Qian Jinji and old lady Qian did not need to be notified. They had packed their things and boarded the ship long ago, and had already settled down on the cruise ship. Old lady Qian had recovered a lot from her illness. When Chu Ling was free, she would carry the small bag she was carrying in her arms to ask her about her granddaughter's recent situation. Chu Ling could see that old lady Qian loved Wushuang, and she patiently answered whatever the old lady asked. As a bystander, Siapura envied the most the elders, like Mrs. Qian, who loved their granddaughter. She seemed to have not been in contact with the residents of the B&B for a long time. She was always busy and always felt that she lacked the spirit of fireworks. This feeling was not good. She was like a busy cow and horse. It was good to be alive, but she just couldn't find any fun. She leaned on Yushiwen. When the natural disaster is over, let's sit down and have a good meal. When the time comes, you can bring the children over and call your parents over, and we can have a lively time. Siapuru's voice was soft, and it sounded completely different from her usual state. Yu Shiwen hit the nail on the head. Are you homesick? Siapura looked up at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. There were no birds in the sky. It had been a long time since she saw birds in the sky. No home. 5 hours had passed, and Chioka arranged everything for his departure before boarding the ship. He did not bring anyone with him on this trip. He asked Siapuru and said that if the first base agreed, he could return to the 9th base in 2 weeks at the latest. In just half a month, everything was arranged. Even if he was not at the base, there would be no trouble as long as the zombies did not come. The cruise ship started, and everything was settled. Siapuru always felt that she did not do anything during her visit to the 9th base. Before she even understood the situation of the 9th base, the base was lit up. On second thought, the 9th base was a base under the country, and it was different from other bases. It would not be good for her to interfere too much. So she stopped thinking about it. She sat alone on the side of the cruise ship, looking at the scenery outside. Yu Shiwen was busy everywhere, helping with the affairs of the 9th base, and was busy all over. Now she was sleeping soundly in her room. Chiokan brought 2 bottles of Coke and sat down a little distance from Siapuru. Siapuru's vigilance suddenly rose. You are not here to settle accounts with me. Are you? No, at least you are not completely lying to me. Chiokan pursed his lips, and his eyes were fixed on the scenery in the distance. Then why are you sitting here? I want to know why your cooking is so delicious. Siapuru was proud. You don't want to become my apprentice or learn from me, do you? No, I was thinking if the base really agrees, can you open a hot pot restaurant for the 9th base? He added, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Especially now that the temperature has dropped, when the weather gets cold. You will want to eat something hot, like snail noodles, hot pot, noodle soup and the like, warm and comfortable. Siapuru smiled and said, That's it? That's it. Chiokan handed him the Coke. Is it okay? No problem for me, but the first base must agree, otherwise it's useless for us to agree now. Siapuru was not sure that she could negotiate the matter. From her point of view, the official base was different from her small-scale fight, and they would be more cautious. Chiokan was sure, they will agree. Why? Siapuru looked at him. If what you said about zombies not being able to enter the base you manage is true, they will agree even for this reason. Besides, there are so many strange high-tech things on her body, and in the B&B, as long as she is not a traitor, there are only benefits and no harm in the base cooperating with her. Do you trust me so much? She never understood why Chiokan never seemed to question her. Because? Chiokan dragged his voice and looked at her, seeing her serious face. The corner of his mouth twisted. Because I am a soldier of the great king when I come to the station. Ha ha ha. Siapura pouted in disdain. You are almost 30. You have such a good attitude. Huff huff. It seems like a heart-piercing sound. But it's good, I am old but my heart is not. Finishing knife. Trick after trick. I believe you with good intentions, but you actually say I am old. Chiokan was furious. I'm not saying you are old. I just want to tell you that you are not suitable to act childish at this age. Siapura was full of smiles, even if she said something that deserved a beating. She could not be hated. The two of them were silent for a while, sitting down and looking at the scenery. They drank Coke from time to time. Chiokan asked, How long will it take to get to the first base? Probably 3 or 4 days. It's far away. There's still a lot of time. Why don't we have a seafood barbecue dinner on the boat? Siapuru suggested. Chapter 397 Barbecue Preparation. Several voices rang in my ears. Chuling, barbecue? Chuan, seafood dinner? Chuling, okay. Okay. I help. Chuan, then I help too. Boss. Just tell me what to do. I'm your most loyal servant. Siapuru. The 3 invisible black lines on his forehead were very noticeable. But do we have the ingredients? Chuling was worried. Chu-En knew about the farm in the B&B, and the fruit and vegetable farm would soon have a large number of ripe fruits and vegetables that could be eaten immediately, but he didn't know if his boss had any ingredients on the cruise ship. Chiokan and Siapuru didn't say anything. Chuling came to the side of the cruise ship. Aren't there fish in the water? Should we catch fish to eat? Siapuru never lacked food, but just now she thought of it, and said that she lacked a bit of fireworks. If she could catch fish, it would be more fun to eat barbecue. She always did whatever she thought of. She immediately stood up and joined the two people's enthusiastic barbecue discussion. You can catch fish, but for safety reasons, you have to soak the fish in water before eating it. No, why are you here? Siapuru was a little slow, and then she remembered to ask them why they suddenly appeared. Chuling blinked. We just came out from there, and saw you sitting so far apart, so we wanted to come and see if you had a fight. The two of them were indeed sitting a little apart, but Siapuru didn't care about it, while Chiokan deliberately sat so far away. Siapuru looked at the time. It's getting late now. Let's do it tomorrow night. Let's go to bed early today, and we be busy tomorrow if we want to eat. Okay. Chuling and Chuan took Wei Yu back. Chuling was a good girl, so she asked her to take care of Wei Yu. She was like a hen protecting her chicks, and she kept Wei Yu with her all the time. Let's go, too, and have a rest early. Siapuru patted her butt and went back to her room without caring about Chiokan's. Chiokan threw 2 empty Coke cans into the trash can and also went back to his room. With the owner's permission, Chuling went back to her room and told the owner about the barbecue tomorrow afternoon. The expectations of the crowd were so high that they could not wait for the next day to come. Before going to bed, they were still thinking about having a big meal tomorrow. Of course, there were also some people with social anxiety who felt that they were superiors and subordinates to the owner, and did not want to participate in the barbecue. But they could not resist the temptation of delicious food. They had been craving for the owner's cooking skills, since the owner gave them a cheese-baked scallop to satisfy their cravings. They always wanted to eat more and wanted to eat until they were tired of it. When you get tired of eating the same dishes, you will want to eat more different dishes. And repeat until you get tired of eating them. People are greedy, the 2 words of eating and drinking. I think even if the owner doesn't do the barbecue himself, they are happy to cook by themselves. No matter how much everyone hesitated, no one said they didn't want to participate, they overcame their psychological fear, and finally fell asleep with full of expectations. When they woke up the next day, they gathered together automatically, and chattered on the cruise ship about what kind of ingredients were delicious. Some people were beside the cruise ship, trying to see what fish there were in the water. Unfortunately, the cruise ship was moving too fast. They couldn't even see the big rocks in the water, let alone the fish. Healing psychics had no restrictions on the cruise ship, and they were so free that they were even a little bored. At first, they would post various videos of the cruise ship to the homestay group, with the original intention of showing off. And they did achieve their goal. But the place was so small, and they posted everything they could. But in the end, they were still bored. Many people in the group were clamoring for Indy, and suggested that the owner organize a one-day cruise trip or something like that. They would be willing to do so even if it cost money. Siapuru had no idea about all this. She had already quit playing with her phone. Her life was wonderful. She slept until 3:30 in the afternoon. Yu Shiwen was still asleep when she woke up. When she got off the cruise ship, she saw that they formed 2 camps on the ship. One was the healing superpowers gathered together to discuss the long-awaited barbecue, and the other was Chiokan sitting alone at the table drinking coffee and listening to music. Chiokan's clothes changed from the usual business style to a casual vacation style. At first glance, he almost couldn't recognize that she was the soldier who recognized her as the king yesterday. Hey, isn't this Xiao Qiu? You look so cool after a long time? Siapuru came over and teased him with a teasing look on her face. Chiokan looked up at her and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You are ignored. No one wants to play with you." Shiokan pursed his lips, was silent for a moment, and whispered, "The strong are lonely. Haven't you heard that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain? Strong people are often alone." Siapura curled her lips. "I will still talk nonsense when I am old. Isn't it barbecue today? When do we start?" Shiokan touched his stomach, in fact. He was also looking forward to the barbecue. The side suddenly became quiet. This is a question that everyone is concerned about. Everyone pricked up their ears waiting for her answer. Siapura knew that she got up late without looking at the time. "Everyone get ready. The cruise ship will stop for a short hour for everyone to catch fish by themselves. This activity is entirely voluntary. Those who are willing to help can help. Today, everyone can eat as much as they want. I will pay for all the consumption. Long live the owner." The whole audience cheered loudly. Chu Ling came with Wei Yu. "We are ready. We are just waiting for your order. Then go to the deck over there. We are ready to start." Siapura pointed to the deck not far away. Everyone gathered over there. Shiokan, who was acting like a cool head of the base in front of outsiders, also went. Rain can't get on the cruise ship, so there's no need for umbrellas. A group of people gathered around the place she pointed to, and they gathered around a large rectangle in the center of the deck that emitted light. "Siapura, everyone stand outside the light. And be careful." Everyone followed the instructions, and walked outside the light to make room for the rectangular area in the middle. Everyone stood outside the range, and a mechanical sound came from somewhere. The place where the light was originally lit gathered virtual fishing nets from all sides and in the middle. The faint beam fishing net seemed to float on the water like an information code. If you go down a little further, you can directly touch the water. This fishing net will not hinder your movement. It is for your protection. Siapura stood in front of the rectangular gap, demonstrated with her body, and relaxed her whole body and lay straight back. When she was about to touch the water, the beam fishing net lit up and lifted her up. Siapura stood there intact, opened her arms and moved. "It's safe. Don't worry." She waved her hand again, and released many small wooden stools and fishing tools for them. Chapter 398, Preparing for the Barbecue. "Leave it to you. I go to the side to light the fire and charcoal. If you don't want to do either of these, you could also go to the side to string the ingredients onto wooden skewers." With another wave of her hand, she put out the prepared green vegetables and sliced meat. She deliberately didn't string the vegetables into skewers, just to make people sign the skewers. She has reflected on herself, and it was also inspired by the nursing home proposed by Haiyu Base. Why is it difficult for the lower class people to survive? It's because too many technologies have replaced their jobs. Maybe people's movements are not as fast as robots, and they have all disadvantages compared to robots in basic work. But the wages paid to humans will flow into daily necessities, thus forming a cycle. Using robots will only make points and resources favor the rich at all levels. The gap between the rich and the poor will only get bigger and bigger in the future, which is not what she wants to see. When everything is settled, she will sort out the positions in the BNB, create employment opportunities for more ordinary people, so that ordinary people don't have to risk their lives to earn hard-earned crystal cores. Seeing her standing in front of the barbecue grill that had just been taken out and seemed to be in a daze, so I approached her to talk to her. "What are you thinking about?" Shiokan came closer. "Thinking about how to save the world," Siapura said casually. After saying that, she thought of something, and her eyes fell on Shiokan. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shiokan frowned. "What do you think about saving the world?" "Me?" Shiokan pointed at himself, with a calm face. "You should look at the pink hair dryer." Siapuru's eyebrows twisted together, forming a figure 8, which looked very cute. "Will there be answers in it?" "It is to make you feel less troubled after reading it, and return to your childhood." Siapuru: "Thank you. I didn't have many troubles to begin with, but I wanted to die after reading it." He took out a few more grills at once, estimated the number of people, and took out 5 large grills, which should be enough. "You are free anyway. Go over there and make a fire." Shiokan is good at making fire, a simple survival skill in the wild. He carried a bag of charcoal and focused all his attention on making fire. M80, host. "We are now located above a river. There are abundant aquatic products. Are you sure you don't want to go fishing? Above the river?" Siapura looked outside. The endless water surface made it impossible to tell the direction. "Yes, there are more aquatic products than elsewhere. Then everything in the water must have flowed out. How abundant can it be?" Her nonchalant look frustrated M80. "Doesn't the host have spiritual spring water?" Even if it flows out, you can still summon it back. Chiokin turned his head again, and there was no girl wearing sportswear behind him. Siapuro quickly came to the square deck, with a small space opened up. The people around her saw her coming and made the most comfortable position for her. She picked up a net, and then took out a palm-sized piece of bread, which was soaked with spiritual spring water. First throw the net out, then throw the bread onto the net, and wait for the net to sink. She is impatient. She got impatient after waiting for half an hour, and can't wait to work with the people next to her to retrieve the net. Others are more patient than her. They have thrown several nets, and haven't started to retrieve them yet. The net she pulled up is the first net. The people who were skewering meat stopped skewering, the people who were washing vegetables stopped cutting, the people who were marinating meat stopped marinating, and they all put down their work and came forward to check what was in the net bag. This net is amazing. Before it was opened, several huge grass carps were seen. The onlooker shouted excitedly, "This grass carp can be grilled. I used to work in the night market. I do it. I do it. Everyone who has eaten the grass carp I made says it's good." There are many repeat customers. There are also very common catfish, eels, fathead fish, tilapia, sinoperca, carp. They are all big. There are some common fish. Not to mention that they will imagine delicious food after seeing it. Even she saw it. Several cooking methods flashed through her mind. Chu-Ling's eyes lit up terribly, as if she had seen gold. This is steamed, this is braised, this boiled. This is good, this is fried. Make it sweet and sour. Ah, I want to eat them all. Siapuro was also very happy. Chu-Ling expressed the thoughts of most people present. She also wanted to eat what she said. Can these be cooked and eaten directly? Siapuro thought it would be safer to soak them in spiritual spring water for a while to disinfect them, so she took out a few large buckets for them to soak aside. Chu-Ling ran over excitedly. "Beautiful boss, are we going to cook the dishes tonight, or will you cook them?" Everyone on the side thought it was very strange. Why would someone ask the owner if they wanted to cook by themselves? Several older brothers shook their heads behind them, thinking that young people just don't understand the ways of the world. In fact, it's not Chu-Ling's fault for asking, mainly because she was one of the first guests to stay in the B&B, and witnessed the development from a small shabby house to a B&B the size of a city. And before, Siapuro cooked for them herself. She was surprised to Chen Wishwang. Siapuro also wanted to solve the problem once and for all. So she said, "I will cook some of each type, and you can cook the rest by yourselves." This was the answer Chu-Ling was looking forward to the most. Everyone who knows the owner's cooking skills will give a thumbs up after eating it. It's good to eat something cooked by others. But she is still looking forward to the owner's cooking the most. Hee. Okay. Let's take care of these fish first. And then we go prepare the dishes. Siapuro went straight to the food preparation area. The food preparation area was not yet fully prepared. She had been washing vegetables before, and had not yet cut them. She found a place to sit down, not planning to cut vegetables, but to find another way, cutting fruits. As soon as she left, the crowd around her also dispersed, and everyone went back to their own places and busied themselves. Chu-Ling was peeling garlic near where she was cutting fruits, and her eyes were always looking at the fruits in her hands. The small table in front of Siapuro was clean, and on it were the watermelons that everyone loved, the golden cantaloupe that looked like honey, and the passion fruit that was cut and placed on the table. All kinds of fruits, all of which were fruits that could only be seen before the end of the world, and they made Chu-Ling lose her soul. She wished she could have her eyes on Siapuro, as she cut the fruit with the knife in her hand. The intense gaze almost burned Siapuro. She cut a small plate of fruit, and brought it to Chu-Ling. "Would you like to eat something first?" If she didn't eat something, her saliva would flow onto her. Chu-Ling rolled her eyes. "You are so kind, I have nothing to repay you. But, if you say that, I will leave." Siapuro was about to take the fruit away. "Chu-Ling, I am honest. I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again." Chapter 399. Something happened. Chu-Ling was given a small plate of fruit scraps, which were left after Siapuro cut them, and thought they were not good looking for display. But there were still a lot of scraps left, and the more she cut, the more she had. Finally, she just put the scraps out first and served them as an appetizer for everyone. Although they were just scraps, everyone was very satisfied with the fruit and enjoyed it. Seeing everyone's smiling faces, Siapuro was the most satisfied. After cutting the fruit, the fish were almost ready. The cruise ship stopped for an hour, the opening was closed, and it started again, and continued to move forward. Siapuro cleaned up the mess in front of her, turned on the working mode, and cleaned up the fish she had raised neatly. She took out some crabs and shrimps, and processed them with Chu Ling and the others while chatting and laughing. With a knife, she cut the small crabs provided by the system into two, and made a dish of fried crabs in the typhoon shelter. The big lobster she caught became baked shrimp, and she made garlic crayfish and spicy crayfish with the crayfish provided by the system, which were made in two super large pots, which could be used by so many people present. The prepared crayfish was stewed over a low fire, and it took some time for the flavor to absorb. She also cooked some other sea fish, braised, steamed, and minced garlic, and kept them warm until they were grilled and ready to eat. The fresh and delicious taste was so tempting that she was sweating profusely. Even the people who were also busy picking vegetables on the side reflected on whether they did too little work. Otherwise, why was the store owner so busy? Besides helping, they could only wait to eat. Chu Ling's hands were numb from peeling garlic, and Chu In's nose could only smell the garlic from chopping garlic. Even so, the grilling had not yet begun. Is the charcoal ready? Siapura shouted at Chiokan. It's ready a long time ago. You can come over and grill it. I don't know if it's because Chiokan aura is too strong, or because of his status. No one approaches him. If Siapura hadn't shouted, no one would have come over. The charcoal was indeed ready a long time ago. Chiokan had some skills, and when Siapura went to check the charcoal fire, she praised him. You didn't work at the night market before, did you? A master at making fire. Chiokan rolled his eyes at her. Which of these soldiers didn't go through this? Which didn't endure hardships? Finally, Chiokan couldn't help himself and said, You must have forgotten that I was also a soldier. Siapura blinked. Is the base commander also a soldier? Didn't they all go through that stage? There can't be someone who parachuted in and became the base commander. Right? Chiokan took the charcoal clip and moved the charcoal that was just right in the charcoal stove to several positions. She really forgot that the base commander had also suffered a lot. Maybe it's because of your age. I always subconsciously forget it, she explained. Chiokan shook his head. He was young and had to take this position, so he would suffer more. There was no need to let everyone know about his suffering. Chiokan said nothing. Sometimes he always felt that the store owner should be the same kind of person as him, because they were the same, and they were all people who took on a lot of responsibilities at a young age. Siapura ran away playfully, took out a few large barrels, and made a few large barrels of fruit tea with Chu Ling. The barbecue went on very quickly. The person who wanted to grill fish occupied a stove by himself, because grilling fish requires a lot of space. With the consent of everyone, he grilled 3 fish at a time. During the barbecue, Yushiwen woke up and came down. Siapura grilled a few skewers of beef and mutton and sat down at the same table with Yushiwen. Chiokan had no other friends, and he had met Yushiwen several times before, so it was not awkward to sit at the same table. Siapura took some of the grilled food and put it on a plate, and took it back to the table where the 3 of them sat. After sitting down, she immediately pulled Yushiwen to eat this and that. Yushiwen, who had just woken up, was not hungry. She smelled the barbecue in front of her. The aroma kept tempting her and awakened her appetite. They enjoyed the meal, but the host and guest at the B&B were not so happy. The reason? None of the food they had on the cruise ship was spread out. Originally, Siapura would automatically update any food to the B&B after it was made. But this time she stopped it, and did not open the B&B automatically. Just kidding, she cooks a mess, she has all kinds of dishes, and she hasn't figured out how to run the business yet. She finally managed to set up a neat and tidy homestay. She feels comfortable looking at it, and wants to keep it for a while longer. A muttering came from the side. It's really strange. I clearly followed the owner's steps to make the skewers. How come the owner's meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, while mine is tough? Siapura heard it, glanced over, and after taking a look at the skewers, she knew what the problem was. You brushed the oil too late, and didn't use the oil to lock the moisture of the meat in time. A miracle, doctor? Dude, you are the one who copied homework incorrectly in school, right? Just as she was eating happily, Siapura's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and the unexplained panic made her feel uncomfortable. In this world, her unexplained panic meant something big was going to happen. But looking around, the water was calm. What could have happened? The only possibility was that the incident happened at the first base they were about to arrive at. Siapura's heart tightened, but she did not disturb everyone, but told M80, adjust the cruise ship's forward speed to the fastest. M80, okay. Host. A barbecue. Everyone was very happy. Only Yu Shiwen clearly noticed that Siapura was not in a good state. Yu Shiwen, what's wrong? Siapura shook her head and said nothing. I just feel a little sleepy. The destination is still far away. Everyone should rest more in the next 2 days. We know, after playing today, we will definitely rest well, and then we will work harder. After a simple team building, the unfamiliar people still ate and drank after dark. They even cleared a stove and lit a fire, and danced and cheered around the simple bonfire. This was the most relaxing and happy day they had after the apocalypse. No, even before the apocalypse. They were not so happy. Chioken sat leisurely beside him, holding a book in his hand, reading while eating. Siapura asked, Aren't you worried about the base? What are you worried about? Chioken asked back. Siapura was speechless, unable to speak. There's nothing to worry about. Do everything well, live in the present, don't be too anxious. Chioken rarely enjoyed an afternoon of leisure time. If you ignore the apocalypse environment, he felt that it was even more comfortable than a day off. It's not that he doesn't worry, but that years of anxiety have taught him how to adjust himself in the environment, and he will slow down when he should slow down. Yu Shiwen asked with concern, Are you too anxious? Chapter 400 Mudslide. Siapura whispered in a voice that only the three of them could hear, I'm fine, I just want to get there quickly, I always feel that something bad will happen. Yu Shiwen also began to think about it, and the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Don't think too much. Chioken took a deep breath and comforted them. It's useless to worry blindly in advance. If you really feel that something is wrong, why not call the first base? He took out the phone in his pocket and called the first base. Siapura did not stop him, because she really felt very uncomfortable. If the disaster had not happened yet, it would be good to call them to remind them. If the disaster had already happened, even if they could not reach the base immediately, it would be good to know in advance and prepare. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. I am Chioken, the head of the 9th sub-base, and I am on my way to the first base. Chioken did not turn on the loudspeaker, so they had no idea what the other party said. They could only analyze the situation based on Chioken's facial expression. They called very quickly. Chioken answered a few times and then hung up. After hanging up, Chioken frowned and informed the two with his mouth. Something happened. There were only 3 words, and the two could see clearly. They stopped eating immediately, and the 3 stood up and walked to the meeting room. In order not to disturb others, Siapura said something to them, while holding the unfinished fruits and skewers on the table, and the 3 entered the meeting room. What's going on? Yu Shiwen asked impatiently, as soon as she entered the meeting room. Although Siapura was also very anxious, she looked at Yu Shiwen in confusion. Yu Shiwen was not someone who could not distinguish the importance of things. Chioken was a member of the country. She was very cautious in cooperating with them, and did not dare to ask about the country's affairs. But Yu Shiwen. Chioken rubbed his eyebrows, sat down and explained Yu Shiwen's true identity to her. Yu Shiwen was very good. Her supernatural functions and supernatural growth rate, level, and potential wanted to enter the national base. It was just a matter of whether she was willing or not. However, the Flame Base was a private base built with the permission of the state from the beginning, and it belongs to the state. She was just in a small base. But in fact, she was also a public official. Siapura suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Yu Shiwen could switch between bases so easily. The 3rd base used her for help, and the 9th base did not treat her as an outsider at all. She put her hand on Yu Shiwen's forearm and said admiringly, You are so awesome. She is indeed the queen-like and safe little sister she likes, and she wants to stick to her. If such an excellent Yu Shiwen was placed in another world, she would not dare to approach her and talk to her. Yu Shiwen reluctantly reached out and patted her hand. Siapura asked Chioken, Then why are you telling me all this now? Yu Shiwen rushed to say, I didn't hide it from you before, you just didn't ask. Her identity is not a secret, you can find out by asking anyone. Chioken said seriously, The base is very sure to cooperate with you. By the way, what happened in the base? What happened? Siapura thought of the main topic they came in for. Don't worry, no matter how urgent it is. We can't get to the base right away. Chioken thought of this, so he didn't rush to speak, but came step by step. Nothing serious, just a mudslide. There are mountains to the southwest of the first base, and near several other bases. Are they very close? Can they be affected? In theory. They are not close, and we don't know what the situation is. Chioken's frown has never relaxed since he made the phone call. He comforted them, and told them not to worry, But in fact, he must be suffering inside. This mudslide is very large, and it has affected the normal operation of the base. Moreover, according to the current situation, many people are still trapped in the mountains. Then we will participate in the rescue as soon as we arrive at the base. Yu Shiwen stood up immediately. Chiokin shook his head. The base has organized a rescue and evacuation. What we need to do now is to rush to the base and make plans after understanding the specific situation. Yu Shiwen gritted her teeth and finally sat down. Okay. I listen to you. I hope those trapped people will be safe. Chiokin looked at them and sighed in his heart. Yu Shiwen was worried about the base. But even the owner was so concerned about the base. The three of them were silent and finished their food. Along the way, Yu Shiwen and Chiokin were thinking about how to launch a rescue operation after arriving at the base. And Siapuru just listened. The scenery on the cruise ship kept changing, and their mood became heavier. When they arrived at the base, the outdoor temperature had dropped to 8 degrees. The guards at the gate of the base were wearing thin, somewhat dirty clothes, layered one on top of the other. It was not beautiful. If it were normal, they would definitely not allow people to wear them like this for reasons of beauty and coordination. There was no other way. So they could only wear them layered like this. She did not rush in, but asked Chiokin and Yu Shiwen to get off the boat and negotiate with the people at the first base. After getting permission, she could move the cruise ship to the base. Before the transfer, they did not forget to let the two return to the cruise ship before starting the transfer. A group of people came within 5 minutes after the transfer. Chiokin followed them. Yu Shiwen said she wanted to stay. Siapuru shook her head gently. I know you are worried. You go with them. I can do it. Yu Shiwen hesitated for a moment. She really wanted to go to the front line to participate in the transfer and rescue. She struggled for a while before saying, Then I go? She waved her hand. Go. Go if you need help. Let the people at the base come to me. Siapuru blinked her eyes. Yu Shiwen received the instructions and proceeded according to the original plan. After Yu Shiwen left, all the people on the cruise ship were busy. Only the cat and the pony could move freely on the second floor of the cruise ship. All the healing ability people spontaneously went to the store to help put the thick clothes in piles, waiting for the base staff to buy the clothes. As soon as Yu Shiwen left, someone came to the cruise ship to buy goods. Generally, when she came to the first central base, the higher-ups would take care of Siapuru feelings and let Joku, who often went to the B&B to buy goods and had frequent dealings with her, come over. I didn't expect that the person who came this time was Jiang Zhua, the guy who got on the RV and brought back to the first base to deliver the news that the mutant plants would not attack people actively in Chapter 81. We have cooperated once. Jiang Zhua greeted him as soon as he came up and asked someone to hand over to Chu In first, and then came to talk to Siapuru. Siapuru didn't know what to say, so she brought out the old polite words. Long time no see. How are you doing recently? I'm fine recently. Jiang Zhua paused. It's just that the base is not very good. Siapuru realized that she was a little offended, adjusted her state, and asked, Didn't you say that only a small part was serious? Why do I feel that the atmosphere of the entire base is not right? Chapter 401 The Beast Tide is coming. The last time she came to the base, the atmosphere was not good, at least it was not so tense. And now, any passerby can see that they are not relaxed. Jiang Zhua sighed softly. We are all in the same base. If something happens on the other side, everyone will be in danger. All the leaders have left to be busy. They should have been the ones to receive the honor, but the higher-ups really couldn't spare the time, so I came. When they are settled, I will come to the honor in person. No, I go by myself. She couldn't bear to have the leader come to her in person. But, what are you busy with at your base? Actually, Jiang Zhua's face showed an unnatural reaction. What? Jiang Zhua gritted his teeth and decided to tell her, actually, mudslides are not the biggest hidden danger. What is that? It's a mutant beast. A word immediately popped up in her mind. Beast attack? Jiang Zhua admitted, yes. Siapuru wanted to ask something else, but she didn't dare to ask, for fear that she would ask some secrets that would embarrass Jiang Zhua. Can I take a walk around the base? You can go directly to buy things if you want to. Chuin will receive you. She can make the decision for me. Jiang Zhua said respectfully. Of course, I have been ordered to do so. The owner can walk around freely. Siapuru immediately wanted to go to the street to take a look after saying goodbye to Jiang Zhua. She returned to her room and changed into a set of clothes that naturally blended into the base. She put on a thick coat that the base bought from her, and finally a raincoat. to facilitate their cargo handling. She controlled that there was no rain within the cruise ship, and that they would not get wet unless they walked out of the cruise ship. She asked M80 to turn on the temperature sensor, walked for a while, and tentatively stepped out of the cruise ship's operating area, and first stretched out her hand to feel the temperature outside. She held an umbrella in one hand, and the cold wind blew on her hand, and the bone-chilling coldness attacked her hand. She quickly pulled her hand back. After just a short while, her warm little hand turned red from the cold. She gritted her teeth and jumped out of the business area. She was so cold that she blew some warm air on her hand, and then quickly put her hand into her coat pocket. Luckily, she was wearing a lot of clothes, otherwise she would not have the courage to step out. M80 said considerately, "Does the host need long johns? It's close now, and there's still time to go back." Siapu snorted. Who are you looking down on? If she really couldn't stand it, she could just turn off the temperature sensor. Turning on the temperature sensor wasn't to make herself suffer, but to try to blend in with the crowd and see what the outside world was like. She walked forward casually. There weren't many green plants in the base. It took a while to reach the residential area. Before she knew it, she had reached the villa area. Outside the villa area, two elderly aunties were holding umbrellas and wearing raincoats, cleaning up the garbage at the sewer outlet. The geographical location of the first base was high, and with a floor drain purchased from Great B&B, the accumulated water only reached the ants' calves. The two ants chatted casually while cleaning. The sound of raindrops on the water was loud, and the distance between the two was quite far. The two ants were still talking at the top of their voices, and she walked not far away and slowed down her pace to hear clearly. This world really doesn't leave people a way to survive. Life is so difficult, and God still wants to send mutant beasts to compete with us for territory during such a natural disaster. Who said it wasn't? It's already annoying to guard against zombies, and now we have to guard against mutant beasts. This life is really not a life for human beings. I heard that several soldiers died in order to drive away those beasts. Life is already hard. If a man dies in a family, wouldn't it be even worse? Alas, it's the boss business anyway. Let's get to work. Siapuro wanted to hear more about what the people thought of the base, but unfortunately the two ants didn't continue, so she couldn't hear any more. Just as she was about to continue walking forward, there was a sudden chaos in the distance. The sharp whistling of air defense alarms rang out, making people feel nervous and uneasy instantly, which was warning everyone of the coming danger. Siapuro looked around, and didn't see anything wrong nearby. The alarm was for the entire base. The first base was so loud, it didn't necessarily mean that she was in danger. The base broadcast sounded, "Attention all residents. The beast tide is coming. The beast tide is coming. All residents please stop what you are doing immediately, and go to a safe place to take shelter." The broadcast was repeated 3 times, and the announcer's voice became louder and more excited each time, making the residents who listened to him feel nervous along with the tension in his tone. Now it was a mess. The two ants in front immediately dropped their work, took up the equipment they brought and started to go back. The rest of the people also took action immediately, and ran and complained. "What's going on at the north gate? Isn't the beast tied at the north gate of the base? Why do we have to run back to the room too? Is the north gate lost? Are they going to attack us? No way, aren't there so many soldiers and psychics protecting us? They shouldn't attack us here. Don't worry about it. Run quickly, or you won't be able to run away. I don't know what the base keeps those soldiers for. They can be attacked by mutant beasts. We live in the base and have to hand over so many crystal cores to them. It's really useless. Don't complain. Can you find a better place than the first base? I heard that the environment of the private base is not bad, although it is a bit expensive. But they have security. The treatment is good, as long as you hand over the crystal cores. There are women to accompany you every month." Someone on the side couldn't stand the conversation between the two shameless people, especially the slander of the soldiers guarding their base, which made some people feel uncomfortable. When disaster strikes, everyone will take care of their own business. In the spirit of less trouble, someone on the side wanted to stop them from slandering the soldiers, but could only say, "You are still thinking about women at this time. Run away." There were a lot of noisy voices, and the two people became more and more outrageous because no one cared about what they said. The man's words to let them run away still made the two uncomfortable. "What does it have to do with you? We're going to say it. The base doesn't care, and you want to take care of us? The base really can't care about so many people who talk nonsense now. Even if they commit a crime, The base will not detain them as long as it is not a serious crime. They have to provide food and accommodation when they are locked up. Of course, they also need to work. For some people, the treatment of being locked up is much better than going out to fight zombies by themselves. At least there is no danger to their lives. Many people would rather be locked up. The base is overwhelmed by this. But it can't do anything. In response to them, no one paid attention to them. The two of them didn't care, but were secretly happy. The villain's face was fully reflected in them. Chapter 402 I Just Want You Dead. So what? The two won the argument. And were very proud of themselves. They didn't notice that green vines were wrapped around their legs. The vines gradually tightened, pulling their ankles, making them unable to move. The two people were panicking. They cried out at the same time, "What's going on? I can't move. My legs seem to be wrapped by something." People around were running towards their own residences. And no one would notice the abnormality of a few people. Even the people who just couldn't stand it and told them to run away and stop talking had already run away. The crowd ran back and forth. And the empty space that was just crowded with people soon had only a few people left. They were people who ran home from farther away and didn't have time to get home. Among the people who were still standing there were only Siapuru and the two men with bad mouths. The two of them didn't know who they had offended. And they squatted down on the spot, pulling the vines on their feet with their hands. But they couldn't get them untied. They didn't even dare to struggle hard. Because they found that the more they struggled, the tighter the vines tightened. And the more the barbs on the vines sank into their flesh. The two couldn't break free. So they could only cry and wait until everyone on the ground dispersed. There were only 3 people on the scene. And they had no other choice but to ask Siapuru for help. "Help! Help! Save us! I can give you a crystal core." Siapuru stood there and looked at them indifferently, without offering a helping hand, and even took a half step back, indicating that she had drawn a clear line between herself and them. The two thought that they had not given clear benefits, and shouted for their bids. "I give 50 first-level crystal cores. Come and save me." The tone of Om seemed to confirm that she was just trying to blackmail them. "I give 100 first-level crystal cores. Save me." "I give 15 second-level crystal cores. Save me." "I give." Siapuru shook her head and looked at them slowly. "Guess who is holding you back since there's no one else around?" "It's you?" The two looked up at her, angry and frightened, faces flushed, pointed at her and asked, "We have no grudges. Fighting is forbidden in the base. You don't let us go back because you want to kill us." Siapuru had a lot of time. Everyone in the base ran away. She was bored, snapping her fingers without moving. "I just want you to die. So what?" The two were speechless. Never seen anyone so confident in wanting to hurt someone. Twisting the vines that were still tightly binding her feet, the man standing on the left asked with gritted teeth, "Do we have a grudge?" Siapuru replied, "No." "Then why did you want to hurt us?" "Private fighting is not allowed in the base. If you are angry, you can let it out. If you let us go now, we will pretend that nothing happened and will not report it to the base." The man on the left said so, while the man on the right said nothing. Siapuru could see clearly that the man's eyes were full of calculations. But it was none of her business. She was very brave now, thinking of the time when she gave Joka something that could cure the zombie poison. Joka cried, saying that no one had ever taken their soldiers' lives seriously. When she saw the two people in front of her slandering the soldiers, her only thought was that she couldn't let them go easily. Before she could speak, the phone in her waist rang. She thought it was troublesome, and felt that there was no one else at the scene. So she turned off the temperature sensor and allowed the protective cover to block the rain. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a thin layer of bubbles. Not only did the rain in the sky surround her, but even the water under her feet avoided her, leaving an area for her. The umbrella was useless, so they put it away. The two of them would walk around her when they saw the rain. They knew her strangeness. When she took out her cell phone, they were even more trembling. In this context, people with cell phones were either rich or noble. If they didn't have status, they had connections. No matter which one, they couldn't afford to offend them. It was Yu Shiwen who called. As soon as she answered the phone, the other party said directly, "Jiangzhua said you went out on the yacht?" Siapuru, "Yes." Yu Shiwen simply told her the situation. "Did you hear the broadcast just now? It's leeches. I don't know where they came from. Or they are mutant leeches. They mixed into the base in the water, and we can't guard against them at all. You must pay attention to safety. The base is now full of leeches, and the base is still draining. It's useless to mix pesticides into the water. She couldn't think of any way to deal with leeches. So she just responded a few times and hung up. After hanging up the phone, she lowered her head and thought. When they saw that she didn't say anything, they immediately kowtowed to her and begged her to forgive them. How did we offend you? We must change our jobs. Okay. As long as you are willing to let us go, we will give you as many crystal cores as you want. Siapuro was upset, and she was no longer happy with him. I am very upset with you for being so ungrateful and talking bad about the soldiers behind their backs. The people in the base are all protecting the people with their lives. How dare you say that behind their backs about those people who are protecting you with their lives? The two of them knelt and begged. Since she took out her phone, she had a good attitude of admitting her mistakes. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never say anything nonsense again. Just treat me as a fart, and let us go. Siapuro threw a stone out casually. The stone fell into the water between the two of them and exploded, splashing water everywhere, scared the two of them to think that she was going to use her supernatural power on them. And they almost wet their pants. I don't fart casually. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. As for these two people, the crime is not punishable by death. But I don't want to let him go either. Just kneel here and wait for the leech to come and receive the punishment. The man kneeling on the right saw that she was really going to leave. And in a hurry he shouted, "The base asked us to return to the safe zone. You are violating the base's order." She turned and looked at them, sneered, then called the police. She left in tears. It's really funny. They want to slander the people who protect them. And they want to use the people they look down on and slander to suppress her. System. Put them both on the gray list. Gray list, unlike the black list. They cannot stay in the area operated by the system. But they can also buy food operated by the system. But the price of anything they consume will be increased tenfold. Even if relatives and friends buy the materials operated by her and voluntarily give them to them, they still need to make up the difference in price to get it. The most ordinary meal costs 20 points. And 10 times is 200 points for 2 first-level crystal cores. Compared to letting them die directly. Living in the world with no meals is the real purgatory on Earth. And she has the experience of lighting up other bases. And she is determined to light up the first base. As long as the base is lit up. Those who are included in the gray list will have to live 100 times harder than others if they want to survive. Chapter 403 Mutated Leeches. Death is the simplest thing. In this chaotic world. What else is simpler than death? The simplest way to escape is to die. She wants them to live. And to let them live to be responsible for what they said. She turned and left. No matter how the people behind her wailed, she pretended not to hear them. And their fate will be just as Yushiwen said. The base was invaded by mutant leeches. I believe that the things in the water will soon spread to every corner of the base. The base organized the transfer of ordinary people at the north gate to other places for resettlement. Even if the people were notified to evacuate from the water, the leeches could only suck the skin of people's calves. Siapuro walked a long way away, and could still hear the increasingly miserable howling behind her. She lowered her head, and looked at the leeches in the water that mixed with the rain and entered the base. She followed the leeches swimming in the water. The obvious difference between the mutant leeches and ordinary leeches is that the front end has an extra-large suction cup, which is used to attach to other things. The suction cup at the back of the abdomen is even bigger. I wonder what it would feel like if 2 suction cups were attached to the host at the same time. The flat and long body of the leech has amazing stretching ability. The body surface is dark brown. The body size is not much different from that of ordinary leeches. It is no wonder that the base cannot manage such a small thing. Even if the power grid is pulled up, it is useless. The mutant leech can pass through the power grid. No. The power grid? Water is a conductor, and has the conditions for conducting electricity. If lightning is used to eliminate leeches, it seems that this is another reason why the base asked all residents to quickly move to a safe area away from water sources. At this moment, the leeches have quietly attached to the calves of the 2 men who are still in the water. The 2 men were so nervous that they didn't care about the strange touch on their legs. All they could think about was how to break free from the vines and leave quickly. Hundreds of leeches climbed onto the 2 men without them noticing, and attached themselves to the men's skin with their front mouths and suckers. The man felt a stinging pain from his calf, and a chill went straight to his heart. He didn't scream out in pain at first, but the 2 of them fell silent together. All the leeches were lying on the people's bodies sucking blood. The 2 felt that the pain of thousands of ants piercing their hearts was just like this. After a long time, they cried out in pain. At that moment, they forgot everything, and stepped forward to shake off the unknown insects biting them. But could the leeches do what they wanted? The mutated super-large suction cups at the front and back ends were tightly attached to the two people, and they couldn't get rid of them just by wanting to. While struggling, the two found that they could move, and they didn't care about the pain and insects on their bodies at that moment, and they raised their legs and ran. After a long struggle, he finally got out of the water, and climbed up to the second floor of the residential building. Ah! The two men screamed like pigs being slaughtered, and the onlookers gathered around. The lower bodies of the two men changed color, and the leeches had slowly climbed onto their chests to suck their blood. The leeches were very powerful, and the color on the man's lips became lighter every 30 seconds. They shouted for help for a long time, until they threw out all the crystal cores on their bodies and promised a basket of benefits in the future. And then someone came with a small bag of salt. You must keep your word. This is all I have. If I save you, you must give me the crystal cores you promised me. Although salt is precious, if you really want to buy it, you can buy a bag of salt produced by the base with at most 30 crystal cores. But most people are reluctant to buy such expensive salt. Even if they can afford salt, they can't afford water. The situation was only improved after the base brought back a large number of water vending machines from the B&B. A small number of people began to buy such expensive salt. The leeches continued to suck their blood, and every minute and every second was torture. The two men collapsed and shouted, "Quick! I give it to you. I give you everything. Ignore them." I just passed by and heard them scolding the soldiers at the base. And they also said they wanted to move to another base. We can't make money that goes against our conscience. They are so excessive? Isn't it just eating public food and selling it to others? Paw! How immoral. Let me see who dares to come. Don't come. Maybe they are just bad people, and someone can't stand it. So they let the leeches crawl on them. Yes. Let's go back. Ignore everyone. And let them die? I don't want this crystal core anymore. The person who just took the crystal core and took out the salt threw the crystal core back to the two people, and took the salt away. The staff of the base saw that they were surrounded in a circle, and had to come over to take a look. But there were not many people, and most of the troops went to the north gate for support, and the people left were only to maintain basic order. When they came, they just heard the words that stopped them from giving them salt. Their faces turned cold, they naturally dispersed the crowd, and then pretended not to see anyone on the ground and went about their business. The door on the second floor was closed, and you could hear the wailing of two men catching leeches from each other. Separated by a door, every family took the opportunity to teach their children a lesson in their own homes. Did you see that? The soldiers are the ones who protect us. If anyone disrespects them, all of us will protect the soldiers. Including you kids. Don't think that children's words are innocent, and you can just say nonsense. If you grow up to be as bad as them, I will kill you beasts with one knife. My request to you is very simple, that is, you can't be ungrateful. If you can't even do this, then your life is a waste of resources. The two men were used as negative examples, the purpose of which was to let the children with immature values see their fate of being abandoned, despised, and avoided by everyone. Although people don't have high moral standards now, except for school teachers, no one has high moral standards for children's education. Let's talk about the fate of the two men. On the way back, they were targeted by leeches. Swarms of leeches smelled the blood and rushed over, sucking the two men who were left unattended. No one cared about them, and they had no choice but to remove the leeches from each other. But can leeches be so easy to deal with? The consequence of forcing the leeches out without the correct treatment method is that the body is full of holes. It is very scary to have so many holes on a person's body. If you look closely, you can see something wriggling in some of the holes. That is because something else is drilled into the leeches just after they were taken out. The newly entered leeches drilled deeper into the human body, like reaching heaven. This was repeated, and the two struggled but could not escape in the end. M80 came to report, "Host, the two new Grey List members died." The scene was too bloody, it only showed the host some small clips. Siapuro was walking on the way back to the cruise ship. After watching, she turned off the screen and strode forward. Let them die. She had given them a chance, but they were not popular. If someone helped them, they would at least have a life. Chapter 404. Temporary Mission for All. After the two men died, the staff took the insecticide purchased and distributed from the B&B and sprayed it directly on their bodies. The leeches that had just sucked enough blood and were growing bigger didn't have time to do anything, and they died completely. Everyone was thankful, fortunately. The base let them evacuate, otherwise their fate would not be much better than those 2 men. Siet Puro had no way of knowing the situation at the north gate, and neither Yu Shiwen nor Chio can send any information. All she saw were the wounded people bitten by leeches being carried over on stretchers one after another. She didn't know how fierce the battle was ahead, and there were so many injured people. At the north gate front, during the battle between humans and large mutant creatures, leeches silently multiplied to every corner of the base. No one was allowed to live on the first floor of the base, and the second floor was also arranged to be moved, for fear that the wind and waves would cause the water that could not be drained in time to climb up to the second floor. This is done to prevent problems before they happen. And the masses understand. Residents of several houses that are not of good quality or too old have also moved to safe residences. The entire base is almost full of people. The air that residents breathe into their noses is carbon dioxide exhaled by others. The residents are miserable because of limited manpower and limited conditions. Ordinary people are ordered not to leave the designated safe area of the residential building. When everyone is bored, Siet Puro is also bored. She lies on the table and releases 4 cute pets to chat with Jean Z on the small balcony on the second floor. The base was busy with people coming and going. The atmosphere was not serious. She was also affected and did not dare to speak loudly. She put a soundproof wall on the small balcony where she was. She played with her phone out of boredom. Wherever she went, she would want to synchronize the different conditions in different regions to the group. In her opinion, she thought of herself as a news reporter on the front line of the battlefield. Standing on the balcony, she turned on the camera of her mobile phone, and the lens swept into the water. She took a picture of the leech that was still very clear even after being magnified countless times, and sent it to the group. Leech pictures. Leech videos. Coordinates. First Central Base. The group had been chatting all the time. After she sent the message, they didn't care what they had talked about before. They all responded by quoting the pictures and videos she sent. Oh my god! There are such disgusting things in the First Central Base. What are they? Leech. We call them leeches in our hometown. But this leech looks so big. Is it a mutant? Siet Puro had a straw in her mouth and tilted her head, feeling a little disappointed. The petals of Jeanzy seemed to be bigger, and the gold color on the edges was deeper. Little Jeanzy, can I save the base if I sacrifice you? Jeanzy, is it too late for me to pretend to be dead now? If you pretend to be dead, I will let you die for real. Siet Puro bent her little finger and pinched it under the petals. Jeanzy cried out, ouch. Ouch, and then she let go. Jeanzy collected the flower, rolled it up and ignored her. Stinky master. I finally remembered it. But he still pulled its petals like this. Siet Puro didn't even look at it, and typed a reply on her finger. It's a mutant leech. Everyone please be careful when going out. When they heard it was a leech, there were more replies in the group. There are so many leeches in the central base? Thanks to the owner for opening our eyes. If it weren't for the things you sent, I would have thought the world was peaceful when I lived in the BNB. There are so many leeches. Just use a straw to suck. You can suck up leeches in the first bite. Yes. 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 Don't panic when they are flooded. Wrap them in bread crumbs and fry until both sides are golden brown. Both the elderly and children love to eat them. Just feed them, and they will become endangered. These leeches are top quality at first glance. But I was born in the wrong era. If I had such good leeches in the past, I would have caught them. What is the guy about catching this for? Selling. This is a kind of traditional Chinese medicine. Dried leeches cost about 2,000 yuan per kilogram. My family was poor when I was young, and I earned my college tuition by catching this stuff. Oh my god. What a way to get rich. Why didn't I know it before? I'm going to compete with you who have ways to make money. I only make 80 yuan a day working in a milk tea shop for 10 hours. There are many more replies. Siet Puro didn't read on, because the mechanical sound in her mind made her so excited that she completely lost her mind. She couldn't think normally. Ding! A temporary task is now released. This task is a universal task. The host needs to mobilize all staff to catch leeches. Each 100 grams of leeches can be exchanged for 200 points. Due to the special nature of this task, the host can choose whether to accept it. If you agree to accept the task, to ensure safety during the task, the isolation suit will be automatically put on the shelf in the mall. Isolation suit isolates damage caused by underwater creatures within 10 centimeter, unlimited supplies, price per set, 100 points. The meaning of floating on the surface is that as long as you spend 100 points first, it will be considered as an investment. You can buy equipment and catch leeches safely. No matter how you look at it, it is a sure-win business. This task has been considered for her in every aspect. It is simply a task tailor-made for her. After recovering from her shock, she immediately pressed the accept button. She was just worrying about how to win people's hearts. This task is just like handing over a pillow when she is sleepy. What other task can win people's hearts more than direct benefits? It has been a long time since I received this kind of national mission. The last national mission I received was the National Planting Mission. It is undeniable that with the planting mission, everyone's life has become simpler. Xiepuro finally remembered the National Planting Mission that she had forgotten. The seedlings are now growing tenaciously in the wind and rain. After experiencing all the natural disasters, humans will find out how important it is to plant green plants when they have free time. But by then, all the plant seeds produced by Great B&B will thrive under various natural disasters and grow into emerald green plants, bringing endless hope to the new home of mankind. She immediately used her cell phone to call Yu Shiwen. But it only rang once. And she hung up. It would be better not to call her. She was fighting on the front line. And she didn't know what was going on there. It would be bad if she was distracted and attacked. Finally, she called Chio Kansas. She thought that if she contacted Chio Kan directly, he would be faster than her to contact Jiang Zhua. Chio Kan, is it convenient for you? Chio Kan, I've already answered the phone. What do you think? Then I just say it. Xiepuro sorted out her thoughts. I know that the Al-Qaeda personnel evacuated the water in order to kill the leeches with electricity. But you must not do that. Chio Kan interrupted. Why? He glanced at the leaders, who were sitting next to him in a meeting. Isn't this a coincidence? The meeting now is to discuss the feasibility of this plan. Chapter 405 Poverty Alleviation System. We are discussing the feasibility of electrocuting leeches. Can I turn on the hands-free mode? Go ahead. Xiepuro adjusted her breathing. I have other uses for leeches. Now I want to organize the public to collect live wet leeches. 100 grams is worth 200 points. You can discuss this with the leaders first. 100 grams of leeches may not sound like a lot. And 200 points may not sound like a lot either, but there are so many leeches. The base is now full of leeches. If everyone goes out, it will definitely be a lot of wealth. Not to mention the extra leeches. It is a great temptation for the middle level, lower level, and even upper level residents. Xiepuro added a limiting condition. I only take the leeches from this period. If someone raises them again in the future and wants to exchange them for points, I won't take them. There was no need to hesitate. The direct leader of the highest level was on the scene. He made the decision directly. Xiepuro was very happy that things went so smoothly. She happily put away her phone and then remembered to ask the system. Why do you suddenly want to collect leeches? Have you transformed into a poverty alleviation system? Yes, it is to help her. The poor. M80 also didn't know. The main system said that leeches are useful, so it issued a temporary task. After the matter was finalized, Xiepuro took out a tablet and immediately built a leech recycling machine on the deck of the cruise ship. And the clothing and equipment that needed to be sold were obviously produced for catching leeches, which was equivalent to a disposable product. Thinking that the base might have people come to buy in large quantities, she directly built a new purchasing point. Residents can't get out, only staff can use lifeboats to move around the base. Purchasing points can just ship in bulk. The healing psychics returned to their old job of treating illnesses. Only Chuin was left to organize the base staff to get started. Xiepuro had nothing to do anyway, so she went down to help Chuin. While the two were sorting out their clothes, the base had already drafted a broadcast notice and was reading it at the moment. The base specifically emphasized that the points were provided by the owner of the Great B&B, and everyone in the base was excited, and there were cheers from far to near. Xiepuro knew that Chiokin knew what she needed, and he said something at the base, which was why he highlighted Great B&B in the base broadcast. The residents were excited because of the name of the B&B. If the base was the leader of this acquisition mission, people would involuntarily consider many things, which might even cause panic. Do you dare to believe the protective clothing provided by the base? Do you dare to believe that it can really protect you? Does the base really give you crystal cores when it says it will? Can it afford so many? Can't live like this? Even if they can really get the crystal core, the payment approval process alone is a long process, not to mention the trouble. If Great B&B provides it, the payment is fast and convenient, and they can immediately use the points to buy the survival supplies they need. The two cannot be compared at all. There is no comparison. If there is no base to act as a middleman, so many people will not be able to believe the authenticity of the B&B payment so easily. The two could only be said to complement each other. Xiaopu knows it clearly. She and Chuan were selling protective clothing at the newly established sales point. The buyers hadn't come yet. Xiaopu had an idea. Chuan, why don't we try the protective clothing first? Ah? Chuan didn't understand what she meant. I can't test the effect of the protective clothing. You put it on and try it in the water with me. Chuan met the young boss' lively eyes, and couldn't say no. But she wouldn't refuse the only person who treated her well in the apocalypse, so she nodded in agreement immediately. Xiaopu took out a set of clothes that fit Chuan's size. After Chuan put them on, the two walked towards the water together. She asked why a set of protective clothing was sold so cheaply. It turned out to be disposable. 100 points for each wear, from the bottom up, and put on the shoes together. Chuan walked into the water. Xiaopu nodded to her and moved away. Where the two passed, the leeches automatically retreated as if they had sensed something terrible. After waiting for a long time, something in the water swam over and tried to get close to Chuan. The leech kept stretching and shrinking in the water. Chuan, who was not afraid of insects, felt that the sky had fallen. It was really disgusting. If she didn't look, she would have wild thoughts about where the insect had crawled to. Chuan bit her lip and looked down while suppressing her nausea. Luckily, the leech stopped about 3 centimeters away from her and did not crawl onto her clothes. 3 centimeters, just a bend away to catch the leech, and it did not affect the action and capture. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not have the strong isolation ability of the protective shield on Xiaopu, it was barely enough to avoid being approached by the leech. After another 5 minutes, the leech was still hovering 3 centimeters away from Chuan. So they went back, under the call and mobilization of the base. As batches of disposable isolation suits were brought to the residential buildings by the staff and sold out, the national activity officially began. The people wearing protective suits picked up the insect-catching tools prepared at home and prepared to go out. The people took whatever they had. Xiaopu looked over from a distance and saw that some people were actually holding the stainless steel bowls they used for eating at home. This scared her. After a few more glances, the bottom of the stainless steel basin was pierced with many small holes, which allowed water to leak out but prevented leeches from coming out. This basin was obviously made by the public to catch leeches. Xiaopu was still not reassured, as she was worried that some low-educated people would take the bowls and chopsticks home and use them directly. Whether the creatures in the water were clean was another matter. And even the water itself might not be clean. After reporting to the base immediately began broadcasting to remind the public not to reuse the tools used to catch leeches. People started to go into the water. When it comes to playing in the water, the ignorant are fearless. Many adults' scalps tingled when they saw leeches, but in the eyes of children, they were toys sent by God. Many children put on protective clothing and caught insects in the water. Children also need to bend over to catch insects, but the range of bending is not as large as that of adults. And children are kept at home all day, and suddenly they are let out and are full of energy, and they are destined to be good at catching insects. After catching leeches for a long time, Xiaopu looked over there from time to time, and it seemed that the things in the water did not decrease, but there were more. Xiaopu calculated the time. And when Xiaokan and Yushiwen came back, they had been gone for a long time, and they came back to rest after their shift change. Yushiwen took the initiative to talk to her about the battle situation at the North Gate. The battle situation is actually not bad. I don't know if there was a mudslide on the mountain or something else, but the mutant beasts lost their homes and came to fight with us. Xiaopu took out the food and put it on the table for the two to eat hot food quickly, and asked casually, "Are there many mutant beasts?" "Not a lot. But it's a bit tricky. We had to deal with the leeches before, but now you're collecting them, so we won't stop them from entering the base. Now we can focus on confronting the mutants, so we're not so stressed out." Yushiwen praised her as she spoke. "Thanks to you. If you weren't here, I don't know how chaotic the base would be." Chiokan added in his heart. If the owner wasn't here, let alone catching insects, even the food reserves would be in danger. If the base wants to support so many people, food alone is a big expense. It was not easy to get heat-resistant seeds, but they had a few full meals. How could the stored food be enough for so many people to last long? Xiaopu asked Yushiwen, "Is there anything I can help with?" Yushiwen picked up a bowl of white rice, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in the bowl, waving his hand. "You have done a lot. There are the most old foxes in the first base. You should hide a little, and it is best not to interfere in the base's affairs." She paused, and then said, "It's best to meet them less often. Otherwise you might get fooled." Siapuro looked at Chiokan, who nodded to her without any hesitation, indicating that Yushiwen was right. Siapura curled her lips and said, "In terms of time lived, compared to her, those old foxes in the base are still little kids in her eyes. But when you are invincible, you have less to think about. Why do you worry and plot? Because you are not strong enough. She feels very safe now. The sky will not fall on her. All she thinks about is eating, sleeping, going out, and seeing the local customs. She doesn't care if others will trip her up, even if they talk her into something. What does it matter? She has the confidence that no one can force her to do something she doesn't want to do. That's enough. What makes her happy is that Yu Shiwen and Chioke are actually members of the base. After they met, everything they said and did was for the base. She saw it all. Today, Yu Shiwen actually told her to be careful of being tricked by the base. This means that in Yu Shiwen and Chioken hearts, they are a little on her side. This realization made Siapuro happy from the bottom of her heart. It feels really good to be cared for by friends. You are from the base, and you told me to be careful of being tricked by the base. Aren't you afraid that I will really quit? Yu Shiwen and Chioken looked at each other, looking at her meaningfully, and did not stop eating, and did not speak. Siapura felt like she was being seen through. She lowered her head guiltily, and took a chopstick of fried eggs with vinegar for herself. Chioken followed closely, and took a chopstick of eggs. It felt a little strange when he ate it, but after eating a few more bites, he felt addicted. How did you make these eggs? Fried eggs with vinegar. Haven't you eaten it before? Siapura didn't even raise her eyelids. Fried eggs with vinegar? Chioken frowned and took a few more chopsticks. It sounded like a dark dish, but it was quite addictive. Scrambled eggs are oily. He doesn't like scrambled eggs because most scrambled eggs are made with a lot of oil, which makes them greasy. However, eggs fried without oil will taste greasy. The most amazing thing about scrambled eggs with vinegar is that the sour taste of vinegar neutralizes the greasiness of the scrambled eggs. It's a little sour, but just right. The more you eat, the more you like it. Siapura pursed her lips and smiled at him. Do you think it's good? It's delicious, and it goes well with rice. Chioken said this on the surface, but he didn't hesitate to use the chopsticks in his hand, and kept picking up eggs and putting them into his bowl to eat with rice. Is it really so delicious? Yu Shiwen had been focusing on the meat, and saw that the two of them were eating a plate of eggs, and she couldn't help but get curious. She also picked up a chopstick to taste it, and frowned at first, and then took another chopstick after swallowing it. I thought it would be some dark cuisine, but it turned out to be an innovative cuisine? Siapura quickly refused. I don't dare to call myself an innovative cook. At most, it's just a dish from a certain region. As for where it's from, she doesn't remember. The tastes of different places vary greatly. She only remembers the dishes she likes and makes them. Siapura asked, You just told me to stay out of the base's business. What's that? Will they come to me? Who can say for sure? The people above are still good now. They are content with the status quo and don't make things difficult for her. I'm afraid you're too easy to talk to. Their appetite will grow bigger and bigger in the future. It will be difficult to end it if they make more excessive demands. Yu Shiwen words are not unreasonable. Chioken is the head of the 9th base after all. He turned a deaf ear to this matter and pretended not to see or hear anything. I understand. Siapura sighed. Now she and the base are living in peace because they both need each other. After cooperating for a long time, it is inevitable that their interests will be linked and involved. This is also why she has always been worried that the base will embarrass her because of her unusualness. It will be bad if it affects the completion of the mission. But there was no better way. Siapura kicked Chioken under the table and threatened him fiercely. You are also from the base. If I am embarrassed, you will not have such delicious food to eat. Chioken was interrupted while eating. He was stunned at first, and then nodded. I will convey the owner's words. After the meal, Chioken and Yu Shiwen rested for a while, and continued to go to the front line of the north gate. However, before going to the front line, Chioken also talked to the highest leader of the first base. Did she really say that? Chioken, yes, the owner said that if we are greedy, she can just not cooperate with us. What else did she say? She told us not to make things difficult for her. She just wanted to cooperate well with the base. Chioken looked sincere. What he said was not a lie, just a little exaggerated. Anything else? Also, she said that if she felt uncomfortable during the cooperation, she would consider taking back the benefits given to the base. What is the benefit? They both know it. I know. Any ugly words said in advance are just warnings. Siapura kick, and Shiokan initiative to talk to the top leader, avoided all future cooperation conflicts. The first base is now thinking about Siapuru. As long as she doesn't betray the country, the base will turn a blind eye to anything she does. And Siapura wants this attitude from the base. In business, only mutual respect between the two sides can lead to a win-win situation. Thank you. Owner! A staff member took the last stack of packed protective clothing from Siapuru, and thanked her solemnly before leaving with the things. Chapter 406. Buy off the villain's heart. Siapuru and Chuin packed the last batch and took a break for the time being. Now almost every household has several sets of protective clothing. The demand is not so much, they can relax. She asked Chuin opinion, are you tired? What do you want to do later? Not tired, these are all small things. Chuin felt that handling and packing were easy. In the B&B, she often needed to walk around and clear things. When she first came, she knew nothing, and she walked everywhere step by step. At that time, she often walked for more than 10 hours a day, ran through every corner of the B&B, and kept a record of every little thing in her notebook. Including some neighbors, she would take the initiative to mediate when she encountered a quarrel. It seems that Siapura did not assign many tasks to her, but in fact, it really tested the assistant's understanding of the B&B and interpersonal skills. What made her most fortunate was that as long as she made it clear that she was the owner's assistant, most people would not embarrass her. Chuin told Siapuru these words. Siapuru asked, what kind of people would embarrass you? Chuin thought about it. Some uneducated people like my father would make things difficult for me. Those residents said I was your lackey. I had to pick up bones wherever you threw them. Siapuru felt physically uncomfortable after hearing this. Isn't working a cooperative relationship? How could you say that to a little girl who worked hard to make a living? What do you say? Chuin smiled and said, I said I was the shop owner's lackey. If they make things difficult for me again, I will go and complain to the shop owner, then they won't dare to bully me. Siapura felt very uncomfortable listening to this. Why do people have to make things difficult for others within their own capabilities? This won't work. System, give me a solution. M80. The host has given employee Chuin the authority to punish residents on his own. Employee Chuin will respond to the system. And the system will automatically punish residents according to their excessiveness. Then why is Chuin still being embarrassed? Siapura still frowned, very dissatisfied with this answer. It is detected that employee Chuin has not proactively reported the behavior of residents to the system. M80 said it bluntly, your assistant is too kind, host. Let her turn evil. Change to automatic detection and punishment in the future. Don't punish employees based on their own reactions. Good host. It is right for people to be kind to each other. Chuin is still too young. It is normal that he has not learned to be ruthless to evil people within a safe range. Many things cannot be rushed. You need to step on some inevitable pits on the road of growth before you can learn from them. She is looking forward to seeing Chuin growth. Siapura didn't speak for a long time. Chuin called her a few times to come back to her senses. Nothing, you will be fine when you grow up. Now that you are resting, what do you want to do? Chuin scratched his head. I also want to catch leeches. It looks fun. It can also supplement the family income. Don't be too perfect. Go ahead. Siapura had expected Chuin to want to go, so she asked this on purpose. Chuin was very happy to get permission. He put on the isolation suit and promised, I will go for a while, play around for a while, and come back. It won't be too long. Yeah. Chuin was just outside the cruise ship's business area. She could see him catching leeches. Siapuru looked away and saw Jiangzhua running over. Maybe because of the water under his feet. He slid to his knees and knelt in front of her. The air was stagnant for 2 seconds. She awkwardly reached out to help him up. My dear, please stand up. Thank you. Lord. Jiangzhua felt pain in his knees. Thinking of the purpose of his visit to the store owner, he got up from the ground with a grin. Shopkeeper. It's bad. The experts at the base said that leeches are multiplying in the water. Siapuru glanced at him. Let them multiply. The more you catch, the more income your people will have. Right? Jiangzhua looked at her. But the base said you only collect leeches for a few days. I want to ask if you can extend the time for collecting leeches? This task did not specify the time limit, but she thought it should be until the base has cleared all the leeches. She made it clear, once the base has cleared the leeches, we will stop collecting them. Thank you. Owner! Jiangzhua patted the dirt off his body. He came here just for this matter. Then I go back and tell the base first. And let the radio inform everyone. Siepu Ro nodded perfunctorily. Jiangzhua went back without stopping to let the base broadcast the news. Gradually, many residents came to the bottom of the cruise ship with their own containers and lined up. She felt that it was a bit troublesome to get the cruise ship to go down again. So she simply asked the staff of the base to cooperate with her to collect leeches under the cruise ship. Leeches were directly poured into the recycling machine, just like the advanced points redemption port. The grams and redeemable points were directly displayed. Residents who redeem points can also go to the cruise ship to buy food and drinks. After a day of tossing back and forth, there were too many people coming and going on the cruise ship. Siepu Ro simply expanded the scale a bit, set up a small stall to sell lunch boxes and drinks under the cruise ship. On the third day, the business near the cruise ship actually developed amazingly. There were a circle of small stalls nearby, all of which were people she and the base borrowed to help the people maintain order. Looking down from the cruise ship, it was simply a small commercial street, without disturbing the injured. Some residents with a little money went on the cruise ship to spend money, and stayed for a few days. The base had not been lit up yet, and Siepu Ro was really bored. Today was the first day she set up a small stall selling candied haws under the cruise ship. She felt that since she wanted to win people's hearts, the hearts of adults were the same, and the hearts of children were also the same. So she had to change her tactics today. Her stall was different from other stalls. It was written on the blackboard that it only accepted children and provided free food, and adults were not allowed to enter. The booth was very large, with small tables and stools on the floor, all specially prepared for children. At first, many people were worried about their children entering alone, and only a few parents put their children in. After asking the staff at the simple entrance to confirm that they could come back to pick up their children, they went to shop elsewhere. Siepu Ro also welcomed the few little customers. But the little customers who were allowed to enter did not seem to have the intention to come to the booth to get the candied haws. Siepu Ro was not in a hurry. She just stood inside and made a bunch of candied haws on the spot and placed them on top. The dazzling red strawberry candied haws were covered with syrup, sparkling. A little girl swallowed her saliva and walked towards Siepu Ro's position with courage. A bright red strawberry candied haws was handed to the little girl, and she took the candied haws from Siepu Ro's hand. Chapter 407 Magic. Smelling the sweet scent of the elder sister, and the elder sister is so beautiful, the little girl boldly approached her and said, "Sister, you are so nice. If you could stay here forever, we could eat candied haws every day." Little friend. Siepu Ro smiled and leaned down to look at the little girl. "Do you want to eat candied haws, or do you want to eat the strawberries in the candied haws?" The little girl rolled her eyes, thought for a long time, as if she had made some important decision. "I'd like to eat the fruits in the candied haws," Siepu Ro said mysteriously. "Then sister will perform a magic trick for you. You count 3, 2, 1, and sister can make something appear. Do you believe it?" "Really?" The little girl opened her eyes wide, looking at her with admiration. "Of course. Then sister, please make it appear quickly," the little girl urged her. "I count 3, 2, 1. Okay." Siepu Ro folded her hands in front of her chest, waited for the little girl to finish the last number, and took out a small piece of chestnut fruit cake sold in the hot spring pool from the space. The little girl opened her eyes and jumped up excitedly. "Wow! Sister is so awesome! What is this?" The little girl was only 4 years old and didn't know cream cake. Siepu Ro first put the cream cake on the table, took up the little girl hand, took out a disposable wet wipe, and wiped her clean carefully. The little girl hand was very beautiful, with some baby fat that had not yet faded. The little hand was white and tender, and the 5 fingers spread out looked like Patrick's hand, which was very cute. Pulling her little hand and gently touching the cake, there was some cream on her hand. Then she put it into the little girl's mouth and tasted it a little. The little girl excitedly shouted, "It's sweet. This is a cream cake. You are the first little guest today. This cake is for you." Siepu Ro smiled. After eating her cake, it shouldn't be too much to pinch the child's face, right? While the child's attention was on the cake, Siepu Ro gently pinched the little girl's chubby face. "It's chubby, so good." The little girl wanted to eat but didn't dare to. She thought the cake must be very expensive, so she didn't look at the cake on the table. "What's your name?" the little girl said softly. "My name is Yin Yin." At this time, Siepu Ro picked up the cake again and put it in the little girl's hand, helping her to hold the cake steady. Little Yin Yin, hold your cake well, you can eat it at the table next to you. Yin Yin stared, incredibly. Sister, are you going to give this cake to Yin Yin? The mini cake was not big. It looked small in Siapure's hand. But it looked big in Yin Yin's hand. Yes. It's given to you by my sister. Go eat it over there. The big hand gently pinched Yin Yin's face again. Can Yin Yin be next to my sister? Yin Yin held the cake tightly. Sure. There was a long white table next to Siapure. And there were 8 small stools on both sides. She took Yin Yin to the table. And after she sat her down, she said, but Yin Yin must be a good boy. Okay. Yin Yin will listen. The little girl blinked twice, and Siapure was all in her black pupils. Give her a small fork. Yin Yin couldn't wait to eat the cake, and her little head was about to bury in the cake. Siapure was still holding the candied haws in her hand, so she could only sigh, and put the candied haws on the table with something stuck in it. There was also a little boy and a little girl present, who didn't dare to come forward at first, but couldn't help themselves after seeing Yin Yin got the cake, and they came to Siapure together. The 5-year-old girl politely offered to work in exchange. Sister, I can help you with the work. Can I have a small cake? The little boy was younger, looking younger than Yin Yin, only 3 years old. Hiding behind the 5-year-old sister, said angrily, I can help. Too. Siapure smiled, and asked their names first. This time the little boy said first, my name is Shirui. My name is Shanshan. Handing the candied haws to them, Siapure first praised Shanshan. You still know to work in exchange for food, how amazing. Shanshan was praised by her beautiful sister. And she straightened her back. My grandmother taught me that. You can't eat for free. Siapure was surprised. You know how to eat for free? Yes. Shanshan said generously. If we get food without working? It's called eating for free. Siapure didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little girl, who couldn't even speak, actually understood this truth. Usually we have to work to support ourselves. But today, my sister will treat you to a small cake, so you don't have to work. Why did my sister treat us to a small cake? Xiaorui asked. Siapure replied perfunctorily, because my sister is kind. What else can she say? Can she still say that it's because she wants to win people's hearts? Can she say that directly to a child? Of course not. Shan bit her lips and thought about it for a while, and suddenly raised her head to correct Siapure. Sister, my mother said that in the end times, we can't share our supplies generously. Sister, let us work. Siapure couldn't help laughing, and touched Shanshan's fluffy hair. Yes, Shanshan is right. Can you help your sister clean the table over there? Because you are still young, and your sister doesn't have much work for you to do. So you just need to clean the table over there. Shanshan's eyes flickered. She took the towel handed over by her elder sister, and as if she had received an imperial decree, her little face was serious as she walked towards the table pointed by Siapure. Xiaorui also took a towel and went to the table next to Shanshan to clean it. The simple task was completed. Xiaorui finished slower than Shanshan. Shanshan waited for Xiaorui. The two returned to Siapure together. Siapure bent down and handed them a small tray with a small cup of hot milk on it. Here are your cakes and candied haws. Take them. After giving the tray to the two children, she took a cup of milk and put it next to Yin Yin. She was afraid that the child would choke if he ate the cake too hastily. Just now, she was careless and did not prepare milk for Yin Yin. Xiaorui and Shanshan put the tray on the small table where Yin Yin was, and then went back to Siapure. Siapure was confused. What's wrong? Xiaorui said. Sister hasn't patted my head yet. Siapure felt that she seemed to have misled the children. Yin Yin and Shanshan are girls. Xiaorui is a boy. There are differences between men and women. She educated the two little girls, of course. You can't let strangers touch you casually. Remember? 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 The children dragged out their cute endings. Chapter 408 Live Broadcast. The scene is open, and everyone can see the situation inside. Some parents saw that there were small cakes to be collected and asked their children to go, and the children also wanted to eat sweet cakes, and the number of parents who sent their children to the party increased sharply. There was someone to help look after the children, and their own children could eat good food, and they could line up at ease, who would not want to. At the beginning, Siapure could let the children participate together, and coat the candied haws with syrup by themselves. More and more children gathered around, and she, an adult, was too busy among the children. So she hurriedly called Chu in for help. Chu-in responded. The children surrounded them excitedly, chattering non-stop. Siapura asked Chu-in to be responsible for making candied haws, and she went to the side to be responsible for distributing small cakes. At this time, a little girl had seen from a distance that 3 children had to work to exchange for small cakes. So she also ran over and grabbed the corner of Siapura's clothes, looking up and said, "Sister, I also want to help. Can I?" The children raised their hands. "Then I want to help too. I help too." The little kids were not even as tall as her thighs, but they were quite clever. Siapura didn't have so much work for them to do. "Sister, there is no work for you to do, then can you promise me a favor?" The children quieted down, and said yes obediently, with eyes staring at her. "Children, promise me that after you go home, you will help your family with housework within your ability, and this little cake will be given to everyone as the reward we agreed on." "Okay. Okay. It's fine as long as the children are obedient, and don't make a fuss." Siapura narrowed her eyes, and looked at Chu-in. As time went by, more and more children joined in to get the cakes, and the scene became very lively. The children ate cakes and played happily, and the originally dull atmosphere was replaced by laughter. More and more adults caught leeches to exchange for points, and almost everyone had to fill the container they carried with them before coming to exchange for points. In their words, exchanging more at a time, you can queue less times. Almost all families go out to catch leeches. Young children are sent to Siapura, who are taken care of and safe. Older ones envy the children for having cakes, but they think that they can exchange the leeches they catch for points, and it is also delicious to buy cakes with the points earned from their own labor. Each child has his or her own account. As long as you are within Siapura business scope, you can have your own account. Children no longer have to worry about their parents using. I save it for you. The rhetoric of deducting the income from their own labor. Once the tide of catching leeches by the whole nation was set off, it was difficult to stop. At the most enthusiastic time, some people even wanted to catch leeches at night. It has been a long time since the sun came out. The solar power generation equipment installed before has not been fully utilized for a long time. The stored electricity should be used where it is needed most. The base did not generate electricity for street lights at night. Worried about the safety problems brought by the night, and Siapura had reminded them before that there was a case of piranhas appearing in the third base, the base ordered everyone to return to the residential building before dark and not to stay on the flat ground. After obtaining the consent of the base, one afternoon during her free time, Siapura used her mobile phone to send the information about the number 1 base's nationwide leech catching and point exchange activity to the group chat she was in. One wave caused 1,000 waves. Countless people beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they were in the number 1 base. The replies in the group were very interesting. Chu-in was holding his mobile phone beside Siapura and reading, and he couldn't stop laughing while reading. The boss and his friends are so funny, they actually said that 10,000 people begged in blood to hold this kind of activity in each base. Siapura knew what they were thinking. During the day, she watched beside the leech-specific points exchanger. Any resident who came to exchange points could get thousands of points. The whole family's work results in one day could reach 5,000 points. What's more, maybe there are many families. One person used the work results of the whole family to exchange points, and actually exchanged tens of thousands of points. The work results of one day are comparable to the results of many people risking their lives to fight zombies. How could they not be tempted? If she wasn't the boss and didn't need points to spend, she would have thought about catching leeches herself. Even if they wanted to. There are no bases with leeches, Siapura responded. How could it be such a coincidence that every base had a disaster? Chu Ling really replied in the group. The residents of the Dawn base reacted most strongly. The group chat kept vibrating, and soon it was 99 plus. Siapura also looked at her phone and saw the residents of the Dawn base asking her if they could also exchange crystal cores for points if they killed the mutant crocodiles. Siapura was so scared that she immediately asked the system to retrieve the data of crocodile fighting and sent it to the group. The data showed that in order to beat a crocodile in the water, you need a weapon to hold its big mouth. And the skin of the crocodile is very hard. She asked the psychics in the group, "Are you sure where the mutant crocodile has mutated? If the mutated part is the crocodile's skin, can ordinary psychics get into it?" Her voice was met with silence from the residents. Their restless hearts calmed down, and they stopped shouting to kill crocodiles. They could only envy the residents of the first base in the group. The terrain of so many bases is not as good as that of the first base. The water is very deep. and the residents are trapped in the building, unable to go anywhere. Now it is not that thousands of people are writing in blood to beg for leech activities, but begging Pure to start a live broadcast, so that they can also see what other bases look like. In the 20s, everyone finally had enough food, and there was technology that allowed everyone to go home whenever they wanted, and the internet allowed everyone to access other skies under the same land. A ruthless apocalypse made the human civilization that had developed with great difficulty return to the pre-liberation era. However, humans who have experienced the convenience of the internet and the ability to watch short videos, would they be willing to fall behind? Pure put the responsibility of live broadcasting on Chen, and she herself asked the system to create a live broadcast link, which only the store owner can broadcast live, and those who want to watch can click in to see what other bases are like. Chen said that she had never been exposed to it and was not very good at it. So Pure asked her to be the assistant broadcaster first, and she started the live broadcast with her mobile phone in a daze, finding a better angle on the cruise ship, and shooting down with her mobile phone. She had never been exposed to live broadcasting on the internet, and the two of them tried to figure out how to broadcast live together. Whatever people asked on the public screen, she would answer what she knew when she saw it. Young people accept new things as fast as God, and after one morning, Chen had almost mastered the live broadcast process. Chapter 409 Searching for Relatives on the Spot. Just wait until after lunch and give her the phone to live broadcast. Pure will not care. Now wherever the camera switches to, Pure will automatically explain what they are doing. Chen went to eat first, and she will officially take over after lunch, and now Pure is the only one live broadcasting. Everyone clamored to see the scene of residents exchanging leeches for points. Pure adjusted the camera to the bottom, and there were many people lined up below. Residents who redeemed their points did not leave. Everyone was afraid of being hungry, and chose to go to nearby places to buy some food and drinks to take home. Only after eating and drinking enough can they have more energy to catch leeches the next day. Some people not only bought some food, but also bought a lot of stockpiles to take home. They wanted to use all their savings from catching leeches and buying food. The large amount of stockpiling made people at home, and those who watched the live broadcast on their mobile phones feel very excited. Seeing everyone buying so happily, it was as if they were buying too. Especially when the camera turned to the queue for food. Pure walked down and pointed the camera at some food. The food seen through the screen seemed to taste better, and it also stimulated people's desire to buy. Pure live broadcast stimulated consumption in various bases. The most common sentence on the public screen was, some people were still eating potato chips in the quilt in the last second. And in the next second, they were queuing in the cafeteria. There were all kinds of comments floating around. And Pure looked down from time to time. But more often she just ignored it. Once she looked down, she noticed that most of the comments on the screen seemed to ask her to come closer to take a look. Out of curiosity, she asked the live broadcast room, I didn't see the screen just now. Why do you ask me to come closer to take a look? The comments replied one after another. Someone in front said that there was a queue over there to exchange crystal cores. And the 8th person in the second row seemed to be his relative. Can the owner come closer to see if it's his relative? Please. I was so anxious at home that I was jumping up and down. I really want to see my family reunion. Please. Owner. I want to see if the one in front is his family member. The comments below were all, please. Owner. Come over and take a look. Pure pieced together what happened from the words on the public screen. It was not a big deal to go over and take a look. So she walked over with her phone. The barrage reminded her. It's the old lady wearing plain floral clothes. She is now the third in line. Because it is inevitable that it will be hot when there are many people queuing. Most people will take off the upper body of the isolation suit, revealing the clothes they are originally wearing. So the people in the live broadcast room can clearly describe the pattern of the clothes. She responded and walked towards the crowd. Fortunately, no one in the crowd dared to squeeze her, and she walked smoothly into the line, and found the old lady in plain floral clothes in the crowd. She did not point the camera directly at the people, but pointed the camera at the floor, and stood by and waited for the old lady in plain floral clothes to redeem her points before walking forward. Hello, I was just broadcasting live, and I took a picture of you in the live broadcast crowd, and someone said you looked like his relative? Would you please come over? Her gentle attitude did not let the old lady down. The old lady quickly put the equipment used to hold leeches in her arms, and looked at her vigilantly. The staff of the base came forward to remind the old lady. Grandma, this is the owner. She won't hurt you. Please cooperate and see if you can find your relatives. Okay, thank you, Xiafei. The staff who came to remind the old lady knew him, and after he said that, the old lady was completely relieved. The old lady looked at Xiapiru again, without any defense in her eyes. I didn't expect the shop owner to be such a young girl. Thank you. With you coming to our base to sell things, and collecting leeches, many people can live a good life. The old lady's tone was sincere, and it was obvious that she said these words from the heart. Xiapura smiled slightly, repeated what she had just said, and asked, Do you have any relatives who have been separated? The old lady sighed. Yes, who doesn't have relatives? Do you want to take a picture of my face? Take it, and show it to him. If it's not his relative, I go back. It can be seen that the old lady did not hold out hope, but was just cooperating with her. The staff member named Xiaofei came over, nodded to her respectfully and called, Shopkeeper. Grandma has been looking for her relatives for a long time, and has been disappointed too many times, and now she has no hope. The old lady also said, Instead of being disappointed every day, I might as well give up. After getting the old lady's permission, Xiapu Ro did not hesitate, and directly pointed the camera at the old lady's face. The old lady raised her face to the camera in cooperation, and held her head high and chest out awkwardly. She also instructed the barrage. Everyone stop posting messages and flooding the screen. Let the person looking for relatives see if it is the relative he is looking for. The barrage did pause. Everyone has their own relatives, and they also look forward to the reunion of others. Besides, the owner has spoken, and no one will make trouble. Seeing the person on the screen clearly, Uncle Lee burst into tears on the other end of the phone, until Xiapuru's voice came again. Uncle Lee wiped his tears, and said on the public screen, Is her name Yining? When Yining. Xiapura was worried that the old lady had misheard. So she showed her the phone to the old lady. Look, is this your name? The old lady held the phone, and a tear fell heavily on her clothes. She trembled, yes. After hearing this, Mr. Lee typed a line on the public screen, I am Li Yongda, your wife. When Yining burst into tears after seeing this, Li Yongda? Is it really you? Are you still alive? It's me. After they confirmed that they were acquaintances, Xiapura took back her phone and comforted Wen Yining grandmother. People who know me can add me as a friend later. I will stop the live broadcast. After saying that, she closed the live broadcast. A friend request came in a short while later. Xiapura helped Wen Yining grandmother to the cruise ship first and found a place to sit down. Grandma, don't worry. I will let you recognize each other through video later. Wen Yining could not say anything except agreeing. Okay. Okay. After getting through friends, Xiapura directly made a video call. She also remembered the old man Lee on the other side of the camera. He was one of the strong old ladies, and the first grandma to stay in the homestay. Yongda. Yining. Xiapura silently made an excuse to pour a glass of water for Wen Yining grandmother, and left for a while, leaving the space for the old couple who had reunited after a long separation. It was estimated that she was away for 10 minutes, and when she came back, the grandmother had been coaxed into laughing, and was talking and laughing with Old Manly. Seeing that she was back, she said something to Old Manly, hung up the video, and handed the phone back to her. Chapter 410, the family search website, is under preparation. It happened that Grandpa Lee sent a message. Xiapura opened it in front of Grandma. It was Grandpa Lee who asked her if she could bring Grandma Wen Yining back with her. He would transfer enough points to Grandma's account, so that Grandma could play with him on the cruise ship, and take Grandma back after the fun. She remembered that Grandpa Lee was quite capable, and he had always been a generous resident. She asked Grandma Wen Yining, and found out that Grandpa Lee transferred 1 million points to her. My domineering President Lee dotes on his wife. Xiapura had decided that the feelings between the elderly were real, and they really transferred the points. Grandma Yining, we are open for accommodation. You can stay here if you have points. Xiapura sent a message to Grandpa Lee, and took Grandma Wen Yining to buy a mobile phone so that she could contact Grandpa Lee. It would be easy if she had points, but she was afraid that she didn't have points. This alone was not enough. Xiapura was worried, and she waited for Yu Shiwen and Xiaoqin to come back and said that it would be considered a report. Worried that Grandma Wen Yining was not familiar with the cruise ship and would not be used to it, she asked Chu En to take Grandma with him more often. So Chu En was successfully promoted to the anchor, and Grandma became the assistant anchor. Originally, Grandma had to go into the water to catch leeches to earn points. But under the persuasion of Uncle Lee, Grandma Yining no longer bothered about the small profits. The most important thing at the moment is to protect herself. Only by protecting herself can she see her long-lost partner. After a trip, due to the convenience of the internet, Xia Puro has facilitated the recognition of the two families of Qian Wushuang and Wen Yining. She is going to let M80 issue an announcement. Tell everyone that a new family search website is being prepared. She will open the website after she returns to the BNB, so that people within her business scope can search for their relatives online. Now there is no need to stare at the live broadcast all day long. When she develops, she will help everyone find their relatives when she has the ability. That's probably what it means. The robots are good at organizing language to make the words more official. She doesn't need to worry about these. Xia Puro just watched the residents coming and going onto the cruise ship, looking forward to receiving the news that she lit up the first base. The residents of the first base were now happily stockpiling goods. When they returned home, the neighbors all paid attention to the progress of the people around them. Those who stocked less would be disliked and asked why they stocked so little, and they should stock up more while the store owner was here. Those who stocked more would be envied by many people, and they would try to get closer to them. In a blink of an eye, it was almost a week since Xia Puro came to the first base. The task of catching leeches became more and more difficult. At first, the residents did not believe it. When they saw a leech, they wanted to gather around and grab it. After being snatched away, the residents continued to look down and search inch by inch. In just 5 days, all the leeches in the first base were cleared. No matter how hard the residents looked, they couldn't find even a larva. Until the system sound of the end of the mission sounded. The national catching activity was about to come to an end. Ding! Temporary mission completed. Mission completion reward. Free amusement park gift pack. Available after the amusement park construction is enabled. There is still an amusement park? How do I start building this thing? It would be nice to build an amusement park for kids to play in. It's a childhood dream. If there is one, maybe we can start recruiting all real employees from here to boost economic development. M80 replied, it can be started after upgrading to the next level. Does the host need to spend great coins to upgrade? Upgrade? Xia Puro is very generous. She has the confidence to light up so many bases in succession. The more you upgrade, the more difficult it is. Xia Puro paid attention to the conditions for the next upgrade. Congratulations on upgrading the BNB to LV6. The amusement park has been unlocked and is waiting to be built. Obtain 5 mysterious fragments. Obtain the authority to independently build shared bicycles and shared electric vehicles within the business scope. In addition to spending great coins, there are many other requirements. LV7 upgrade conditions. 500 real employees in the BNB. Currently, 264 employees have passed the system good and evil value test, including real employees in schools, fruit and vegetable gardens, ranches and other places. Recruiting real people is necessary, which coincides with what she thought, probably to remind her to recruit more people, so that it can operate normally after she leaves. According to this upgrade speed, she thought that she would reach the maximum level after 2 more levels. What is the highest level of this world mission? M80 answered, level 10. There are only 3 levels left to leave this world. For some reason, Xia Puro felt reluctant. She said nothing. After the upgrade, she gave the base 1 day. On the 6th day, Xia Puro announced that the leech exchange points were over, and the cruise ship would no longer accept leech exchange points. At the same time as the temporary mission was completed, another system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for lighting up the first central base. M80 happily informed her. Since the host has lit up and taken over the first central base, there will no longer be a weekly mandatory stall mission, host. Keep up the good work. Victory is just around the corner. Xia Puro immediately went downstairs and found Yushiwen and Xiaocan, who had just finished their meal and were preparing to go again, and excitedly told them the good news. Shiwen, I light up the first base. As she said this, she did not wait for Yushiwen to respond, and directly spent her own money to open the protective shield of the first base. The residents of the first base exchanged points for the national activities, and she also had corresponding points credited to her account. It is equivalent to that as long as there is new income in the residents' accounts. Her income will also increase accordingly, and the transfers between residents will not be counted in her income. In short, this time is also a great harvest, taking from the people and using it for the people, no matter what. She will not feel at a disadvantage. Yu Shiwen and Xiaocan were petrified for 3 seconds. Yu Shiwen couldn't believe it. You lit up now? In other words, you can open a shop here to sell things? Xiaocan was fine. His reaction was not as intense as Yu Shiwen. It just so happens that the base commander wants to meet you to discuss the management issues of the 3rd and 9th bases. This time, it's just right for us to discuss it together. The two looked at each other and decided to put down their work, standing on her left and right. What are you doing? Siepura felt puzzled. Suddenly they lined up. Let's go! We go with you. Yu Shiwen walked on her right side. Siepura took her hand and said, Let's go! She might feel uncomfortable if she went alone. It would be different if she had her sisters with her. Shiokan went to the side and made a phone call. When he came back, he said, Let's go! They came to a building that seemed to be the largest and most formal building in the base. Siepura looked up from below. Chapter 411 talking about cooperation. As expected, no matter what time it is, the office is the most strict. Just standing here will make you unconsciously straighten your chest and stomach and raise your head. The commander-in-chief of the first base personally met her. Chiokan had said in advance that Siepura didn't like the oppressive feeling when there were too many people. The three of them could go in together and have a private meeting with the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander. The commander-in-chief Pei Shui looked nearly 70 years old, and the deputy commander Xiang Yuanhong was about the same age. A pair of sharp eyes looking at each other was intimidating. As expected of a national leader, he has such a majestic aura just sitting there that people feel he is intimidating without even getting angry. Pei Shui looked quite peaceful. Seeing Siepura coming, he stood up and greeted her in person. Miss Ye, please sit down. Siepura also responded with the same respect when she stood up to greet her. Miss Ye, please feel free to do what you want. You don't have to be polite to two old men like us. Siepura blinked. Really? Pei Shui was startled. As if she didn't expect to be asked back. Miss Ye is really good at joking. Of course it's true. Siepura didn't really mean it, but took out 5 cups of milk tea from the space and put them in front of each of them. This milk tea is delicious. Drinking something sweet makes you feel good. Let's drink and chat. Xiang Yuanhong only took a look at the milk tea and quickly glanced away. He is already this age. How could he drink something that young people drink? Pei Shui was very polite and took the straw and put it into the milk tea, saying, I want to try what young people like to drink now. Picking up the milk tea, he took a sip slowly. Milk tea is so fragrant. This is Pei Shui's first time drinking milk tea. He had never drunk it before, let alone after the apocalypse. Drink 2 more sips, smash. Smash. Yo! Another sip. What should I do if I want to drink more and more? Siepura smiled knowingly. Of course, this milk tea is made by her using the best and most expensive tea leaves in the tea house, and she made it specially for herself, using a lot of mixed spiritual spring water. She wouldn't take it out for ordinary people. After all, this tea is expensive. It has only been drunk by Yu Shiwen. She secretly looked at it from the corner of her eye. The two leaders should not be dissatisfied. Right? After all, she prepared a super large bucket for them. The always serious Xiang Yuanhong saw Pei Shui drinking it in small sips, drinking a small sip, and holding it in front of him, frowning and looking at the milk tea cup, and then continued to drink it. Since the other old guy present drank it, it would seem disrespectful if he didn't drink it. Right? Xiang Yuanhong also took the cup and looked at it, inserted a straw, and sipped it with Pei Shui. His eyes lit up. Wow! It was more fragrant than his treasure tea, although it was not very sweet. It was another taste he had never tasted before. The two of them seemed to have got a new toy, sucking and sipped together, with perfectly synchronized expressions. Chiokan and Yu Shiwen sat down on her left and right. Yu Shiwen seemed to be hesitant to speak, but seeing that the two leaders were satisfied, she didn't say anything. Siepura gave Yu Shiwen a soothing look. Those eyes clearly said, Don't worry, I'm so smart, I knew we were going to talk, and I didn't put any pearls in it. Yu Shiwen gave her a helpless look. Her eyes were full of expressions of helplessness. Looking at the two leaders again, the transparent milk tea cups in their hands revealed that they had already drunk 1/5 of it. They were already giving face. Siepura sat down. She took advantage of the situation and said, It tastes good. Right? If I could do business in the base, it would be no problem to build a tall building on flat ground, and I would also have delicious and tasty milk tea. She had already made up her mind not to hide her words in this plane, to finish the discussion quickly, and to implement it quickly. Ha ha ha. Pei Shui's laughter was steady and hearty, sounding like the tolerance of an elder towards a younger generation. He did not respond, but talked about milk tea. The owner's milk tea is not ordinary, the tea leaves are very fragrant. Siepura said frankly, This tea leaf is good if you like. You can buy some when the store opens here. It is also very delicious to brew tea. Pei Shui raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Xiang Yuanhong coughed softly. People don't live a good life. And we old guys don't dare to use such good things. Cooperate with me. Won't your life be better in the future? Xia Pura looked directly at Xiang Yuanhong, who was speaking, with a calm face. And even her eyes were clean and pure. Whether they can live a good life depends entirely on your thoughts. Before coming, Xia Pura had learned from Chiokin that the base would cooperate with her. This time, it was called a conversation. But in fact, the first base wanted to see her attitude and character. Any small action would definitely not escape the eyes of the two. So she might as well just lay it out. She cleared her throat and said, "The base and I are friends, not enemies. We have a common goal, which is to hope that the end of the world will end sooner, and everyone's safety will not be affected by natural disasters and zombies." After saying these words, Xia Pura relaxed her waist and simply leaned back against the backrest of the chair. She had already shown her attitude, and she was determined to take the first base. She was not disrespecting the elderly, it was just that the two people in front of her had not lived as long as she had. "I thought the air would be stagnant for a long time," Pei Shui spoke first. "We know that Miss Xia has never done anything bad to our China. Why don't we talk about how Miss Xia wants to cooperate?" Xia Puro frowned, showed asking the system. M80 only said that in order to avoid any impact after leaving the world, the cooperation with the official base is all up to them. Points and crystal cores should be collected, since the official base has the final say. She is happy to be free. It is someone else's territory. She is just a tasker and a passerby in this world. The local natives are responsible for this plane. No matter how to cooperate, as long as it does not affect her interests and tasks, she can accept it. Let me tell you my conditions first. I will collect the points and crystal cores. If you want me to help you build a house, you must be responsible for planning and drawing it, and hand it over to me in one go. You can't bother me often. Xia Pura thought that was about it. Oh, by the way, there is one more crucial point at the end. I will not take the management rights of your base. The decision-making power is still in your hands. I am just selling supplies at the base. Xiang Yuanhong asked, "Can we adjust the price upwards based on your original fee?" Xia Pura asked M80 first. It said it was allowed. So, she agreed. Seeing her nod, Xiang Yuanhong narrowed his eyes slightly. This is not cooperation at all. It is just letting them slaughter. It is not like what they found out before, that the girl destroyed the base after a disagreement, killed everyone in the base, and only took a few back to her own territory. The results of their investigation confirmed that she is the same person as the girl in front of them. Chapter 412 Cooperation reached. And later, after a long period of cooperation, Joka brought back so many useful things for humans from her, and so much spiritual spring water was donated voluntarily. This is not a silent killing god, it is simply a god sent by heaven to lead them through difficulties, and save them from suffering. Miss Xia is really... Even Xiang Yuanhong was at a loss for words, and didn't know what to say to her. Such an obvious concession, the two old guys can naturally see it to be able to sit in the position today. So casual. After holding it in for a long time, Xiang Yuanhong could only find this adjective to describe what Xia Pura did. Xia Pura lowered her head, thinking that this should be a compliment to her. Look up at Yushiwen, then look at Chiokan, and finally look at Pei Shui and Xiang Yuanhong. Then we have a happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Pei Shui stood up, and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Xia Pura. As the highest leader of the central base, Pei Shui stood up, leading the whole audience to stand up together. Xia Pura extended her hand, and after shaking hands with Pei Shui, she shook hands with Xiang Yuanhong again, and also said, "Happy cooperation." This is definitely the fastest cooperation that the central base has ever reached with an external party. Since it is so simple, then don't blame Xia Pura for being too demanding. Let Yushiwen or Chio can confirm the details with me, and then tell you, is that okay? Isn't this against the rules? Xiang Yuanhong felt that this was inappropriate. How could you discuss cooperation like this? And there were still many details to be agreed upon. Xia Pura said directly, "You guys decide the price. I send you a copy of the basic unit price, and you can just let me know when you've decided. Is there anything else we want to discuss face to face?" Xiang Yuanhong was a conservative man, and he thought that these were important matters for the country and the people, and that they should be discussed face to face in the conference room. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Pei Shui. "Okay." Pei Shui interrupted Xiang Yuanhong's unspoken words. Just listen to Miss Xie. Pei Shui turned around and looked at Yu Shiwen and Qiu Qian. Yu Shiwen's status is not high enough. Obviously she cannot be in charge of such a direct connection. However, as the head of the 9th base, Qiu Qian has enough status. But he does not have so much time and energy. Miss Xie really gave him a difficult problem. And specifically asked for these two people. But this is not a difficult thing. They have already made so many concessions by cooperating with them. It would not be good if they refused even such a small request. Just when Pei Shui was thinking about how to make do, Qiu Qian took the initiative to say, "Leave it to me. Boss Xie and I are friends. It's easier for us young people to talk to each other. Right?" With Qiu Qian's recommendation, Pei Shui was still hesitant. "Xiao Qiu. Your matter. No problem. No trouble." Qiu Qian waved his hand. Everything was settled. Xie Pura left after collecting 8 large boxes of crystal cores. The branch base would hand over the excess crystal cores to the headquarters every once in a while, which would help to centralize the storage and research and development costs. The crystal cores, given by the central base, have already lit up the construction costs of the 3 bases. Let Xie Pura give them a copy of the crystal core expenses if it is convenient for her to go back. In fact, Xie Pura can fill in the form as she wants. Xie Pura didn't have any other thoughts about these. Just give the cost price and settle the matter. Halfway through the walk, Yu Shiwen still wanted to go to the north gate, so only Qiu Qian and Xie Pura returned to the cruise ship. Qiu Qian took a look at the surrounding street scenes. The autumn wind was bleak, as if people would become sentimental when the temperature was suitable. Walking on the road, he asked the woman walking beside him, "Do you have any ideas?" He was talking about the base. Xie Pura asked back, "What ideas can you have?" "About building the base, isn't that your goal?" Qiu Qian looked at her profile. Her facial features were 3-dimensional, and her outlines were clear. Xie Pura thought for a while. "Yes and no. My idea is to listen to the base, and respect each other. You have helped the base so much, and you don't want anything for yourself?" Qiu Qian couldn't help asking. Xie Pura asked back, "What do you want?" She already has everything. What else can she want? Qiu Qian was speechless, shut up, and never spoke again on the way back. Xie Pura didn't feel embarrassed at all. For her, having Qiu Qian walking beside her was no different from walking alone on the road. Both of them were very busy, and they agreed on the way that Xie Pura would first prepare her quotation with Chuan and show it to the base, and then start construction after the base came back. After returning to the cruise ship, Xie Pura immediately found Chuan, and the two of them sorted out the prices together. It was also necessary to build a house at the base. She still charged the points price stipulated by the system, and the base decided the final price based on this price. Rent has always been a considerable income. Now more and more people are staying in BNBS. And so many bases have been lit up. Rental income has become her main source of income. But this money is not so easy to make. Now Xie Pura is so irritable that she scratches her hair into a mess. The first time she sorted out the data, she realized that it was tedious and boring. The system provided it, but she couldn't print it out directly. She had to sort it out first. She always didn't want to do any mental activities, and her first reaction was to think about it. The two of them worked from dawn to dusk, and then worked until dawn before Xie Pura sorted it out completely. This was the 7th day since they came to the first base. Chuan was so tired that he fell asleep on the table. Xie Pura felt a little guilty, and wondered if she was too harsh on her employees. Just after putting away the things she had sorted, Xie Pura couldn't hold on any longer, and fell asleep on the sofa. There were many people sleeping at the same time. Chi-Che, who had disappeared for a long time but no one noticed, was one of them. He was sinking to the bottom of the cold lake at the moment, forced to fall asleep. And in his dream, it was dark. The place that frightened and disgusted him, before he became a zombie, filled his entire youth and childhood. The campus, in the eyes of many people, is a place to spend youth, but for him, it was a purgatory on earth. In the dream, the zombie king was also recalling his past life. In the dream, a punch hit him in the face, and there were laughter and booing from all around. "Kill the ugly bastard! Kill the ugly bastard! Ugly? Is he talking about him?" Chi-Che seemed to feel the pain on his face, but he was already a zombie. How could he feel pain? Before Chi-Che could think about it, a kick hit his back, and he stumbled and fell to the ground in pain, and before he could get up, he was surrounded by two people. One of them took out a knife, which was still stained with traces of black pencil lead left when sharpening the pencil. Chapter 413 Dream? The past? What would happen if we cut off the ugly monster's fingers with a knife? Would it be as delicious as boneless chicken feet? I couldn't see the face of the person in front of me clearly. I could only tell that it was the voice of a junior high school boy, who was holding a pencil sharpener and gesturing on his thin and short hands. His hands, why were they so small? Chi-Che didn't remember anything, but he felt that everything was so familiar. The first person he met should be his sister, who was very nice, who gave him canned meat to eat, who didn't treat him like this. Who are these people? Why do they treat him like this? Qingli was furious, and wanted to roar to warn these people, but he was imprisoned, and could only relive his past in an immersive way. From his perspective, his body took a breath of cold air out of his control. It was the man holding the knife who was holding his hand, stabbing the knife into his fingers little by little, and kept pushing back and forth as if he would not stop until his fingers were broken. His body was crying, begging for mercy with a childish voice, asking them to let him go. How could your mother make you so ugly? You are so ugly, and you dare to go to the same school as me? Don't you look at yourself? Another boy pinched his chin hard, as if this would satisfy his evil taste. A cheerful laugh came from his ears, like the whisper of a devil. That's right. Don't you look at what you look like? You should be tied up at home with a rope if you look like this. How can we have fun if we are tied up at home? We can go to his house. His grandmother is dead, so what is he doing alone? Do you think killing an orphan will attract attention? He has no family, and no one is looking for him. If no one calls the police, we should be fine. Right? Those voices sound young, and there are a few boys who haven't entered voice change yet, but their words are like the devil. Another young female voice teased, What are you afraid of? We are all minors, and we won't go in. At worst, we just go to the juvenile detention center. How long will they keep us there? Ha ha, hurry up, hasn't his hand been cut off yet? Why is it so hard? Can you do it? Chi-Che's heart was burning with rage, but as a bystander in the dream, no matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. The ugly man who was condemned by everyone in the dream seemed as if he had experienced it himself. His memory recovered little by little as the dream progressed. No wonder he could empathize with those unforgettable pains. In the end, his finger was not cut off. The small pencil knife could not cut through the bones of a person's hand. The young boy was still begging, but he was not let go or forgiven, but was beaten again. The little boy who wanted to cut off his little finger stood up, put away the knife, and kicked him in the stomach. He was beaten and tortured, but he heard his young self say, I'm sorry. Another kick? Are you a man? What a coward. You still say sorry after getting beaten. You should say thank you next time. Okay? The teenage boys are very curious. One said so. The other suggested, how about we strip him and see? It was such a long dream. Qing Luo dreamed of many things. From the beginning of the dream, strange eyes followed him like a shadow. No matter how much he wanted to escape, he couldn't escape. Siapura also had a nightmare, a messy nightmare. When she woke up again, she felt sore all over. She moved Chuanping back to her own bed in her room to continue sleeping. But she couldn't fall asleep. She came to the deck, turned on the temperature sensor, and felt the cool breeze blowing on her body. Xiaoqin brought a cup of hot water and handed it to her. What's wrong? Siapura took the hot water and looked down at the steam rising. Only by turning on the temperature sensor did she feel back to reality. Otherwise she would not know that the outside world was so cold. She replied nonchalantly, nothing. Xiaoqin noticed that she seemed much quieter than usual. Guessed, are you thinking about cooperation? Siapura had no intention of continuing to consume her emotions, following his words. Yes. She looked at the residents below the cruise ship, who were shopping. The busy streets always give people a sense of happiness, of peace and quiet. They asked me to give you the information, and asked me to ask you, can we use the first base as an example to show them first? Xiaoqin pointed to the place where he had just walked past, where there was a stack of A4 paper documents. Okay, they are all small problems. Siapura agreed readily, and lowered her head to drink a sip of hot water. How about changing to Xiangpiopio next time? Milk tea is more artistic in autumn. Xiaoqin crossed his arms and looked at her. Should I change it to Xianghenpei so that you can have a full meal? Obviously. Everything here is provided by her, even if it is changed to Xianghenpei. It still needs to be processed through her things. Right? Siapura teased back. Shall Chio brand pre-prepared meals? Good idea. I do this when I retire. Siapura, I told you that you're old, and you're thinking about retirement now. But it's good. When you and Yushiwen retire, you can still sit down together to eat hot pot and drink milk tea. Gang walked over and took the information and handed it to her. What about you? Me? Puro looked forward. I continue to be my small boss, making money until my hands cramp. Take a look. If there is no problem. When can it be done? Chiokin motioned her to flip through the documents. Puro took the documents and flipped through them a few times, with a calm head, and said nothing. Everything would have to wait for her to look through them one by one to know when it would be done. It can be seen that the central base is very down to earth, and every idea is very practical, not as unrealistic as she expected. On the contrary, almost every one of them is a good suggestion for the country and the people. For example, in architecture, they will also consider the survival of people at all levels. The price they gave was not very high, and it was enough for the lower-class residents to survive, but there would be no free food supply. After reading them one by one, she could only admire them. As expected, there were so many brains in a team, and it would be very useful if one person came up with an idea. Unlike her, she would think about things and hesitate before making a decision. This central base system is not only applicable to all bases. She decided to adjust the prices of her own homestay, and the bases she lit up to match the bases according to all the prices on this list. Of course, she would have to wait until the central base used this solution first. And then she would see the effect before making a decision. Nothing is more convincing than the successful results of others' efforts. I've seen it. And there's no problem. I start building when there are fewer people in the evening. Chapter 414. The Central Base Commercial Street opens. Puro always keeps her word. With her words, Chiokin can only wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. But at this time, Puro wants to ask another question. If you can also purchase goods in the base, your people in the base don't need to purchase goods from me. Right? What actions will the country take next? Chiokin looked around, and after confirming that there was no one, he said, the owner is really smart. Puro was speechless. Stop talking nonsense. Chiokin continued, the base is planning to use supplies to gather the survivors. We don't know if there will be natural disasters in the future. I believe that after taking out the supplies, everyone will have the idea of huddling together for warmth. Take this opportunity to control those small bases that carve out a territory for themselves and take human lives lightly. Puro nodded in agreement. This way, she will not be the only one to do it. There is always a saying that there is strength in numbers. The night fell quickly, and the residents did not know how big a surprise the base would give them when they woke up tomorrow. Puro was alone in the room, rubbing the paper given by the base in her hands. Building a house has never been a difficult task, especially since she had the blueprint in her hand. The central base also provided funding and cooperation, which was much smoother than she expected. However, the most difficult thing for her was not building a house, but the topographic map of the central base. The first central base was established not long ago, and it could not accommodate so many people. The area was also large, and tens of thousands of square meters was only the area of a small hospital. She needed to digest the terrain in this short time. Only by understanding the terrain could she maximize the beauty of the building. In the afternoon, she asked Jiangjue to go around the base together. They looked around everywhere. In conclusion, the base was large and messy because the houses were not high and occupied a lot of land. It can be seen that the buildings were rushed out in the early days of the apocalypse. Many buildings were not built in a regular pattern, but she had tested them herself and found that the materials were good. It meets the normal housing acceptance standards, and there is no cutting corners because of the apocalypse. After returning, she did not rush to build, but let the system combine the information given by the base and make a rough model. And then she will personally make fine adjustments on the details. When she browsed to the accommodation apocalypse, she was a little sad. She remembered that when she first came here, she started to collect rent from single rooms. Now that she has been upgraded and has greater authority, she can build houses for the base. The first thing to build was the residential house, and she completed the construction by looking at the drawings with ease. Time was tight, and the drawings provided by the base were only a small part of the base. Puro treated it as a demonstration construction and made it look particularly good. What made her happiest was the layout of a small street in that area. There are usually many delicious foods on both sides of the commercial street. Puro used that area to build a snack bar. The difference is that after a week, when the situation is slightly stable, the robot will only be responsible for serving and making food, and will no longer be responsible for sales. Residents can compete for the positions vacated by robots. and points can only be circulated and returned. The largest area reserved is the vegetable market. She was excited when she mentioned this. The things grown and raised in the homestay can be sold to the public. The pricing is all determined by the system. The price of snacks for eating and drinking alone. The base asked her to follow hers first, just as an activity, and change it in 2 days. She was as excited as a groundhog, building everywhere in the field, adding a little here and a little there, and her fingers kept jumping on the pre-built flat plate. With these things, everyone can buy vegetables and cook at home. The construction is based on the appearance of the vegetable market in memory, and the vegetables are divided into different categories and placed in different areas. The B&B and the various lit-up bases that can be put online can also start selling agricultural products online. Siapuro was busy until 3 o'clock and estimated that the appearance was almost ready before she generated the approximate scale of the building. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, when the first ray of light rises in the morning, you can buy fresh fruits and vegetables produced by the B&B in the supermarket and the fruit shop downstairs. The base has not yet allocated an area to build a large supermarket, and agricultural products can only be put on the shelves in the vegetable market. Opening the system panel, Siapuro first checked the inventory of agricultural products reported by the robot. With the help of Link1 Water, the inventory of each category is quite large, but if it is distributed to each base for sale, it will not be enough. We can't favor one over the other, who doesn't want vegetables. So Siapuro decided to limit purchases in advance to prevent them from being sold out. Calculated per person during this period. Each person's payment account can only purchase 1 pound of vegetables, 1 pound of fruit, 1 pound of meat per day, and there is no limit on the type. It is estimated that few people will buy meat. It is still raining. There are small pets swimming in the water in the base with good terrain. It is meat after all, and it can be used as food. The yield of each vegetable is different. Siapuro decided to store some of the stocks that are not sufficient in the space first, and then sell them when there are more. After a lot of selections, Siapuro finally put vegetables, fruits, and meats on the shelves. Vegetable section: Chinese cabbage, baby cabbage, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, spinach, carrots, cucumbers, eggplants, pumpkins, potatoes, and Chinese cabbage. Fruit section: grapes, green grapes, strawberries, pomegranates, passion fruit, lemons, watermelons, cantaloupes, bananas, and mangoes. The fruit section includes many varieties of grapes, bananas, mangoes, and watermelons. Different varieties have different prices. Meat section: pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, goose. There are many kinds of meat, such as adult chickens that can still cluck and jump, and various meats are sold in parts. For example, pig trotters will not be sold for the time being, because it is difficult to distinguish the weight. It is impossible that the trotters of a certain pig only weigh 1 pound. Right? Siapuro is really serious about the purchase limit this time. She must not set a precedent. Otherwise, in order to buy more meat, everyone will buy pig trotters. Siapuro glanced at the account balance and wrote down the current balance first. Presumably it will increase tomorrow. M80 was excited by her little action. Host, are you thinking of exchanging a physical body for me? No. I'm thinking of saving money to redeem my other old lover. M80 raised his paw actively. It's me. It's me. I'm the host's best lover. You know how to climb up the pole. Siapuro smiled. But these points are not enough to redeem it. As for exchanging physical bodies, she has other ideas. Host, you have launched the food sales, but you haven't unlocked the seasoning sales yet. Ah? Siapuro was confused. She had forgotten this. Then how do I unlock the seasoning sales? Kitchen seasonings are a reward for doing some task before? Anyway, the host has unlocked it. You just need to put it on the shelf. Hearing this, Siapuro opened the construction again, building a place to sell seasonings. Other bases are easy, but it's still the most troublesome to go online to the mall directly, and to cooperate with the base. Speaking of cooperation with the base, Siapuro always felt as if she had forgotten something. Now she couldn't remember it at all. So she simply stopped thinking about it, and would talk about it next time she remembered it. By the way, in order to give everyone a little surprise and happiness every day, Siapuro took the initiative to add a blind box machine under each residential building within her reach. She was busy until 5:30, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Siapuro hurriedly browsed through it, adjusted some small details, and pressed generate construction after confirming that there was no problem. After a busy day and night, Master Xia fell asleep immediately due to exhaustion. Before falling asleep, she thought, no one told her that it would be even more tiring if she stopped setting up a stall. Although setting up a stall is tiring, you can see the end at a glance. Why did she stop setting up a stall and instead become a 24-hour work system? When the residents of the first base woke up, everything had changed. Getting up early and working was engraved in the bones of every survivor. Even if they couldn't go out on a rainy day, they would control themselves and not stay up late. Even if they were bored, they would keep a normal schedule so that they could go out to kill zombies and earn crystal cores at any time when the weather cleared up. The second 5-year-old girl Shan, who entered Xia place to line up for a delicious cake. Her family was also one of the early risers. The curtains were drawn open. Shan rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at her mother in confusion. The first base was short of housing, and their family had never been very wealthy. The 6 of them squeezed into a 1-bedroom house. The 2 elders slept in the bedroom because they were old, and Shan sometimes slept with them. Recently, she has been more attached to her parents, and at night, the 3 of them slept together in the living room. Suddenly awakened by the sound of the curtains being drawn, Shan asked the young woman standing at the window looking out incoherently, "Mom, are you and Dad going out?" Their family is not rich, and their ability level is not high. They can only get up early and go to the base to find a job. Shan is used to the adults in the family going out, leaving her alone at home. Perhaps because of the small cake, Shan's sense of happiness increased sharply, and she thought it was the old days. Lu Hui did not respond to Shan's words. She kept opening the curtains and looked at the building opposite in a daze. From the angle of their window, they could see the new building perfectly. A street that looked more comfortable than a healing simulation game caught Lu Hui's eye. She thought she must have eaten too many mushrooms, although she didn't eat them. If she didn't, how could she have such an outrageous hallucination? It must be because she opened the door in the wrong way. Shan didn't move on the ground, watching her mother close and open the curtains, open and close them, and repeat several times. Shan shouted to her father, who was always in the bathroom, "Dad! Dad! Come quickly! Mom is playing a game with the sun that will disappear when the curtains are closed." Shan, be good. Dad will be here soon." Mingqi's loud male voice came from the bathroom. Lu Hui turned around and looked at the daughter she had raised for 5 years. It must be said that Shan is a girl with high emotional intelligence. Low emotional intelligence. Mom is crazy. High EQ. Mom is playing the curtain-pulling game with the sun. This EQ really got it from her. Lu Hui picked up Shan, who was crying for her daddy, and carried her to the window, pulling the curtains. The oil painting-like scene suddenly hit Shan's vision. She had only seen such a beautiful scene in paintings. Beautiful flowers bloomed on both sides of the street, and the green plants decorating the roadside were so beautiful and harmonious. Shan was stunned on Lu Hui's shoulder, staring blankly for a long time before she came back to her senses and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lu Hui's shoulders. "Mom, you hold me and go to sleep for a while. I wake up after a while." "You kid." Lu Hui patted Shan's little but gently. "You're awake. Do you want to go down and take a look?" "Mommy will take you down and take a look?" Shan said obediently, "Yes." The sound of the bathroom door closing came. Mingqi came out to wipe the water off his hands, and subconsciously reached out to hold Shan in his arms. "What's wrong?" "Shan?" Lu Hui pulled Mingqi, and the 3 of them walked to the window. "Come and see." "Oh my god!" Mingqi exclaimed. "Lu Hui, I was just about to take Shan down to have a look. Let's go together." "Sure." Now there are no leeches in the water. The base has bought some more drainage floor drains and installed them everywhere. Residents don't need to wear protective clothing when they want to go out. They just need to wear raincoats. They left as soon as they said they would. The 3 of them put on their own raincoats and locked the door. When they went downstairs, Lu Hui glanced at the clock hanging on the first floor. It was only 6:20 at this time. They had lived in the base for a long time. This was the first time they saw a new building from the window. They knew where it was when they looked down. When we came to the new street, the fragrance of flowers and rainwater hit us in the face. It seemed that even breathing was fresh here. There were no base staff blocking the entrances and exits of the street, so people assumed that they could enter and exit freely. There were also many people who saw that the scenery outside was different at home, and came to the new street to take a look. A group of people walked around curiously, and Chen and her family of 3 saw a man trying to reach out to pick the flowers on the new street, and then the man in the black raincoat danced alone in a small way on the spot. Dad, what is that uncle doing there? Why doesn't he dance with small movements? Chen didn't understand. Why did the man have to move so fast? It's obvious that people are very tolerant after the end of the world. No one would say anything even if they saw someone urinating or defecating on the street with a bucket. Why didn't the uncle in the black raincoat dance openly? Lu Hui and Mingqi were speechless. As adults, they could see that. That was not dancing with small movements, it was clearly electric shock, and he couldn't even shout for help. Lu Hui immediately said to Mingqi, "This place is too strange. We are still with the child. Let's go." After saying that, she immediately warned her daughter, "The flowers here. No. Don't touch anything here. Understand?" Seeing her mother so nervous, Chen responded obediently. Mingqi nodded in agreement with Lu Hui's suggestion to go home. Out of consideration for Chen, the two decided to turn around and go home immediately. It was 6:30. The doors of the shops on both sides of the new street were suddenly opened, and the beautiful music of dingling 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 rang out. The smell of steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks came from a breakfast shop, mixed with the aroma of other snacks, noodles, and rice. There were so many delicious and fragrant smells, but Lu Hui just pretended not to smell them. Chapter 4:15 Robbery Fine. Because there was a breakfast shop not far from them, it was the nearest store to them, and they were standing in front of the largest building on this commercial street, the vegetable market. Lu Hui saw raw meat, vegetables, fruits. The long-lost and familiar scene made Lu Hui, who was just cautious, look up. Seeing the grape logo on the sign, Lu Hui strode in. Without even saying anything to Mingqi and Chen, Mingqi hugged Chen and looked around and then looked back, and could only chase Lu Hui into the vegetable market. The meat in the market was like in the supermarket, placed on a small plastic tray, covered with a layer of plastic film, through which the meat could be seen. Lu Hui could tell at a glance that the meat was definitely fresh beef. Fresh beef was so bright red under the light. She would definitely not be wrong. She quickly reached out to take it, and after taking a box, she wanted to take more. But at this time, the tabletop issued a ding, ding, ding alarm sound. Lu Hui was afraid of being electrocuted, and quickly put the things down. Fortunately, she didn't get shocked. She saw the sign beside her that she had ignored and understood the reason. On the sign, it said, limited to 1 kilogram per person. Lu Hui lowered her head. The box of meat in her hand had a white label on it, which read, fresh beef, 500 g, 38 points. One box was exactly 1 kilogram. No wonder it was packed according to the box. Mingqi came late with Chen in his arms. Lu Hui asked them to take a box of chicken wings for 25 points, and a box of pork for 15 points. When paying, Chen only had a few points in her account. Lu Hui thought about it, and transferred 100 points to Chen. After paying, the items were completely theirs. Lu Hui rushed to Chen in Mingqi's arms, and kissed her daughter with her mouth. "My dear, it was right for Mom to bring you here." Mingqi leaned over and said, Wife, here. There is a living person here." Lu Hui rolled her eyes at him. "You squat in the toilet every day, and you wish the toilet was your wife, right? They are all marinated, who will kiss you." She turned and walked to the vegetable area next to her. Mingqi ran after his wife, holding his daughter and taking things. In the vegetable area, Lu Hui directly bypassed the vegetable varieties that can be bought at the base, potatoes. She didn't get tired of eating them, but she was more greedy for those green vegetables that were growing well. Lu Hui picked up a box of Chinese cabbage, next to which there was a small sign that limited the purchase to 1 kilogram. A box of Chinese cabbage was exactly 1 kilogram, and it only cost 8 points. She picked another box of lettuce for 8 points, cucumber for 10 points, and paid the bill. Lu Hui continued to jog to the fruit section. There were not many people in the meat and vegetable section just now, but there were many people in the fruit section. Fortunately, the place was large, and Lu Hui was lucky. As one of the first people to come to the new building, they could choose as many fruits as they wanted. The variety of fruits alone made Lu Hui stare blankly, not to mention choosing. She chose fear directly. The fear of choice that adults have does not exist for children at all. Children can accurately say what they like. So Lu Hui gave Chen the power to choose the fruits. Under Lu Hui's nervous gaze, Chen picked grapes that she thought looked good for 35 points, strawberries for 37 points, and finally a box of watermelons for 10 points. Lu Hui felt relieved. These were fruits that were eaten in large proportions. If Chen had picked passion fruit and bananas, she would have been in tears. The watermelon was cut into pieces and placed on the plate, but the passion fruit could not be placed on the plate at all, and the banana peels accounted for a large proportion. 8 points for passion fruit. 5 points for banana, although the points needed to buy passion fruit and bananas are not many. But who cares about those points at a time like this? Of course, they chose to eat. After making sure that they had taken up all the places to buy things at the vegetable market, Lu Hui hurriedly dragged Mingqi to the condiment store that she had just inquired about. There was no purchase limit on condiments. Lu Hui no longer cared about feeling sorry for the points, and went on a shopping spree. All kinds of condiments were bought. Bottles and jars were packed in bags and made clinking sounds, and finally Mingqi's hands were full, so he could only let Chen get down and walk by himself. Chen took the vegetables and fruits that she could carry from her mother's hands sensibly. With a blush of excitement on her little face, she knew that her family would have delicious food tonight. Dad said that he was a magician. When life got better, Dad would use spices, vegetables and meat to make a lot of delicious food for her. Mom also said that she was a line dancer. And if Dad dared to go out and flirt with other girls, she would conquer him with her dancing skills. She felt that her parents were the best parents in the world, and that her parents were both amazing. It's a pity that I'm still a kid, and I don't know anything. Thinking of this, Chen held the vegetables and fruits tighter. Mingqi and Lu Hui had their hands full when they left the seasoning store. Lu Hui was like crazy when she saw the unlimited purchase, and her whole mind was focused on it. In the end, Mingqi said that if she didn't go to other stores, there would be queues at other stores, and Lu Hui reluctantly ended the battle. The family of 3 came to a place with fewer people, which was also in front of the familiar breakfast shop. Mingqi suggested, "Why don't I take these things back first? You and Chen can see what else you can buy?" Lu Hui nodded, put the 2 bags in her hand together with the things in Chen hand. "Wait a minute, I go over there to buy some breakfast, you can take it back together." Mingqi stayed where he was to look at things. Lu Hui and Chen came to the breakfast shop together. Lu Hui looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there is no limit on breakfast. 5 fried dough sticks, 10 steamed buns, 10 meat buns. Lu Hui's voice came in, and the robot moved at the sound. It packed the food she ordered and handed it to her. After paying the points and returning to the original place, Lu Hui tried to stuff the breakfast into the big and small bags. She asked worriedly, "Can you really go back alone?" Mingqi took a deep breath, blew out a breath, looked at his wife, and said firmly, "Don't worry. My wife. I am no longer the thin dog before the end of the world. Your brother Qi is now at least half a muscular man." Lu Hui glanced at him. "Are you sure you can? If the bag doesn't break, it should work." Lu Hui pressed on. "Does what we said before marriage still count?" Mingqi didn't understand. "What?" "That is, I'm responsible for purchasing, and you cook. It works for life." Mingqi turned his anger into strength, carrying a lot of things in his left and right hands, and walked away. Lu Hui looked at her husband's back, and silently prayed that the plastic bag was strong enough. But can the things produced by the system disappoint people? 0.2 points for a plastic bag bought with points. Even if the hand of the person carrying the things is broken, the bag cannot be broken. After walking a few steps, Mingqi felt that someone was staring at him. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickened his pace. He heard that the person behind him was also walking faster. Faster and faster. Mingqi quickened his pace and ran into someone head-on. The person was trying to take the things in his hand away. Mingqi was about to resist, but the person who was trying to take the things in his hand trembled slightly in front of him, as if he had received an electric shock. The people behind caught up and tried to snatch the things in Mingqi's hand again. So, Mingqi looked at the 2 people in front of him, who were shaking slightly, and fell into deep thought. A notification popped up in front of Mingqi without warning. "Hello, resident. Someone was detected trying to snatch your belongings, and was punished by electric shock. I am very sorry for scaring you. Here are some small compensations for you, 200 points, which have been sent to your account. Please check. I hope it has not affected your mood, and I wish you a happy life." Great B&B. After reading all the words that popped up, Mingqi just wanted to kneel on the ground and shout, "I will hold the banner for Great B&B." Some people are happy and some are sad. The 2 trembling people trembled more violently. If you get closer, you can hear their humming sounds. A line of words also popped up in front of him. The number of words was much less than Mingqi's. There were only a few simple lines. Robbery fine, 1,000 points. All interpretation rights belong to the owner of Grape BNB. The punishment is calculated per head. Each person gets 1,000 points. The two of them looked at the few points in their accounts, which had already turned negative, and shed happy tears. At this time, a beautiful girl who had just fallen asleep turned over in bed, and 1,800 points were credited to her account. This is how the middleman makes a profit. It didn't matter that she turned over, but it scared the four furry creatures who had sneaked onto the bed and wanted to sleep with their owner. She put one foot on Pearl, and Pearl's grown horns on her head made her uncomfortable. She turned over again, and when her foot was about to kick the snowflake, a small black fur ball flew forward, and Ao blocked the kick for her sister. Woo woo woo, Ao silently grew bigger and took the other three on the bed down. As the boss of the pet world in the family, he announced that this is the most dangerous place and must be kept away. When Mingqi returned home, he washed his hands. The cold water hit his hands that were red and swollen from the plastic bag, which relieved the pain a little. After washing his hands, he was as happy as if he had picked up money to get 200 points for free. Mingqi went out again happily. He always wanted to take something along the way. He really wanted to be robbed again. It would be great if more people came to rob him every day. When he went out again, more and more residents were rushing to the new commercial street from all directions, and many people started running. Mingqi had to run back. But he was not worried that they would be robbed, but worried that his wife and daughter were too tired. When he found Lu Hui, she was holding Shan in front of a fried chicken shop. When she saw her husband coming, she smiled brightly and put everything she was holding in her hands into his hands. What did you buy? You bought so much. Mingqi looked through the bag curiously, and he seemed to see a few boxes of lunch. Is the red one pink? It was packed so tightly that it was hard to see or smell. Dad, Mom bought snail noodles. She said snail noodles tasted delicious. Shan wanted to eat it too. Mingqi looked at Lu Hui, his eyes seeking confirmation. Lu Hui nodded. Mingqi almost screamed on the spot. He was so excited that he stepped on the spot for a while. Mingqi hugged Lu Hui and whispered, "My dear wife, do you still remember that I love this the most? I love you. Love you. Love you." Lu Hui glared at him. What are you talking about in public? Yes. Yes. Yes, the child is still here. I hold it in, I tell you later. Mingqi made a zipper-like motion on his mouth, indicating that he would keep his mouth shut. The people who were lining up behind Lu Hui laughed out loud when they saw this, and the aunt in the back was even more enthusiastic. The young man is great, and he has a great relationship with his wife. Mingqi was at a loss. How can he get married if he has a bad relationship with his wife? You are in a free love relationship, right? That's great. The aunt looked at their family. Her eyes were full of envy. After queuing, Lu Hui and Mingqi couldn't help but shop at several more stores. They walked back until they couldn't hold anything in their hands. The new building was already full of people at this time. The scene was so grand that they had never seen it before. On the way home, Lu Hui told Mingqi what the new stores she and Shan saw during his absence were like, and what was inside. With two women, one big and one small, walking beside him, holding hot food in their hands, Mingqi felt that he was the happiest person in the world. This time, someone else wanted to steal their things. But this time, three people came together to steal. Mingqi was so happy that he didn't struggle at all. He comforted Lu Hui and her confused daughter, who hadn't had time to get angry yet, and asked them to calmly appreciate the dance in front of them. The same words popped up in front of Lu Hui. After reading them, she didn't need her husband to explain to her. Mingqi looked at her and said, I wanted to tell you when I got home. Lu Hui and Shan also explained, deducting the difference made by the middleman. And the family received the 500 points that were delivered to their door. Each person who committed robbery was fined 1,000 points. But their hands were too quick, and two of them touched two of Shan's family members at the same time, and they were fined 2,000 points at once. As expected, professional things should be done by professionals, and their income doubled in an instant. With these 500 points, the family of three had a 50% discount on their day, and they went home happily. When they got home, Shan's grandparents had already woken up. The elderly sleep more, and their daily routines are inevitably different from those of young people. The two elders were unpacking the things that Mingqi had brought back home last time. seeing that they were bringing back big and small bags again. They thought they were stockpiling supplies at home, like they did the other day. The two elders said nothing. After all, nothing was more precious than food. They just helped to sort it out. The small house was filled with the supplies they brought back. But they didn't feel crowded. Especially Chen. The little girl said without restraint. And her big watery eyes flashed as she said to Lu Hui, "Mom, I seem to feel the happiness you said." Lu Hui put down what she was holding, squatted down and touched Chen head. She looked at her daughter with eyes full of love, and a kind smile on her face. "Oh? Chen is so amazing? Then what do you think happiness is?" Chen had never been to school. She couldn't describe it. She tilted her head and thought for a long time before saying, "Well, happiness is now." Lu Hui wanted to test her, and continued to ask, "What is it?" Chen looked at her father, who was busy looking for containers to wash fruits in the kitchen, and her grandparents, who were busy washing strawberries and grapes. The little one was very determined. "Happiness is now. With my father, mother, grandparents." The childish voice amused all the adults in the room. Lu Hui added, "And Chen. With Chen. We are a complete family." "Yes. Chen." Chen's big grape eyes sparkled. Chapter 416, Low-Cost Happiness. Lu Hui is satisfied with low-cost happiness. She rubbed her daughter's head vigorously. She really hopes that her daughter can always be so happy. Grandma Chen came over with grapes and handed them to Chen. She asked her daughter-in-law, "By the way, how many points did you spend today?" Lu Hui has a good relationship with her mother-in-law. She took Grandma Chen and told her what happened on the way home. "Mom, let me tell you, you don't know that on the way back." "Mom, eat." Chen didn't want to interrupt the adults. So she picked up a grape with her little hand and put it in her mother's hand, whispering. Then she twisted another one off and put it in her grandmother's hand, who was listening with great interest. She ran to her father and grandfather with the grapes in her arms, and put a grape in their hands. And finally it was her turn. The fragrance of the grapes spread in her mouth. So sweet. As I said, some people are happy and some are sad. They are happy here. And some people are worried over there, who want to take advantage of the cruise ship to stock up on food and go home. For the sake of storage, they bought dry goods, dried meat, canned food, etc. There was no space left in the house. And the space left was only for people to walk in and sleep. Now they were told that a commercial street had opened in the base. They wanted to cry, but had no tears, and could only silently join the food war in the new commercial street. It was already afternoon when Siapura woke up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to open the page to see if her account had skyrocketed. She scanned the income items one by one, and finally landed on the robbery fines. Looking at the numbers, she could probably guess the chaotic scene. She was dumbfounded. There are so many robbers? I remember there is no such situation in other bases. Or is it just that there are not so many? How come the general quality of the residents of the central base is not as good as that of other bases? The host renovated the entire base when he opened other bases before. This time, the new building in the central base is just a small corner. So many people can't buy it. So they have other ideas. Siapura secretly thanked herself for adding a rule to the store rules before going to bed. Let's do it this way first. It's also a warning. Before, the goods disappeared. And there was no warning. I believe that everything will change drastically once this small change is made. Recently, her work and rest schedule has become more and more regular. She can't do this anymore. She can't let herself be wronged even if she is exhausted. She stood up and rubbed her temples. After washing and changing clothes, she went out in a daze. The sales channels under the cruise ship have not been closed, but they will be soon. The first base will hand over another set of construction materials in a while. She will hurry up tonight, after the cruise ship is generated tomorrow. The temporary sales point under the cruise ship will naturally be useless. As soon as she opened the door, she ran into Chen, who came to look for her. She was holding a stack of documents in her hand. The stack looked heavier than Chen's head. Siapura hurried forward to take it, and moved the documents directly into the space. She said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for your hard work, Chen." Chen was really doing a secretary's job. She would do anything for a fee. Chen shook her arms, and said with satisfaction, "It's not hard. I feel very at ease to work with the boss." Since she started working, Chen seemed to have found her own value. The two younger sisters can afford to go to school. She has a job she likes. Everything is like a dream. How can she feel hard? Isn't this life better than the past when we had no food to eat and no hope every day? Silly girl. Siapura smiled. No wonder they say young people are easy to cheat. She is full of energy. Do you have anything else to do besides giving me the things? Chen shook his head. No. Base Commander Chiu just asked me to wait for you to wake up and give these to you. I guess you usually wake up at this time. And come here. Chen obediently let Siapura look behind her to see if she was secretly wagging her tail like Ao Ao. Siapura just woke up and didn't want to work. After eating with Chen, he took her to the street to walk and digest the food. It's not lazy, but also a chance to see everyone's feedback on the new building. The two walked side by side on the road. Many pedestrians on the road were discussing the new building. The two couldn't help but slow down their pace and listen. Have you heard that? If someone wants to rob, they can't. Now robbery will be fined. A person who robs will be fined 1,000 points. The person who is robbed can get 100 points to calm down. I heard it a long time ago. Let's walk back slowly and see if anyone wants to rob us. I really want to be robbed. The things won't be lost and I can get 100 points for free. I can buy vegetables for 2 days. If you ask me, it's the store owner who has to deal with those petty thefts. The base can't handle those small things. Even if there is a commotion, the things will be returned in the end. Now there are rewards and penalties. The owner is so nice in our base. Is it true that other bases the owner has been to all have such a good life? I don't know. I haven't heard that the owner has been to other bases. This vegetable market is good, but it's too far from my home. If I want to eat some fresh vegetables, I have to queue up. I queue up from morning to noon and spend the whole day here. I don't know if there will be any new buildings after I sleep tonight. If there are new buildings, I hope they are downstairs from my home. Bless you. Bless you. Then, I also hope it's downstairs in my house. Who can refuse to buy fresh meat and vegetables easily and conveniently near home every day? And those fruits juicy, and the price is so reasonable. The first central base, like other bases, has infinite expectations for the future. There is always a feeling that looking at the present day, it seems that it will soon develop at a high speed to return to the time before the end of the world. But at present, more people are still looking forward to tonight, hoping that the base can usher in more new transformations. In fact, it is not just ordinary people who are envious. Chiokin is also envious. He wishes that his 9th base could be put on the agenda as soon as possible and developed by her. Siapura and Chen walked around the new building and heard similar topics along the way. She herself was fine, but Chen's eyes were red as she listened. What's wrong with you? I was wondering. If I hadn't met you, would my sister be one of those residents? Becoming the most ordinary resident was Chen's greatest hope in the past. Being a member of the ordinary sand and gravel was the happiest thing. It's a pity that she has no parents now, and can only depend on her 2 younger sisters in this world. Siapura opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Why don't we eat first? As the saying goes, there is nothing that can't be solved by eating. If there is, then let's eat first." They walked to the bottom of the residential building without knowing it. They smelled the ordinary food aroma floating down from above. The food in each household tasted different. The different aromas gathered in the air. Siapura sniffed. This is stewed potatoes with meat. Take 2 steps forward. Is this fried crispy pork? Take a few more steps. This is braised chicken. Sometimes laughter overflowed from the open window, accompanied by the rising smoke from cooking in each household. The rich atmosphere of human fireworks came towards them. She was in the small world she had built up bit by bit, and she was overwhelmed with joy. The happiest residents of the BNB were those who had come from Haiyu Base. The coastal residents of Haiyu Base liked vegetables the most. It's not that they liked it, but if there were no vegetables on the table for a day, they would feel that something was missing. It had become a habit. If Siapura was in the BNB at this moment, she would experience a completely different kind of fireworks from the central base. It is worth mentioning that the BNB now has to pay for its own water and electricity, and every household has access to gas. The fresh fruits and vegetables that were launched overnight were updated with many minor adjustments. When everyone heard that there were fruits, they hurried downstairs and saw that the fruits in the supermarket were not as big as those sold in the tea house. It was obvious from all aspects that the fruits sold in the tea house were all high quality. So the wealthy uncle looked down on the fruit shop downstairs. The income of the tea house was shaken a little, but not much. After all, the main consumer group of the tea house was the rich. Since ancient times, tea culture has only been liked by the rich. It's not that poor people don't like it, but everyone has their own happiness, and the plain happiness of daily life is more suitable for most people. Siepura and Chuan walked together for a long time before returning to the cruise ship. The first base will be built tonight, and she will leave again. The senior management is purchasing mobile phones, computers, and other office equipment very quickly. Now everyone has a 3-piece set, and it will be convenient for them to transmit any information through electronic devices in the future. After Siepura came back, she lay in the lounge chair on the yacht to bask in the sun, and her hands were not idle at all. Many facilities that will be updated for the base tonight were pre-built. Shiokan came with a familiar space ability user, and released many crystal cores to her. She took a look and put all the crystal cores in her pocket, and asked someone to take a message back that the points could be directly transferred to her account in the future. After this incident, she understood that the base recognized her ability, and what she could bring to the base. The phone that had just been placed aside vibrated, and Siepura took it, and saw that there were several new group chats. Is there anyone in this world who has more group chats than her? Not only the group chats of the senior officials of various bases, but also her group chats of the residents. She felt that even if she was paralyzed in bed for a month, she would not be able to finish reading all the previous chat records. This time the message came from the first base, about the construction of dormitories for senior officials. The base did not know what it had noticed in this natural disaster. There was also a request in the communication on the phone. It was to hope that she could try her best to replace all the 3 base buildings she had lit up with system-produced houses she built, and to provide enough crystal cores. She agreed and accepted it, and immediately started pre-construction. After putting down the phone, she thought about it, picked up the phone again, and informed the group chat that she was leaving soon. Yu Shiwen, Chiokan and Chuan were all in the group chat, and she didn't look at her phone at all until she sent the message. She still had a lot of things to do, and was destined not to stay in the same place for too long. I don't know if the battle at the North Gate has been resolved. Yu Shiwen should not go back. She was really too busy, and I don't know when the next time they meet is. A sound of footsteps came from behind. The footsteps sounded slightly deeper, like a man. Siepura guessed it was Chiokan. She stood up and turned around to see. It was indeed him. What do you want to ask me? Yes, I want to ask you when you can build a subway in the base. Chiokan was very natural, walked to another recliner, and lay down. Subway, let's go together tonight. You can see it tomorrow. Siepura couldn't see the emotion on Chiokan's face, so she had to ask directly, what? Are you homesick? Chiokan asked back, do I look like a child who would cry after being away from home for a long time? You won't cry, but I'm afraid your family will miss you too much, and want to cry. Chiokan looked nervous. What are you talking about? I'm single. What do you mean single? Siepura laughed. You don't consider the people in the base as family? I thought the base commander would consider everyone as family, but it turns out to be like this. She spoke in a strange tone, but still cute. Chiokan laughed. My family died when the apocalypse first broke out. I thought you were talking about my relationship status. Siepura didn't care about Chiokan's relationship status, but she felt sad when she heard him say that his family was unfortunately killed at the beginning of the apocalypse. She really didn't know how to comfort people. She held it in for a long time before she said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you. She really didn't know. She thought that the families of senior officials would be protected. It's okay. You are right. The people in my base are also my family. Chiokan smiled back at her. No, we've gone off topic. Siepura hurriedly stopped. Aren't we talking about base construction? What advice do you have for me? Actually, I do have one. I have an unwelcome request. What? Siepura turned her head to look at him. It's not that the base asked me to come here to talk. I just want to ask you, can I manage other bases under your management? Chiokan paused, and then continued, I mean, if it's possible. Siepura lowered her head. I understand what you mean. Chiokan hurriedly waved his hands. I'm not making things difficult for you. I know. Siepura raised her head again, looking at him. If possible, I will try my best. She hoped to light up more bases more than anyone else, regardless of the considerations. After Chiokan left, Siepura thought about it for a while, finally retracted her thoughts, and honestly finished her work. The next day, the sky was clear for a short while, the sun showed up very respectfully, and the rain stopped for a short while. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, The residents of the first base, as if they had agreed, would lie on the windows to see if there were any new changes in the base. Before opening the curtains, they silently prayed that they were the lucky ones. After opening the curtains, they cheered and shouted, feeling fortunate that the old house in front of them, which had never changed, had actually changed. Chapter 417, the first central base is upgraded. The spacious and bright street is right downstairs from their home, and their home. Wait! Is this still their home? What's up with the finely painted white wall in front of them? What about the tattered walls of their home that are full of traces of time? Chen woke up, rubbed her eyes, saw her mother pushing her father, telling her father to get up quickly. She also saw the changes in their home. How come her home has changed after waking up? Chen rubbed her eyes hard with her little hands. Mom. Chen is not awake yet? This? Lu Hui looked at her husband Mingqi. And Mingqi also looked at her. All three of them were confused. Don't worry about it. Husband. Get up quickly. Let's take Chen to buy groceries together. If we go too late, we will have to queue up. Lu Hui didn't have time to think too much. She only knew that if she didn't hurry up now, she would not have the delicious food from yesterday. She even dreamed when she went to bed last night that Mingqi made a lot of delicious food for them, changing the way he made it every day. And no dish was repeated. Lu Hui dragged Chen to the toilet, and suddenly found that her own toilet had changed. Chen had never seen a toilet before, and she looked at the white thing blocking the squat toilet where she was going to go to the toilet. And she was confused. Mom, what is this? This is a miracle. Lu Hui was confused. Did their family buy mushrooms to eat yesterday? She tried hard to recall, and she clearly counted the things she bought one by one. But her brain seemed to be against her. The brain was saying, do you really dare to believe your memory? Ignoring all the unusual things, Lu Hui only wanted to grab the food. She even forced herself to ignore the completely different door and lock. Even if the sky fell, it would not affect her eating. But how could she really ignore it? Even if she ignored it, there was still Chen in her arms, who kept using the few words to describe the changes she saw to Lu Hui. The corridor has changed. The neighbor's door has changed too. Coming downstairs, Chen raised her head in Mingqi's arms and looked up. Mom. Good. Such a tall building. Mom. Are we in the fairy tale world you told Chen about? Lu Hui was at a loss. Opened her mouth, and then closed it again. The 8-story small shabby residential building they originally lived in turned into a high-end commercial building with 40 or 50 floors in front of them. And even their own home turned into a standard commercial building. But the things they had piled up one by one yesterday were still there. Lu Hui finally faced this farce. She had to admit that her house had several more rooms. When she woke up, the living room, which was originally crowded, became several times more spacious. Almost immediately, Lu Hui remembered a multiple-choice question she had dreamed about last night. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. A toilet with a toilet. A spacious living room where her daughter could play. A door with a smart lock. Aren't the changes in their house exactly the same as the choices she made in her dream last night? What did the multiple-choice question say? It seemed to say that the options were based on their family's income. Wife, I feel like our family has become like the multiple-choice question I dreamed about last night. Mingqi hugged Chen and approached Lu Hui. Lu Hui turned around and looked around. Look over there. It's a small supermarket. It's right in their house. No. It should be said that it's right under the building they walked out of. There is a small supermarket with fruits, vegetables and meat. Lu Hui's IQ was about to take the high ground, but she was defeated by her impulse, pulling Mingqi and the other two to the small supermarket. Lu Hui took all the ingredients she had thought of long ago, walked around the mall again, and took some things that she regretted not buying after returning home yesterday. She took the things upstairs and went home. Everything was so unreal. Everyone was confused. Went downstairs with a confused face. Had no communication with others. And went upstairs after buying vegetables. Sometimes I feel that life is so unreal. The world is developing rapidly, and they are being dragged down. At 7 o'clock, the timed reminder window set by Siep Hu popped up, answering everyone's doubts. Residents. Hello. The monthly rent will remain unchanged after this major upgrade. The specific changes will be sent to the personal panel later. Please check it. If you want to cancel the current environment upgrade, please contact the base staff in time. All interpretation rights belong to the owner of Great BNB. Signed, Great B&B cheers rang out in the entire base, echoing through the sky. The superpower soldiers fighting at the north gate heard the cheers, and they fought the mutant beasts even harder, as if they were given a shot of chicken blood. Everything was for the people and their homes, and all the efforts were worth it. As expected, Siapura was awakened by the cheers, opened the door, and put on a white woven holiday-style jacket. I don't know who took the lead in the distance and said, "Long live Great B&B. Long live the owner." One after another, the voices soon reached Siapura. The residents near the cruise ship dock shouted louder, as if they would not stop until she heard them. "Here they come again!" Siapura trembled, and just as she was about to step out of the door, she retracted her foot. If she remembered correctly, the Huaxia country in the parallel universe Blue Star was non-imperialism. Everyone shouted long live her. She couldn't bear it. She closed the door of the room, and quickly asked M80 to pop up a window to the residents of the first base, asking for mercy. And the voices finally subsided. However, when the residents of the base saw that 8 subways had been built in the base that could go back and forth to other bases, they burst into amazing cheers again. The base could not control everyone's joy, nor did it want to control it. So it simply pretended not to see it and turned a blind eye to it. Influenced by the masses, everyone got up very early, and Chioken came to the cruise ship to find her early. Siapura was sitting elegantly on the deck of the cruise ship, enjoying her wonderful breakfast in the breeze. Chioken looked down and saw a basket of siumai, a basket of xiaolongbao, a cup of soy milk, and a plate of fried dough sticks cut into many small pieces. "You also need a knife and fork for Chinese breakfast?" Siapura raised her knife and fork, and elegantly cut the middle of the fried dough sticks with the knife. Her lips without makeup opened and closed vigorously on the fried dough sticks, biting, chewing, and swallowing. "What's wrong with that? I just want to ask you what's wrong with that." Chioken smiled speechlessly. "Nothing. Nothing. Elegance. Never out of date." He turned around and went to buy breakfast. Sitting opposite her table, "I didn't expect you to get up so early." "I was woken up." Siapura silently added in her heart, "I was woken up and scared. I'm really worried that the public's actions will have a bad influence. It's okay for adults to just shout and vent their anger, but I'm afraid that the children will really listen to it." Chapter 418 Battle at the North Gate. "I've seen a lot of changes in the base along the way. When can I start the 9th base?" Chioken stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth, rubbing his hands, looking impatient. "Seeing how anxious you are, I start yours tonight." "Okay. One step at a time. I finish the 9th base tonight, and the 3rd base tomorrow night. Is that okay? It's not impossible to give a friend a chance to get close to you. It's only a matter of time. But if the progress is fast, she might be able to build the 9th and 3rd bases in one night." Chioken didn't know what to say, so he could only praise her with red ears. "You are so nice." Siapura. The good guy card came late, but it came. "The subway is also available. When do you want to go back to your place? If it's urgent, I can teleport you back directly." "Is it possible?" The bun in Chioken's mouth suddenly didn't smell good. After all, as a base commander, and a responsible base commander, how could he not worry about the situation of his base after being away from it for so long? "Yes," Siapura said slowly, "it's all my territory. There's no need for a subway station there. I can take you there myself." "Doesn't that mean?" Chioken had an idea in his mind. "Then can I go to the B&B from time to time?" The knife and fork in Siapura's hand met a strong opponent. A disobedient fried dough stick. "Damn it!" The knife and fork fought with the fried dough stick on the plate, making a sizzling sound. She didn't even raise her head. "Why go to the B&B? The food I have is also available in your base. If you don't have any, you can go downstairs to buy some vegetables and cook them yourself. Can I go see you?" Chioken almost buried his head in the plate. Fortunately, Siapura didn't look up. Otherwise she would have seen his red face. "I'm very busy, and I don't have much chance to stay in the B&B." Siapura told the truth. She had more plans for the future. Not only to go out to set up a stall, but also to visit all the sub-bases of the central base, to see how many bases can be lit up. Recently, the uneasy premonition in her heart always comes and goes, and this uncertainty makes her even more uneasy. "Okay. Speaking of business." Chioken threw away all his miscellaneous thoughts, and the redness on his face gradually faded. As long as his country is not at peace, how can he think about those messy things? He is not as good as her as the head of the base. Eat quickly. If it is convenient for you after eating, I will take you back immediately. And then I will come back. And you will see the changes in the base with your own eyes tomorrow. Siapuro urged. Okay. The two of them didn't say anything else, and enjoyed the rare quiet breakfast time in the gentle breeze. Shiokan had a big appetite, and he ate a lot at every meal. After meeting her, he ate almost every meal to his heart's content, and he ate longer than her, and ate faster. Soon, his body became swollen. However, due to his very self-disciplined daily exercise, and his unremitting practice of supernatural powers, all the flesh on his body was transformed into muscle. The lack of food that once existed was now filled. And Shiokan looked more vigorous. Siapuro looked at Shiokan, who was concentrating on cleaning and finishing the work, and joked, I think I have found a career that suits you better. What? Big Stomach King eating broadcast. It's okay that you don't gain fat from eating, but you gain muscle. What kind of talk is that? Shiokan swept away all the food on the table, wiped his mouth and said, I am in the system. I don't want to be a Big Stomach King. Even if I want to change my career, I still want to serve the country. I didn't expect you to be so patriotic. Siapuro smiled. That's right. Changing the topic, she urged again, go back and pack up after you've eaten. I need to send you over quickly because I have a lot to do. No need to pack up. I have my phone and power bank with me. Please take me back directly. Shiokan stood up, just moving around after eating. Okay. Siapuro walked to his side. Teleporting someone alone requires physical contact. She could only put her hand on Shiokan's shoulder. Before Shiokan could ask what happened, his words got stuck in his throat. He felt dizzy. Siapuro was the master. There would be no abnormality in teleportation. Shiokan, as the accessory, would feel dizzy. After a moment of unconsciousness, he was already in his office when he came to his senses. This? How do you know this is my office? Shiokan's negative effects of teleportation disappeared. He looked at her in confusion. What did you say? Siapuro rolled her eyes at him. What a stupid question. She had already received the topographic map sent from the base. Let's go. Go to work and don't be lazy. She waved her hand while standing there, and said goodbye to Shiokan in a joking tone of a boss supervising his subordinates. Bye-bye. Shiokan didn't finish his words, and the woman in front of him disappeared in front of him. Someone who comes and goes freely like this must like freedom very much. Shiokan didn't know what he was thinking. He thought for a long time, and after thinking it through, he opened the door of the office and walked out. Ah! Base Commander. Ah! Base Commander? The same words, without missing a word, but the level of shock expressed was different. Shiokan pressed his temple with a headache, explained a few words, had someone bring the work materials he had left behind in the past few days, returned to the room, and returned to work with anticipation for tomorrow. After returning to the cruise ship, Siapuro did not stay, asked Jiangjua where Yushiwen was, sent a message to Yushiwen, and went directly to the north gate to find her. Yushiwen hadn't returned to her room on the cruise ship for many days. In her words, the trip back and forth wasted her energy. She might as well live in the tent built by the base at the north gate. I heard that they were fighting on the front line in 3 shifts. Someone delivered meals on time. After eating, they fell asleep. During sleep, their abilities could be restored. After waking up, they continued to fight mutant beasts. Jiangjua led the way, taking Siapuro to find Yushiwen. Siapuro opened the map and found that they were still some distance away from the north gate. A deafening lion roar came from the direction they were heading. Jiangjua was not in charge of this area, but he knew something about the situation here. He turned around and explained as he walked, there are all kinds of mutant beasts. Tigers, lions are very common, and there are even a few mutant bears. Siapuro nodded and continued to move forward. Fine raindrops fell again, entangled in every corner. There were small puddles of water on the dim ground, reflecting the vague battle scene taking place on the north gate. In addition to the smell of rain, there was also the smell of blood in the air. Listening to the roars and the clanging of melee weapons in front of her, Siapuro frowned. The battle seemed to be more intense than she thought. Chapter 419 Gas Sharing. Yushiwen's spiritual power cannot achieve group attacks against mutant beasts, but her close combat skills are also good. When she has physical strength, she will use her physical strength to fight first, and when her physical strength is almost depleted, she will release spiritual power to attack the mutant beasts. Only by switching in this way can the benefits be maximized. Yu Shiwen held 2 scimitars in her hands, flashing with cold light, and fought lightly with a mutant gorilla with gray skin and sparse hair. The mutant gorilla was bigger, and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It aimed at Yu Shiwen's arms, and was ready to jump forward and bite. While Yu Shiwen was dodging the mutant beast's attack, the machete stabbed the mutant gorilla from the side, and the sharp blade cut the mutant gorilla's eyes. The mutant beast felt pain, and roared wildly to attack Yu Shiwen indiscriminately. The rain wet Yu Shiwen's hair, and her hair stuck to her cheeks. Her eyes were as cold as a knife. The world became clear and slow at this moment. The sound of the dripping rain became a battle drum, which inspired Yu Shiwen to fight more and more bravely. The machete went around the mutant gorilla's neck, and bright red liquid gushed out, splashing on Yu Shiwen's clothes. She retracted the machete, and the blood was washed away by the rain. The previous opponent was dead, and Yu Shiwen quickly changed her target, holding the machete and walking towards another mutant animal. Under this storm, Yu Shiwen was like a towering tree blooming in the rain. Strong and tough, she was immersed in the fighting, and she never thought that Xia Pu would come to the north gate. She said nothing, but just found a place to watch her quietly. Xia Pu could see that Yu Shiwen was much stronger than when she rescued her at Lin base. She put all her strength into every move, and went straight to end the battle. M80 saw the clue. It seems that she made great progress when it was extremely hot. She did not say anything. The tree in her yard was used in combination with the spiritual spring water. Yu Shiwen often came here. I wonder if she also benefited from this. Is it because of the tree in my yard? M80 replied, yes. It is part of the reason. Another part is that they follow you to eat and drink after fooling around. They still don't forget to practice physical strength and supernatural powers. If that's the case, it seems that the Funny Man's team also went to practice. A decision quietly sprouted in my heart. Xia Pu asked the system, can the gas emitted by the tree in my yard be spread to the base I manage? Who would have thought that? M80 cheered, host. You finally remembered to do this. The main system won't let me say it. It doesn't let me remind you. I'm dying of suffocation. Let's get back to the point. The host has great decision-making power after the BNB is upgraded. As long as it is within the scope of business, the host can do whatever he wants. The gas sharing function has been successfully built. Please confirm whether to turn on the gas sharing function? Without hesitation, she answered, confirm. The shared gas is turned on. There are many green plants such as flowers and plants in the BNB. Compared with the base without green plants, the taste is naturally different. A fresher smell entered the base. Everyone moved their noses, as if they smelled something, but also as if they smelled nothing. Yu Shiwen became more and more excited. While she was talking to the system, she killed another mutant beast. Jianzhua, who was following her, saw that she was just standing there for a long time without moving, and asked, shopkeeper, should we wait here for them to change shifts? They couldn't be interrupted in the middle of the battle. Once they were interrupted and distracted, it would be dangerous. Moreover, the location where they were fighting was not inside the base, but outside the base gate. Strictly speaking, that location was not within her business scope, and she wanted to use her privileges to protect it. But no one could do anything about it. Xia Pu just came to take a look, and she didn't want to disturb Yu Shiwen. She left the north gate area with Jianzhua. Back on the cruise ship, Xia Pu drank something casually, and was absent-minded while working with a tablet. She was doing unfinished pre-construction on a recliner, and she was always distracted. Chuan saw her like this, and brought a cup of hot water over and put it on the table for her. What's wrong, boss? Xia Pu felt more and more upset the more she thought about it. After a brief discussion with the system, she pulled Chuan and said, Chuan, let's adjust the price of sanitary napkins down. And tampons, all of them will be priced at the lowest price. I send it to you later. You can draft a notice and send it out. The lowest price sanitary napkins are 1 point per pack, and tampons are 2 points per pack, and there are 20 tampons in a pack. Okay. Chuan agreed, and felt that she looked unhappy, and asked with concern, what's wrong? Why did you make this decision suddenly? It's not sudden. Xia Pu was lying on her back looking at the sky. She was watching the female warriors fighting on the battlefield. Occasionally, she saw a few with unhappy faces. They might be uncomfortable. The sanitary napkins provided by the system have some analgesic effect, which is why they are sold so expensively. She also thought that the pain relief plus 10 points was nothing, so she didn't think about changing it. But after seeing the female warriors, She felt that she had to do something. Since she could create a comfortable environment for them, why not continue to create some benefits for girls that are not considered preferential treatment? Chu-in responded and simply worked beside her. One of them was doing pre-construction, and the other was busy with various matters related to the base docking. Suddenly, it became quiet. After finishing a node, Siapuro thought that she should go back. She first squeaked with the first base, and she disappeared from the spot with the cruise ship and everyone on the cruise ship. The cruise ship did not disappear all at once, but gradually, from top to bottom. By the time people reacted, the cruise ship had completely disappeared, like a mirage. As if in a dream, the residents of the first base panicked, fearing that it was just a dream. It was not until the base broadcast sounded that the residents of the base, who were in a mess, felt reality. They were really taken over by great BNB. Everything in front of them was real. In addition to being happy, people did not forget to walk around the base with umbrellas. The buildings were basically not moved. Where there were residential buildings before, there were still residential buildings. It was just that the smaller ones were razed to the ground. The base felt that those residential buildings were unsafe, and the residents were moved away early. They were also the happiest beneficiaries of the major changes to the base overnight. Because they had rooms in the 50-story residential building, the system automatically determined that they were moved into the new house after waking up. They were homeless, and went to bed with sorrow every day. Now they have a place to shelter themselves from the wind and rain. How can they not be happy? The scene changed. Siapuro led everyone on the cruise ship back to the BNB. Chapter 420. Do you want to get rich overnight? They asked Chu-in to confirm in advance that no one from the central base was on the cruise ship. And then, they came back. They greeted everyone. And the healing psychics were not children anymore. And they could find their way home by themselves. The three people who were looking for their relatives notified their families in advance with their mobile phones. And Siapuro ignored everyone and went back to her yard directly. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the group chats of residents from each base. Can we start building a family search website? What do you need me to do? M80 hesitated. It's not difficult to build a family search website, but it depends on how long the host wants this website to exist. Siapuro frowned. What do you mean? If the host only wants to open this website for a short time, the host can now develop and generate it by himself. But if the host wants this website to exist for a longer time, he needs to find technical personnel in this field to build it through the internet. Siapuro vaguely understood, and opened the website page that the system helped her pop up on the screen. After a quick glance at the page, it is not difficult to build a website. The system is a high-tech product. She only needs to input her ideas into the website, and it will be generated. After learning about such a simple and powerful way of building, Siapuro almost blurted out her decision. I will build it myself. She quickly input her ideas on the panel. People who need to find their relatives input their faces, names, and other identity information into the system. If someone wants to find their relatives, they can use this website to search for the names of the relatives they want to search. Enter the name, and the photos of the relevant names will pop up. After seeing the photo, you need to enter some key information of the person in the photo. Submit it to the person in the photo, and after he agrees, you can exchange contact information. The population that survived the apocalypse shrank sharply, but the original population was too large. She was not sure whether it needed to be subdivided. In the end, she decided to subdivide it. You can filter by gender, and the name of the city where you lived before the apocalypse. After filtering, enter the name, and you can see the photo. After one-click generation, M80 sent the message to the group chat synchronously. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Siapuro held her phone and listened to some of them sending voice messages in the group. The screen was full of words of gratitude. She admitted that she was a little bit arrogant. However, she remembered that she had not done what she decided to do. So she thought hard and sent a message to Shurju. Siapuro, do you want to get rich overnight? Shurju was playing landlord with everyone, and picked up the phone and quickly replied, TD. TD? Refund? Siapuro was annoyed and continued to work harder. Do you want to be a man like the Pirate King? Shurju. Tell me in detail. Sure enough. Is this the only way to attract them? Siapuro. Cruise ship sailors are being recruited. If you are interested, the whole team can come for an interview. Address, my yard. After a while, she heard a chaotic sound coming from outside her yard, and the voices of the two funny men appeared at the same time. Shurju, I go first. Chihua, I go first. Shizhu, handsome guys go first. You know what I mean. Lu Ming coughed twice. Ahem, since that's the case, how about I go first? When the three of them were pushing and shoving, Yin Mu quietly stepped in first. Ahem, now that the handsome guy has come in, the godsons of this handsome guy can come in too. Chu Ling pulled Qian Wuxuang around the three of them, and said to Qian Wuxuang ear as they walked, your boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Qian Wuxuang was speechless. I don't know what's the point of arguing about who is the first to enter the door. It's embarrassing for the store owner. Zhuo Xing and Wu Tianlong followed them silently. They have long been accustomed to the abnormality of their team. Or maybe abnormality is a kind of normality. If it becomes normal one day, then they will be really scared. The first place was taken away. There is no point in arguing anymore. Shizhu and the other two stopped arguing and started to hug each other again. Xie Pu had been waiting in the yard while drawing cards, holding the information about the sub-bases that the base had just printed out and sent to her. This time, the card drawing was not ideal as usual. Not only did she not draw anything, but it was all just a bunch of paper towels that fooled her. Are you here? Sit down. Putting down the book in her hand, she began to make a cup of tea for each of them. They had just returned not long ago. I guess Qian Wuxuang had just recognized her relatives and hadn't said a word before she came here. And Chu Ling was the same. As one of the healing psychics, she probably came out before she could even catch her breath after returning. I just think about it, I didn't consider this at all. She looked at the two of them apologetically. Shizhu didn't understand why they were looking at each other, and asked Xie Pu, Sister, did you ask us to come here for something? Xie Pu nodded, but didn't say what they said in the text message. In order to speed up the lighting of the base, she expressed to the base that she needed them to cooperate with her idea. Looking around, there was no other base in China with more people, except the central base. Taking down their sub-bases means saving many lives in one fell swoop. The central base generously shared information about other bases with her. After the central base contacted most bases, it was found that most bases were threatened by floods. What's more terrifying is that most bases have discovered various mutant creatures quietly invading, and now no one lives below the third floor of other bases. And she reached a consensus with the bases. They paved the way for her, let her show off, and convey the benefits of being accepted by great BNB to the ordinary people below, so that she can win people's hearts faster. She had thought it through. She had to be busy in the rainstorm. She took the opportunity to drive the cruise ship to various bases to provide support. Selling food and warm clothes was the best opportunity to help her light up the base. She would never miss this opportunity. But to set off, she had to find trustworthy people to go with her. She had mostly used robots as employees before. Now was the time when she was short of manpower. Compared with other residents of the base, she and their team were the first to know each other. The most important thing was that she could trust their character. In addition to their team, she will also recruit a group of people she first met and who have good character to go with her. She has a hunch that this natural disaster is her chance. She needs help from others and has to race against time. The next natural disaster. I am afraid that without the help of the system, humans alone will not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Xie Pu slowly said, recruiting workers, requiring obedience, less talk, more work, and love. The salary is calculated based on 1,000 points a day, and you will do whatever I tell you to do on the cruise ship. Do you want to consider it? Shizhu opened his mouth in shock. Is this the good job you said to get rich overnight? Chapter 421 Help build momentum. Xie Pu touched her nose. It seemed that 1,000 points were a little too little for them. Let's do it. Shizhu decided immediately, and then flew to Yen Mu. Captain, let's do it. Shizhu momentum just now scared Xie Pu, and she thought that Shizhu was the boss of their team now. Yen Mu did not hesitate at all, and immediately glanced at Qian Wuxuang. Let's do it. Qian Wuxuang made a decision. It was so boring to be stuck in the base all day. She envied Chu Ling for having healing abilities and being able to run around with her. Xie Pu only needed them to say this. She felt relieved when they agreed. 3. No, can we leave tomorrow? Tomorrow. That's too soon. Now it was Chi Hua's turn to be excited. The beautiful dream she had last night was going to come true. They followed the shop owner out. The dual abilities would come in handy sooner or later. Don't you want to? Xie Pu frowned at him. I want to. I want to so much. Let's go back and prepare now. Chi Hua and Shizhu said in unison, and immediately pulled their team members out. Let's go back and prepare now. Oh, by the way, what time is it tomorrow? When do we gather? Lu Ming was more careful than them, and he asked again when he remembered that he hadn't asked about the gathering time yet. 10 o'clock tomorrow night, where the cruise ship is docked. Siapura thought that she could catch up on sleep on the way, so she wouldn't waste time. It would be too slow to wait until we get some sleep before setting off. If we have that much time, the cruise ship can sail for a long time. Got it. See you tomorrow. Then Siapura sent an invitation message to Dora's team. She didn't have much contact with other people, but there were many people in the Funny Men team. It would be fine if there were enough people. Too many people would not be good. In the end, she only sent a message to Hualin, the very cute girl in Haiyu base, and then sent invitation messages to the healing psychics who just returned home today. What she didn't expect the most was that all the people she invited came. At 10 o'clock the next night, Chuan counted the number of people and confirmed that everyone had gathered on the cruise ship. The cruise ship set sail again. This time, Siapura's goal was to light up all the sub-bases of the central base. There were 13 sub-bases of the central base scattered all over the country, which was equivalent to a survivor base every 2 or 3 provinces. What Siapura had to do was to conquer them one by one. First find the 6th base with low terrain. Then go to the 8th base and then, finally the base with high terrain. And you can go around all the bases in a big circle. Everything on this trip was unknown. Siapura didn't know if she could do it. To put it bluntly, she was always unsure. Although the system said that her mission was to save the world, she was always worried whether she could really do it. Even with the system, she couldn't help but worry that she couldn't do her best. Bored of staying in the room, Siapura came out to the ship and came to her exclusive position to continue working. She couldn't sleep tonight. She had to build the 3rd base and the 9th base first. If she didn't pay attention to the small details, she could quickly build a house reinforced with special materials. And she could handle 2 bases at the same time in one night. Anyway, she had been on the way to transfer these 2 days. And she was free every day, which was just right for her to pay attention to the details. In her spare time, she accidentally glanced at the points income on the store owner's panel. The numbers never stopped, and they kept flying around. The large supermarket in the 1st base opened. It's good to have a base with a large population. Everyone spends a little, and slowly accumulates into a lot. Seeing the numbers rising happily, Siapura did not turn off the panel, but left it there to motivate herself to build faster. A gust of wind blew over, and she tightened her clothes. In order to feel the world better, she temporarily turned on the temperature sensor. The night wind was particularly cold. Putting down the tablet in her hand, looking into the distance to let her eyes rest for a while, Siapura asked casually, "What is the temperature outside now?" "The current outdoor temperature is 3 degrees. So cold?" Siapura was stunned. M80 gave a hint. The host's intuition is right. Then should I draw more cards? No need. I won't be able to draw anything to deal with the next natural disaster. The host will follow this idea, and it's right. In fact, even if there is something that can deal with the next natural disaster, it can't be transported out with strong winds, waves and heavy rain. It's still more practical to build a house. Siapura was relieved when she was told that her idea was right, and asked, "How is Yushiwen at the North Gate?" M80 reported truthfully after investigation, "She is fine. Some people were injured, but no one died. This is how battles are. It is normal to have injuries, and it is rare that no one died. I don't know if they have enough healing psychics." M80 comforted her, "Host, don't worry, there are no casualties in the 9th base, and the freed healing psychics can take the subway directly to the 1st base to help." Siapura sighed, "Ah, I know. That's why she took away all the healing psychics in the BMB, and went to the 1st base with the cruise ship, thinking that she could use the healing psychics as a mobile ambulance." Before 6 p.m., the updates of the 3rd and 9th bases arrived as scheduled. Siapura opened several large shopping malls there, in order to stimulate residents' impulse consumption. She could save more money to build a better house. The central base sent an order to the 6th base, telling them that the owner of the BNB would arrive at their base within 2 days, and asked them to take out all the stored food and distribute it to the residents, and spread rumors to praise the great BNB to the sky. Before the cruise ship arrived at the 6th base, the people had been almost brainwashed by rumors. After Siapura arrived, the base had already sent people to pick her up and take over. Many residents received warm clothes to wear and warm quilts to cover themselves. They believed most of the rumors about Great BNB. With the help of the official base, Siapuru successfully lit up the 6th base. As a shop owner, she was busy running around. After lighting up 7 central bases and sub-bases, many residents had just received cotton-padded clothes, cotton-padded pants, and cotton quilts and had a good sleep. So many bases were lit up in more than half a month. Such efficiency was due to the cooperation of the central base. On this day, Siapuru was on the way to change bases again. She finally had a break and drank milk tea on the cruise ship. She lit up the bases one after another. She was either on the way to the base or busy at the base to win people's hearts. That's not all. After lighting up the bases, they still had to be built. The terrain of each base was different, and the template could not be directly applied. She undoubtedly became the busiest person in the world. She was working like a cow and a horse. There were 3 bases left, all of which were relatively high in terrain. Siapuru could finally let go of her worries and take a breath. Chapter 422. A cold wave is coming. She suddenly noticed that the rain seemed to be lighter outside. No. It should be said that the smell of rain was much lighter than usual. Ao and Snowflake were playing on the ground, making meowing sounds. Siapuru took out 4 cans and shared them with 2 ponies and 2 cats. Looking at her hand holding the cans, she finally remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. The appointment in January seems to be almost here. She can only go to the Dawn base after the next base is lit up. It is said that in such a heavy rain, the zombies are not moving. The 4 little animals were still playing after eating, making strange noises on the ground. Siapuru noticed it and looked at them. She reached out and rubbed the furry little heads. Be good. It's not that I don't want to accompany you. It's just that I'm too busy recently. Snowflake was restless. If you look closely, she was baring her teeth, showing several teeth. Siapuru bent down and picked up Snowflake in confusion. Snowflake was worried about hurting her owner, so she forced herself to put away her teeth. Now Snowflake and Ao have grown very big under her careful care, and they are a bit heavy to hold in her arms. She coaxed Snowflake patiently and rubbed her belly. Could it be that Snowflake had grown up and had reached her menstrual period? She wanted to ask Ao if he had offended Snowflake. She immediately noticed that the state of several small animals was not right. They were all small animals with stable emotions. Siapuru observed them and found that their state was very different from usual. She then took them seriously and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ao put away his fangs, and he didn't know what was wrong with him. "Master, I feel very uneasy, very uncomfortable, but not physically." She asked the other 3 small animals, and they all said the same thing. Siapuru looked at Jean Z, who was placed on the table as a decoration. "Are you also uneasy?" Jean Z has said very little recently, or maybe he has been too busy recently and didn't pay attention to them. Siapuru didn't want to guess the reason. If the animals and plants noticed something was wrong, then it was really wrong. Jean Z said sickly, "Master, I'm not feeling well either." Siapuru was stunned for 3 seconds. She didn't ask the system, and didn't care what time it was. She called the first central base to remind them. Then she sent an alarm message to the group where only the top leaders of the major bases were, reminding them that they must reply. If there was no reply within 10 seconds, Siapuru would call them one by one to remind them. Having a bad feeling, she reminded the base to broadcast tonight, reminding the residents that someone must be awake in every household. It was night, just when everyone thought it was just winter and the typhoon. The weather was cold. The extreme cold came silently. The residents of the base didn't know how long they had slept, and were awakened by the crackling sound coming from their ears, and the sound of the base broadcast. They came out of the bed, and were about to open the window to hear the sound more clearly. The base broadcast came, "Attention, residents. Please do not open the windows. A cold wave is coming. Please keep warm. Do not light charcoal fires in the room to avoid carbon dioxide poisoning." This is the unique sense of relaxation for the residents whose bases have been lit up. All those who have not yet lit up the base and have been awakened by the base broadcast can only feel the bone-chilling cold. People can shiver in their quilts. A whole family huddled in one quilt to listen to the alarm from the base. The broadcast was made 3 times to ensure that everyone could hear it. The base staff also knocked on the door. If there was no response, they would break in and wake up the unconscious residents. Thanks to the good harvest of cotton sold by the B&B, each household was able to get a quilt. They were shivering with cold, but they could not say anything when they gathered together. The sharp crackling sound outside the window was hail. They could not see the size of the hail, and could only guess. Hailstones fell along with the rain, hitting houses, hitting the water, making a loud noise that made people despair, terrified, and unable to ignite a glimmer of hope. Children have high body temperatures and feel colder than adults. Children's voices echoed in the room. Can we wait for rescue? They asked their parents and relatives these questions over and over again, but they only received silent responses from adults. These scenes are happening in countless households, and they are even worse off than the residents under the management of the central base. The central base had forced them to buy cotton seeds and plant them, but ordinary residents only had the job of working, and they were not qualified to receive cotton quilts after the harvest. Worrying was useless. Xia Pu forced herself to sleep and was awakened by a nightmare. She woke up from her dream, and Qin Che also woke up. At the bottom of the cold lake, only the ripples of water swaying with rain and hail were moving. The arrival of hail seemed to make the frozen time jump. In the silence under the water, the zombies following them, including the humanoid zombie GZ, slowly opened their eyes. After waking up, a subtle feeling surged in her heart. She retained a small part of her consciousness before death, and that part of consciousness seemed to be getting more and more. She also clearly noticed that the zombie king beside her, Qin Che, had undergone a huge change. She clearly noticed that their king, Qin Che, had changed. The color of Qin Che's eyes became a little darker, and now became deep. Except for the pale skin, he looked more like a human. As he slowly walked out from the bottom of the lake, the zombies at the bottom of the lake around him were revived with his awakening. At that moment, it seemed as if the world was shaking. There was a cold breath flowing in the air, carrying the smell of water and decay, which was suffocating. The day when the extremely cold air arrived was also the day when Qingqing woke up. He began to lead the zombies to formally attack humans. He remembered every detail before his death. The voices that had bullied him, the mocking and disdainful eyes, all intertwined into bloody pictures in his mind. Each picture is like a sharp blade, deeply engraved in his bones and blood. He remembered all his obsessions before his death. He wanted humans to die, wanted humans who bullied him and insulted him, all to die. Waves of water spread on the lake, as if announcing his arrival to the whole world. Xia Pu touched her panicked heart, and she broke out in a cold sweat on her back. In order to have a good sleep, she deliberately turned off the temperature sensor. At this moment, she was invaded by a chill, and she shivered all over. It took her a long time to calm down from the uneasiness, but she couldn't fall asleep. The first central base sent a message. She didn't rush to click it, but clicked on Yushiwen message box. Yushiwen, the cold wave is coming, and the mutant creatures have finally retreated. Chapter 423 recommended. She checked the information from the central base again, and also informed her that the mutants had retreated. There was no better news than this. Xia Pu looked at her phone, feeling lost. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. They had been on the cruise ship during this period, and had never returned to the BNB. They lived on the cruise ship, ate with everyone every day, and fought side by side. The cruise ship was like a small high school life, bringing everyone together tightly, and she was much closer to the residents than when she was in the BNB. When the door opened, Shizhu and Chi Hua were seen with flattering smiles on their faces. Sister, it's time to eat. Their smiles showed that they had something to tell her. They had lived together for less than a month, and their straightforward words were clearly written on their faces. They didn't even need to understand each other, but their thoughts were written on their faces. Something? Yes, there is something. Shizhu made a gesture of invitation. Can we eat while we talk? Xia Pu looked at them, then left the door open, and went back to the room to put away the small animals in the room before coming to the door again. Let's go! The two hurriedly followed. Okay. Okay. Shizhu stepped forward attentively. Dear owner, do you want Xiao Shuzi to help you? Chi Hua was a little shy, and Shizhu glared at him unhappily, but he also came up to show his courtesy, and Hua Zi can also help you. Xia Pu enter OS, danger. It seems difficult to be so attentive to them. She didn't plan to ask now, but to see what they wanted to say first. No, my legs and feet are fine. She glanced at them calmly, and walked ahead to the restaurant. During this period, the people coming in and out of the deck were inevitably chaotic. Later, she built an employee cafeteria on the cruise ship. Some food that can be found elsewhere can also be made in this window. This employee cafeteria does not have the strange smell of ordinary cafeterias, because the smell is well dispersed. and the smells of various foods will not mix together to form an unpleasant smell when serving. This temporary cafeteria has become a gathering place for their employees to hold meetings. There is food and drink, and the atmosphere is not as serious as in the office. The most important thing is, when they talk about things, Siapura usually speaks directly without beating around the bush, and there is no need to show PPT or anything, so it is okay to choose this place. Hello, owner. Hello, owner. Along the way, countless passers-by, both known and unknown, showed their goodwill to her. At first, Siapura was a little uncomfortable, but she got used to it slowly. Thinking that maybe they also had their own rules, which she couldn't break, she just ignored them. Arriving at the restaurant, Siapura had just woken up and didn't want to eat. And she was also awakened by a nightmare. So she only ordered a cup of coffee to calm her nerves. Shirju and Chihua had been holding back all the way, and they looked pale. And they also ordered 2 cups of coffee and walked over. At this time, the cafeteria was as quiet as a chicken. And there were only a few of them here, while everyone else was busy. During this period of time, everyone has been working at a high intensity. The huge amount of 1,000 points a day is very motivating. The tedious work is not dangerous, but also very tiring. They were indeed the ones who were brought here to set up the stall. Although they were tired, they could still have fun with them. She pretended to be calm, but they couldn't hold back. You tell me. You tell me. The two pushed and shoved each other. But Chihua said, you call her sister all the time. It's so intimate. Tell your sister. Shirzu was persuaded. And he was the first to speak hesitantly. We want to say, that Siapura sipped a cup of coffee. Personally, I don't like hot coffee as much as iced coffee. She didn't urge him, just quietly waiting for them to say whatever they wanted to say. Shirju risked his life, and said, actually, we just want to go to the base to work. Siapura raised her eyebrows, a little surprised that they had such an idea. She thought so and asked, tell me more. Shirzu drank a sip of iced American coffee to calm down, and said to Chihua one by one, we have seen a lot during this period of time following you. Let's not talk about the ups and downs of life. But we have also seen the world. It's snowing now. I heard that there are several bases in the central base alone that are constantly attacked by beasts. Siapura was a little surprised and motioned them to continue. Seeing that everyone is suffering, we also want to do our part like you. Of course, our ability is not as great as yours. Chihua and I are thinking about serving the country in troubled times. Do everyone in your team think so? Siapura was filled with indescribable complex emotions. Even if you don't deliberately understand, you can imagine how difficult the living environment of soldiers is in troubled times. Soldiers who don't dare to go up must go up without hesitation. There may still be people in some remote places. The base will not give up sending people to find ways to bring survivors to the base. In times of danger, what could be more difficult than being a soldier? In places that everyone avoids, only young people want to face the difficulties. Are you going to join the central base? Yes. Chihua and I are dual-type psychics, and we both want to give it a try. Except for the two of us, we are not dual-type in our team, and we all want to give it a try. Siapura sighed a little. Heroes have always been young, and it's good that they have this intention. However, if you want to go, just go. Why tell me? We are working for you. So let me know first. And if you agree, we will find a way to recommend ourselves to the central base. Shirju said excitedly, with the dual-type psychic you gave me, we should be fine. But I don't know if they can pass. Do so many people in your team want to go to the central base? Siapura asked. Yes. Siapura nodded. The team's ideas were surprisingly consistent. It's true that people of the same family stick together. A small team is full of good young people with good family backgrounds. If you have made up your mind and want to go, I can help you ask. Chihua was a little worried. Is this okay? Ha. I can be considered to have taken the back door. Don't think too much. Siapura held her forehead. I'm just asking for you. It depends on you whether you can pass or not. In fact, as long as they want to, they will definitely pass. The base is in need of talents. Their abilities are not low. As they said, they are dual-type ability users. They will definitely get in. As for the other members of the team, their abilities are not low either. Chu Ling, as a healing ability user, has reached level 5, and the others are almost the same. She asked for them just for the sake of convenience. Sister. You are so nice. You are my only sister. Woo woo woo. Chapter 424 11th Base. After Siapura talked for a while, and pushed the people from the base to them, the two of them left happily. The road ahead was dangerous. Looking at Yushiwan and Chiokan, we knew that the base had never been peaceful. I wonder what will happen to the people in their team. She sent a rough information of a team, and they replied to her in seconds. The base was eager for such powerful supernatural talents, and with her face, the approval came quickly. She pulled their team, and the people from the base into a group chat, and she left the group chat on her own initiative. The cruise ship was on the way to the new branch base. She lay on a high place, and let the wind blow on her face. The hail came suddenly. Fortunately, there was a heavy rain before, so not many people were outdoors. So not many people were injured. Most people were indoors. But many base staff, who got up early and prepared to work outdoors, were hit. They were hit, and had blood on their heads. She didn't know how strong the cold air was. But according to the news from the central base, all the flowers and plants were frozen wherever the cold air passed. She looked up at the sky unconsciously, hoping that the tree and the cloud she unlocked could help animals survive and reproduce. The crocodiles at the Dawn base were really serious. She must remember to deal with the crocodiles next time she goes back to the base. It would be better to cooperate with the central base. She only needs to hand over a wrench, and the central base can develop on its own. She had just struggled to climb out of the quagmire, and she had to devote her energy to go out for rescue. Ordinary bases are not as strong as large bases like the central base, and they only know how to survive passively. She was not worried about the 3 higher-lying sub-bases that she had not yet reached. The cold wave suddenly hit, and she didn't know if they had enough cotton. She was always worried. Whether it was a natural disaster or zombies, the people at the bottom of society always suffered, which was always a pity. The remaining 3 unlit sub-bases, 11, 12, 13, were not far apart, and she hoped she could reach them in time. Looking at the water surface wetted by hail and rain in the distance, she fell asleep with mixed feelings. When she woke up from this sleep, there were still 10 minutes to reach the next base. The people on the cruise ship had been working non-stop, which made it difficult for them to tell the time. Every time she opened her eyes, the next thing she had to do was to check the time. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, but she opened the curtains and saw that the sky outside was still so bright. Siapura was horrified. In the current environment, her only thought was, what would come with the extreme cold would be eternal night. How terrible would the extreme cold that started with hail be? With the arrival of the eternal night, she didn't dare to think about it. She mechanically came to the restaurant and ate a few bites. She was the only one on the cruise ship who was still wearing thin long clothes and long pants. She didn't like to wear thick clothes for convenience, so she didn't turn on the temperature sensor. Chu-En wore a whole set of cold-proof clothes produced by the system. A hat on his head, gloves on his hands, and even a breathing mask on his face to prevent his face from being frozen. Extreme cold is not only cold weather, but also low air pressure and temporary inability to breathe. At this time, the breathing mask came in handy again. Wearing it, you can breathe normally, and your face will not be frozen. Boss, what are you thinking about? Chu-En was dressed like a black caterpillar, and moved to her side, thinking about the next thing. Siapura looked at the little girl with gentle eyes. Chu-En was at the age of growth. After the little girl had a better life, she had some flesh on her face. When the mask was put on her face, it could not be seen, and only 2 eyes were exposed and turned outside. Meeting her eyes, Siapura couldn't help laughing out loud. Poochie, are you so afraid of the cold? Why are you wearing so many clothes? Yes. Chu-En smiled embarrassedly. I have been afraid of the cold since I was a child, and I have always worn more clothes than others in winter. Siapura wanted to say that although she was wearing warm clothes sold in the store, she was actually wrapped up as tightly as tempura about to be put into the pan. After thinking about it, she was afraid that Chu-En would prefer grace to warmth if she said it, so she didn't say it out loud. It's good to keep warm. You're doing fine. She looked down at her thin, but easy-to-move clothes, holding a cup of iced coffee, which made her look like she didn't pay attention to her health. Actually, it was fine. She just didn't have a sense of temperature, and kept the most comfortable temperature at all times. Chu-En, I thought you were worried about the next base. Boss. A little bit. Siapura smiled. Boss, don't worry too much. We are now tied to the country. The country has so many people, so many scientists, They must have prepared in advance to deal with disasters. Siapuru was comforted by Chu-in for a short time. It's time to trust the country. You still know this? Chu-in straightened up. I heard my grandmother say this when I was a child. I don't remember, it was more than 10 years ago. There were natural disasters at that time. The country responded very promptly at that time. She told me at that time to always believe in our country. Siapuru stretched out her hands, rubbed Chu-in's head with a plush hat. Your grandmother is right. Her masked face was rubbed down by her action of ravaging her face. Chu-in's face changed into several shapes in her hands. The cold touch, and the touch seemed to be rubbing Shui Mengyang. Boss! Chu-in shouted. Then he enjoyed it, and cooperated with her ravaging. But what he said surprised her. Boss, are you using this as a hidden rule? Siapuru was so scared that she quickly let go of her. I dare not, I dare not. Chu-in put on his mask and said calmly, we seem to have arrived. The food in front of her was eaten unconsciously. Siapuru stood up and went outside with Chu-in. With the authorization of the first base, she could go to any base she wanted without any obstacles. She could just teleport directly after arriving. The location she randomly teleported to this time was good. Right next to the staff of the 11th base. The instructions they received were to prepare and wait in advance. The cruise ship appeared suddenly, and they didn't have any extra words. They were ready to board the ship with a thickened umbrella specially made by the base. Siapuru nodded after watching. This is professionalism. The importance of professional training. I don't know how everyone recognized her as the store owner at the first time. As usual, someone came over to greet her first, and then followed Chu-in to the side to load and unload supplies. This time, the base mainly purchased cold-proof supplies. She had already asked Bao Bao and other robots with the same function to pack them together. It was more troublesome to transport them. They were all large items, and they had to hold umbrellas in the extremely cold environment. Siapuru felt it was difficult for them. First, the space-based psychics came in, and then the human beings came in to carry and transport. But this time she didn't want to wait. Chapter 425 People I Care About. She stepped forward and patted the staff, who were preparing to carry the supplies. I also have spatial abilities. One of you can take me to put the supplies out. She then stepped forward and put all the remaining cold-proof supplies in front of her into her own space. It's not that she's meddling in other people's business, but time is running out. She's helping now to save time to get to the next base. She doesn't know how many people on the verge of freezing to death can be saved with the time saved. Anyway, she was born as a stall owner, and she is not afraid of hard work. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best among the best. Isn't this what she has trained? Before, her small body couldn't do anything. But now, she can stand up and pedal a tricycle. The other party respectfully asked for her opinion. Will this be too hard for the owner? It's just a few steps. It's not hard at all. Siapuru's eyes fell on the staff who got on the boat. For some reason, a pair of hands were not wearing gloves. In this weather, they were frozen red and bloodless. It's hard to imagine such hands lifting heavy objects. Wouldn't it be even more uncomfortable? She turned to Chu-in and said, Chu-in, take everyone to drink some hot ginger soup. Come back quickly. Then she raised her voice and said, I ask everyone to drink some hot water to warm up their bodies. Come back quickly. This, everyone knew the importance of things, and didn't want to waste time. Hurry up. You are just stalling for time now. She frowned and made a gesture of being firm. If they leave me there, it would save a lot of time. We only need one person to lead the way. Why would so many people follow us? We might as well sit down and have a hot drink. Thinking of this, Siapuru said to the man in the lead, just take me there. Let everyone have a hot drink here. Okay. Ingyu didn't waste any more time. He told everyone and took the initiative to lead Siapuru. Ingyu took an umbrella and took the initiative to walk to her side, wanting to hold the umbrella for her to protect her from the wind and snow. No need. Siapuru declined. We don't need an umbrella. Just walk closer to me. It's about to start. She's going to act up. Whenever she walks on the road with a protective shield on her body. When the rain doesn't fall on her. She always has to enjoy the surprised eyes of others. This is better for her. Not only is it convenient, but it also saves some blind people from coming to seek a sense of existence. Her eyes fell on Ingyu red hands again. Please wear a pair of gloves first. After that, she walked to the side of the cruise ship, waiting for Ingyu to follow. Ingyu quickly put on his gloves, bowed his head and said respectfully, Really don't need me to hold an umbrella for you. The sound of hail falling down was still ringing in his ears. He had tried to walk on the road without a special umbrella. It was only a matter of time before they were smashed into beef patties. No. Let's go. Siapuro was a little impatient. Ingyu had no choice but to follow with an umbrella. Walking in front and leading the way, Siapuro kept a distance from him, ensuring that he could walk under the protective cover. Ingyu thought that if he was hit, he could just open his umbrella. Military orders were as strong as a mountain. The superiors told him to do everything according to the store owner's orders. He could only move forward. Walking on the road, the expected pain did not come. Ingyu looked up at the sky. The hail did not bounce off after contacting the protective cover. Instead, it disappeared silently when it touched the protective cover. Siapuro pretended not to see Ingyu's dull expression and asked, "Where are we going now?" Ingyu recovered from the shock and pointed to the left. "The nearest residential building is in front of us. Let's go there first." "Yes," she agreed lightly. It was very close. But walking there was not very efficient. She released two fast-growing ponies, Pearl and Cream, from the space. With her careful feeding and continuous feeding, their size was almost as big as a motorcycle with pedals. She patted Pearl and Cream and communicated with them, raising horses for 1,000 days. Using horses for a period of time. "You must not let me down. Master, ride me. Master, ride me. My fur is softer, I promise to make you feel comfortable." Pearl and Cream did not disappoint her, but scrambled to be ridden by her. "Okay. Stop arguing, whoever you ride is the master's good baby." She smiled and patted the two ponies, turned over and rode Cream, who was closest to her. "You have worked hard today, I will give you a snack when I get back." Okay, she discussed with them in a few words. The distance should not be too far, and they should be within her protective cover, and they agreed well. The hooves of the horses made a creaking sound on the road. Ingyu felt that the whole day was full of fantasy. Riding a horse is fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the building that Ingyu pointed to. The two got off the carriage and entered the corridor. Siapuro asked, "What should I do? If possible, can you please move to the 3rd floor?" Ingyu had no choice, because the area below the 3rd floor had been flooded. If the supplies were placed on the 1st floor, as soon as she left, the water would flood up the moment the protective cover was removed. This was not the first time Siapuro saw the 1st floor soaked in water. So she naturally went up to the 3rd floor. When she went up to the 2nd floor, she could faintly sense the presence of people, some movement, and it was no longer dead. The 3rd floor here should have been evacuated in advance, or it was too cold, and no one came out. I don't know why, but I didn't see anyone anyway. In order to prevent the released supplies from being snatched, there were already staff waiting on the spot to receive the supplies. Siapuro followed Ingyu's instructions, released the supplies, and the two of them left after putting down the supplies. After running through the entire building so quickly, Siapuro was so tired that her legs, which had just boasted that she would ride a tricycle, were twitching. Although she couldn't move without him, and there were horses to ride, there were too many places to go, running a little bit in each place. It was really torturous when accumulated. "Are you okay? Does the owner want to take a break first?" Ingyu asked worriedly. There was only one owner. If the owner was too tired and didn't want to cooperate, wouldn't the leaders at the base skin them alive? "No, how many buildings are left?" Ingyu pointed to the buildings behind. "There are only a few over there, if you are tired. Take a rest first, I will ask the brothers to come and move quickly." Siapuro is not that delicate, she is not made of paper. After drinking 2 sips of iced cola and coffee, she felt refreshed. "I have rested, let's go." After taking a breath, he continued to persevere. Just like climbing a mountain, it is not difficult, but stubborn. After arriving at the bottom of another building, Siapuro would silently count the last few floors when she arrived at each floor. Finally, this is the last building. Siapuro looked around. This building is not small. There are at least 30 households on one floor. It looks very much like her school dormitory. The man lowered his voice. "Get lost. We don't need useless women in our family." Bang! There was a sound from the 4th floor. It was the sound of the door being closed. Outside the door was a thinly dressed woman. She squatted on the ground. 2 lines of tears flowed down. She wiped them away immediately. She squatted on the ground and hugged herself with her arms around her chest, as if she hoped to get warmth from herself. The woman shivered and leaned against the door. Some people in the corridor leaned out to look at her. There were old people, children, and women. Some older men heard the woman crying and opened a crack in the door, and leaned out. Their lecherous eyes wandered around the woman's arm, that was frozen, and looked very white. No matter who looked at them, no one went up to help. The staff walked past the woman and came to Ingyu. After Ingyu made a brief introduction, he walked past him, and nodded politely to Siapuru. Siapuru followed them to the corner, and placed a large amount of cold-proof supplies. These supplies were all given points by the first base. She just helped to transport them. And there was no extra charge. After placing the supplies, she had nothing to do. And she wanted to move around. For some reason, she went to the place where the door closed upstairs just now. The woman lowered her head and huddled up, shivering with cold, as if a gust of wind could take her away. The corridor was not bright, and without any flashlight to illuminate the way ahead, there was no light at all in the dim floor. Several men were sneaking around in the corridor. They didn't know each other, but they had a common purpose. They were dressed tightly, and walked to the room where the woman who was thrown out was. The woman hadn't recovered from the cold, and suddenly felt 4 or 5 hands touching her at the same time. She was so scared that she wanted to scream. I don't know which man was quick enough to cover the woman's mouth, so the woman could only make a mumbling sound. The men touched her all over, and were about to carry the woman on their shoulders. Come to my place, there's no one there, it's 4034, no one can hear her even if she screams. Okay, we all go to your place. I charge you for the room, is it okay to give each of you 2 crystal cores? The woman was robbed together, after all. She provided the venue, it's not too much to make a little money. Okay, just 2 crystal cores. I give each of you a crystal core. I go first, I've been holding it in for too long. That's fine. Okay. With just a few words, the woman thrown out was like a toy no one wanted on the street, whose fate was decided by someone. Let's go quickly, I can't wait any longer. The man's words were full of obscenity. The woman was already thin, and she was frozen to the point of being unable to move after squatting outside for a while. Several men carried her on their backs, and the woman felt warm in their somewhat padded clothes. When they relaxed, she kicked her legs hard, and a muffled sound came from the wall in the corridor. The woman was angry and anxious. Her mouth was completely blocked, and she could only make a few sounds. The sound of kicking the wall scared the men, and they punched the woman one by one. The sound of the punches hitting her flesh was not loud. The woman struggled even harder, and kicked the wall a few more times. The noise was very loud in the silent corridor, but every household had their doors and windows closed, and no one wanted to intervene. The woman didn't dare to cry just now, but now her tears gushed out like beads with a broken string, and despair occupied her entire brain. One of the men said, "Let's go quickly. Someone will come from the base soon. Don't make any noise here." They all agreed. The woman was frightened and beaten. She was so weak that she couldn't muster any strength. But she knew that this was her last chance to ask for help. She had to use all her strength to make a noise, hoping that someone would hear her and come to stop her. The corridor was so quiet that only the sound of the man's footsteps could be heard. Falling into despair, the woman was filled with hatred, and couldn't even bite her tongue. In one of the rooms in the corridor, a woman couldn't bear it after all, opened the door. "Let's go out and take a look." "Wife, don't make a fuss. Everyone is not moving now. Let's not get involved in that mess." "Woman, what if it's me who was carried away outside? Do you hope that others will not care?" "No. In this situation, if anyone makes a sound, they will remember it. Our family is weak, so don't mess with them. What if it was me and your daughter being carried around like this outside? Today, she could be me, could be your daughter, or even your mother. Today, I, Rongpingxia, really have to take care of it. Wife, I beg you, our daughter is still young. If you take care of it today, how can I go out with peace of mind in the future?" The man forcefully hugged Rongpingxia. "I'm useless. I want to take care of it, too, but I still have a wife and children, and people I care about." This sentence stopped Rongpingxia from pushing the door open. "Then you shout to the outside, or I push the door open and leave." "Wife, as long as there is movement, it will attract the base staff, and she will be saved." "But wife, how many days can the base detain people now? Will our family still be able to live after they are released?" Rongpingxia held her daughter in her arms, and covered her daughter's ears with her hands, not wanting those sounds to reach her ears. They all have people they care about. She can ignore herself, but she still has a daughter. There are so many families with closed doors and windows. I wonder how many families have the same idea. The woman struggled for a long time. She was about to enter the corner. She felt countless severe pains on her body. She gave up struggling. She had used all her strength to make so much noise along the way. If someone wanted to help, they would have come out long ago. The greatest despair is the death of the heart. The woman knew that she could not resist alone. She closed her eyes in despair and let them drag her. The men were paying attention to the road under their feet. The man who said he lived in 4034 was walking in front. He was already familiar with the road and was thinking about how to play later. He accidentally bumped into a wall. With a bang, he was bounced away. With the help of the gray light outside, he saw that what he bumped into was not a wall. The woman with creamy skin and cold temperament was standing in front of them, blocking their way. Siapuro could see clearly that there were 6 men of different ages who lifted the woman up together. 3034 was stunned. After seeing clearly, he swallowed his saliva. Where so little? Wearing so little in the winter, a woman standing in the corridor, what else could she be if not waiting for a man? The men smiled maliciously. Chapter 426 White ice pierces in. Red ice pierces out. How is Siapuro wearing less? In fact, she is still wearing the old sportswear for convenience. To say that she wears less is actually because people's hearts see everything as dirty. And even if she wears a skirt in the middle of winter, what's wrong? Bah! A man with a small head controlling a big head is really disgusting. She doesn't like to argue so much and takes 2 steps forward. The man makes way, intoxicated by the fragrance she brings when she walks over, and several people can't help but take a few more breaths, intoxicated by it. Siapuro held the thin woman in her arms. When the woman was completely in her arms and would not fall, the cold light faded. Hundreds of small icicles pierced into the eyes and bodies of the men who participated in the operation. The men were in so much pain that they did not care whether they would disturb the staff. They screamed and fell to the ground and twitched. They were in pain everywhere. They had to cover their most important eyes and howl like ghosts and wolves. Siapuro put the frightened woman down from her arms and took out a thick long cloak from the space and put it on her. The howling attracted Inyu downstairs. He was arranging supplies and thought Siapuro had just gone out for some fresh air. When he heard the noise, he realized that she was gone and hurried upstairs. You bastards! Put the person down to me! Rongpingxia and her husband opened the door at some point, and a figure slipped out and quickly closed the door, shouting and rushing over here. Siapuro and the woman looked at each other, and they didn't expect that someone would come out to take care of things. The base has its own rules. She can hurt people and kill people. It would be bad if the residents of the base hurt people. Besides, the woman who came out to help was a kind person. She hurried forward to stop the woman who rushed forward. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Even if she was going to be impulsive, she would do it. She was not afraid of trouble. Rongpingxia and his wife wrapped themselves tightly, especially their faces. Not even a strand of hair dared to show. Just now, they were far away and couldn't see what was happening here. Inyu, who came over, turned on the light, and the whole corridor was lit. Every household seemed to come alive, and there was a little movement. It was unclear whether it was because the base staff came to relieve the woman, or if they simply wanted to watch the fun. What happened? Inyu's jaw was tight, and his calm voice made Rongpingxia and his wife feel safe. As soon as the lights came on, they could see the scene clearly. 6 men fell to the ground and howled. Rongpingxia, who was wrapped up so tightly that her eyes were exposed, was relieved to see the situation clearly. Fortunately, she was late, and the people had been rescued. She thought the screams were from them. The ice spikes melted quickly after entering the body, and only the small holes pierced by the ice spikes could be vaguely seen from the clothes worn by several people. 4034 covered his injured eye. He felt his eye was bleeding. But this is near his home. If he doesn't blame others now, he will be confused later. He used his nose to identify the direction, pointing to where Siapuro was. It's her. She didn't follow the rules of the base. She used her superpowers to attack us in the base. Catch her. Inyu didn't understand the situation yet, looking at Siapuro. Rongpingxia stepped forward and blocked Siapuro behind him. No, it's these beasts who wanted to take that big sister home, and this little sister used her superpowers to do a righteous deed. Rongpingxia's husband's heart tightened again, and he felt like he was on a roller coaster. His heart was beating with his wife's bold actions. But since his wife had stood up, he had to stand up and help testify according to his wife's words. Yes, they were the first to violate the base rules. The little sister was just a brave act. The woman who was covered with a coat quickly returned to her body temperature. She was also scared when she saw the base staff appear. But she didn't care about anything at that moment. Standing in front of Rong Pingxiao and his wife, she opened the clothes she had just put on, lifted up the clothes to reveal the bruises on her body. They beat me first, and tried to take me home. It's not my fault. The men rolling on the ground covered their eyes, accusing Xie Puro of using her supernatural power first, and biting them back. The people in front of her stood in layers. Xie Puro walked from behind the crowd to the front. She frowned and put the woman open coat on again. She didn't like girls to prove themselves in this way by exposing their wounds to others. She glanced at Yingyu and said slowly, "The power given to me by the first base allows me to deal with anyone." She wasn't showing off. She just wanted to inform Yingyu, so that he wouldn't be caught in a dilemma. Deal with? Deal with what? Can they be detained? The person lying on the ground had his alarm bells ringing. And he spoke before Yingyu could speak. Even if it was our fault, we didn't cause any substantial harm to the woman. She was too much to us. We beat people up. At most they would lock us up, but she was violating the rules by using her powers in the base. Yes, the base wouldn't break the rules it set. Right? Although the men on the ground were injured, they were very clear in their words. The base also said that women cannot be robbed by force. Did you comply? You don't follow the rules, and you want to use the base to pressure us? Rong Pingxiao got angry, and dared to stand with his hands on his hips in front of Yingyu to confront them. Xie Puro was sure that she was ruthless enough, and poked their eyeballs out, and now they can still bear the pain and bite back at her? It's also interesting. Even if we don't follow the rules, we didn't cause any substantial harm. She hurt us all like this, which is wrong. I feel like my eyes are going blind. I must let this woman compensate me. Let her ask a healing power person to heal my eyes. I will forgive her if she marries me. You don't have to take her away. The men didn't seem to be too anxious at the moment. They were still thinking about this kind of thing. Yingyu extracted the key information from their conversation. He said in a cold voice, "What are you arguing about?" "Shut up." Xie Puro didn't care about that. She used the ice power again to condense a few needles on the spot. Combined with the wood power vines to thread the needles, she sewed the mouths of the 6 people on the spot. The 6 men had no idea that she would dare to attack in front of Yingyu. Her power was too strong. They didn't even resist. They could only stare with their eyes wide open, and whimper like the woman whose mouth they had blocked just now. Xie Puro summoned ice spikes again. White ice pierced in, red ice pierced out, destroying their vocal cords. "Captain Ying, do you have any objections?" Yingyu was speechless. She had already taken action. If she really wanted to ask for his opinion, she would have asked first before taking action. She did this to show how arrogant she was. But if it were him, being treated as the most distinguished guest by the base, he would probably be even more arrogant. Yingyu shook his head, "No problem." Then throw them to the square, and freeze them into ice sculptures. "I don't want to see these people alive," Xie Puro said coldly. She turned her head and raised her voice towards the corridor where small noises were constantly coming from. "I hope that the people in the base will have zero tolerance for this kind of rubbish in the future." She just said that. With Yingyu identity and position, he could not reverse the decision of the base. The reason for raising the voice was to make those who looked down on women in this base think about whether they could bear the consequences. Yingyu said yes, and asked the soldiers who followed him to check the situation to do as Xie Puro said. The people were taken downstairs, and the rustling noises in the corridor became even louder. Rong Pingxiao and the woman in the coat thought it would be troublesome, but they didn't expect that the matter would be resolved in just a few words. Rong Pingxiao and his wife shrank their necks, and they looked like the clowns. However, Xie Puro's actions made Rong Pingxiao feel that what she did was right. At least it was not unnecessary. Rong Pingxiao pulled the woman close in a thick coat. "Sorry, sister. We should have come out earlier. It's really... There are people at home who care about us." "Thank you." Wang Musong, crying, rushed to Xie Puro and knelt down to her. "Thank you too. If it weren't for you, I would have spent this night." Xie Puro helped Wang Musong up in a gentle voice. But the words she said were to Rong Pingxiao. "We all have people we care about. So we are small. Because we care. We are strong. The first one is about the small family. And the second one is about the big group, which refers specifically to the small group of women in the current situation." Xie Puro thought about it, took out a pen and paper from the space, and quickly left her contact information on the paper. "I leave you a contact number. If you have a mobile phone, contact me. Maybe I can give you a job." She handed the note to the two women. The two took the note and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you. Rong Pingxiu was a person who could not hold back. She pulled Wang Yusong, who had nothing and looked like she had nothing, and said, Sister, you have nowhere to go now. Right? Wang Yusong lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Rong Pingxiu asked, I heard everything in your house. What are you thinking now? When Wang Yusong heard her mention her family, she finally reacted. She clenched her hands tightly, and her whole body was shaking. If you still want to go back and live there, go back and talk to your man. If you don't want to live there anymore. Rong Pingxiu glanced at her husband and made her decision. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. You can just use it as a place to stay. If you earn enough crystal cores, you can move out at any time. You will never starve to death if you work with me. Rong Pingxiu was like a warm-hearted elder sister. She patted her chest and made promises, which gave the girl a sense of security that made people believe. Wang Yusong hesitated for a moment and agreed. Only she knew her inner struggle. It was difficult to live under someone else's roof in the end times, and it was also a huge risk for herself. But she really had no choice at the moment. It was freezing outside. If Rong Pingxiu could take her in, it would be better than freezing to death outside. Sister, I have thought it through. They are not an easy family to get along with. I worked hard to give birth to their children. In the end times, I also go out to work every day and dare not miss a day. It is so cold outside. But they actually drove me out. If I hadn't met you two kind sisters today, I'm afraid I would have died here. Wang Yusong sobbed softly. If sister is willing to take me in, I promise to give you all the money I earn from work. As long as sister gives me food and a place to live in the wind and rain, it will be fine. Wang Yusong explained to Rong Pingxiu, I am very capable. I earned more than 20 crystal cores by myself last month. I will not be a burden to your family. This was an explanation to Rong Pingxiu, and also to her husband who stood silently by. It was even harder for women to make money in the end times. Wang Yusong was young and healthy. He only dared to close his eyes for 5 hours a day and spent the rest of the time working. He was alive with his eyes open and closed, and earned money by burning his life. Rong Pingxiu stopped immediately. Sister, let's not talk about this. I just want you to express your attitude. If you are determined not to associate with the previous family, I will take you in. There is nothing wrong with taking in a woman. They are neighbors. Rong Pingxiu also knows Wang Yusong's character. He is a hard-working person who can endure hardships. Even though he is so capable, she can only sigh that the hemp rope is broken at the thinnest part. If Wang Yusong still cares about her family, she would never dare to stop this job. Wang Yusong's performance is exactly what Rong Pingxiu wants. Wave her hand and express her attitude, no contact. No contact. I will think that I have lived in vain for the past few decades. Rong Pingxiu looked at Wang Yusong and smiled happily. If this is the case, she will be satisfied. Thank you. After Wang Yusong thanked Rong Pingxiu, he looked up at Xiaopiru. He bowed to her devoutly. This bow was self-evident. It was a sincere gratitude. Xiaopiru nodded slightly, which was a response to Wang Yusong. But she still had things to do. She could rest for 10 minutes. Let's go! She turned and left. Yu followed her quickly. Wait! This clothes. Wang Yusong hurriedly took off the thick and warm clothes on her body. She felt warm after wearing them for a while. It must be a good thing. Xiaopiru didn't even turn her head, leaving only her back to them. She stretched out her hand and waved it indifferently. Give it back to me next time. Riding Pearl and Cream again on the way back to the cruise ship. She whispered, if it's convenient, try to take care of women as much as possible. It's not a big deal. Yu responded, thinking that he would do his best to tell his subordinates to do so in a while. Xiaopiru has always been resolute in doing things, doing whatever she has to do, and never procrastinating. Everything must be prioritized. She could only delay this matter for a while. Once she had lit up all the bases in the central base, it would not be too late to rectify the society. She looked forward. She was riding on Cream, and although her figure was small, she looked heroic. The supplies were given down. Xiaopiru did not stay in the base until the base was lit up before leaving. She ordered the healing psychics and everyone who was busy to evacuate in 10 minutes. There was no time to waste. The high-risk patients who could not do without the treatment of the healing psychics were also taken away directly, and went to the next base with the cruise ship. The time on the road was completely enough to treat the disease. It was better than delaying and more people dying. The cruise ship started as scheduled and headed for the next base. Chapter 427 Light up the 12th base. The patients who boarded the ship at the 11th base during the voyage were completely cured. The rich people paid for the cruise and spent all kinds of money on it. They wanted to experience everything they had seen and had never seen before. The poor people took the initiative to find Chen, who was in charge of all matters, and said that they wanted to volunteer to help back. Chen had the power to make decisions. He did not discuss this little thing with the boss, who was exhausted and was catching up on sleep. He agreed to it himself. She wrote down the names of the volunteers in the notebook she always kept with her, thinking that she would give them some labor equivalents within their rights before they left the cruise ship. The boss had taught her that their store was big, but they could not cheat customers. If customers were grateful and wanted to help, they could ask them to help, but they must give them some labor equivalents afterwards. Chen was a very obedient and grateful person, and she valued the boss' words and deeds more than anything else. She flipped through the last few pages of the notebook, which recorded the candidates her boss had asked her to recruit. She planned to start formally recruiting and interviewing people after she returned this time. More than 20 hours passed unknowingly, when Siapura was awakened by the M80 alarm clock she had set. She knew she was about to arrive at the 12th base. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and had to get up even if she didn't want to. Luckily, she had asked Jinzi to give her a massage before going to bed recently, and now, except for not getting enough sleep, she had no physical discomfort at all. The system voice broadcast on the cruise ship, "We are about to arrive at the 12th sub-base of the central base. Please be prepared." Chen knew that it would arrive in 15 minutes when he heard the voice. He organized the volunteers to finish the finishing work of their current subordinates. Siapura walked out of the room, and when she came to the deck, she understood the situation at a glance. She whispered in Chen's ear, "These volunteers can send some gift boxes of fruits when they return to their bases. The price of fruits and vegetables is not expensive. It doesn't matter whether their base is lit up or not. It is imperative to take over all the sub-bases of the central base. If their base is not lit up, they will get benefits, and they can help promote it by taking it back, which is better than giving some points." Chen, okay. When she arrived at the place, she quickly teleported in. As soon as the cruise ship landed in the base, a shout came from the residential buildings, "Welcome the owner of Great B&B." Chen didn't have time to react. She was still wondering if they had taken the cruise ship to the wrong place. Had they been here? Did they go the wrong way? Chen couldn't figure it out. She looked at her boss with a question mark on her face. Siapura's whole body was shaking violently, with a smile on her face, and her whole body was shaking like a flower in early spring. She had just arrived at the 12th base, and she was actually enlightened. Good. 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 All the people in this base are good babies. They are so cooperative. She doesn't need to buy people's hearts. They have sold their hearts. Such obedient babies must be rewarded. And the reward will be used to build this base first. If only the full heating could be turned on. Siapura's idea had just sprouted. And then she thought of the system, and what she had always emphasized, that she could do whatever she wanted in her own territory. She stopped the staff who had just boarded the cruise ship and wanted to move the warm-keeping supplies, and found the leader of the group. While waiting for the leader to come, she took out her mobile phone, opened the map of the 12th base, and randomly found a residential building. She tried it with a thought, and it turned out that she could actually transfer the supplies directly to the residential building. Both bulk supplies and packaged supplies can be transferred, but she didn't dare to transfer them rashly. When the staff who managed the supplies came over, she briefly explained the situation to the other party. "I be leaving soon, and I'm in a hurry to get to the 13th base. Remember to arrange for people to wait downstairs in the residential building now. The supplies will be downstairs in 15 minutes. The other party obviously didn't expect her to do this. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to report to the superior first. After Siapura finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone, made a call, handed it to the other party, and that was it. "Everyone, evacuate the cruise ship immediately." "Yes." Thump thump thump. It can be seen that this is a sub-base with strict discipline. And the residents are also very friendly. I like this kind of base too much. The people on the cruise ship looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't hear what Siapura said, and didn't understand why they had to leave right after arriving. Siapura didn't explain, but just said something to Chen, and went back to her small room, waiting to distribute the supplies when the time came, and then went to sleep. She was just an emotionless courier who delivered supplies And by the way, she also had the function of an ambulance. In the central base, it was the first time that she had the experience of being lit up right after arriving at a base. And so many people came to welcome them, it seemed that the atmosphere of the residents here was very good. Now the voices of the 12th base shouting Great BNB are still ringing in her ears. She listened to them all the way back to her room. Their voices and content were not consistent. They must have been spontaneous. Besides, everyone was idle. Some residents simply joined in. The biggest advantage of lighting up the base directly at this time is that it saves a lot of trouble. She can directly put the supplies downstairs for distribution, and she doesn't even need to distribute the packaged and bundled supplies. The packaged supplies will be kept for the next base, and she will give them to the unpackaged ones directly in this base. It doesn't need to be moved anyway, and everyone can save energy. And she didn't think the last base would be lit up as smoothly as this one. The cruise ship set sail again. As the cruise ship disappeared in front of her, the voices of the people began to panic, and the situation fell into chaos. The base broadcast sounded at the right time. Residents, the winter supplies have arrived. The owner of the Great BNB is heading to the 13th base. The simple description of what happened made the residents excited. For no reason, they all looked forward to the distribution of winter supplies. Will they have delicious meals? The people who went out to purchase at Great BNB always gave them many surprises when they came back. Will there be any surprises this time? Everyone was looking forward to it, and kept praying for Great BNB to develop better and better. Siapuro, who was highly expected by everyone, laid down and fell asleep, eyes opened and closed, and changed the place when she got up. M80, who woke her up again, couldn't help but sigh, "Host, you are young. It's good. Don't think I didn't hear you playing tricks on me." She had a good sleep, and looked energetic and radiant. She took a shower and changed into a new set of sportswear, and stood in front of the mirror, and applied a set of moisturizing lotion on her face. "How many worlds have I done missions with you? Am I still young?" She patted her face randomly left and right. Chapter 428 Chosen Oxen and Horses. Although she didn't turn on the temperature sensor, she still had to have the minimum respect for winter. She always felt dry without applying lotion. M80, yes. Yes, the host is old but not old at heart. Siapuro, wait for me to take out my 80-meter-long sword, and then you say it again? Her age has not changed since she was bound to the system at the moment of her death. The host's heart is not old. I slap you. Then the host's sword is still sharp. Good praise, your little mouth is so sweet. Next time, go and praise the main system like this to get some benefits for you. The host. People should be good at using weapons that attack themselves to stab others. Although others are innocent, how can I be a bitch? Really? Will the main system like it? The system that turned into a red panda had bright eyes, as if it saw the entity waving at it after it praised it. Really? Really, I will love you to death. I wish I could give you my life. See how fascinated I am by you now. Siapuro showed off in front of the mirror, showing a smile that she thought was charming, for the system in her mind. M80 looked up, drooling, and began to fantasize. He. Well, everyone gets mad. Siapuro zipped up her sportswear to the top, but then she felt that she looked too much like a middle school student, and silently zipped it down a little. The cruise ship broadcast had already notified her, and Siapuro came down just in time. As soon as she came down from the 13th base, people boarded the cruise ship. On the way downstairs, she was expecting a miracle to happen, but it didn't happen. Sighing, I really wasn't so lucky to light up the base directly. Does she still need to be the chosen one? Who is the person in charge? Hello. Owner. I am the person in charge of materials management at the 13th base. My name is Chen Fei. A hand reached out. Siapuro looked along the hand. The owner of the hand had a neat short hair, which was very handsome and stylish, with a base work uniform on his body. He looked neat and tidy. A cold and polite self-introduction sounded from beside him. Siapuro looked up. After running so many branch bases, this was the first time she met a female person in charge. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. The girl was wearing a simple homemade mask, so her appearance could not be seen. The eyes that were exposed were alienated and firm, which kept people away from her. Hello, I'm the store owner. Siapuro stretched out her hand, and shook the hand of the person in charge of base supplies for the first time in the trips to the 13 bases. Siapuro, let's not waste time. Like the 11th base, you lead the way, and go with me to deliver the things. The news of the bases was exchanged. A few days later, Siapura didn't need to guess that she personally delivered the goods to the 11th base. And she knew that at least the person in charge in front of her knew something or two. Okay. Chen Fei responded. And turned around to lead the way. But since everyone from this base has come, and this is the last base, she will have a lot of time to stay here. First try to see if this base can be lit up successfully. No matter what. She can only leave and return to the first base after lighting up this base. The 11th base already has basic cold-proof supplies. When the base is lit up, she will directly teleport to the 12th base, which is closer to the 11th base. Then it will be much faster to take the cruise ship to the 11th base. M80 couldn't help but remind, Host, have you forgotten that there is a hungry zombie waiting for you? Siapura said indifferently, just starve, he's not my son. After a few words, Chen Fei brought her to an open area. Before coming out, Chen Fei didn't use the cold-proof supplies on the cruise ship. Looking at her red hands from the cold, she casually took out a cape and gloves and handed them to her. This? Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, took the cold-proof supplies. Thank you. You're welcome. These supplies were paid for by the first base with points. Siapura did not respond to Chen Fei, and released the 2 horses as usual. They had rested a long time ago. This was their first mission, and they were exhausted. They ate 3 cans of canned food in one go before they could sleep. They were really hard-working. They had to work before they were adults. Fortunately, they were not ordinary ponies. Chen Fei put on his warm clothes, and easily got on the pony with his long legs. Siapura also got on. Chen Fei was in front directing Nayo to lead the way. Siapura rode Jinju. There was no need to rush. Siapura noticed the 2 adults sitting on the pony and being carried by them, while working hard and seriously looked like an adult sitting on a rocking car. Or, like 2 adults sitting in a supermarket shopping cart. In short, it felt weird. Fortunately, no one noticed it in the snow. Looking at Chen Fei walking in front, he didn't think anything was wrong. Apart from being a little bit unaccustomed to riding a pony, Chen Fei's attention was focused on the road. It was only a few minutes before they arrived. Siapura resigned herself to getting off the carriage and followed Chen Fei to put the takeaway food at the designated location. After putting the food at this store, they had to rush to deliver the food to the next store. And then, they had to get on the carriage again. It was boring along the way. And when facing girls, Siapura would have the urge to seduce them to eat some snacks together. After delivering to another building, Chen Fei walked in front, and she followed behind, occasionally looking for something delicious in the space. She took out a few snowflake crisps from the space, and handed them over in her palm. Would you like some snowflake crisps? I made them. Her voice was crisp, and it made people think of the melting snow mountains. She could easily hold the whole person's heart in her hands. In addition to what she said, Chen Wen thought she was not a greedy person. But who could refuse to eat snowflake crisps while walking in the snow? Ah! But she is working? Chen Fei tried not to look at her. As long as he didn't look at the snowflake crisps in her hand, he could ignore them. No! He said, as he quickened his pace. Siapura became interested. Very good. You are the first woman who rejected me. You run and I chase. We are all. Ahem. Interrupting. Come on. I won't charge you. I will treat you. Siapura had a handful of individually packaged snowflake crisps in her hand. She grabbed a few pieces of snowflake crisps, and found that they tasted surprisingly different. We're at work, you can't take a single needle or thread from the masses. Who told you I'm one of your masses? If you really want to count, rounding off, I should be your colleague, Siapura said, feeling unsure. In fact, rounding off should be a supplier, but never mind party A or party B, we're all colleagues. Okay then. Chen Fei accepted it. I'm not taking it for nothing, I give you the crystal core. Ah? You're accepting it now? Siapura was shocked. She didn't even need to persuade him anymore? Chapter 429 Peach Oolong Milk Tea. Are rejections usually a tug-of-war? She hasn't even started to persuade him yet. And Chen Fei hasn't even pretended to say no. No. But he accepted it? I'm not accepting it. I'm buying it. I can't take advantage of the masses. I can't take advantage of my colleagues. Chen Fei had a serious face. He rummaged through her sleeves, and actually found a few first-level crystal cores, all of which he gave to Siapura. Are these enough? Chen Fei asked politely. Too much. Chen Fei, enough is enough. Siapura's eyes rolled a few times. She took the crystal core and transferred it to Chen Fei's personal account. He said he would treat her to a meal. She has so many bases. Anyway, there are suppliers in less than 20 bases, so it's not that he can't afford a few snowflake crisps. I don't know if Chen Fei is really greedy or didn't eat well. He opened the package and ate it on the spot. Sharing food seems to bring people closer, or eating sweets can make people feel better. Chen Fei had a serious look on his face. But after eating a snowflake crisp, he took the initiative to talk to her. Did you make it yourself? Yes. It's amazing. Isn't it? Siapuru became arrogant and recommended it to her. The snowflake crisp with frozen peach is a new product. I ate a few and thought it was okay. Coincidentally, the freeze-dried fruit in the second snowflake crisp that Chen Fei opened the package and stuffed into his mouth was frozen peach. Chen Fei savored it for a while, and it seemed that the fragrance of peach was still lingering between his lips and teeth. While eating, Chen Fei took off her homemade mask. It was a very aggressive face, with a sense of alienation in the eyes, a world-weary face that was beautiful and different. It's delicious. I didn't expect that you, as a shop owner, have such good cooking skills. Siapuru was praised to the point, and she felt a little flattered. If you like to eat, come to our cruise ship to spend money. The dishes above are all made by me. Even the lunch boxes you sent people to buy from me were made by me. Chen Fei managed to say after a while, you are really amazing. Speaking of this, Siapuru wanted to ask just now, why don't you wear a breathing mask, but wear a homemade one? The base bought few. I am not high enough, so I can't get any. Chen Fei's voice was a little muffled. There are not many space ability users in the base, and it takes a while for space ability users to go back and forth to the great base. They also have to store food in their space, so there is no place for those unimportant supplies. What's more, she is just a woman. If it weren't for the fact that the store owner was a woman, the boss valued her very much and thought it would be more convenient to send her to connect with the store owner. This good opportunity would have been snatched up by men long ago. Of course, this doesn't mean that no one wants to grab this position that directly connects with the store owner. Even she didn't expect the boss' attitude to be so tough this time. She thought she would definitely have no advantage with so many people competing, but she didn't expect that this job would eventually fall on her. Chen Fei sighed, feeling that the store owner was completely different from what she thought. She thought it would be a very serious leader or something. She was careful not to offend him. Until she took the initiative to hand over the snowflake crisp, she confirmed that the owner was the gentle girl next door, as she looked on the surface. However, Chen Fei firmly believed that the owner must have a side that others could not see. Otherwise, how could she be so powerful if she was really a weak girl who was consistent in appearance and heart? Siapuru had no idea of Chen Fei's wild thoughts. She followed Chen Fei with great energy. Her mind was empty and full of thoughts about what to eat after she was done with the work. As they talked, the two rode to the next building. When they put the supplies away and walked back, Siapuru took the initiative again. Do you want milk tea? It's hot, you drink some to warm up. Siapuru said, as she took out 2 cups of warm milk tea from the space. The milk tea bottle has been packaged by a powerful system. The temperature inside can be transferred to the outside, but it will not cool down the drink. It is a disposable milk tea cup with heat preservation function. Chen Fei paused before she finished her words, because Siapuru stuffed the milk tea into her hands without saying anything. Drink some, your hands are cold, drink some to warm you up. Siapuru lowered her head and took a big sip. Sweet peach oolong flavor, it warms you up in winter, and the world seems to be sweet pink. It's peach-flavored milk tea, no technology or hard work, healthy milk tea that won't make you fat. She added this thoughtfully. Chen Fei reached into the bag where she had taken out the crystal cores earlier. She was about to take out something, but Siapuru stopped her. You still have more crystal cores than I gave you just now. Just take some from the inside. Chen Fei said nothing, and lowered her head to take a sip of the milk tea in her hand. It really tasted like sweet peaches, and after taking a sip, she felt like she was in the world of peaches. Chen Fei wanted to open the cup and smell it to see if there was any peach tea fragrance. She took another sip. I couldn't help but take another big sip. Chen Fei said, it's warm around you. The principle of Siapuru's own protective shield is that the wind and snow will be completely reduced before they touch her body, so Chen Fei, who walks within the range of her protective shield, will not feel so cold. Before reaching the next building, Chen Fei actually finished the milk tea in her hand without realizing it. After drinking something warm and wearing warm clothes, she felt her face warm up along with her body. This feeling was so comfortable that Chen Fei didn't know if it was necessary. and after struggling for a long time, she decided to remind the seemingly harmless shopkeeper in front of her. She said in a roundabout way, "If it wasn't me who came today, but a man, would you also give him snacks and milk tea like this?" No. Siapuro didn't even hesitate. If it was a man, he wouldn't even say a few words. At least that's how she dealt with Ingyu, who needed to deliver supplies last time. 4. Chen Fei wanted to ask why, but he stopped right away after realizing that it was inappropriate to ask. She understood almost immediately. Because the owner doesn't like to communicate with men. This popular position that can show off in front of the owner will fall to her. Chen Fei smacked his lips. It was indeed very fragrant. Both the snowflake crisps and the milk tea were very fragrant. Owner, don't blame me for being nosy. I just want to remind you that the higher-ups value you so much. You should try to show off more. Chen Fei complained in his heart. While the base is paying attention to it now, we must set up rules. Otherwise it will be easy for the staff to bully us. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Siapura could personally experience some twists and turns when she walked in the base. Faced with Chen Fei's reminder, she responded seriously and kept it in mind. Chapter 430, Playing Rogue with Rogue. The two arrived at a new residential building, got off the horse, and were about to walk into the building, when Siapuro heard a quarreling sound coming from upstairs. Aren't you from the base? Aren't soldiers supposed to protect us civilians? Otherwise, why do we hand in so many crystal cores every month? What's wrong with taking your 2 pieces of clothing? I'm not returning them to you just because we lend them to you. Anyway, you're warming up outside, and we've all been ordered by the base to stay at home, so we can't go out or warm up. Right? You 2 girls. Please be considerate. If life gets better in the future, we will send you a banner to praise you. 2 staff members were forced to take off their thick coats by the crowd. They resisted desperately. It's cold outside. Everyone, please be considerate and understanding. You are still at home. We have to work outside. We can't give you these clothes. The voice of the staff member was a female voice. Neither humble nor arrogant. Coming from the building above. Chen Fei's face froze when he heard the familiar voice. He quickened his pace. He also had to take care of the shop owner walking behind him. Chen Fei dared not walk too fast no matter how anxious he was. Siapuro quickened her pace to catch up. Another female voice, "Don't rob me. If you do it again, I will use my superpowers. Don't fool us. The base does not allow the use of superpowers. How can you refuse us ordinary people in your green clothes? Really? Be careful, or I will complain to you. Girl, please be considerate of us. We can't go out. Otherwise, we would definitely go out for a run to warm up our bodies. You guys are working outside and making money. Right? We're just lying at home and living off our savings. How can you compare to us? Don't be so squeamish. Hurry up and give us the clothes so we can run around to warm ourselves up. Isn't it better than snatching the cotton-padded clothes from us?" Chen Fei was so anxious that he finally came to the source of the quarrel and didn't care about anything else. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the clothes from the 2 girls from a group of men and ants and put them on them. Are you crazy? You are interfering with public affairs. Chen Fei tried to reason with them. Who would have thought that the charge of interfering with public affairs could not scare the group of people in front of him? Instead, they looked at the warm clothes on Chen Fei with shining eyes. This one on you is nice. You are also a waiter. Right? Take it off and give it to me. The old woman was jealous just by looking at the one on Chen Fei. She was rubbing her hands and waiting for Chen Fei to take off the clothes and give them to them. Siapuro came to the scene right after him. She couldn't believe how there could be such a shameless person. Rolling her eyes, she shouted, "I have another one on me. Do you want it?" The crowd's attention immediately shifted from Chen Fei and the other 2 to her. You? Who would want you if you have so little on? The men sneered, their hands moving non-stop, still wanting Chen Fei to take off his clothes. Take off your clothes. My mother is old. I can return them to you in a few days at most. In this extremely cold weather, if they don't have thick clothes, they will have to walk in the snow. Now they have to wear all their clothes even when they sleep at night. If they don't have the thickest coat on their body, normal people can't survive a night. Siapura didn't expect that the sportswear she always liked would be disliked. How shameless you are, you can't even tell the difference between yin and yang. Donate your brain and make a pig brain. It's also a compensation for your disgusting life. The ant was stunned for a few seconds by her lack of quality. Who is this person? Why is he playing rogue with a rogue like her? The auntie straightened her back immediately and walked over to her with a look of teaching her, like a big cock with its head held high. You girl, you were so little in such a cold day. Siapuru interrupted the spell directly. I'm seducing you. Right? You fall in love with me after seeing me. Right? The auntie looked dull. The auntie is worthy of being an auntie. After all, she is a veteran. She realized that she was being led by the little girl, and she put her hands on her hips and retorted, I didn't say you seduced anyone. She was wearing a thick sportswear. It can't be said to be seducing. The auntie would not be at fault in such matters. The auntie found a pain point that she thought was a lifelong pain and wanted to fight back. You little girl. We're so little in this weather. Be careful not to freeze yourself and get pregnant. No man will want you. Siapuru was as imposing as the auntie. She also stood firmly with her legs crossed and said, There are men who want you. Why aren't you pregnant now? Why is your stomach still resting? Are you not pregnant? TSK, an old hen that doesn't lay eggs. No one wants you in our village. She looked disgusted, making the aunt gnash her teeth, and her words hit the aunt's heart. What am I still pregnant at my age? You are talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed? She had stolen all the words, and the aunt blushed. I have a husband and a son. Stop talking nonsense here. Siapuru leaned against the wall and cursed. Who knows if your husband and son were snatched from others? You even want to take off the clothes that people are wearing. Maybe your husband was snatched from someone else. You are so shameless at such an old age. TSK. We are good girls, and we won't argue with you. Next time you see us, please avoid us. Don't lead us astray. The aunt had sensitive skin. The area above her neck was visibly red. The words were taken away because of her lack of education. She didn't know what to scold. After a long time, she finally said, Son, look at her. Chen Fei quickly stood in front of Siapuru with a serious expression. What do you want to do? Don't talk nonsense. Leave your clothes with you, or we will file a complaint against all of you. The aunt's son looked shameless, and he was indifferent even when his mother was bullied. Siapuru asked Chen Fei, Are you still afraid of complaints? There are still such things as complaints in the end times? Chen Fei's face was not very good, and he whispered beside her, We are a regular central base. Siapuru seemed to understand. Good. I thought that joke words that no one cared about their life or death really meant that no one cared. Even the base doesn't protect the staff? Chen Fei added, If it's a different man, it's okay to complain. But it's not easy for us to find a job. How many men are waiting for them to make mistakes and replace them? Gender competition in the workplace is everywhere. Don't worry, if you don't want to work. Just work with me. Siapuru gave them a reassuring look. The two girls who were being bullied stood by, and didn't say anything when they saw that Siapuru had always been in the upper hand. Chen Fei didn't know what to say. Siapuru walked past her and walked in front of them. The man stared, and his vicious look seemed to predict that she would not dare to do anything to them. Chapter 431 Light up the 13 sub-bases. The bases haven't been lit up yet. Siapuru really can't do much to them. But Siapuru's eyes flashed with excitement. What a coincidence, I just happened to be able to warm you up. A ray of tender green jumped out of her hand, and it jumped onto the bodies of several unreasonable people at the speed of light. Superpower! The man staring at her widened his eyes, looking at her superpower color in disbelief. Such a pure wood-type superpower. How many levels of superpowers does this person have to be? It was obvious that her level was not low. Such a big shot would be offended, even if you saw him in normal times. You would have to avoid him. When looking at Siapuru again, everyone had vines wrapped around their legs. Who would have thought that a girl who looked well-behaved was actually a superpower? Don't superpowers always vent their anger on them, looking down on them? The common people? They dared to be angry but not to speak, changing their arrogant attitude just now. Having their upper bodies tied up was no problem for them, and they knelt down with a bang. We didn't say anything. We just came to join in the fun. Girl, we didn't say anything. It's not me. I was just watching from the side. It's really not me. I didn't agree with what they said. I just happened to be standing here, I swear. Just treat us as shit. Let us go. Siapuru was impressed by their quick minds, giving them space for their legs, and they just knelt. Seeing that everyone knelt down, the auntie who was just scolded by her also knelt down. The old lady's eyes and nose were wrinkled, as if she didn't know what expression she should have. So her face was very interesting. I don't fart. She turned her head away and looked at the excitement of the people kneeling on the ground. And the person you need to apologize to is not me. The people kneeling on the ground rushed forward with their knees to the two girls. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The whole space was filled with the sound of apologies. Siapuro didn't feel very happy, but sighed instead. How arrogant must the superpowers be in the base? She didn't do anything. She just tied someone up, and they were so scared. But can such people bully the staff at will? No. Maybe to be more precise, they bully women. If a male staff member was here, they might not have the courage to confront the staff. Siapuro was angry and helpless. No matter how the world changes, the poor people at the bottom are not the real bottom. No matter how low the people are, there are still women who will be bullied by them. As she thought about it, she reaffirmed her mind again. She would reform immediately after she unified the central base. Even if the base disagreed, she could do it secretly, since it was all on her territory. While thinking, the two girls verbally forgave the group of people kneeling on the ground, who were eagerly waiting for her to speak. I remember you said just now that if you could exercise, you would definitely lose weight through exercise. Right? In that case, go exercise. She took out 2 sets of clothes from the central base and handed them to the 2 female staff members. You've worked hard watching them run. It's hailstorm down below, so let them run up the stairs. They can't stop for an hour. Run seriously for an hour. If you don't slack off, the vines will automatically untie when the time is up. If you slack off, hee hee. You can try. She sneered twice, which made people shudder. They had a hunch, and they definitely didn't want to know what the consequences would be. The 2 female staff members didn't understand her identity yet, and looked at Chen Fei hesitantly. Chen Fei was their direct superior, and they hoped she could give them some advice. Chen Fei introduced them. This is the owner of Great B&B, and listen to the owner. Hello, owner. Hello, owner. After saying hello, they looked at Siapuro with gratitude in their eyes. Put on your clothes, the first base has paid for it. After saying that, she turned around and left, and Chen Fei quickly caught up with her, and the 2 of them came to the material handover point of this building together, and Siapuro put her things down and left. Chen Fei looked at her profile. The little girl had a sour face, and it was obvious that she was unhappy. He quickly followed her. Are you unhappy? Siapuro didn't know what to say, and said with a nasal tone. Don't be unhappy. Siapuro stopped and looked at her. Are you hungry? Ah? Chen Fei couldn't keep up with her train of thought. She should be hungry. Hungry. Siapuro, don't be hungry. After that, she continued to walk forward. All along the way, she was thinking about how to change the current situation in a depressed mood. When she thought of a key person, her brows slowly relaxed. Chen Fei, who had been observing her micro-expressions, immediately noticed that her state had returned, and heaved a sigh of relief. Let's not go to the residential building now. Let's go to another place, and first send some warmth to the staff at your base. Siapuro sat on the horse and looked forward. What do you mean by sending warmth? Aren't you going to send supplies to the people? I'm not happy to do that. Let's go and send supplies to the staff first. Siapuro felt that she was just personally delivering some supplies to the 2 bases. She saw this phenomenon in both bases, and felt a little disgusted with the lower-class people. Of course, we can't generalize, but she was just depressed. Chen Fei didn't dare to disobey her, and took her to the nearest staff dormitory building. But it was empty. Siapuro looked at Chen Fei with a squint, and said helplessly, It's the end of the world, and you still have to work like cattle and horses. It's really... I don't know what to say. Chen Fei shrugged. There's nothing I can do. People have to survive. Siapuro was speechless. She couldn't refute. She finished running errands for the base without much interest, and along the way she encountered a staff member being scolded by a person with a little power. This time, there was no discrimination against women. However, what was too much this time was that the other party had equal power, and did not take any gender staff seriously. She just treated it as a wild monster, and sent the men running up the stairs. They used their power to oppress others, and she also used her power to teach them how to behave. It was fair. After finishing her work and returning to the cruise ship, she did not feel tired or sleepy at all. She was shrouded in depression. Even though M80 sent the news that it had successfully lit up the 13th base, she did not feel happy. The only thing worth being happy about is that he is one step closer to his plan. Now there is only one 11th base left. It is really a tough nut to crack. He left a contact number for Chen Fei, who had been working for a day. and then used his mobile phone to say in the group that he was leaving the current base. The first base gave a large amount of crystal cores, which were used to build the base. Siapuro resumed working on the construction on the cruise ship. Chapter 432 Feeding. She collapsed on the bed and sighed. I will never say I like simulated construction again. I'm sick of building. Build large models for all 12 bases, matched with basic. M80 reminded. The host currently meets all the requirements except for recruiting real employees. She looked at the 5-digit account that could be read at a glance, and the grape coin shrank a lot. When building infrastructure, money is like running water, and it's gone in a flash. If you want to recruit, you have to go back to the BNB. Because the condition is that the BNB has 500 real employees. And currently you need 240 people. The cruise ship just arrived at the 12th base. And a familiar reminder sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully lighting up the 11th base. Congratulations to the host for successfully lighting up all the sub-bases of the central base. Sprinkle flowers. Siapuro was infected by the system activity. And grinned. Then, there is no need to rush to move to the 11th base. I won't go there if it's lit up. The cruise ship will be put on hold at the 12th base for now. Just sat up from the bed. Now lying down again. Holding the tablet, and continuing to work on the construction. She regretted that she shouldn't have thought of hiring a builder. Because now she was looking at the drawings sent by the central base. And it gave her a headache. She should let Chen recruit some other types of workers. The construction was not over so soon. So she found Chen and told her that she would be in seclusion for a few days, and asked her to contact her by phone if she had anything. She also asked Chen to do the recruitment work. And she believed that she would receive an upgrade notice when she came out. 3 days later, on the day Siapuro came out of confinement, the 13 central bases were all brand new. Before she could walk out onto the street to feel the freshness, she remembered that the hungry zombies might still be waiting for her. The 1-month deadline had come, and Siapuro immediately teleported herself alone. The scene in front of her changed, and when she opened her eyes again, she had arrived at the Dawn base. Since she did not choose a teleportation location, she was randomly placed on an open space. She stood on the open space, and the moment she landed, she heard the sound of a giant object hitting her ear. It was the crocodile that was still persistently hitting the door of the second-floor residential building. The last time these crocodiles came was several months ago. She watched from a distance and always felt that the crocodiles seemed to be unable to find food and had become thin and hungry. But why couldn't they find food? Why didn't these crocodiles retreat after such a long time? She accidentally met the eyes of a crocodile. Their eyes were filled with only ferocious hunger, and they were completely unable to communicate. Boom! A loud noise came from behind, and Siapuro turned around to look. A tree was hit by a crocodile, and was about to fall. It felt like it would collapse and fall onto the building at any time in the wind and rain. A flash of lightning cut through the dark night sky. She saw that the walls of the base were broken and tattered, and there were signs of giant crocodiles breaking in. She didn't know whether the crocodiles got in before or after she took over the base. Damn the stinky crocodiles. They dared to destroy the plants. It was not difficult to catch all the crocodiles. The base had been lit up by herself. She concentrated on the spot and moved all the crocodiles in the base to her space. A small area was built in the space, which was specially used to hold the crocodiles. She would raise them first to see if they could be raised well. Thanks to the hardworking gardener. He worked for 2 hours and finally finished everything. Every household had their curtains drawn and missed the final farewell to the crocodiles in the base, and did not see how the crocodiles disappeared. She did not alarm anyone, and moved again, and moved to the corner to find the old place. She did not wait, but found a bright red eco-friendly bag in the space, put some canned food in it, put a waterproof plastic bag in the bag to prevent the canned food from being contaminated, and hung it on the tree. After doing all this, Siapuro left without looking back. She was so busy during this period that she wanted to put all her extra energy into sleeping. She came quietly and left quietly, without disturbing anyone. Until one day, a resident of the Dawn base opened the curtains, and accidentally found that the crocodiles that had been surrounding the downstairs were gone. The resident, who found the crocodiles disappeared, picked up his phone excitedly, and told everyone the good news through the group chat. After receiving the good news, the group chat was blown up as expected. Siapuro was lying in the room of the cruise ship. She was awakened by the continuous vibration of her phone. Looking through the group chats of various bases built one after another in her phone, there were texts and videos in the chat boxes. Residents expressed the changes in their new homes in the group chats. The joy seemed to be transmitted through the screen. She looked through several videos. The one that touched her the most was one of them. The shooting technique was that the shooter shot from the inside out of his new home. Through the window, she saw hailstones as big as fists falling from the sky. The same extreme weather, but the mood of the residents is completely different. The video was shot by a young child, who shouted in a tender voice, "We have a warm house. Cold weather, we are not afraid of you." The voice was played in a loop in the video, and also reached Siapuro's heart. A sense of achievement and happiness arose spontaneously. It is worthy of her to spend great coins in one breath to connect all the residential buildings and all the lit bases for heating, and the child's voice is very energetic. Infected by the happiness of the little girl, Siapuro used her mobile phone to send an exclusive red envelope to the little girl who filmed the video in the group. Everyone in the group saw. The store owner sent an exclusive red envelope. The group chat of the 9th base kept refreshing the screen. The store owner actually saw it. The store owner is also in our group. I thought the store owner usually just lurked. Ah. I'm so envious that someone can get the store owner's exclusive red envelope. The little girl mobile phone seemed to be taken away by her parents. And the red envelope she sent out was not open for a long time. This made the group members anxious. If they didn't click on the exclusive red envelope, they couldn't see the amount. For some reason, they were particularly curious about what the red envelope sent by the store owner looked like. After waiting for a few minutes, the little girl didn't make any more noises. Some people in the group chat couldn't hold it anymore and tagged the little girl. After a while, the little girl still didn't show up. The net name was Enthusiastic Person Living in Building 39. Reassured the group members, "Don't worry, everyone. Their house is next to mine. It should be that the kid next door was playing with his phone and was confiscated. I went to knock on the door and let them see the phone." The replies were all the same, waiting for the follow-up. Siapuro was also waiting for the follow-up with great interest, to see if the little girl would be happy to receive the hidden little gift she brought with her. Enthusiastic people are efficient, and it didn't take long for the little girl account to speak in the group. Chapter 433 Rules should be set by the strong. It was a voice message. She clicked on it to listen. Just now our child was taking a video with his mobile phone. He didn't pay attention to the phone after taking the video. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Thank you. The owner. Thank you for the red envelope. The voice message came from a woman handing the phone to the child. Come on, say thank you to the owner. The child's voice was as clear and loud as ever. Thank you. The owner. Congratulations to the owner. This is the first time I have received a red envelope. Hee hee. Then there was a system notification that the exclusive red envelope had been received. Everyone clicked through the system notification to check what was in the red envelope. After all, they couldn't send red envelopes, only the store owner had the privilege to send them. The red envelope contained 6,666 points. Group members exclaimed, "The boss is generous." Another group member joked, "The water bought with this red envelope can be drunk for a lifetime." This is not over yet, because everyone just focused on the amount of the red envelope, and didn't notice that there was a set of small words at the back. The owner kindly gave the little girl a set of toys, a luxurious version of Barbie's dream house. The red envelope points will be credited immediately, and the free toys will be delivered by express within 2 hours. There were already adults in the group who asked their children to follow the group chat with their mobile phones. The adults read this line of words on their mobile phones, and the children cried with envy. The children took the adults' mobile phones and sent voice messages in the group to make friends with the children who received the gifts. "Can I be friends with you? I also want to play with your toys." Siapuro laughed out loud. "I just like the straightforwardness of children with their purpose." Then the little girl sent a voice message, "Thank you, shopkeeper sister, but I'm not a girl. I'm a boy." Siapuro was embarrassed. "I forgot that it's impossible to tell the gender of a little boy before he reaches the voice change period." She was so embarrassed that she sent a message in the group to make up for it. "Then I give you another set of elementary school textbooks for all grades? Anyway, she will be the one to go to school with the child in the future. She has already communicated with the central base. Schools and hospitals will always be the top priorities of construction." Sister Xiaoxiao sent another voice message in the midst of the group chat. This time it was a tearful thank you. Siapuro shook her head when she heard it. This child was so happy that she cried. What a studious child. "I did another good deed today, so happy." She happily sent a message to Yu Shiwen, who replied very quickly. The next moment, Siapuru appeared directly on the bed in Yushiwen room. All the buildings in the base had been renovated by her, and with Yushiwen position, she lived in a decent place, at least a single room. There were only 2 of them in the 20 square meter private room. Yushiwen was surprised for a moment, smelled her unique fragrance, covered her head with a quilt, and continued to sleep. When Siapura came to her senses, she fell into an unfamiliar bed, a soft bed and quilt, and Yushiwen, who was still sleeping with her head covered under the quilt. She quickly kicked her shoes under the bed, pulled Yushiwen quilt. "I'm here, don't sleep anymore." The quilt was pulled open. Yushiwen looked confused. "Huh? It's rare that the world is at peace. What else can I do if I don't sleep? Didn't you just reply to my message in seconds?" Siapura sat on the soft bed, still wanting to wake Yushiwen up. "Yes, I was half asleep and half awake when I heard your message notification sound. So I got up to check. If you're okay." I continued to sleep for a while. Yushiwen had 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking listless due to overwork. "Why don't you come back to me later? I sleep for a while, just for a while." "Okay." Yushiwen put her hands together, and made a gesture of begging. Siapura pretended to agree. "Okay. Then I go back to the BNB. I don't know if the girls have grown up after not seeing them for more than a month. As their godmother, I miss them." I get up. Yushiwen jumped up from the bed. "It's time to go home after not being home for so long." Yushiwen took her clothes to the bathroom to change. Siapura smiled triumphantly when she couldn't see. The 2 of them quickly returned to the BNB from Yushiwen room. She didn't go directly to Yushiwen home, but to the door of the maternal and child supplies store. Yushiwen was puzzled. "Aren't we going home? Bring something back for my goddaughter. Shouldn't I buy some toys?" The 2 walked into the store together. Siapura spent all her free time drawing cards, and some toys had been unlocked in the maternal and child supplies store. The 2 bought some toys suitable for their age groups, and at Siapura's suggestion, they returned to her yard first, and made some baby food and packed it up to take with them. Yushiwen followed along while she was doing it, and she learned how to operate it just by watching it once. Thinking of her own thoughts, Siapura tentatively asked, "You learn things so quickly. Why don't you hold a high position in the base?" Yushiwen responded, while making baby fruit puree, "Maybe I'm young and not qualified enough." Not getting the answer she wanted, Siapura pouted, "But I've been to so many bases, and not a single base commander is a woman. Are you sure it's just because of lack of qualifications?" To show their respect, the 13 base commanders of the central base all went to her in person when she arrived. In addition, she had been to countless bases, and indeed had not met a female base commander. She had thought that the situation at the central base would be better. But after 13 bases, there was still no female base commander. If it was a low probability event, it would be fine. But it was the same at so many bases, which made people think deeply. Yushiwen obviously did not expect her to say this, and her body stiffened. "It is also possible." "No way." Siapura interrupted her and said to herself, "You know what I mean? Since it is a parallel world, the national conditions are similar. Since the old generation, our country has favored boys over girls. Everyone is taking advantage of the situation in this apocalypse. Why can't we get involved? Actually, it's not really a part of it, but just trying to gain our own interests. Since it is the apocalypse, the rules must be set by the strong. Siapura knows that her goal is to help the world survive the apocalypse. So in the end, humans will definitely live a legal life. In a peaceful and prosperous era, apart from the fact that men have some innate advantages in terms of physiological structure, should women be willing to be dominated by men?" Yushiwen sighed, put down the tools in his hands, and faced her directly. "Little Grape, I understand what you mean, but this is difficult." Yushiwen walked to the window, and looked out at the harmonious homestay. Chapter 434. Would you like to be born with a head down? We grew up in a patriarchal society. Many girls were taught to follow their fathers, husbands, and sons. Have you noticed that there were very few women in some profitable industries before the end of the world? Like the most common haircut, it is clear that women demand for hairstyles is no less than that of men. On the contrary, many men only go to the barber shop to get their hair cut short, and the main force of consumers in the profitable perming, dyeing, and hair extensions are mostly women. But there are very few female stylists. I mean, women will be excluded, not only by men, but also by society. She turned around, and saw Siapura listening attentively, and continued, "Many times, even if men do nothing, the voices of women can drown out other women, This is a patriarchal society. Siepuru herself grew up in such an environment. How could she not understand? Not wanting to hear Yushiwen continue, she took a step forward and approached Yushiwen. Are you willing to be discriminated against because of your gender? Do you want to be born to be suppressed? Of course not, but my power is too small. Yushiwen lowered her head sadly. She also wanted to change. How can an ant shake a tree? Before she was not able to eat enough. She had no energy to think about fighting openly or secretly. Every time she opened her eyes, she was thinking about how to survive. Even before they met today, she had not recovered from the truce with the mutant beasts. Every day she thought about how to gain more living territory for humans. Siepura put her hands on Yushiwen's head, letting her look at her. Her eyes were firm and powerful, her mouth opened and closed, spitting out 2 words, I am here. Since she has come to this world, she can't just do nothing. Where's the point of waving her sleeves and leaving? This is the last world anyway. She must do something spectacular in the last period of time before leaving. Yushiwen met her eyes. Siepura smiled wantonly and ostentatiously, as if she was a demon who wanted to usurp the throne, and was determined to get that high position, and her deep eyes seemed to suck her in all at once. Siepura said, I need you. Okay. Yushiwen held her hand. Yushiwen sent a message to her mother in advance, saying that she would go home today. After the two finished making the fruit puree, they walked slowly on the road to the B&B. There was no wind or rain in the B&B, no hail. Smelling the rare dry air, Yushiwen, who had fought with the mutant beasts for a while in the humid environment, had an unreal dreamlike feeling. When they arrived at Yushiwen's mother house in the B&B, the 3 little guys were very happy to see their 2 mothers come back together. When Siepura took out the small gifts she prepared for them, the 3 good kids happily ate the fruit puree. After the meal, Yushiwen's mother took them together and said earnestly, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. I know you are all busy, but I still want to ask if you have time to go home for a meal. The 2 exchanged confused looks, and they forgot when the Chinese New Year was. Yushiwen's mother sighed and added, it's next month. Next month is the Chinese New Year. Siepura answered quickly, yes, I have time, I definitely have time. After spending some time together, Yushiwen's mother was not unfamiliar with her. Not to mention how good their relationship was, she also got some warmth from her mother. It's certainly okay to take some time out during the new year to have a meal with the elderly and children. Even if she didn't eat here, she would go back to the yard and eat alone in front of the flowers, plants and animals in the yard. What about Wenwen? Yushiwen's mother waited for Yushiwen's answer with concern. Siepura answered again, she will reply too. Yushiwen glanced at her, smiled helplessly, and gave her mother a final answer, I will reply too. The little guy was lying all over the room. Siepura didn't think so before, but now she thinks the room is still too small. I think there is no villa in the B&B yet, and we have to see when it will be built next time. Yushiwen's mother talked to them for a while, and then they came out of the house. The 2 of them walked alone on the street. Without waiting for Yushiwen to speak, Siepura asked first, is the first base not good? Yushiwen was puzzled by the question. It's okay. Siepura, you just said that you would go home for dinner during the new year. Why did you react so uncertainly? You know what happens in this system. You have to report to your superiors even if you fart. If it weren't for you, how could I be so free to leave whenever I want in the central base? Then you can go home for dinner because of me. Siepura said indifferently. The higher-ups value you very much. They asked me to ask a question once, and asked me to find out how much power you have. This question is easy to answer. Siepura is a little arrogant now. I can do anything within my range. Since the sub-base has been lit up, she doesn't need to hide it. Oh, by the way, I've always wanted to ask you, did those mutant beasts retreat because of the hail? Yushiwen recalled the abnormal movements of the mutant beasts, and always felt that everything looked so normal, but she was keenly aware of the unusualness. He frowned and said, I can't explain it, but I just feel that the mutant beast's sudden retreat is very unusual. The mutant beasts attacked the base continuously. Even though there were so many mutant beast corpses lying on the ground, the mutant beasts behind still wanted to attack in waves. That feeling is very strange. I don't know if my description is accurate, I just said it casually. I think the group of mutant beasts seemed to come for the base, but not to eat the people in the base. It's like the base is the last Noah's Ark for the mutant beasts. If they can't get on this ark, they will be extinct. Yushiwen felt more and more that her thoughts were amazing. Standing in a place with few people, she carefully recalled the details of the battle. The mutant beasts fought with all their might, and even adopted a round-robin battle to exhaust their energy as humans, so as to occupy the safe zone of the base. Siapuro also recalled it. But she didn't go to the battlefield after all, and didn't know the specific details. She didn't experience the reality of things that Yu Shiwen experienced firsthand. If they launched the attack just because of the arrival of hail, it stands to reason that mutant animals are more sensitive to the arrival of danger. It also makes sense that they are causing trouble for us because of the cold wave. Siapuro pondered for a moment, and disappeared with Yu Shiwen, and when she reappeared, she appeared in the courtyard of the BNB. With a wave of her hand, a projection screen appeared out of thin air. This was the movement of the mutant beasts that she asked M80 to pay attention to, that is, the mutant beasts that fought at the north gate of the first base. Chapter 435 Natural Zoo. The screen began to play. Siapuro and Yu Shiwen stared at the screen together, not missing a single detail. The environment where the mutant beast was at the moment looked very desolate, only withered trees. Bare rocks were exposed all around. There was a mountain range in the distance, and nothing else could be seen. The place on the screen alone was not strange. After the end of the world, everywhere was so desolate. The strange thing was that as the screen moved, various animals appeared one after another on the scrolling screen. It is hard to imagine so many animals gathered together: snakes, ants, insects, rats and other small animals gathered in one place, and elephants, deer, tigers, lions, leopards in another place. It is simply a natural zoo. Another strange thing is that they actually get along in a friendly manner, and each animal group does not interfere with each other. Close the screen. Siapuro and Yu Shiwen looked at each other, and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. There must be something that they humans cannot discover. What is it? Siapuro asked the system. And it said it didn't know. And it couldn't read the animals' thoughts directly. The two had to discuss it, and came to a conclusion that the mutants seemed to be just trying to save themselves. There were so many kinds of mutant animals mixed together, and except for their common goal of wanting to survive, Siapuro couldn't think of anything else that could make them coexist peacefully. She made a bold move, and the next moment, an airdrop of supplies landed on the other side of the projection screen with a bang. The animals did not react. Siapuro asked M80 to control the airdrop. It was full of various kinds of bright red meat. The smell of raw meat mixed with raw blood made the animals crazy. The animals swarmed in, scrambling for the raw meat. Due to the large number of animals, this little bit of meat was like a stone thrown into the sea, and it was snatched up in a short while. Seeing this, Yu Shiwen was surprised. These animals are obviously very hungry, but they are not fighting for food. The animals were in a mess, but in the chaos. They followed an orderly first-come, first-served approach. This scene overturned their perceptions. In the animal world, the strong are kings. When did they start to follow this order? They couldn't help but sigh. Even animals know that they need to unite in the end of the world, but humans are trying their best to kill and plunder resources. The bloody battle scene is not scary. What is scary is the distorted human nature hidden behind this scene. After watching this bland video, the uneasiness in the hearts of the two became stronger. Siapuro was worried that the mutant animals would attack humans again, so she didn't dare to feed them too much food and water. She was worried that if they really attack humans, humans would be caught off guard. The projection screen was turned off, and the two sat in silence in the yard for a long time. Yu Shiwen spoke first. I want to report to the base. Siapuro understood her move. I'm afraid if I tell the base, they will send people out to investigate. There are so many mutant animals. It is hard to say whether the people sent out to investigate will come back alive. But needless to say, according to the tone of the country, it is necessary to grasp the first movement at all costs. Yu Shiwen obviously thought of it. She couldn't help but think deeply. Is it worth it to risk the lives of so many people for an uncertain thing? She couldn't answer. As a member of the base, there must have been ancestors who died bravely before them. As a descendant, she now enjoys everything. If it weren't for the fearless sacrifice of her ancestors, she wouldn't know where she would survive at this moment. But she couldn't let her comrades go out and take risks. No need to report to the base. Maybe I can go and take a look. This was not a big deal for Siapuro. At most it was considered a zoo. She went there in person to take a look, which was the lowest cost solution. Yu Shiwen looked at her, not knowing what to say. Siapuro had made up her mind, and further discussion would not change it. So she changed the subject. I will build all the schools in the base tonight, and the children can go to school when the wind and rain stop. On their way back, they met some elementary school students, who were walking together after school in the BNB. They said hello to them sweetly with their school bags on their backs. The children in the B&B can still go to school normally. They are probably the most depressed and the happiest. It has been a long time since they went to the school to see how it is. M80 would report to her about Ming Qinglu's important decisions from time to time. The more she listened, the more she felt that it was right to let her be the principal. Under Ming Qinglu's management, the school was in good order. When she suddenly thought of looking at the school's expenses and bills, the bills were also very neat, and every item was written in great detail. She felt a little guilty, wondering if she was too much of a hands-off boss. Yushi, when asked, the fees at the B&B are not high, and they are very different from those at the base. Now you don't even need to pay crystal cores to attend the school at the B&B. I'm afraid that people at the base will want to move here. Siapura smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. The school at the base is still free. Not only is it free now, but it will also be free for the next 10 years after the end of the world. 10 years is enough for these children to grow up, and enough for the country to develop and prosper again. Yushiwen, how can we maintain a balance between income and expenditure without collecting crystal cores? Let's talk about the future later. I'm still here anyway. Siapura patted her shoulder. The night deepened, and the twinkling stars dotted it. After Yushiwen went home, Siapura tossed and turned in bed. She planned to go to the school tomorrow, and then build what can be built on both sides, and then think about the request for the nursing home at Haiyu Base. By the way, let me see what's going on at Haiyu Base. M80 responded and projected the screen. After the cruise ship left, the seawater immediately overwhelmed all the houses in Haiyu Base, and everything was in ruins. The seawater had not yet receded, and she could only vaguely see a little image over there. Turn it off. I can't see anything. After saying something to the system, Siapura turned her head to the other side without interest. The phone on the bedside vibrated, and since she couldn't sleep anyway, she simply sat up and looked at her phone. Clicking on the voice, Chuin's voice played. Boss, aren't you coming out to eat something? Listening to the voice, Siapura slapped her head. Oh no! I forgot to bring Chu in and the others back. She quickly replied, I'm at the B&B. I bring you and the cruise ship back now. You organize them and move in 10 minutes. Chu-en quickly replied with an okay expression. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she simply sat up and started to build on the tablet. There was another important reason to bring Chu-en back, which was to recruit some employees. It would be best if someone could replace some replaceable positions, and one more assistant could be appointed. Chapter 436 School Upgrade and Expansion. Hua Lin from Haiyu Base came to mind, that little girl. I can't tell what's good about her, but I just like this kind of energetic people, and I feel that working with her is full of energy. Many times, rapport is very important, and Siapura is sure of this. She sent a message to Chu-en, asking her to invite and see if she can recruit people. There was no idea for construction at the moment, so she started to build the school first. When the set time came, she got the cruise ship back, and then continued to work on her own things. Unconsciously, she was busy for a long time, until her eyes felt sore. She rubbed her eyes, put down the tablet and fell asleep. As soon as the sky was bright, the familiar aroma of breakfast came from the breakfast shop downstairs. Floating into the air was steam, and then into people's dreams. The big clock in the homestay rang at 7 o'clock on time, and the students and teachers of the school got up early. As usual, she went to the street to buy some breakfast she liked. If there were parents at home to help, she could also eat freshly baked steamed buns in the morning. Ming Qinglu, as the principal and temporary mother of a group of children, has always liked healthy eating. She always prepares her work in advance the night before, and is busy preparing breakfast for her children before the bell rings. It's great to be able to buy food in supermarkets and markets now. I can even use gas to make bread for you. Hua ate the delicious eggs fried by Ming Qinglu, and said to Ming Qinglu happily, the fried eggs made by the principal's mother are the best. Principal Mom, can I not eat eggs? Nyonyo picked up an omelette awkwardly, looking at the egg in annoyance. Eggs and such? I hate them the most. The omelette made by Principal Mom is so delicious. Why doesn't Nyonyo like it? The young Hua tilted her head and looked at Nyonyo. She didn't understand that people have different tastes, and was just curious why Nyonyo didn't eat such delicious food. Ming Qinglu cleaned up the kitchen utensils and seasonings used in cooking, while saying, everyone has their own favorite things, and being picky is not advisable. But if Nyonyo really doesn't like it, can you overcome it today and eat the fried eggs first? I will pay attention not to make fried eggs for you next time and replace it with something else. Ming Qinglu gently asked Nyonyo for advice. Nyonya was not a child who didn't know that food should not be wasted. She smiled and agreed. Okay. You are so good. Ming Qinglu wiped her hands and came over, rubbing Nyonyo's head. The other children were not happy, and they also clamored to be touched by the principal's mother. Ming Qinglu touched them one by one, and touched the sisters Lili Chung Chung, seeing that they didn't seem to like fried eggs either. She whispered, "You don't like fried eggs either? Next time I will change you to other nutritious food." Lili Chung Chung smiled. "Thank you, Principal Mom." After breakfast, the children followed Ming Qinglu obediently. There were no cars on the road to the BNB, and no human traffickers. The children walked hand in hand in groups of 3 or 2, walking on this road they had to take every day. When they arrived at the school, they found that something seemed to have changed. "Principal Mom, the school seems to have changed. There are so many more things. It's much more spacious. The playground seems to have gotten bigger, too. As more and more people come to the homestay, many people will put their children in the school to study together. With more people, the school naturally looks small, but it's still enough." So she didn't discuss the expansion with the owner, just thinking about waiting until it's not enough for a while. "I didn't notice it just now, but when I walked in, I found that there were several more teaching buildings, and a larger playground." The children happily walked forward and ran and jumped on the new track. Ming Qinglu couldn't do anything about them. Anyway, we were at school, so she didn't care about them and took the quieter Lili Chung Chung with her. She opened the door of a classroom, and the classroom was completely new. From the desks and chairs to the podium, everything was replaced. There was a brand new large screen multimedia, and the props used for teaching were placed under the podium. Yesterday, the school was still open and closed as usual. The only one who could make such a big change quietly overnight was the owner. The children were happy, and Ming Qinglu was happy too. Some children were still young, and were sent by their parents. When they were sent to the school gate, they obviously felt the changes in the school. The development of BNB is really fast. They renovated the school so quickly. Who said it wasn't? This development speed is faster than those large bases. It has grown so big in a short time. Only our BNB can be so generous. As expected, the news of the school expansion spread widely. The children also received the small gifts carefully prepared by the store owner on this day. From the teaching supplementary books for the current grade, to the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations needed before the college entrance examination. A whole pile of books was distributed to the children, and then stored in their own dormitory buildings by the children. Primary school students are ignorant of the immensity of the world, holding the documents and smiling. Junior high school students are a little confused, and they feel tired carrying the documents. Mature high school students receive a thick stack of test papers, knowing that their future life will be spent on them, and have fainted in the toilet. After waking up, Siapura happily enjoyed the table of food that Chuan brought to her, which was full of her favorite food. Although she couldn't finish it by herself, even if she only took a bite of each, and then threw it into the space to continue eating next time, it would be fine. The children should have received my gifts by now. I like to do good things the most. Siapuru ate the fish-flavored pork shreds with relish. Because she did good deeds every day, she felt even better. Chuan sat there with a small notebook in his hand, and said casually, "Boss, it's useless to give them those. There is no college entrance examination now." Siapura kept it a secret. "You don't understand this, right? Education and medical care are always the top priorities. I have to do both." She had decided that after the Chinese New Year, she would ask the base to restart the college entrance examination. By restoring it bit by bit, it would eventually return to the state before the end of the world. How could she be busy alone? Everyone had to work together to rebuild the country as soon as possible. "Well, my boss is very capable," Chuan admired. "By the way, how is the recruitment going?" Siapuru just asked casually. It had only been a morning since she came back, and she didn't expect much progress. Chuan opened the small notebook and reported one by one. After Siapura finished her meal, she ate the dessert and bit the ice cream spoon and said, "And you, my employee, you are the real king of the exam." Chapter 437 Orphanage. She just came back for one morning, and she has already dealt with so many things? How did Chuan do it? Did she not eat or sleep? She said how could she like Chuan at first sight. It turned out that they were kindred spirits. Neither the boss nor the employees had a moment of leisure. Chuan was still making a report. There are only so many recruitment positions. There are a few more than you expected. Do we need to reduce some people? Xie Puro waved her hands again and again. No need. I couldn't ask for more. It's okay if there are more people, but I'm afraid there won't be enough people. And the little sister recommended by the boss? I go talk to her later. If there's nothing else, then I go first? Okay, go ahead. When Chen was busy, Xie Puro was also busy. She had to build the nursing home and the orphanage she had always wanted to build during this time. Chen recruited people to upgrade the B&B, and the new building she built here could also provide many jobs for people. I'm afraid Chen will be busy in the future. Thinking of this, Xie Puro felt more and more that she was a boss who exploited her employees. Chen had never had a proper rest since he followed her. She took out her phone and sent a message to Chen. I will give you a vacation after I am done with my work. 3 tickets for all activities in the hot spring hall that day. Take your sister there when you have time. By the way, there will be dividends and bonuses at the end of the year. After taking care of this, I can go and see what the mutant beast is. I hope I can go and come back soon and catch up with the Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year is undoubtedly the biggest day of the year for Chinese people. It's hard to have enough food, so you have to celebrate the New Year well. She doesn't want to miss the lively scene in her imagination. Calculating the date by that time, it is estimated that the vegetables, fruits and meat produced by the homestay will be enough to supply everyone without limit. That alone is not enough. You have to find a few bases with good geographical conditions and keep up with the production. Xie Puro opened the owner's panel and checked the bases that have been lit up on the Chinese map. The bases in the south, the best geographical location is the Dawn Base, Eclipse Base, Shuntian Base. After the natural disasters in this period are over, maybe we can recruit people to start growing fruits. We can grow other things, but mainly grow fruits. The climate in the south is more suitable for fruit growth, and the fruits grown in this way are so sweet that they are nectar-like. Just thinking about it makes people drool. Ahem, I am getting off topic. I continued to build the nursing home and orphanage while holding the tablet. System, we already have food in our B&B. Can we open shops for rent and let residents do business in the B&B? Generally speaking, the jurisdiction of B&Bs is different from that of all the bases that are lit up. B&Bs are independent and strictly follow the system regulations. That means that if it is not a natural disaster, people in ordinary bases can do business. People in B&Bs can only work and do some planting tasks. If people in B&Bs want to do business, they can only spend points to take the subway to other bases. Although it does not take time, it is expensive. It is not conducive to the long-term development of B&B. Just like in a family, if someone wants to settle down in B&B, but one family member wants to go to another base to do business, wouldn't that make the child a left-behind child? This can't be the case. Xie Puro was shocked by the idea she had in her head. M80 said leisurely, I can upgrade next time. The next upgrade? That depends on Chen. All the conditions have been met, except that Chen has to complete all the recruitment and employee onboarding. A person's energy is limited. Another night has passed. The girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed with her head covered stayed up late to exchange for the residents of the homestay an orphanage full of cartoons and childlike fun. Any disturbance can cause a stir on the internet, and the arrival of the orphanage is no exception. Unlike the usual new buildings, this new building is quite controversial. The orphanage's rules for taking in children are outrageous. The first rule is that children who are not wanted by the legal guardian can be sent here, and those whose parents have both passed away can live in the orphanage as long as they are willing. In an orphanage, children are provided with food, accommodation and training. Many people who do not love their children much are attracted by this condition. There are also some people who love their children a little bit and want to keep in touch with their children after placing them in an orphanage. This way, they can save money on raising children and provide for their parents when they grow up. One group of people are opposed to this and think that this regulation is encouraging people to send their children to orphanages. Another group of people support this and think that the end of the world is difficult. They have seen many people who were forced to get pregnant and had to give birth even if they did not want to, and then killed their children directly after they were born, or abandoned them. If such a regulation is made, at least a way out can be given to those abandoned children. Xie Puro's idea coincides with the latter's, especially after she personally brought the 3 sisters back from the tiger pack. Her idea became stronger and stronger. The orphanage's policy can accommodate all the children in the base, treating all the children equally, and for a while. The 2 voices on the internet were arguing fiercely. When the public opinion fermented almost enough, M80 slowly sent another pop-up announcement. All orphans sent to orphanages will have their family ties severed. All those who regret and want favors, or want to morally blackmail their children to support them in their old age, will be punished by the system. The first punishment, put them on the gray list. The second punishment, put them on the black list. The gray list and the black list have many uses, and this is the first time that the functions of the two lists have been made public. If we know that people with bad intentions will have bad intentions, can Siapuro let them take advantage of this? After reading the effects of the two lists, the voices on the internet became much quieter, and those who still had opinions shut up. Those who just wanted to send their children to be raised for free also gave up the idea. Just looking at the consequences of robbing others, you can see that the owner must be true to his word. Life is finally getting a little better, and they don't want to be expelled from the BNB. Now even a base as big as the central base has joined forces with the BNB. So it is conceivable that if they are expelled, there is only one way left, which is death. The storm rose and fell, and the voices of opposition soon fell. Before Siapuro got up, the voices had almost completely disappeared. But it didn't matter if they didn't disappear, because it wouldn't affect her, because she started to build other facilities. The waiters in the nursing home must all be real employees, and there must be people with medical knowledge. The old man is not in good health, and if there is someone who is proficient in medical skills, many unnecessary things can be avoided. Chapter 438 Teaching the Elderly. In the blink of an eye, the nursing home is also under construction. During this period, another incident broke out and shocked the entire network. That is, the owner forced people of all ages to receive education. A few days later, Siapuro and Ming Qinglu had several exchanges, and finally decided to force everyone to take quality education courses. People of all ages need to go to class. Recently, I have met too many elderly people who have no quality. Although it is not a group behavior, it is still necessary to make up for the lessons. Since it is a natural disaster, everyone can't go out, so just study. You are free anyway. The homestay is the first trial education site. If the effect is good, we will consider letting more people participate in the education. The first group of people queuing for the education class are the elderly, over 70 years old. They are very active. The population base is not large, but everyone is present. Because the class lasts for 3 hours every day, for a week, there are free eggs after the class every day. Each person can get 6 eggs every day. It's not in vain. It's not in vain. Uncle Li Yongda and Grandma Wen Yining were also among the first group of people who attended the class. They can be regarded as a high-quality group, and they can't stay idle at home. On the day when the two met again after a long time, Uncle Li introduced Grandma Wen Yining to his small group, and those who can get along with Uncle Li can get along even better with Grandma Wen Yining. After a few days of being together, Uncle Li still liked to take Grandma Wen Yining to stroll around, and he would hold Grandma Wen Yining's hand and put it on his chest with a smile on his face, and solemnly introduce her to everyone he knew. This is Wen Yining, my lover, my old partner. The proud and boastful tone, anyone can see how much he likes and respects Grandma Wen. When introducing your partner, you first say Grandma Wen's name, and then her status. Uncle Li is able to always put Grandma Wen first. After being introduced by Uncle Li, Grandma Wen will smile at everyone generously, a change from the way she looked when she first met Siapuro. Chu En happened to pass by while doing business, and was greeted by Grandma Wen, and introduced her lover, Uncle Li. Chu En believed in love for a few seconds, and then continued to devote himself to his career. Love is bullshit. Love will only be a stumbling block in career. Grandma Wen Yining and Grandpa Li went to class together, not for the eggs to be precise. Grandpa Li went to show off their love. After class, he would hold Grandma Wen Yining's hand and show it everywhere, telling everyone, "This is my partner." The object of his love is also a peer over 70 years old. It is not easy for everyone to get together. The grandmas envy Grandma Wen Yining, while the old grandpas are dismissive. Teacher Lu, who is teaching them education, noticed this phenomenon and immediately invited Wen Yining and her grandmother to the stage to praise them in public. Long-lasting love is the most beautiful thing. It is really worth learning to spend a lifetime together. The grandfathers below snorted disdainfully, but said nothing. Teacher Lu guessed the thoughts of the elderly almost accurately, and then began to popularize the harm of promiscuity. Teacher Lu opened the PPT and flipped through the information pictures on it to explain them to everyone one by one. Young people today often say, "Oh, it's nothing. Warts are no big deal. It will be gone." This paragraph contains multiple viruses, and there are causes and consequences in this paragraph. Now I will popularize what the virus means. Teacher Lu entered the key point of today's lecture. 3 hours later. The faces of the people below were colorful. 80% of the uncles had black faces and couldn't speak. They maintained their composure and received the eggs. They left the makeshift classroom with their legs shaking. Chuan passed by unintentionally and saw that the old men seemed to be heading in the same direction. She thought that they were a group of elderly people doing something. As the most capable assistant of the store owner, building good relationships with the residents is also a test of the assistant's social skills. She was so enthusiastic that she took the initiative to greet everyone. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wu. Where are you going? The old men she called didn't look very good. They squatted down and stammered out the names of different places. I'm going to visit my daughter-in-law's house. I'm going to take a walk over there. Chuan asked Uncle Wang innocently, who didn't give her an answer. Are you going to take a walk over there too? Ah, yes, it's quiet over there. I'm going to take some fresh air over there too. The uncles left in a hurry after saying that, leaving Chuan with a puzzled look on her face, looking at the uncles' backs and mumbling thoughtfully. Why do I remember that's the direction of the hospital? It's quiet over there, but don't the uncles think that hospitals are unlucky and don't like to go near them to get infected with bad air? Chuan walked away depressedly holding the documents and continued to do her own thing. After walking a few steps, she met a large group of elderly people who had just finished class. They were all walking hurriedly with the eggs they had just distributed in their hands, and their direction of movement was surprisingly the same. Chuan was puzzled. So many people wanted to go to the hospital to hide away. So many people went around the hospital together. How could it be quiet? She couldn't get an answer. When she mustered up the courage to ask someone she knew, the old men seemed to have noticed her intention to ask, and ran away faster. This happened to several people he tried to talk to. Chuan was afraid that these old men would fall if they ran too fast, so he didn't dare to talk to them anymore. Just when Chuan was about to give up, Teacher Lu came out of the temporary teaching building. To be precise, she was not only Teacher Lu, but also Dr. Lu, and one of the students of the Coke base. For 3 years, their only fun was learning. In those 3 boring years, they mastered all the departments. If they didn't know something, they would ask people in the professional departments. Now, each of them is almost omnipotent, except for a little lack of practical operation. In their spare time, they would also take turns to act out scenes from TV dramas. If they were not doctors, they could recreate scenes from classic palace dramas in a matter of minutes. Chuan raised her hand and greeted Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, how was the teaching today? Dr. Lu and Chuan also had a good relationship. To be precise, Chuan could chat with anyone. The teaching was good today. Did you see those uncles? Dr. Lu leaned close to Chuan's ear. They were all enlightened by my popular science. They all listened and went to the hospital for examination. Chuan did not participate in the formulation of the teaching plan, and did not react for a while. When she came to her senses, she understood Dr. Lu's meaningful smile in seconds, and showed a smirk. Oh, so that's how it is. Dr. Lu saw that she understood, and returned an unspeakable expression, waved and went back to the hospital. Chapter 439 to Assistants. If nothing unexpected happens, she will probably meet her students in the hospital. Seeing the large number of people rushing to the hospital, if she doesn't hurry back, she might be too busy. Put this here. Leave a space here. Here, well, here will be an extra piece of fitness equipment. Siapuru operated the tablet conscientiously, and arranged the nursing home bit by bit. All in one go in the end. The only thing missing was employee training before they could start work. Chuan happened to bring Hua Lin to meet the owner first, and Siapuru hurriedly welcomed him in. Chuan, boss, I can help Hua Lin get familiar with the process in the next 2 days. Okay. Siapuru poured a cup of tea for the two of them. Can you take care of Hua Lin yourself? Sure. Chuan was very confident in his work, and did not hesitate. Thank you for your hard work. Siapuru looked at Hua Lin with a smile. Finally got her back. Don't let yourself down. Hua Lin responded with a brilliant smile. My parents said that I was chosen as the store owner's assistant because my ancestors had prayed for me, and that I was lucky. Although I don't know why the store owner chose me, I will definitely work hard. Chuan has been calmer these days, and was inevitably infected by Hua Lin's vitality. She felt passionate along with Hua Lin, as if there was a beast roaring in her body, and she wanted to work hard for 3 days and 3 nights. Siapuru pursed her lips and smiled. Hua Lin is so young, You won't let me know what cheap goods are bad after you join the company. Right? Of course not. Hualin showed a row of white teeth and made an expression of trusting me, which made the two people present laugh again. Chuan remembered that there was one thing he hadn't said. Oh, by the way, boss, Shizhu team went to the base to report before returning and asked me to tell you. Siapuro said him lightly. She knew about their team's movements a long time ago. At first, she recommended their team's contact information, briefly talked about their abilities and levels, and after the two agreed, emphasized that two members of the team had dual abilities. He thanked her profusely and said to her in a heart-to-heart talk, it was not surprising that their team could report to the central base. At the beginning, the four men were the best among ordinary superpowers. Later, they joined the Qian Wushuang team. The average strength of a team was rising rapidly. With the blessing of the BNB, the superpower level of their team was still the best in the central base. It would be strange if they were not happy to give such a good seedling. After sending away the two new and old assistants, Siapuro was immersed in the construction for a long time. Then she remembered a very important thing. She should let Jinzi give Yushiwen a dual system superpower. Although Yushiwen's spiritual power is very strong, she also has close combat experience. It would be better to have more powers. Since I met Yushiwen, she was so strong that I even forgot that I could ask Jinzi to give her another power. I sent a message to Yushiwen to ask her to come over to my place, and took out the gold to coax her. Xiao Jin, the one who will come later is my best sister. You will be able to do it, right? The leaves of the gold trembled. Me? Are you talking about me? You can do it, right? Siapura's eyes shot out sparkling stars at Jinzi. How could Jinzi bear to resist his master? He said with a stiff face. Then I can do it. As night fell, Siapura gradually turned on the lights in the yard. The warm yellow light made people feel warm, adding a little warmth to the yard. The lights fell in the yard. Siapura was bending over and cleaning the land under her hands in the yard. I was tired of playing with the tablet and wanted to rest my eyes, so I came to exercise. The robot housekeeper jumped up and down on the ground. Pearl and Cream ate grass and canned food nearby. Aoyo and Snowflake chased the fireflies in the yard. The two kittens stopped feeding. They are still so energetic when they grow up. Jinzi was blowing the wind leisurely on the table. The two big trees still spoke very little. The trembling leaves showed that they were also happy that their owner had returned home. A month passed. The yard was rarely lively. Everything was so vibrant. Siapura simply loosened the soil for the land and came back to sit down, gently stroking the gold, and was nervous and looking forward to Yushiwen's arrival. I wonder if she will accept the random superpowers given to this little grass of yours. She should like it, she muttered to herself, looking up at the door. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the crisp sound broke the silence in the house. Siapura's heart beat faster instantly, and she strode towards the door. Here it comes. If my good sister accepts it, she will have dual superpowers. The moment the door was opened, Yushiwen's figure came into view. She was wearing a gray sports suit, which was similar to the pink sports suit on Siapura. This is the first time I see you dressed so casually. Siapura excitedly grabbed Yushiwen's hand and led her in quickly. I see you always wear sportswear. I'm taking a break, so I wear sportswear to relax. Yushiwen had a strong smile on her eyes and eyebrows, and was dragged forward by her. Her legs matched Siapura's pace, and she quickened her pace. What are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry to go in? What do you want to talk to me about? Siapura pulled her to stop in front of the gold. Yushiwen glanced at the green plants, and didn't take this not-so-pretty little flower seriously. Is this the new dessert you developed? This flower? Let me taste it. Without waiting for her to continue guessing, Siapura said directly, this is gold, the mutant plant that gave Zhouke the dual system ability. Siapura's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to use gold to give you a superpower. Do you want to try to become a dual power user? But the superpowers given by gold are relatively random. I'm not sure what superpowers it can give you. Yushiwen was stunned, and then showed a surprised expression. Is this gold? The ordinary-looking little flower turned out to be the plant that caused a sensation in the central base. She moved closer, bent down to look at the gold carefully, and the green leaves looked particularly attractive under the warm light. Gold is very powerful, Siapura proudly introduced, as long as you want. It can immediately give you a random superpower, without any side effects. But you have to upgrade the level yourself, starting from 0. The leaves of the gold swayed slightly. Knowing that the woman in front of her was the master's best friend, and she whispered to the master, "I will do my best." Master. Yu Shiwen had heard the legend of gold when she was at the base. After Zhou obtained superpowers, everyone envied him. Superpowers envied, because they did not have dual superpowers. Ordinary people envied, because they did not even have superpowers. Chapter 443 Superpowers. The thunder power played a big role. When fighting the mutant beast at the north gate of the first base, Zhou went up to change shifts and directly electrocuted the mutant beast, which made the handover much easier. Unfortunately, Zhou's thunder power level was very low, so he could only control the mutant beast for a short time, which was just enough time for them to change shifts. Yu Shiwen stood up and bumped into Xie Puru's expectant eyes without any preparation, although she was very tempted. But Yu Shiwen refused. "We are friends, aren't we? I shouldn't take your things." Xie Puru's eyes dimmed, full of confusion. "Why can't we just be friends? Besides, I can give it to Zhou. We can barely be considered friends." Yu Shiwen's eyes flashed with entanglement. "Because we are friends, I can't take your things for free. Zhou is a member of the base, and so are you. Helping you is helping the base. If you think you can't take my things for free, then you can go fishing with me in a couple of days. Don't take the value of emotions as value. You see, when you didn't come to my place, only the cat was with me." Xie Pura looked at Yu Shiwen pitifully. Yu Shiwen was Xie Pura's first friend in this world. She was so distant. This woman, how dare she? Yu Shiwen sighed. She was not a hypocritical person, and she really wanted dual system abilities. No one could resist the temptation of becoming powerful. "Then I give you all the crystal cores I've saved over the years?" Seeing that she finally gave in, Xie Pura also smiled and regained her good mood. "No, I'm not selling goods. It would be awkward to ask for money. Gold is not a commodity. It is a product of this world, and it should be used to maximize the interests of mankind." Ready to start. Xie Pura was excited. Just like opening a blind box. You'd better close your eyes, relax your body and mind, and you be fine. Without giving Yu Shiwen the chance to hesitate, Xie Pura asked Jinzi to prepare. Yu Shiwen nodded, closed her eyes, slowly adjusted her equally excited mood, and gradually immersed herself in her own world. The leaves of Jinzi emitted a soft light, which gradually spread around Yu Shiwen's body. There was a fresh breath in the air, as if spring was reviving at this time. Yu Shiwen frowned slightly, as if she was feeling the surge of power, and gradually led her consciousness into a deep connection with Jinzi. Her mind gradually emptied, as if she was in an endless grassland. Every flower and grass on the land was welcoming her. Xie Pura stared at her, her heart full of complexity. System. If I train her as the successor manager after me, will she blame me in the future? She is so busy now. And according to Yu Shiwen's restless personality, she will probably be as busy as she is every day. Once the task is completed, she will be forced to leave this world immediately. According to the regulations, she must find a reliable successor manager to replace her and maintain the order of this world. Otherwise, if she leaves, the productivity of this world will not catch up. Many things that humans need have not been repaired, and this world will still collapse. Then her coming to this world will be meaningless. M80 does not understand human emotions. From our system perspective, we will not blame you. The host gave her temporary management rights. Why would you blame the host? Xie Pura shook her head. She herself did not know. She just had a slight worry. But Yu Shiwen had already agreed to go to the central base with her. It was inevitable to improve the status of women. Yu Shiwen is an ambitious person, and Xie Pura also wants to do something for this land. They have the same goal, and they have no choice to achieve it. Perhaps since they met, fate has secretly intertwined into a huge net, binding them together with like-minded people. If I catch a fish, I will definitely give you the big one, she swore in her heart. Yu Shiwen gradually woke up from the warm light. Xie Pura said to Jinzi worriedly, "Why did it take so long this time? Could it be that there is something special or unexpected?" Jinzi's voice sounded very weak. "Didn't the master say to try my best?" "I tried my best." Xie Pura touched the leaves of Jinzi with heartache. "Poor little Jinzi, you are all squeezed dry. Master, can you make some water from Luwei Dihuang pills to replenish your body?" "Jinzi, what are Luwei Dihuang pills? Does it have 6 flavors? Is it the same as the meatballs that the master eats?" Come on, idiot." Xie Pura stretched out her finger and gently touched Jinzi. "Luwei Dihuang Wan is medicine for cattle and horses, and grass cannot be eaten. We don't know whether it can be eaten or not, but let's fool around for now. The golden leaves of Jeansy dimmed instantly, but the master has always treated me as cattle and horses. Why can cattle and horses eat it, but it can't? Siapura didn't dare to joke with it anymore, and the spiritual spring water mixed with her fingertips flowed on the roots of Jeansy. Jeansy, thank you. Master, but I'm so sleepy, I need to rest for a while, master. Remember to water me every day. Don't kill it. Okay. Okay. I got it. You greedy kid. Siapura hugged Jeansy in her arms with a loving heart, until Jeansy stopped making any noise. And then she put Jeansy in the space, and took it with her. Yu Shiwen recovered from her immersion, and saw Siapura staring at her. A small face with a healthy red and white was close at hand. And it was really beautiful. Like a peach. Yu Shiwen secretly envied, and she wished her skin could be so good. Unfortunately, she was exposed to the wind and sun, and her skin on her face was not very good. But it was definitely worse than that of all her peers. How is it? What superpowers have you awakened? Siapura looked at her expectantly. Yu Shiwen stretched out a hand, with her 5 fingers spread out, and her palm facing up. Fire. Gold. Water. Siapura counted them one by one, and she couldn't help being excited every time she saw one. Wow! Great! 3 superpowers. Siapura was so excited that she wanted to throw Yu Shiwen into the sky and hold her high. Her hands were itching so much that she just grabbed her and threw her a few times. Black-faced Ao didn't know what happened until he landed. He was briefly favored by his master, and then fell out of favor again? Jeansy is too powerful. He gave him 3 superpowers at once. No wonder he was so tired. Good sister, I don't have to worry about you being bullied anymore. Siapura was very excited. Yu Shiwen was a little helpless. What nonsense are you talking about? No one is bullying me now. Anyway, I'm happy. The laughter of the two echoed in the air. Yu Shiwen's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement, and her face flushed with excitement.